Mm-hmm. Yep, knickknacks. You know, we need more knickknacks because it's going to make our life so much happier. So much happier, these knickknacks.
I think if we even honest with ourselves, we don't know what we want because we don't know ourselves properly. That's what Alan Watts would say.
Yeah. It's
You think what you want in terms of what you've already had. So you have to admit you're not sure what you want.
mm-hmm.
And the other reason is you already have what you want. You're already alive, surviving, thinking.
You know, I think a lot of us do have the things that we need. You know, I realise that more. I realise that more now, Dawn, especially with my grandkids. And I think I bang on about this, you know, a bit, but you know, when they come around, you know, being around them, being in their presence, living in that moment, and experiencing what they experience, man, that is just, it's so uplifting, it's so joyful, really. And it sounds corny, sounds hippie, trippy, dippy, hippie-ish, but you know, at Easter, you know, they came around and you know, we cut out a bunny print paws out of paper, and they've got talcum powder and put them all around the house, all through the garden, around the back of the water tank, and all that sort of stuff. Hid Easter eggs and whatnot, and they went on a big Easter egg hunt, and they had their little baskets and stuff, and it was the best day, Dawn. Like, it was just so much laughter, like so much fun.
Fake Easter bunny paw prints.
Yeah,
Without the kids knowing, that's so good.
Yeah. It was so cool, Dawn. It really was cool, and then seeing their little faces and their little eyes, you know, light up and whatnot, and yeah, they'd follow the footprints into the garden and whatnot. They'd find an egg there, and they'd follow them somewhere else and find another. It was just It was absolutely brilliant. And like I said, you know, we did that sort of stuff with the kids when they were younger, and you know, it was also to a blast. It was also a blast, but um, I think um, actually living it the way I do at the moment is a little bit different. Because when I was younger, you know, you are caught up in the hustle and bustle of life, Dawn, a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you've got these constraints sort of on you and stuff. But you know, now, you know, I'm a bit older and whatnot, and realizing more clearly what the important things are. That's what I aim for. You know, these important things, whether it's spending time with the grandkids, whether it's walking down the beach in the mornings with my wife or whatever, doing a bit of fishing. You know, these sorts of things are the important things. And yeah, you know, you can be aware, woke, whatever word you want to be, of the big bad world and all that sort of stuff. But if you're going to let it consume you, it's going to affect your personal world in a negative way. And you're going to become so angry, and then that anger is then going to fester and materialize into the world that you don't want it to materialize in, because you don't want that negativity.
Yesterday, I spent the day looking after my stepdaughter, so my girlfriend's daughter, at my house. She was doing painting behind me. I was working on music. I was playing her documentaries about weird shit. Anyway, it was great. It's cool. But I was going to agree with you on, I think it's on two levels. So we can be at peace on a personal family level, as you've explained, and I think I have at the minute too. And Alan Watts would talk about that. So you can just see the government and the pressure from psychopath humans as part of nature. So you don't have to worry about the tiger eating you all the time, do you? Only when you walk around in the woods in his territory.
Exactly.
The rest of the time, you can relax and find the goodness. I think there's
That's
another scale of trying to change the world when you talk about everybody and humanity. If we don't do anything, they'll just keep putting more and more pressure, and the tigers will get bigger and more controlling.
Yeah.
So eventually, you have to have a plan to stop the tiger invasion, kind of thing.
Yes. But see, that's how I see me with my family, with my children, with my grandchildren, um, passing on what I think I know, right?
Yes,
You know, because I could be right, I could be wrong, but I try and pass it on in such a way that you know, my children, being young adults, they're discerning enough. They can take it, they can digest it, and they can do with it what they will. Now, so I've done my part, what I think is right.
yeah,
Okay.
and you're
Um,
going to be right about some of it, so it's
yeah,
worth telling them.
exactly right. Now, you know, they are individuals. They have to make up their own mind, and they have to live with whatever consequences and whatever with whatever decisions they make. They have to then live those consequences. But that's all. That's all I think you can really do is work on a small scale. Because if you think about the big scale, you ain't going to really get anywhere. You need to work small and then build that up, and hopefully that ripple
Yeah,
effect will have an effect. You know, hopefully I have an effect on my children, and then my children have an effect on their children and their friends, so to speak. For me as an individual to go in the middle of the street and shout out my message, you know, I'm just going to be labelled as a crackpot lunatic and
I
shut
totally
down
agree.
very very quickly. You know, and it doesn't achieve anything. All it does, it gives the opposition ammunition to use against me and perhaps the truth of my message, saying, "Look at this crackpot, man!" They, rah, 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 rah. So they actually use you against you in framing you a very particular way. I think.
Yes, I would say if you want to upscale
Mm,
helping humanity past your own family and on the individual, pay it forward. But you want to
yeah.
upscale, you're paying it forward. You
Mm,
you need to talk to people in positions that are already woke and people with money that are already woke. Get
mhm.
them to agree with you, and then maybe they can do more than just tell your kids. They can
Yep.
talk to other people and do things.
Yeah, you've got to go about these things too, you know, the right way and right channels and all this sort of stuff. And you know, I've done my little bit too. Or you know, I've written emails to politicians and members and council members and things like this. And at times I've got a reply. At times, you know, my emails or letters have probably been put in the loony bin, filed under another crackpot loony type of thing. Um, you know, so you know, I have tried at times to do my little part, um, and that's all I can be worried about, really. Um,
If I'm honest with
but
myself, I've given up on upscaling my paying it forward because I feel it's a losing battle. There's so many indoctrination, brainwashing, fake news happening
mhm,
that I would be wasting my energy and breath to try and fight it all
yeah,
on a too big a scale.
mm. Your mic is a bit crappy too, by the way, Dawn. I don't
Yes,
know what.
it's my wow. I still haven't swapped it.
Okay.
That's just not good enough, Dawn.
Oh, I like it, Dawn, when you think you need a bit of a break and you actually quit the server. It's like I need a
Yeah,
break. I've got to actually quit because if I don't quit, right, my finger cannot resist pushing that
that's
button.
right. Getting
Uh,
better at it. Oh, I'm just gonna listen to Mal talking to Woz on Jam's YouTube. See how badly Mal's getting it wrong.
okay. Enjoy.
Hey, Ben, saw you there?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I am. Yep.
Yo, The curb. I love the title. We're taking it back from those vaccine scumbags. That title of Flattening the Curve, it's a fantastic video. I love it. I've posted it already. Pay attention. Pay attention. Oh ye, oh ye, oh ye.
All right. Please be careful of the V and C words, Jin.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Isn't the live stream still
But we're
on?
not.
It's not muted anymore.
No, it's not muted
Came in
anymore.
hot straight away with a forbidden
I know.
phrase.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm the man. That's how I am. Sorry, that's how I roll. Sorry about that, folks. But there you go. Pay attention. It's the latest video there. Look, flattening the curve.
It was like the fourth word. I had the live streams unmuted in another thing. And suddenly I had Jin's
Don't
voice
worry
from
about it. It's not the end of the
20
world.
seconds ago going,
It's the end of the world when it comes to the the heliocentrist. This video is serious damage. It caused a stink in Gem Panda's server. I posted it 5 times.
Did you convert a few? Pull a few over?
Oh, well, there's one there called Misty, right? She's on the fence, right? And I said to her, well, look, don't listen to these guys who claim to be pilots, and we can't really verify anything of what they say. Listen to the experts in the field. Yeah, listen to the experts in the field, I said to her. You know, so
I do know of a pilot. I know personally of a pilot that is in Gem server.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but he's not a flat earther, though, is he?
No.
No, right. He's a wally.
I did meet one who was fascinating. She was in it 24/7. I only got like one opportunity to talk to her, who was a Native American and flew Apaches. Like, I mean, which is funny, you know, multiple levels. Which, yeah, I was like, oh, how do you do that? Like, how do you be a pilot? I mean, I can somewhat get it where I think you could hold a PPL and still have a you know, but like to be military trained as a chopper pilot. I mean, admittedly, choppers don't fly far, but I was amazed by it.
Well, all these individuals here, that's from the Air Force, the Navy, submarines, flight instructors, yeah, jetline flight instructors.
This is old, Jim. This is old. This one. It's not new.
No, it's not old. It's the latest video. This is the latest video that's been done in collaboration. It's not old.
Gee, you do it to me all the time. This is old.
It's not old. It's not old. Come on, these are people speaking. It's fresh. They put a fresh look on old news. Yes, it's old news to me and you. Old news to me and you. Yes, of course, but it's my argument. The thing is, it's my argument that they've got. It's a present for me. Because they're talking about if you are indeed on a globe, you would be upside down if you flew it. These are pilots. When you hear the pilots themselves, the ones who supposedly protect America and protect the free world, yeah, all right. You listen to what they're telling you. They're telling you it's flat. Okay?
It came out. What did it come out? Like I want to say 6 weeks ago, maybe.
Oh, is that recent? Okay.
Yeah. It's pretty new, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is new. So it is new.
This is what I'm saying. It's old.
I think I'm
but it's still new.
I think that's like that's reasonably new. I thought this was like a multiple years old.
No. It's the latest one out there. It's the latest tool present for me, and I'm going to be using it to whip your asses. For those of you who think you're on a globe,
so what about
you're in trouble now.
Whip our asses. Will it just be like, here's the doco, watch the doco? Or
well, no, when they start debating certain aspects of the globe being upside down and you're refusing, I will whip you with the video because the pilots are telling you themselves.
My question would be, right now, I'm going to put on my skeptical hat here a little bit, Jin. Right? Who are these people? Yes, these people, like these voices. Can I verify who these? Like, because I see lots of helicopters, I see lots of planes. I see jets and all this sort of stuff, and I hear voices, and these voices are saying, I'm this, I'm that. Right? Yeah. How do I verify this?
Well, I mean, if you can, they give you one.
Verify that.
Yeah,
but
one.
I would also, you know what I'd also want to verify?
Yeah, go on.
Show them the documentary. and go, is this what you meant when you said that? Or in a broader scheme of, because I know that I've been in plenty of docos.
They know what they
and
mean. They know what they say
just,
they mean.
It's usually not super egregious, but so often I'm like, that's not quite how that went. There's one on Netflix about my career as a Bollywood actor. It's like follows 4 characters and I'm one of them. So I'm like 1/4 of this whole doco. And they just like totally tell the story of why I left India and why I left acting. Just totally wrong. And I contracted after. I was like, Rooch, why'd you say that? You made it sound like I failed, so I left. And she's like, yeah, it was just because we were missing bits of footage from what actually happened, and it didn't make us a compelling story if we couldn't show interviews with you and stuff. So we just told that story instead. It went together so neatly. Like, lie went together.
Well,
so neatly.
to answer Bansor's question, if you want to verify who they are, their names are there. So you can pursue it that way. They give you their names, they give you their occupations, and you can go check to see if they are who they are. That's all you got if you're not satisfied. I'm quite satisfied. I mean, I have to trust somehow. That's the first thing. They have to trust somehow. And the thing is, what they're saying is absolutely correct. Right? They're the ones who fly pilots every day. They sell their what do they call it? The aircraft carriers and their ships across the seas every day, and submarines. 3 months at a time they're underwater, and then they come up. So I mean, come on.
Do you reckon there's a chance that having not watched, go on.
I was just going to say, Jin, I've got no problems with taking them at face value. So I personally don't need to go to those links myself.
Right.
I was just playing, as you know, I'm just playing devil's advocate, my friend.
Yeah. But me, I'm the man who's rock solid. You cut yourself when you talk about that with me. You're just blunting your knife. That's all you're doing.
Blunting my knife.
Yes. Jin's just totally indestructible. Indestructible. Like Captain Scarlet, if you remember that character. Like Phoenix.
What do you think about the possibility that I suggested that if I were to track down some people from that doco and say, hey, do you know people using this excerpt from this interview? Because my feeling is last time I scrubbed through this, it's excerpts from other people's interviews. So it's not that these people made this documentary by going and interviewing submariners and pilots as much as getting footage from other interviews these submariners and pilots had done. Is that right? Or have they interviewed people?
No. They're talking to pilots themselves. The pilots themselves are talking. You see their faces.
Even better.
In 1 or 2 of them, you see their faces. They're talking. They're telling you. And they're actually telling you. Yeah, they actually tell you how they've missed the clues, and then suddenly it dawned on them, and it's just got to watch it. Brilliant.
So what do you think is the possibility that we find out, A, that they're not who they say they are, or B, that they are, but what the claim is?
Well, you know what I'm going to say there. It's 1,000% they are who they are. If you're not satisfied,
so you think
go
there's
check
no
it.
possibility of that?
No possibility. You go check it.
Is the concern you're voicing, possibly writing, is that a pilot or a captain, for all intents purposes, consider what they're flying on is flat and stationary, and those words have been taken out of context to say it's a flat Earth? Is that what you're?
Yeah, but possibly things like that. I'm not saying that's the only. That's the only one it'd be.
No chance at all. They actually say flat Earth. They actually tell you it's a flat Earth. They tell you they tell you that if you were to fly, I think it's from Los Angeles to Korea, whatever, you would be upside down. That's almost 180 degrees. You would encounter curvature. You'd be upside down. That's ridiculous. They say. They tell you. That is my argument. That's why I like it. It's my argument, man.
So you don't think it's possible that? So the question I'm not making is about something specific like that, but just in general, if I were to track down 1 or 2 of these people and say, hey, these people are using what you say to claim that the Earth is flat, do you think that any of them
Yeah,
anyone
I think your approach is a little bit
oh, that's not what I meant
suspect.
at all. Oh, yeah, no,
Well,
I get what they're saying, but no, that's not what I meant when I said that.
No, I think your approach is rather suspect because you're saying they're using like they're committing some kind of crime or so, that's not the way to do that. Why don't you just
What do you mean
ask him?
using?
Did
I'm
you?
just
Why
no,
don't
I'm
hang
not
on?
saying.
If
What are you
I
talking
was in
about?
your
What are you
shoes,
talking about now?
if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't be going in like with a negative that they're committing a crime. I'm just going to ask him straight out.
Who said about
Did
a
you
crime?
did
What are
you
you talking about,
appear?
Jim?
Did you appear on the flattening the curve interview? And it's what you said. Do you stand by what you said? That's all you got to say. That's it.
The question
Don't
is,
go
I
in
don't
there
know what you're talking
like they've committed a crime.
about. Who
They're
said it's
using
committed a
what
crime?
you
What are you
said.
talking about with a crime,
That's
Jim?
rather wrong.
I'm so
That's rather
confused
wrong.
what a
I think
crime
that's
is.
wrong. That approach. That's not sounding
Hmm.
like there's honor and integrity in what they did. You have to honor that.
Yeah, I'm just asking a possibility. If
Well,
Yeah,
you're
but
acting
it's
on
the way
something
you're
stupid, nothing to
asking
do with
it.
a
It's not. I
crime or
don't like the
anything
way
like
you're
that.
asking it. You're asking it like that's where the people who have prepared and produced the video have committed some kind of a legal offence, really.
No,
But
I'm
if
not.
they're
I
using
keep saying
material,
that's the opposite. Jeez,
Let
you're
me
a fucking weirdo, Jim.
let me guess.
sounds like
Eggshell still thinks he lives on a ball, no matter how many engineers, pilots, people who've checked into it,
Oh,
that
if
he
it was
would
legit,
say,
then maybe.
Yeah,
If there was
you
legit,
there?
a
Is my
significant
mic
number of
open?
engineers and pilots that
your
said, yeah,
mic
yeah.
is
that's
open.
cool.
Is
All
my
right.
mic
Flat
open? Because
Earth,
it
sure.
seemed to have
I
cut
can
off.
hear you clearly. I can hear you
Hold on,
clearly.
guys. Hold on, guys. Come on. You're over talking right here. Let him get his thing out.
Definitely was the first time I'd opened my mic, so I didn't know if it was working properly when the eggshells interrupted. But
No,
how
it was
many
working
engineers?
perfectly.
Yeah, how many? I've been telling them that my nephew was a Navy pilot, flew helicopters, and he flew jets first, and then helicopters. But my brother also, the attorney that we played cards together Tuesday night. There was 30 people there. There was 4 or 5 flat earthers. There was actually a huge contractor there, an attorney. Matter of fact, the contractor that was there was the one that they had called 40 years ago trying to hurt my business, and he was actually a flat earther. The one that they're posting on chats, posting using his name that they got from my YouTube channel and posting his company logo. He's a big business owner here in Baton Rouge. Actually, I'm going to work with him right now in about 20 minutes. His company, owns millions of dollars worth of equipment and does great work. He's a flat earther. So it's getting so big. My point is, it's getting so big that the people that these trolls are trying to dox and use as a negative, they're actually flat earthers.
There
Isn't
you
that
go.
funny?
Isn't that brilliant?
Mm-hmm.
Marvelous.
What are the odds that a low life piece of crap scum takes my name and goes to my YouTube channel and gets a video, takes a man's name, uses it as his screen name, uses his icon, his company logo as their icon to try and, probably, why else would you do it, right?
Yeah.
And that guy is actually a flat earther. That is
Brilliant.
hilarious.
I mean, it's just brilliant, isn't it?
Kind of backfired.
You couldn't have wished for a better situation from something that started rather negative. Yeah, I think that's
They're
brilliant.
still using it. They're still at, like, they were here. They're at gyms, and of course they're at Blues and all that. And you can go look at it. Eric Havard. They spell his last name one letter wrong, but they use his company logo as their icon, like they're doing something. And what they don't realize is that they're representing the flat earther. I think that is hilarious.
Yeah, sounds it.
I'll
Irony.
tell you another story. In a room last weekend, I was just in passing talking to a lady. I give her, like, every time I see her, she just had a baby, so I give her money for diaper money. I just say, hey, here's some diaper money, and I give her $10 or whatever. And we become friends. And we were talking about biblical cosmology, and another lady just passing by goes, "Oh, you research biblical cosmology?" And I knew the way she said it that she knew it, like she had been
She was
researching it.
interested in the subject
And
matter. Yeah.
and now we're texting back and forth.
because
Yeah,
she
brilliant.
knows the truth, and these are just people in passing that are hearing it. How many
Nice.
people have to really know for these occurrences to happen? I think it's getting to a tipping point.
The
We're getting
revolution is
close.
coming. I personally last week joined the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. So I'm now in their chat room. I haven't given any money. I've just joined them, subscribed, and joined them. Right. One character who reckons he's in the military. Okay, he's a gunner sergeant. Okay, now his material isn't kind of like sympathetic. It didn't seem to be sympathetic to the people who have died in the 9/11 event and since the event, right? So I was questioning his loyalty and that's what I was saying, because the material just seemed to be wrong. And because he said actually that Donald Trump has been responsible with the US military in capturing those who are responsible and killing them and getting them to pay the price, basically. So I had to question that. I said, excuse me? Who are the people that have been killed? And he then replies, the reason why you don't know is because it's classified. I said, that's BS, mate. We would know if people are paying the price. And I hope you don't mean innocent children in Iraq, the reporters that got shot, and men and women and children by the truckloads in Iraq. I hope you don't mean those people are the ones who are paying, because you don't seem to be clear. I don't understand what you mean, right? And then he started calling me a moron and you slow and all this and that. So then I just laid into him. I said to him, listen, mate, the American military are 10 a fucking penny. Okay? So I sent him a video called Iraq Versailles, Beyond Treason, and one by Gary Noel called Gulf War Syndrome. I said, this is what's happening in your country. And by the way, you're not a country. You're a 24-hour film set in a fucking prison and a business. So you're not even a country. Okay? And he said, well, don't post. And then I posted flat earth stuff. Okay? These aesthetic cosmogony. He said, this is a 9/11 server. I said, excuse me. 9/11 happened on the flat earth. So you need to take your head out of Trump's arse, stop sucking Trump's balls, and pay attention. Heads up here, I said. And then yesterday, I posted the flattening the curve. And I said, heads up, everyone on this server, and especially you, the military man, Rod, his name is, I call him Ramrod, right? Make sure you pay attention, because this is coming from the military. You know the military, yeah? The Air Force, your Navy and submariners. This is an important news. Pay attention, the latest flat earth video. And I've slammed it in their faces. So now they're waking up over there, I hope. I hope they're waking up, because I've sent lots of material. And then he's since calmed down, because I called him out on his junk stuff that he's posted that's not really related to 9/11. Everything I've posted has been related to 9/11, except for the flat earth stuff, but I still say that's all connected myself.
I would like to address eggshells and people like eggshells. You don't have to go investigate these people. Believe you me.
Yeah.
The trolls on your side have already done it. It's why they haven't posted anything is what you should be concerned about. So the truth is getting out. These people are actually legit. The reason they don't post anything negative about me and my family and business and all that, because there isn't anything negative. It's not that they haven't researched. The only thing so far they found negative is by posting a picture of my front door and saying my driveway, which I didn't pour, of one of the houses that I bought that just flooded and had, major water damage, and we're remodeling the inside and haven't gotten to the driveway yet. That's the only thing negative they could post about it. You know why? Because my life is great. Like they don't think they don't research it. They know everything. They posted the other day at one of the servers, either here or wherever, my son's name in chat, what he does for a living, and said that they were going to go on Facebook and post negative posts just to hurt his business. These are the type of people you're defending, eggshells.
You've got to bring that to our attention, Russia, if you see it.
I don't think it was here, to be honest. I don't remember exactly where it is, but it might have been.
I'm just so confused at what the question I was asking
well,
was just about how documentaries are made. Didn't
Yeah.
think that not suggesting anybody's bad or anybody's. I don't know. I've got no
Well,
idea where the
it's
conversation's
just the
gone since
approach. It's
question
just the
about.
approach. I
Jeez,
think
fuck
I
me,
just don't like the
Gin's
approach.
gone. It's Gin's gone.
Eggshells. Yeah, I don't like the approach. Sorry about that. I just don't like the approach.
I don't
I
care.
think
I'm not.
the approach would have been. Did you mean what? Did you? Excuse me. Did you appear on? You introduce yourself in your credentials, and you say, I'm interested to know whether you did appear on this flattening the curve interview. And what you said. Did you? Are you
It's Gin's
standing
gone.
by?
All right,
Are
I'll
you
go
going
for
to
dinner.
stand by
I'll
what
talk
you
to you
said?
guys later.
Oh, never mind. There you go. You see, this is what happens when you try to just tease out what somebody means by their line of questioning, and then if I disapprove of it, I will say so. I disapprove of the approach. I think the approach is wrong because it's coming from like the video producers have done something wrong illegally. Do you realize they're using your? That's not the way. You don't know who produced it. You haven't looked into it himself. And it's coming across like they're breaking the law here somewhere. That's wrong. It's disgusting. That is low. Flat earthers don't do that. We don't go around breaking laws, slandering people. We don't do that. That's disgusting what he did there. That's why I pulled him up on it. Because if it was me and I wanted to query, I would say I'd introduce myself and then with all my credentials. And so I'm just interested to know whether you appeared on this flattening the curve video, flat earth video there, and are you going to stand by what you said? Because I found it rather interesting. That's the way. Not do you realize that they're using what you said on this video? What the fucking hell are you talking about? That's wrong, man. I don't care. That doesn't sound nice.
Hey, real quick, hold on. Yo, are you there, Yo?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, I just want to let you know I unmuted you. I don't know why you were muted, but yeah.
Hello, Yo.
Yeah, Jin is here. If you have any questions, Jin's a great guy to ask questions.
Yeah, I did. He just lied. I just want to how do you say call him on that or whatever you say.
Yeah, nice to hear your voice, Yo. Welcome back to the server, and
Hello.
Please feel free.
Yeah, Jin, you just said flat earthers don't break rules.
Well, we don't go around slandering people and speaking
and breaking rules.
I'm saying that we don't go around slandering people, right? And how can I put this?
Well, I would disagree.
Well,
with
I don't know.
that,
I don't know what experience you have, but we don't do that. We don't go around slandering people. That's not our intention. That's not how we live our life.
I mean,
that's counterproductive to living on the flat earth. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. That's not the ethos or the core essence of a flat earther. You know, that's not it. Okay, that's not what we're about.
But Jin, you can only talk for yourself. I mean, other people here do stuff that you would probably disagree with.
Okay, what flat earthers?
I don't know who they are.
No. What flat? I can give you examples. George Hatton had posted a picture of my front door. Yeah, go ahead.
For example, there was a guy, I can't remember his name right now, but it was a guy who owned a company or whatever. He was driving around in his car while filming himself and being on a live camera. So holding you're not allowed to drive and be holding your phone.
Okay, that's true. Okay.
So that's
so
what flat earther.
So he's not slandering.
So what?
He's not slandering. So far, not slandering anybody.
One person at a time, please.
Yeah, so far not slandering anybody, which was your point.
So what?
I didn't talk about slandering. He said breaking rules.
I said that flat earthers don't go around slandering people. That's not what we do. That's what I said. Yeah. No, you're the one said breaking rules. You brought the word rule up. That never came out of my mouth. Okay.
I was quoting you, dude. I was quoting you.
No, you were not quoting me. You were not quoting me. I did not say rules. Don't start this shit.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's what I heard. You heard
Thank
me say.
you.
So
shut your mouth.
You want to say.
Shut your mouth, Yo. You just come off the
Don't tell me to
fucking.
shut my mouth, dude.
I'm telling you to shut your mouth, but you've just come off.
I'm telling you to not tell me to shut my
and
mouth.
I'm telling you to shut your mouth
Jen.
and get your facts right.
And shut your mouth.
In fact, hang on a second. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Keep my good name out of your effing mouth. You understand?
Hey guys, hold on a second.
Come on, you got to listen, Jin. You got to listen. All right, all right.
You might now.
Just calm down. No, just calm down, right? And let's get back to a conversation, right?
Yeah, you may now realize why he was muted. Didn't take long, did it?
Not at all, Rocky.
So anyway, yeah, he broke. What? I'm holding my cell phone driving right now. Does that make me a criminal? Someone who?
Yes, that is a rule you're not.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll take that under advisement.
It was you I was referring to, actually, Rocky, but I didn't want to mention you.
I know
you get pissed off.
It was me? How can it be me? Yes. I'm never on live camera. You're a liar.
Do you own a company?
See what I mean?
Yeah, I own several companies. Why?
Yeah, then it was you.
Globers.
No, it's not me. I don't drive around on live camera. I'll bet you $1,000 it wasn't me driving around on a live camera.
Well, this kind of seems like there's not a lot of productivity in this topic. So, do you have any actual topic?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Thanks.
We can actually talk about.
I was responding to what.
Yeah, can we talk about that latest video, the flattening the curve, yo? What do you think about that, yo? The latest video to come out, totally destroying the heliocentric model forever and ever till death do you part, mate. What do you think about that video? It's fantastic, I think. What do you think? Anyway, I love that video. Tell me, please. Do you know what I'm talking about? Dude, I posted it earlier.
Jin, you have asked me 3 times the same question, and every time I try to respond,
because I'm excited about that video, that's why. Now answer up. Come on.
I don't know if I've seen it. I don't believe I have.
Oh, well, if you scroll back slightly, you'll see it. I posted it very recently, minutes ago. Click on that.
The person before you, Eggshells, he hadn't seen it either, but he started saying, well, what if I would check into them and they weren't legit? That was his big argument.
I'll watch it later, Jen. I'll let you know. But I had a question about the title. Why is it called Flatten the Curve?
Oh, I love it. I don't know exactly, but I think we're taking back the reference to, the jab we shouldn't have. And they said that we're going to flatten the curve, yeah? That's why I think we're taking it back from them.
I love how it's
up their arse. But remember, they've associated us. They've associated. Hang on, let me finish, please. They've associated us with that situation. Flat earthers are anti blah blah.
In this way, the curve is the bunch of globe lies, and you're going to flatten it back to the truth, right?
Yeah, they might be having multiple reasons why they use that name, but yeah, if anyone makes a video about whatever, like I would like a Glober to make a video about how they physically measured curved water, but they could call it whatever they want. Taking back the curved water.
Yeah. Rolling the ball, if you like, spinning the ball.
If we needed to, we might have done it by now, but because we don't need to, and we're all happy with our beliefs, we haven't bothered.
No, I'm happy with you being happy with your beliefs, but that's all it is. Don't force it on me, man. I don't want you to sell me a globe. Yeah. There's a lot of globe salesmen out there. I hope if you're not one of them, good.
I'll talk to you about how your flat Earth delusion is wrong, but I won't force.
My flat Earth illusion, as you put it, you're grouping me into something. Yeah, I don't think the water curves.
Belief.
But if you can show me
curve.
Yeah.
Come on.
No problem.
Come on.
If you can show me a method, just show me a method and the tools to use. I'll go get the tools myself. I'll do it myself, right? Which is, to you, anti-flat Earth. I'll go measure that curved water, and I've been waiting about 4 years. I've seen a couple so-called, whatever, surveyors go out there and use sticky tape and do it over long distance over water, and we all know that's not true. I heard somebody last night said they used
not all of us.
App on their phone and shot 3 miles over water and didn't see a dam, and said that's measuring Earth curve or water. Y'all have nothing.
Can you find a way? Can you think of a way to measure whether the water is curving or not yourself?
Can I
Yeah,
create
by
a,
looking for leveled surface, and if indeed the surface is not level, it's curving, then you would know.
No,
can I
but
create a
Rakia,
can I
you
create a
agree with that?
horizontal line
That
using
evidence has been
tools
presented,
that
and you guys just
create
deny it.
horizontal lines?
The
Yeah, I can
question
do
is,
that.
the question is, can you think of your own way of doing it, and have you done it
Yeah.
yet?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay, so you haven't waited 4 years. You've
No, you
actually
haven't.
done it already.
Yes. You create horizontal line. You extend that straight line segment for as long as you think you need to. Now, I know you're not going to do that. You're just going to claim that I didn't do it. And then you measure down to the water.
Okay, so what you're saying is you've done it already, but you're still looking for someone else to try and convince you it's a globe anyway.
No.
No,
Because I've been
don't be
told.
silly, Dawn.
Why do you still need
I
it
can
then? Why
answer
do you need
myself.
curved water?
I can
you're
answer
happy
if
that
you
it's
want
not
me to.
curved,
I can
Okay.
answer that question directly stated towards me
Yeah,
if you
go on.
want me to.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I've done it myself. That's why I'm so adamant that no one can. And when I do research the professionals, which I'm not, the ones who have the certificates of surveying, have they measured curved water? Not one of them has.
All right, so if you're
You
so
can,
adamant,
and I challenge you to call
let me finish.
10 or 20 surveyors and ask them if they have, and then
Rakia,
record it,
if
and
you-
then you would know.
If you're so adamant that it can't be done, why are you asking people to try and do it?
Okay.
What do you mean? To see if I
You
did it
just-
wrong?
You
These
just said,
people-
please show me
Yeah,
a way to
because
measure
you
curved water.
and every
But
other
then you've
blogger
admitted
told
you're
me-
adamant it can't be done.
Yeah. I'm only,
Yeah, but that's okay.
I only
Like
want
trick,
to,
a little
because
trick's happening here.
I don't just settle, right? If there's another method, if there's
Can I
something
ask,
else I did wrong or need to do, I'll go out and do it myself,
Guys.
unlike you.
Then
I
you're
don't
not
take it on
adamant.
faith. I'll go out and do it physically myself.
You're not
Take the
adamant.
time and spend the money and make the effort to do it.
You're still
So I
looking
know
for curve.
for a fact.
You can't be adamant on no curve if you're still looking for curve, can you?
I'm not
No,
looking
he's not
for
looking
curve.
for curve.
Contradiction.
Come on.
I'm not looking. I know the curve
Dawn,
doesn't exist.
yeah,
You-
Dawn.
I don't
That's
do
what you
that
did.
That's the way.
You're happy.
That's a
You're happy
win-win.
water's flat, Jen, right?
Win-win.
So you don't need to see curved water anymore,
Earth
do
is
you?
not flat. Earth is land only.
Can I?
Level, horizontal, whatever you want to
Yeah,
call it.
horizontal doesn't curve. You're right. If you create a horizontal pipe, no matter how
Jim?
long, water will not flow to the middle. That's right.
You're adamant that you're either adamant that
I don't
it's
understand
not
what you
curved,
just said.
or you're
Jim,
not sure
can I
you still wanna
ask
see
a
curve.
question real quick?
I've
'Cause you
put
guys-
water
Let
in
them
a
go.
pipe.
Let them go. Then after they finish, yeah. After
I've
they
put-
finish, yeah.
I've put water in the end of a pipe before, and it doesn't flow towards the middle. Now they tell me I
Let them
didn't make
finish.
it
Minutes
long
ago,
enough,
I've been waiting
Okay,
5 minutes.
that's
but
what it's
but
like.
but logically, it doesn't make sense that if I add pipe to one end of that pipe and keep it horizontal, that water would start flowing towards the middle. I also deal with plumbing every day of my life and know that not only can you create pressure in that pipe by making a pipe higher than the others and capping the others and filling it with water, but the only way that water is going to flow down a horizontal pipe is if you drop one end, create slope where one end is higher than the other, then the water will flow. Now wait for it, not uphill, will flow downhill. So when you tell me that rivers flow uphill due to gravity, I say no. The only time I've ever seen water flow is when you create a slope one end higher than the other.
I don't think that's a good
Call me
reasoning
crazy.
to work out what Earth is.
Well, that's your opinion. Do you have a rebuttal? Have you ever created
I think that's very
horizontal-
bad reasoning. For
Yeah,
figuring out
that's
what
your
shape
opinion. Do you
Earth
have
is.
a rebuttal? Have you
I think
ever created
that's
a
my
horizontal?
rebuttal.
Have you ever created a horizontal pipe long enough to put water in one end and have it flow to the middle? Because
No,
that's your model.
I've never done a horizontal pipe.
Then why are you so adamant that it's a globe?
Because I go on other reasoning, nothing to do with horizontal pipe.
No, you go on faith. You told me that's where you put your faith.
No, I go on reasoning and faith.
Yeah, belief, reason, and faith. Yeah.
Yeah, knowledge,
You've never
belief,
done anything yourself.
knowledge, belief, reasoning, science.
Right. You've only thought about it, right?
I've
And
done
in
I've done a
theory,
few bits of science.
right, your theory, right?
No, I
You
did
have
some
faith in your theory.
science. It just didn't include any pipes.
Oh, okay. So have you measured curved water?
No, I haven't measured curved water.
Then why do you think it curves?
Because I know it's a globe, so that means the
Yeah,
water
it
has
is
to
a globe.
curve.
It's globe, so it must curve, right?
Yes.
So when people tell you they've actually gone out and measured it, and it doesn't,
They're either lying.
yeah, I don't want
They're
to
either
talk to you if you're
lying.
going to call them a liar.
Yes.
No,
Or they're
don't
they're
come in.
wrong. Dude,
They're
I've been
wrong.
waiting for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, just wait.
And
You've
then
got
you
to
come
wait.
in
You've got to wait. You've got to
They're
wait.
wrong on
You've got to wait
purpose
till
or
they're
by
finished. You can
accident.
see they're going at it. Let them finish. It's okay. Just got to relax, man.
They're
Be
just going
patient.
at it. They're not actually having a.
Well, let them go at it. That's what it is. They're going at it at the moment, and then one of them's going to buckle. That's going to be Dawn, and then Raquel's going to move on.
Jesus
Don't worry.
Christ.
That's how it is here. The integrity of the argument, the integrity of the debate is what we try to harness here. The integrity, okay? So let it flow. Thank you.
Weigh in here, Jen. Do you think knowing about pipes helps you know what shape Earth is?
Well, no. Yes, it helps me to understand because, like my brother is a plumber himself, right? And I've helped him many times. And it's all about water flows and understanding pressure. If you're talking about trying to get water to rise upwards, for example. So yes, it's that's why I've often said this, that engineers, that would mean plumbers, electricians, mechanical engineers, should get flat Earth in an instant. In an instant.
Would going on 3 years, would going on jobs of plumbing for 3 years help you know if the ocean's curve or not?
Yes, it would do. Yes, it would do. Because you'd have the tools to discern whether it is or not. Yes, you would do. Yes. The answer is yes. Engineers, electricians, plumbers should understand the heliocentric model, and it's not a globe instantly.
Okay, what if I told you?
No, Mike,
The
dude,
reverse, okay, I'm going to stop
cousin
in a
is an
sec. The reverse
electrician.
of that then is astronomers studying the stars for 3 years and knowing it's a globe because they're experts.
I'm sorry, that's just hopeless. Nothing's verified. They've verified nothing in space. They can't go there. So it's hopeless. But anyway, I think Yo wants to get in. Can we get Yo in there because he wants to get in now? He's bursting at the seams, yeah? Come on.
That's okay.
Yeah, because you three guys are allowed to like talk forever. And
no, well, sorry about that, Yo. That's how it is, Yo.
No, hold on, Jin. No, they haven't been talking forever, at all. And just because you want to force your way into something after a couple of minutes does not mean that you have the right of way. They were having a good back and forth. Right now, go in. Don't give me a monologue. Just get in with your question or your statement.
Yeah.
Dawn and Rakia live have been talking, and Jin has been allowed to interject. Why am I not allowed to interject?
No, the question was asked to me. I didn't interject.
You are allowed right now.
Yeah, it sounded like you had a new topic or something. So that's all. They just wanted to somewhat wrap up that topic, but which it may not be completed, but nonetheless, go for
it. Jin, you asked me to watch this documentary, right? And I started I'm over 5 minutes in, and so far it's been the video's been telling me how we're being indoctrinated, showing flashes of money and 666 symbols and stuff like that.
Correct. Yes, yeah.
And when finally when I can hear someone talk, the mic is so bad I can barely hear what is being said.
Well, can you please can you watch the video? Can you watch the video through to its entirety? Because it's not like that. Excuse me. There is nothing wrong with the mic. It's not like that. Watch the video, man. Don't watch 5 minutes and come and complain.
I'm trying to ask you a question here. I'm not.
Go watch the video.
I am watching it, Jin. God damn it! I'm trying to ask you a question.
Just let him ask.
At what point in the documentary? At what point in the documentary can I hear his voice clearly? Because I'm so far.
If you keep watching it, it will come up within minutes. Within minutes.
I actually know what Yo is talking about. Well, the thing is, Yo, those are different interview sections from different people. So it's little kind of vignettes of interviews. So yeah, I think there's different recording. It's not all studio mics. Some of it was, over Skype or a phone or whatever it may be. So just keep watching because the whole thing, it's just part of because there's variation in the interview, the way that they were recorded.
And I will say this about the video, and I will say this about the video. Yeah, it was put to Mark Sargent that the audio on that video could have been done better, and I would agree with that. Only in certain sections, not the whole video. Certain sections they could have done the audio better, where the music cutting It was a bit loud and you couldn't quite hear what he was saying. You had to block out the music. That there, and one or two mic issues. But it doesn't take away from the marvelous content. Wow. I mean, I love that video with all its little faults. Carry on.
It does get better, yo. It does get better.
I'm just wondering if Jen knows when it starts, when the mic is better.
Later. Within minutes. I said to you within minutes.
Are we really talking about this?
Yeah, but I am watching it within minutes here. But anyways, okay, another
keep
thing.
Watching,
the guy was saying that
endeavor, persevere. You're not going to die. Persevere, endeavor to watch. I love this video, people. I love this video because this is the reaction you get. They don't want to look. The information is so powerful, so real, so true. They can't look at it. They have to find some fault not to look.
Going on forever,
look at
Jen.
the video.
Jen.
Bury your head in it, please.
I'm being very...
Drown in that video, please.
Jen, you spazzing, man.
I'm being very direct here.
Look, immerse yourself. Immerse yourself. Take a relaxing...
Please, Jen, you go on.
Yeah, but Jen, you're spazzing out, bro. Like you dominating the mic.
10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
I'm saying to him calmly as I can say it, take a relaxing dip in the flat earth, flattening the curve video, and you will come out a flat earth. Relax. Don't fight it.
Jen.
Don't fight it.
Yeah. Dude, you're interrupting me every time now. You stop talking when I start talking. You're interrupting, Jen.
All right, yo, did you have the actual topic or question? Because I'm sure the audio is not your main comment here.
No, it was two things. The other thing was they were interviewing a pilot, and he said he's the only one who, like, he's the only guy they knew, like, who knows the insides of planes and whatnot, and making claims. And I know a pilot who knows perfectly all the instruments within this plane and how stuff works.
Yeah.
So
he said that
I think he's over-evaluating his own skills.
Hang on a second. Hold on a second. He was talking about when he was a little kid growing up, that he was so interested in planes that if you compared his knowledge to the friends and family, his friends and family, he had the most knowledge. That's why he became a pilot in the end, did he not? Thank you. Well, what's wrong with that? Why do you find fault in that? Where's he wrong? Tell me.
If you let me talk, I can explain. My point being that he's setting himself up as like an expert on flights and how they all work.
He's entitled to.
He
is an expert.
You're interrupting me, Jen. You're interrupting me.
All right.
I mean, if you're going to fly a plane, you are required. If you're going to fly, you are required to understand how your plane works.
He understands it very well, sir. He explains it very well. He actually tells you that he took his books from his school and he downloaded the latest versions online PDF to make sure, because he was querifying whether the earth was flat or a ball. He had to double check it, and he did.
Okay. Oh, why are you so excited? Why are you so
energetic? TBR1. TBR1 is like this. Don't worry. If you don't like it, get out.
At my kindergarten, we had books about planes and how they work and stuff. Like it's really not impressive at all.
I feel sorry for you, sir, because all you're doing is picking. What's the word we're looking for here?
You don't have any other comments than that? Then is that it?
I wouldn't be able to finish them if I did. So
finish.
I'm gonna continue.
All right, well, maybe
do not talk over yo.
If you end up watching the whole documentary, if you watch the whole thing, then come back and then give us a review. See if you can take notes or bring up an actual point or something that either you agree or disagree with, or something of content if you want.
I love this video. It's kicking up such a stink. I love it. People are scared to even look. They're finding faults that are not there. Wow, I love it. It's my present. For you, heliocentrists, watch out. Jin CBR1 is coming with the present.
I watch a great documentary. I get really excited.
Bro, I don't think you understand how gullible you are to believe this letter.
I pity you, sir, with that statement. That's all I can do is pity you, sir, with that statement.
All right. I don't think you understand. You are very, very gullible.
I pity you, sir. You haven't even lived this long. You can't know more than me. Let me just finish this off.
Dude.
You cannot know more than me. I've lived longer than you. Sit down.
So what?
Dude,
so what?
That's not an argument. Yeah, that's dumb. Come on, Jin.
That is very dumb.
Is there anybody older than you, Jin, who you know more than?
Jen, I have a 100-year-old person at my workplace, right? An old lady of 100 years old. Just because she's older than me doesn't mean she knows more than me. She will claim that, but she has no idea how her creams work that I apply to her skin. She has no idea. Like, your information is relative to what you have experienced. So she can be
You give her
an
massages?
amazing. Yeah. She can have an amazing understanding of accounting, right? If that's what she's been working on. But if it's a different field, you cannot pretend to know more than another person just because of your age.
So what do you know? How is he? You know, all of a sudden, this man that you just met on Discord is gullible. Okay, fine. So what do you know to prove that? Rebuke what he thinks. Yeah,
I just
rebuke
commented
it.
on it. If you didn't hear what I said, I
Yeah,
will repeat
I've
it.
heard you the whole time, and that's all you've done is talk about a person, not a topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I've talked about a lot of topics.
So what's your number one globe proof?
Globe proof?
Globe proof. You know, you think you live on a spinning ball. What makes you believe that? What have you done?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I don't pretend to know more than the scientists that are coming out with the evidence, and I'm not ignoring it.
So what have you done besides trying to put negativity on what we believe? Go ahead. What have you? It's about you right now, not about us.
It's been a lot about you guys.
So that you don't have nothing.
Talking to you, Rocky Life, it doesn't get us
have a
anywhere,
lot.
so I don't want to bother.
You have nothing.
Oh, look at this.
Again,
man.
nothing.
All
Why
right.
is this guy allowed to do this over and over again? He did it to Jim the first time.
I'm gonna explain this, right? So, Jim.
First word he said was, "You're so gullible."
Yes, because he is gullible to believe in this.
Why is he allowed to do this over and over again?
Yeah, but let's hear him out. Why does he think Jin is gullible?
Because he's believing in flat Earth.
Hey, hello. Coming with something you can come
He's a youngster. He's a youngster. You see, he's young. He's young.
Seriously, does my mic not work? Does my mic not?
It doesn't matter if I'm young or not. Bro, it doesn't matter.
Bansol's trying to talk, guys. Come on.
Seriously, right? Come into the conversation high. Come in with something productive, right? Add something.
I am.
And you're. You're more than willing. Okay, then. So go.
No, I will not go.
Okay, I'll go then. He can go on mute, please.
No, please don't.
Yeah.
I want to talk with
I'll
Jin.
go with the radar system that I personally use. It's called a SIMRAD. I can pick up a physical object such as a stationary oil rig from over 70 miles away, and then actually drive towards that oil rig with continuous blips on my screen, knowing that it's there physically, and get there and take a picture of it. That's one way. Satellite TV on a moving object over a flat water only works 150 miles or in towards the shore. When I go beyond that, it cuts out, which is telling me that it seems like the signal is coming from onshore. I've taken very precise theodolites and auto levels and created a horizontal plane over a lake that didn't have any wind and boats on it at the time, and measured down from that horizontal plane to the water, which was my baseline. I was 1.5 feet above the water in the beginning as my baseline, and 2 3/4 miles away, I had plus and minus. The largest thing was a 1.5 inches. So what have you done similar? Like, what tools do you use?
1.5 inches. That's quite a lot.
1.5 inches? No, it's plus or minus, so you missed that part.
Plus or
2
minus.
3/4 miles.
So wait, the water is curving by 1.5 inches.
No, it's just human error. It's tool error.
Oh, you did some error.
Definitely I did error. I'm human and I'm using human-made tools. Of course there's errors. I wouldn't deny that.
Not
like
surprised.
your guys. So
said.
you think I made a 6-foot error or a 16-foot error or
You made a few errors, and you've admitted one
made
of them.
lots of errors, plus or minus. Yeah. As you would if you did measurements. But you haven't. That's the whole point. You just want to critique what I did, not realizing I'm not just claiming it. I had a video.
Yes,
I had a video. No, you're lying about me again.
No.
We are not lying.
Maybe you made a few
Why
errors.
are you
Hang on, guys.
acting like a little child?
Can we just get an answer to Rocky's question? Yo and hi, what have you guys done to verify things for yourself? Just answer the question.
We've
I
done a
have
lot.
previously answered this question, and he will determine that that is not accurate. He will say that I'm being fooled by
Why don't you just answer the question?
Yeah, but why not just
I am
answer the question? Because it does sound like you two are avoiding. Okay, so what have you done?
You're not.
I was answering the question until I got interrupted. It's funny how you guys are
Okay.
always allowed to interrupt, but we are not.
So what
guys
have you
do not
done?
see that you do not see that you guys have a double standard.
Cool. There's a double standard. So what have you done? Please answer the question.
As I was trying to make you guys understand is previously I have said what I have done, and you guys will say it's not good enough. So we will get no.
What is it? What have you done?
Yeah, could you
already know,
repeat it,
Rakia.
please? Like some of us weren't here.
I don't even know you, dude.
Yeah.
Then you have a terrible memory, Rakia.
Well, maybe so, but it doesn't mean you can't repeat what you've done here. You sound foolish.
Refresh our memories.
I'm not.
Yeah, please refresh our memory. There's also some people here that weren't here when you had that convo,
I've
yo.
done it
So just
several times.
remind
I've done it
us.
several times. I will not be egged into this.
We all forgot. We all forgot, bro. You know, like Rakia has told us. Listen, Rakia has told us several times what he's done. So if he can repeat himself, you can too, right? Like we're not asking for much.
I would like, instead of trying to be egged on, I would like to interject when it's possible to show that
These
someone
guys
is
are just
either
tactics.
lying or interrupt me again.
Yeah, because you're saying
no inconsistencies, Rakia.
Stop fucking interrupting him. Do not fucking interrupt my guy,
and
yo.
Tell
Don't
your
fucking
cheerleader
interrupt him,
to
do you
go on
understand?
mute. He's not
Don't
answering the
fucking interrupt
question.
him.
Can we move on to someone who will answer a question? Is there anyone here that has done
Both
anything
Jin and
to
Rakia,
prove?
you can't expect a good conversation.
Yeah, right. But
Yeah.
see how what they do? That you can't expect a
What about you,
conversation
Hai?
with
Have
someone
you
who-
done anything?
with someone who won't
Yeah.
answer a question. That's where the conversation breaks down. Not me.
Somebody shouting and interrupting
No.
is a bigger problem, I think, than
No,
somebody just
you
not
don't
answering
see
the
a problem
question.
with what he was doing, not answering the question.
I'm just sharing my opinion that shouting
Yeah.
no over somebody is a bigger detriment to
Yeah,
good
you've
conversation.
added a lot
Or just
too.
shouting yeah over it too.
Yeah, so I said I used a Simrad radar. That's something that I've done. I can post pictures of that radar screen at one time, and hours later, I think it was several. I can take a picture of the actual R rig that I picked up 70 miles away, and as you talked to me on purpose, right, to clip me on purpose, right, not to just interject and say, he's not answering the question. I'm fine with you asking me what I've done. I have no problem repeating what I've done. You know why? Because it's the truth. Why does everyone else we talk to use tactics and obfuscation when asked questions like that?
Yeah. So, Joe, can you please tell us what you've done and your sidekick?
Am I
Can you
your
tell us
only
what you've
lover?
done?
Or your best lover?
Right.
I
go
mean,
ahead.
yo,
Yours.
if you don't want to answer the question, just say I don't want to answer. Like,
I've been trying to answer the question and I get interrupted and muted. Go fuck yourself.
okay, no one's going to interrupt or mute you now.
Yes,
The floor is yours,
yes.
yo.
Yeah, you kept fucking muting us before.
Yeah, hey guys, the reason that you were muted, this is why you were muted, because the minute you're unmuted, you both start screaming over each other at the same time. So these are only temporary mutes just so we can keep the conversation going. So I don't know. I think Yo didn't seem to want to answer or say anything. So I'll unmute you guys.
Unmute Yo.
But yeah, just one at a time. Say your point so we can actually have a real conversation. So someone one at a time.
While answering your question, Raka interrupted me because he didn't like my answer.
Okay, well,
no one's going to interrupt you now.
Your answer was
yes, you will. You will. He's doing it right now.
No.
Hold on. Seriously. Yo, you were asked a very direct question. You either want to answer it or you don't.
It was asked.
So if you don't want to, okay, then be quiet. Then let someone else talk. If you don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, you're not hearing what I'm saying, Vanso.
We heard your exact answer. You've said it all before. You don't want to repeat it. As you interrupt me the first time I talk after that.
Nate asked you a very direct question, right? And you said you've said it before, but not everyone here was maybe privy to these answers that you have once before, as you claimed, have given. So the question was asked. So you either want to answer the question or you don't. But just complaining about things is not productive at all. Not productive.
I am not complaining. I am explaining.
All the listeners. So either answer the question or don't.
Explaining is different from complaining. You're minimizing the reality that we live in here.
Yo, please bring something of content. Go ahead. Just a topic.
Yes, I
anything.
will.
Go ahead.
I will, if I do not get interrupted this time.
Okay, I will make sure you will not. I'll mute anyone who interrupts you. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, several times I have answered what I have done, and every time I have done so, I've been told that that is not good enough, and that's not evidence, and yada yada. And since I've done it so many times now, I see no reason in doing it another like 6th time. You understand it? You understand why?
All right, we understand you. Hi, have you done anything to prove to yourself that the Earth is a globe? Hi, are you there?
Can I answer for you, Hi?
Is he gone?
It might have taken a break. Hi, can I?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. All right. Yes.
All right. So, Hi, what have you done? What have you done to prove to yourself the Earth is a globe?
All right. Yeah. So I have. I was here a few hours ago. You may have. Geo definitely knows, right? And Bandsaw, whatever. But I said, why would the government want to lie? All this stuff. I have proven myself before.
That's not an answer to the question. Please answer the question. What have you done? Have you done any experiments, any observations to prove to yourself?
I don't need to do that. I have done observations.
But you haven't.
I haven't done observations in the way of me actually going out there to see if the Earth is round. But I have observed when I was going out on a boat to fish.
Tell us about one.
Mm-hmm. What did you observe when you were fishing?
I was actually on the boat, and we went like I don't remember how far, but we went far enough out to see that we couldn't see the shoreline, right? So to me, that clarifies to me that is curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
so I'm not falling off the Earth, am I?
That's a good one.
Like, right? So how does this work? And I've used binoculars, and I looked like I couldn't see. So I don't get what.
So that's all you've done.
That's all I need to do.
Hi, can I help you with this answer a little bit? Because I think it's interesting to put things in perspective. What have you guys to show that removing cancer from a body is works? To put it in that way.
That's nothing to do with the question. Sorry.
Nothing. The answer is nothing. But do you still trust that your doctor is able to do it?
No, I don't trust him for 1 second.
Yes,
I don't trust
the
doctor
at all. Yes, you do. The reason is because he's an expert in that field. The same way
I don't trust the doctor at all. Are you not listening? I do not trust him.
No, you're interrupting, Jen. In the same way, I trust that a person who's working in a scientific field is not lying to me, but is in fact capable of relaying the information, which they have done, and I trust them.
So instead of
I mean that's fine. Yeah, yo, there's nothing wrong with that because everyone does that. Even flat earthers, they don't go and do a lot of the things that they present as evidence, which is fine. We just wanted to know if you've done anything. If you haven't done anything, it's fine. You don't have to go on saying all this other stuff.
I have a question for you.
So my point, even if I haven't done, please, I'm really almost done. So even if I had not done any experiments myself, I could still trust that the scientists have done it for me. Thank you.
Definitely. But that's a mute point because it has nothing to do with what you're being asked right now.
What if you're who's correct?
No, EPR, your mic is asked.
What if it's wrong?
Bro, your voice sounds like butt cheeks. I'm talking about my mic.
What if you trusted someone?
I haven't
Have you heard yourself speak? No, but have you heard yourself speak? You sound like Dexter. Laboratory.
Nate, he actually was.
Yeah.
Your mic was actually going out, Nate. It was like it was.
Was it?
Yeah, static.
Yeah, it was.
That was mine.
So you beat a dick for no reason. All right, let's carry on with the conversation.
Or maybe it was, I don't know.
Yo, what if you trusted the wrong people and you thought they were as good as doctors, but then later you realized doctors weren't trustworthy either, and you had to re-question science?
Then I would do that. But where's the evidence of that?
Well,
Well, the
can bring you
evidence is the
of
lack of
that
evidence of the globe. There's
over
the
time.
evidence. The lack of evidence of the globe, which is being highlighted in the flatten the curve video, which you are scared to watch. Yeah?
I am watching it, Jen. I'm fucking watching it, dude. Stop
I
saying I'm
don't see
scared of
it.
it.
I don't see how you can be watching
We're having
it
a
and talking to us
conversation,
at the
so
same
I
time.
paused it, Jen.
Yeah,
I
well,
paused it.
unfortunately, you're not
Relax. I was
watching
trying
it
to respond to Don.
in the
Hey, Don.
environment I would like you to do.
Hey, Don.
Peacefully by yourself, immerse
Hey, Don.
yourself into that
I'm
video.
listening.
No
Hey, Don.
interruptions, no debate. Just watch.
Hey, Don, I think what you said was a great thing, because I would agree with you. If you can show that someone has done something wrong, you have to question them. And I do that a little bit with psychiatry, because we know that in the past they have done some things that were questionable. Of course, it was in the lack of evidence, so they would try anything that might work, and some of it didn't work, like electroshock therapy. So I do question psychiatrists today, but I also know that their ability to evaluate schizophrenia and many other diseases are still well documented. So I can have distrust, but at the same time still believe.
Yes. Oh, I agree with that.
If I may just say something,
hang on, Jen.
No, Jen, stop interrupting.
I use trust.
Do not interrupt, Yo.
as
Do
my,
not
hang
interrupt,
on,
Yo.
dude. I use trust as
We
my knowledge
interrupted him.
basis too. It's great. Trust is a very good way to know things, but it has limits. You can't trust just because they're an expert. You understand?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Okay.
you can, if their evidence is verified, you can trust that it's true. Just because someone claims that it's not, doesn't make it so.
Okay, can I now interject the thing about the psychiatrists being professionals? There is a documentary called Making a Killing. With the first 5 minutes non-stop are said psychiatrists saying how they make a mistake every time. One of them says the best psychiatrist will fail every time, and all they do is prescribe drugs. If they don't use scientific method, they don't have a scientific method. That's what they said. It's a blind man's buff. We guess. Okay? That's a psychiatrist. I don't want to trust them, do I now? Thank you. That's all I've got to say. Making a Killing document.
You say that's all I'm going to say, then you keep going, dude.
I yield. Someone else, please.
Well, so Yo, I was going to ask you this, like in terms of trusting the experts. I do hear what you're saying on that. I mean, when I take my car to a mechanic, I'm not an expert with cars, so when I take it there, I definitely trust that they're going to fix it correctly. Now, sometimes they do, maybe sometimes they don't. So that's its own question. So I do understand that idea, but I guess I'd also like to ask you: do you think there's possibilities that even experts in their fields may be either incorrect about something or, myopic, meaning they're only seeing a limited portion of a larger picture?
All right.
Of course. And to have anybody's mind change in that, you would have to have good verifiable evidence. And so far, that is not being provided.
The flattening the curve video is the one for you, sir.
I have.
No. It's definitely not. Talking about 666 and money, and you're being indoctrinated, saying we're all being indoctrinated, is not evidence
Listen
to the
to
contrary.
the professionals. That was the intro. Then you
They are not
listen to the
professionals.
They are professionals.
Some people
Every
are-
single one of them is a professional in the field they speak about. The submariners,
So
the
far,
aircraft.
Can I respond to what you're
The
saying? 'Cause you're
aircraft
going on for a long
carriers.
time.
I'm finishing. The aircraft carriers, the pilots, and the flight instructors are all qualified professionals. Your turn.
There are so far been 3 people who have been claiming that they are pilots. So far, I cannot verify that, but I myself know pilots who would disagree with that. So one word against another. It's not actual evidence.
No,
You
they're
understand what I'm
telling you.
saying?
They're telling you how the aeroplane works. They fly it, no curvature. They actually said what I always say.
That is not
If you're,
evidence.
hang on a
That is
second,
not
please. Now
evidence.
you're interrupting me now. Now,
Yes, because
when you
it's
fly on,
do it.
when you're on a ball, and you leave one point, let's say the North Pole to the South Pole, and you follow it through, following the curvature, you will be upside down. They said they never do that. They don't dip their nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth. They tell you exactly how there is no curvature. It's a flat plane. Beautiful.
They are lying.
Oh, they're lying.
They're either
They're
lying,
Wow.
or they're stupid.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, there you go.
Of course I know.
You don't know that.
There you
Lying.
are.
Yes, of course I know that they're lying.
No, you don't. I mean, you presume it. It's a reasonably good bet. I would probably take it too.
But I could say that you're presuming that the pilot that I know is lying.
Easy.
Hold on.
Hey. But to claim that you know it is silly. Like, could you still be right about the shape of the Earth, and they've been misquoted, or they thought they were answering a different question, or
I said they're either lying or they're stupid.
But that doesn't mean they're stupid. Have you never been tricked? Have you never been tricked?
If you're a pilot and someone managed to trick you that the Earth is flat, then you're kind of stupid, my bro.
No, that's not the trick I'm talking about. I'm talking about tricked into saying something that makes it sound like
they're telling you themselves. They're telling you themselves it's flat.
There's other great examples.
He should know what he's being interviewed for. If a pilot is being interviewed for flat Earth,
how many times have you been? How many times have you been interviewed?
A couple of times, but not many.
Okay, for what kind of a publication?
Different
stuff. Outlet or something.
My cousin was in a movie.
You don't have to dox yourself, but yeah, because I've been in quite a few, and
yeah. So what?
You've got absolutely no idea what they're going to put up at the end of it. Just have no way of knowing.
Dude, I understand.
You can't get them to sign anything on it. Or...
Dude, I understand your point.
All I'm saying is there could be
a lot of interviews can be shady. I understand your point, dude.
Okay.
But if you're going to be interviewed by someone, you should kind of know what you're being interviewed by. Whom? You know what I mean? If they don't do that research.
How do you know?
All right.
It's just common knowledge.
How is it common knowledge? Let me tell you how it happens, because I've been interviewed multiple times. Sometimes
you go into this situation knowing what you're going there for. It's kind of stupid going to a blind interview not knowing. Make me.
Can somebody just mute a troll?
You gotta.
He's 100% a troll. That you got.
Yeah, I know.
He's being like, I'm not aware that he's a troll.
We know what they are. We're just entertaining, please.
Come on, guys. Let's
let him stay.
Yeah.
It's so confusing.
Go ahead,
I
Riding.
believe that
You guys, let's let Riding finish. Please try not to interrupt him, but go ahead.
Sometimes I've walked into a news building, if that helps put it, and you're getting interviewed by Sky News because you walk into the fucking Sky News building, right? There's no need to have a discussion or a debate about it. But sometimes it's just like, hi, my name's Natasha Blitzen Sports, and I work for a production company called Squaggledock Productions, and we're interviewing people who ride motorbikes around London. I did this actually for a show called Dashcams or like Caught on Camera Britain. And then they interviewed me based on my old YouTube channel where I like chase some thieves and stuff. But you've got no idea if they're going to do that. There's one time I turned up to a shoot where they're like, it's a commercial for primetime TV. And I turn up and it's a fucking infomercial for a wobble machine. Like it's one of those fake.
Yeah, but in this, you're not blaming.
It's called Powerful Swing Massager. I get totally tricked. I'm a professional in the industry and I get totally tricked into acting in a infomercial. It's hard. It's really hard to know that you're definitely there to do what you're meant to be doing. It's not instantly apparent.
It's very easy.
Okay,
it's very easy.
To respond to what you're saying, the guy in the video was claiming that he was a pilot. First of all, there's no evidence showing that he's actually a pilot. He's just claiming that he is. Okay.
Well, he's actually in the plane, flying the plane, though, isn't he?
I'm being interrupted. God damn it!
Yo, seriously.
I was being interrupted. Bandit.
Hang on.
If you had been listening to me, I was telling him to be quiet. All right, but you're shouting.
You said yo. You said yo, not Jin.
No, I was talking to Jin. Yes? I'm going, yo. I'm going, yo, Jin. Now, unfortunately, your name is Yo, so you may have got confused.
Oh, it sounded to me like you were getting angry at Yo, and I was like,
that's
why?
No.
Well, you guys,
I had that same misunderstanding. I must admit.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say this. In general, people don't like being muted, and it takes a lot more work for the mods, like to actually be able to click mute everybody. But keep in mind that when there's all these explosions and interruptions, it just turns into chaos unless we mute you guys, or unless we can just have a conversation without that, ideally.
That's right.
Sure, I think that's fair. I think it's fair that people get muted. If we're having a conversation about moderation, I think it's fair that people get muted. I must say, I do feel it's very easy to get muted if you're a Glober in here, and people can go on a bit, not naming names. Now, it is a bit lopsided, is all I'm saying.
Hold on a second there. Why is it fair that the GLI or any other mod have to have our hand all the time on the mouse button ready to be muting people?
You don't. No, you don't.
We are grown adults. We all should know how to behave. All right.
That's fair. I think that's absolutely fair, and I'm not saying you should be constantly there. All I'm saying is, from my perspective, if a mute is going to get dropped, it'll be dropped very quickly. It feels on me, and never at all when Jin does like a 45-minute filibuster.
Well,
Over people, in the middle of people, like he did just then. Like it feels a bit lopsided. Is all I'm saying. Take it how you want. Ignore it.
I feel like there's favoritism.
He has been muted a few times already tonight.
Can
Can
I get my piece out?
No, it happens. No, we don't care.
Can I
about
please say something?
Anyway, let's move on.
The right for us to give a
Can I say something?
Let's move on.
No, we
Take
don't
a
get what
breath.
you think. Let me be clear.
Let's move
You
on.
didn't get
Take
me.
a breath.
Oh.
Hi.
Go ahead, Hi.
You didn't let me say shit. All right.
Go ahead.
I just
It's
wanna say
your turn. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take a piss
All
in the
right.
shower. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay. Later,
The
yo.
thing is, I feel like there's favoritism here. With the flat earthers, right? I feel
You've
like
been here 2
you
minutes.
favor each other over what?
You've been here 2 minutes. Why?
Yes. I've been here before, so I know what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah,
don't try that.
Okay.
Don't try that.
Well, I think that's the thing that people will always say is that there's some bias in one way or another, but there's a lot of.
There is, or do you know what I'm talking about? Like, if I say to you, like, man, I kind of get a couple of instances that you might think were unfair, or is it just like, what are you talking about? I have no idea that people thought this.
And look, maybe there may be a little bit of bias. So what?
Yeah.
Move on.
I must a number of times thought, like, is there somewhat intentionality somewhere here? Has there been like a discussion about how we'll moderate? The thought has occurred to me. Is all I'd say.
Well,
no, not at all.
Okay, if you have if you're going to talk about like a globe Earth, flat Earth kind of dichotomy, if you had a server that had mostly globe Earth moderators versus a server that has mostly flat Earth moderators, is it even possible to not have it biased at that point?
But why is there a bias?
Yeah, very hard. Yeah, very hard. I mean, it's
at least somewhat.
I understand why. I'm not like surprised by it. You've made it clear on a number of occasions. You're like, this is Earth Awakenings, not Earth Sleepinings, or when that time when we.
I'm sorry to laugh.
That person who is like sounding like they were on the edge, and you were like, no, we're not going to have that kind of stuff around here. I get why. You feel that you're fighting against a truth, a sort of a injustice, and we're on the wrong side. We're deluded, or some of us probably paid. So you have a intent to do that. All I'm giving you the feedback on. I understand why it is, and I'm happy that it persists. I do think the room could run better sometimes if it were a little bit more even, though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
don't disagree, but I don't think there is some kind of huge imbalance. I mean, I can say
there is an imbalance.
No, for myself in moderation, if we're going to try to make a kind of flat Earth, globe Earth dichotomy, there has been equal in terms of the number of people on either side that have. But I do think what I do agree with you though, Roddy. There's maybe some characters, let's say, that are, like, again, using that dichotomy on the flat Earth side that may
make conversation untenable.
No, I was just going to say, like, maybe get
when they're here.
No, that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, like, get away with more, if I, maybe that way, because at the end of the day, it's up to a moderator to take an action. But I mean, we do, each person is different, but we do take actions. I mean, I've given certain flat Earth people, various things, mutes or whatever's needed.
All right. Can I explain this? I have a good example of a time where there wasn't equality. It wasn't balanced, right? So Jin, for example, right? He was talking over my guy, right? He was yelling at him. He was yelling at me, yelling at everyone for minutes. If we did that, we would have gotten muted right on the spot in 5 seconds. It might not. It might not.
Yeah, that's wrong. As you interrupted the owner of the server 3 times while he was trying to tell you.
Yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's the owner or not.
As you interrupt me right now while you're complaining about being interrupted. Can we move on?
It doesn't matter.
To be fair, Ricky, you were interrupted, but you did interrupt. Like you had only.
Yeah, I understand the interruptions happen.
Well, you interrupted me.
Yeah, I know.
Let's just cool
to point out that he interrupted the server owner.
It doesn't matter.
While he was trying to tell us
It
not
should
to
be
interrupt.
equality.
You're one of the people I'm talking about right there.
Anyway.
This kind of shouting over
I
people is what
don't
I'm talking
care.
about.
Can we
You know
move
what?
on?
Let's move on to a topic.
We started. We broached the topic. Why not have the topic?
Let's get on to something more constructive. Now, Rakia, I've got a question for you, mate. Your radar system on your boat that you've got that hitting the little oil rig there. How does that actually work? Can you explain that to me?
It's a self-contained system made by Simrad. There's other companies. Mine just happens to be Simrad. It's a self-contained unit which sends out a line of sight impulse. I want to call it. It's just frequency. And when it hits something solid, it will send back a signal to the receiver. But it doesn't use any outside sources, is what I mean. It's all in-house, and it's all line of sight.
How does the system work or perform in different weather conditions? Does it affect its performance at all?
Not to my knowledge. It distorts the image a little bit, so I would assume, but it'll still pick up objects, at its further distance. It just won't show it on the screen as such a large, powerful blip. It'll be distorted more. And it also has a weather mode that it will pick up thunder showers and stuff in the area.
Right.
That is super cool.
Yeah.
That is super. Say again, sorry, what it sends out to get that information?
Power, energy, frequency, whatever it's sending out. But the point is that it's sending whatever it sends out and receiving it back. It's self-contained. It's not using satellites. Yeah, I know you want to demean the conversation. Go ahead, tell me what I don't.
It's absolutely genuine. That is a super cool thing. So so what you're saying is that you've got a device that doesn't rely on information from outside, that can send out something and know where there's storms. Fuck, that's cool. God, isn't that cool?
Wow, listen to that guy. Yeah, it is cool.
It is.
But the point I was making in that it's sending out 70 miles line of sight over a ball and hitting a physical object and then returning to the same receiver unit. Back over a ball. Now that would be cool.
Over the horizon radar is definitely wave propagation. This has been explained to you before.
Yeah, I know it's been explained, and that's what I'm saying. That's cool, right? Following the curvature of the Earth in a self-contained unit that any old bloke can own. Magically follows the curve perfectly, hits the object, and sends back a signal to the receiver that has since moved.
Ground wave propagation is not magic. To use the word magic is not really understanding the situation, Rakia.
I still don't. If either of you could, I still don't know how this system works. I'm trying to figure out.
I can help you with that one. If I may be allowed to say something here, I can help you with that. In the video, I'm just saying something now.
I'm genuinely curious.
In the video that I posted, it touches on that subject matter perfectly, writing. So watch the video and you will learn how that equipment works. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Just watch it.
That's what I'm going watch an hour and a half video. The answer's in there. The answer, if the answer's in there, you should be able to tell me. Otherwise, it wasn't intelligible enough for you to extract it. So it may not be for me. So I'm not going to invest an hour and a half.
It's a beautiful video, man. It's there. It explains it simply. You will understand it. So just go and watch it. That's all you need to do.
What's the device called, Rakia? I'm just trying to. It sounds like I'm genuinely. I know that you don't believe this, but I genuinely am fascinated by this. Did you say it's made by Simrad?
You don't know how radar works? You've never heard explanations of how radar works?
Like radar maybe, but.
Well, that's what Simrad. That's what it is. It's a Simrad radar. Self-contained.
Okay. Awesome. Simrad storm radar. Because I'm just curious about because what would it be? Electrical storms or something? Is that what it's sensing? What is it? How is it doing that? That is awesome.
Yeah, I'm done talking to you now. You think I'm stupid?
No,
You're playing me?
Well,
you want to try and play games with me?
I've got no idea. Honestly, Ricky, I've got no idea.
Yeah, I hear it in your voice, man. It's a tell.
No, I just don't know how it works.
Right, my ass. I'll take that bet. I call, sir. I call your bluff. Turn your cards over.
What's turning my cards over mean in this context?
That you don't know how radar works. After being in this conversation for years and the smartest man I've ever met, you originally would tell me that you've worked at a radar center. Now you're telling me you have no idea how radar works?
No. I've never worked at a radar plant. I know other people who've worked around radar.
Yeah, you just skin goats. Or was it sheep?
No, I hold goats while they sheep while they get skinned.
But never worked at a radar center. Okay, good.
No.
He is not
sorry
Alan
if I
Evans.
misremembered that, but I've done a bunch of interesting things. I'm not shy of describing them. If I've worked in a radar facility or with radar, I've got no idea how. I think it works by sending out something that's on the same sort of, it's just vibrations, which is the same as light and heat and other things.
But
now
you're
a different part of the spectrum that like bounces off stuff, something like ripples in a pond. That's the best I can get. But I don't understand with the storm what it would bounce off in the storm. Do you get what I mean? Maybe you're just reading.
So you're saying radar? You're saying radar can't pick up storms?
No.
Because that's all I said. It has. I can take the weather off, or I can turn it on, and that's only. It's not turning off the pulse. It's turning off the screen, like where it doesn't overlay the weather onto the screen. So it's always picking up whatever physical object or whatever it can bounce off of, send a return signal to the self-contained unit. Whether it's weather or oil rigs or a little stick or another boat. We also have tool systems called AIS, which tells us if it does pick up an oil rig or a boat, it will tell us its location. If it's a boat, it'll tell us its speed and direction and heading, which is basically the same. Cool. The captain, what its cargo is, if it's logged. All kind of cool things out there. Never heard of a radar and how it works, huh? Eggshell?
No. Not that I never heard of a radar. Just the idea of it catching storms. The moment you said it, though, I was like, I feel like I have seen storms on a screen looking like it's coming from a radar, but I hadn't seen it. But yeah, it turns out you're totally right about it. And
local news.
I've just started Googling it, and it's like, is that how local news does it?
Yes, they have these big radar balls. It's up, elevated high, so they can see more of the storms, and they scan around in a circle.
Oh, I've just opened this video, and exactly what you described is the first thing that popped up on screen. Okay, can you explain it?
Flat Earth, that's why.
Yeah,
it's a flat Earth.
just like you said, part of the electromagnetic spectrum, usually lower than microwave in order to bounce something off a cloud.
What quality means that it will bounce off a cloud versus won't? What frequency, I guess?
Not entirely sure what frequencies they employ.
What it doesn't get to me about the entire electromagnetic frequency. It's like everything is electromagnetic or something, and then it vibrates on different frequencies. Not everything, but lots of things. Is that? I don't know. I don't get it.
If I may be allowed to interrupt you just for a second, the main thing to take away from this conversation with the radar is that in the video, it points out that these systems cannot work on a globe. That's exactly what they say, but you need to watch it. Fantastic video. I love it.
Right. Again, ground wave propagation is not magic.
I've got it. Okay. There are water droplets. This last video explains that water droplets are the same as something physical. So it's like the ripples in a pond. If the waves are bouncing off water droplets, which would be a storm. That's what this is saying anyway. That makes more sense now. I was thinking, how's it hitting the clouds and coming back? I wasn't thinking about the rain.
Right, and if they tune it, you can see precipitation versus just cloud cover.
So you can see the clouds and you can see the. So interesting. Yes, because we've got the BOM, the Bureau of Meteorology. I'd never thought how they got it. So there's an interesting.
You never knew Doppler radar existed?
I guess not. Not that it worked in that way. I don't know much about radar. I haven't worked around it much. Like, I think I would if I mean, it's understandable you do. It's very cool. So what do you think then about Rakia? Trying to match that up with what we see from the ISS. If we're confident that
All
it's
I know is
grounded, you can confirm it with a boat.
Yeah, I can't confirm the ISS, so I don't even deal with that. I do confirm other people's boats having more powerful radar systems and they can pick up objects even further. Now, I do realize if you're saying it's following the curvature of the Earth over the horizon radar, that if you increase power, it would go further. I just don't see that happening. Like, if you could do that, then you could very easily measure that huge amount of drop. If you can send out a signal and it would return to you over a curved Earth, then that would mean there's a curve, a hump, and a drop. You could measure that. So don't tell me we can measure the distance to the moon and Venus and all the spins and rotations down to this minute scale, and we can't measure here on Earth water curving. Problem for me.
Well, yeah, I guess all of the methods I've heard to test if water's curving are sort of complex and inexact. Don't know how to test it really.
I could teach you how to create a
that would be
horizontal
wrong.
straight.
That would be wrong.
I could teach you, because you're smart enough, how to create a straight line segment, a horizontal line, and extend it in 5 minutes.
It's called Forcing the Line. That was by Brian Mullins. So simple. Okay?
I've heard of forcing lines so much.
Yeah, I can post you the information if you want it. Let's see if I can got that for you there. Forcing Line, Brian Mullins. Balls out physics. Gives you the right insight into how the globe is impossible.
Oh, I've heard about him. Why is his name coming up so much lately? Yes, I have heard about him. I know that
He's the main man. He's the main man. He's the man. He's the man. Back in 2015, you know, he was asking for genuine help from the public, you know, because all my knowledge is saying that I thought the Earth was a globe, but it's not proving to be a globe. I need help. Can anyone help me on this? He was so genuine. And then somebody reported him because he was a qualified engineer, reported him in promoting flat Earth, and he had to leave that
not
job or
somebody,
whatever.
George, the same person who took my name and posted my front door in my business.
Really?
George Hatchnook.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
Thank you.
It's such a weird thing
You
to
see,
call
this
up.
is the level.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
You'll get no argument from me. There's a bunch of weird, like, I mean, all of the globers, like, I put myself in this category. All of the globers that come in here are weird, right? As you guys rightly say, like, why would you come in here? If the Earth's a ball, why would you come in here? We're a weird lot. But
well, no, you're a confused lot. You're a confused lot. Let's be precise here. You're a confused lot because you're not really looking at your model properly, and we're bringing you evidence that something's amiss. And you know, you're scared to look at it to learn. You see, remember, we were heliocentrists. We believed what we were told, and believed in my case because I never checked it, never verified anything else. I took it on trust. But when it was brought to my attention that all what you see is not what it is, wow, let me have a look. And I was completely wrong to trust and give and to not check. So that was my problem. So there you go. And I learned because I looked and listened. So that's your problem. That's why I say you're a confused bunch. You're giving information, you don't even want to look at it.
I think I've looked at all of it so far. I mean, I don't watch 2 hour long videos.
Then you're willfully ignoring.
Strong flat Earth evidence that I've ignored.
Well, I'm going to say you are willfully ignoring the facts. You are willfully. This is why I said you are suffering from the separation, you know, anxiety disorder and what they call it, cognitive dissonance. You are willfully not accepting the truth. That's what you're doing. The experts in this video that I posted tells you The experts are telling you now in the fields. They're the ones to supposedly protect the free world day in, day out. They use the equipment and they're telling you it's flat. Fuck. What more do you want, sir?
Yeah,
I've
had personal experience with people who fly jets for the military. They're very intelligent. They know what their integrity is at the highest level. So if they do have or if these are pilots from the military or ex-pilots, either they're being really deceived or I wouldn't say they're deceiving people. They're telling their truth, and it is what it is. You can take it for whatever you want, but to pass those tests, become a multi-engine, jet pilot for the military or even an airliner, you have to be pretty smart.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm not, given we talked about it that much, I'm not promising I'll watch the whole thing, but is there a particular bit that either of you would call out as like, this is the bit you want to watch?
Yeah, all of it.
You know me.
All of it.
Skip
How
the
long
first
a video?
5 minutes, but
How
that
long a
ain't
video are you willing to watch in
gonna be
response?
much.
Okay, skip the first 5 minutes. Sorry, Bandy.
Much of a favour. I was just going to say, look,
You're
the first 5 minutes talks about 666 and stuff like that, which you're already aware of, but the actual substance of the video it starts from about 5 or 10 minutes into it, and the rest of the film is actually just talking to different pilots, different submarine people, helicopter pilots, all this sort of thing.
Correct.
Where they've all got their face on video and stuff.
Cool. Let's check up some of them.
How you'd actually verify them, I've got no idea. You can take their word for it.
I'll do it now. Pick one. Pick the submarine person. Submarine. Oh no, submarine would be hard to get. Give me a pilot. Give me a commercial airline.
Just
pilot.
watch the video from start to finish. What's the problem here?
No, man.
I can't.
I'm willing to engage, but I'm not watching an hour and a half video in the middle of a conversation.
Of course you can. You take your time and watch it.
Very kind invitation. No, thank you.
That's how you learn.
Point out one particular pilot writing and what his name is or anything like that. I did watch it about 5 or 6 weeks ago.
Watch the video.
And the information may or may not be on the screen. There is one person, I think, there in the video that wants to stay anonymous, if my memory serves me correct. But the rest of them are pretty much there to see. So it might maybe watch it in fast forward or something if you want to try and cut to the chase. I don't know.
But I would rather you relax. I would rather you relax, cup of tea, a scone, no one's interrupting you, and immerse yourself. Take a dip into the flattening the curve video. You will come out cleansed and a flat earther. I guarantee you.
Thank you, Jin, again, because that was an even nicer invite the last time, rather demanding. I really enjoyed that. That was a good one.
Well, that's a lot better than just the old cold welcome to flat Earth. I mean, he just rolled out the red carpet. He warmed up the hot tub for you. You got the candle. Everything's ready to go for you just to slip in and have a nice experience.
If you've seen 200 proofs, then you've already seen them.
So
maybe a massage afterwards.
I just want you to pick like one credible person, because you're saying there's a stack of credible people. I'm just saying, like, I'm not yet. I might be. If you picked one for me and you were like, this credible person, and I Google and I'm like, damn, that is an airline pilot and is somebody I should listen to, because it is. That's the system I'm in, right? Then I'd certainly look further. But like,
riding, they're all riding. They're all credible. They are all credible people riding.
Sure,
they're all credible, man.
Yeah, just pick one. Is all I'm saying. Pick one you want.
I'm saying to you, watch the video. Relax. Just watch the video. Don't panic. Don't fight it.
I'm responding to.
Don't fight it. Because when you go through the experience, you're gonna come out the other side.
So you're smart enough to bring up the video, right? And just skim through it till you see somebody's name and then pick your own.
I am trying that. But because
this is what I mean. That's why I love this video. It's kicking up a stink. It's my present. to anyone out there.
After that, go watch all the PhDs and engineers and people who have become flat earthers. You can verify them too, and then you'll start to put the puzzle pieces together. That nothing else. There's a lot of smart people out there that's passed all y'all's tests that are now discovering, because they're investigating and doing their own observations and tests, that are saying that their belief now is that the Earth isn't a sphere. It's only the people who blindly trust the authorities now that are globers that I've seen.
Can you put a list of those people inside the chat? Because I've only heard of a couple people, and they've ended up changing over to Earth curve. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you need to get out more.
Just show me a list. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't have to do your bidding.
Oh, you don't need to do that. You just said, why don't you look for the list?
Yeah, I can make a baseless claim. It seems to be the
norm. Why do you lie so much, man?
Why do I lie so much?
Yeah,
there
you lie all the time. Then you call people out, calling them liars.
Yeah, right. Not lying.
Actually, I've just posted.
I love
Mullins.
but
Hello, there's Brian
This is
Mullins.
their tactic. This is all they do.
3
Just
minutes
notice how
past
all
the
of them come
hour.
in and do it.
Yeah, 3 minutes past the hour. I've posted a wonderful video from Brian Mullins, forcing the line, what Rakia was talking about just a few moments ago. Here's the man who actually created that idea, as far as I'm concerned. That's where
I would like to note the first time that guy opened his mic, as far as I know, especially in the last couple of minutes, he called someone a liar.
Man, it's Tony. Don't say like that guy.
Right.
On that one, I wouldn't.
Hey, all I want is a list. You said, why don't you look up a list of flat earthers?
I never said anything about looking up a list.
You just said to him, look up a list of PhDs that turn into flat earthers.
I never said anything about a list. I said there are people out there that have passed all the tests that are PhDs, engineers, accountants, surveyors, pilots.
Sounds like a list, doesn't it?
Rakia. Been on submarines and worked in different fields that are now discovering that it's not a sphere because they've done their own investigations and observations and tests. That's what I said.
Sounds like a list, doesn't it? You just named out a list, Rakia.
Don't misrepresent me after you've called me a liar.
You just said a list of names and occupations. So that is a list, Rakia.
Cool.
Can I see that list?
You can go find it yourself. Yeah. You can go talk to people yourself.
There is none. That's a complete 100% lie.
Yeah. How is that? There he goes again. How is this allowed?
It's allowed because you just lied. Why is it allowed that you could lie to us?
But he's not lying. Look.
Yes, where's the list of people?
I have posted 2 videos to help you. One is Brian Mullins, and another one is the flattening the curve. There are a number of experts in there, at least 12 experts speaking to you.
I'm just,
okay?
The conversation is just becoming quite strange to me. All I'm asking for.
Rakia, I mean, not Rakia, I mean writing. Yeah. In the video itself, in the comments, all right, there is a email address where you can contact Mark directly, and you can ask for all the information that you want, right? So perhaps there's a path to go down.
I congratulated him today. Actually, I actually contacted Mark Sargent on Skype and congratulated him on a wonderful video. I said I should be using this. Thanks for the present, and keep up the good work, mate. You know. And then he replied, "Thanks for staying strong, Jin. Keep it flat. That's all we need." See. So
do you think it is a reasonable, Mandy, or understandable request that I'm just saying, like, could you pick one out of this impressive, earth-shattering video?
My goodness.
Riding, your best friend, Bansor, your colleague, comrade, compatriot, is telling you watch the video. Just watch the video. Why are you panicking? I love this video, man.
I said if you don't want to watch it, right, contact Mark directly and ask for the information. Now he's either going to give it to you or not, right? So that's a very simple solution, very easy, very, very straight.
How much time do you reckon that would take?
And Mark Sargent is very accommodating.
How much time do you reckon that would take?
Less time than you've wasted here with us. Less time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of my point.
Yeah, you're
here.
trolling, dude.
Just fucking tell me
You're
your name.
obnoxious. You are obnoxious.
You probably could have already written the email by now, actually.
And got no response.
Let me
Yeah.
scrub through.
Yeah, because Mark Sargent is very responsive to that.
I'm kind of okay, I'm beyond the frustration now. I'm curious. Why? Why not just one of you scrub through?
Are you really asking that again? What is going on here?
Just like this proves your worldview. It should upset mine.
Yeah, it should be important enough to you to investigate. Spend a little time.
It's just a weird. It's just
You're capable. You're an investigative journalist, aren't you?
He said it again.
A reporter.
I think it's reasonable. Okay, so in return,
yeah, he said it again.
In return from watching this, how long a video are you willing to watch? If I give
Any
you a
length.
video, any length, and you'll watch the entire thing.
I always have. Watched many videos on both sides. What's the point? I've never whined this much about having to scroll through one video and get a name.
Yeah, no,
Not one.
Good. I just want to trade. It's only a slightly longer video.
No, just watch the latest production from the Flat Earthers.
It just seems like if it's such a good argument for you guys, you would have the list already up and ready for us, so we can rub it in our face.
I posted it already.
Because there is not a list.
Ready for who? A person who's willing to come in and just call someone a liar on a whim?
No, it's not.
Who cares about you?
No one
cares
lie,
about
though.
you, dude. No one cares your belief.
You always come into a room and destroy it. You always come into a room and destroy it. That's what you do, Ricky. You come in and you lie a bunch of people.
No one cares what you're saying right now.
You're
not saying anything.
And you keep on talking when I'm talking.
You're not saying anything. That's why no one's giving you anything or responding to you. No one cares.
Oh, they're shutting up and listening because they know it's true.
You haven't added anything.
Tony, stop calling people liars, please.
Hey, you're going to try and tell me that Ricky doesn't come into a room and do the exact same thing? Come on.
Okay,
Tony,
who here is now willing to watch the Celestial Navigation Made Easy video I put up there? It's 2 hours 40 minutes long. It absolutely explains from nuts to guts how you take a celestial fix using a sextant, and I guess we can talk about it once you're finished doing that. But that's why sextants both work on a globe and cannot work on a flat Earth.
No, that statement, everything was fine up until that. It only works on the globe part. Because all they're doing is creating a horizontal line, a baseline, taking an angle measurement to it. Yeah, you go ahead, man.
Once you've watched that 2 hour and 40 minute video.
Are you done?
Yep.
So, why would I watch a video that I already agree with, except for the part that it only can happen on a sphere? That's the calculation part. So obviously they could do it differently. And two, the point that it points down to a plot on a map, that's going to be a problem too. It does work though, I will agree. You can navigate by it.
Why would my video? So I just invited you to watch a 2 hour and 40 minute video, and your response I think was, why would I watch a video where I agree with it right down until where it says it can only happen on the globe?
That's exactly one we know.
Yeah, how's it going to prove to me that only happens on the globe?
Please, if it's okay, I'll finish this quickly. All I'm saying to you is exactly the same thing you just said to me about watching a celestial navigation video. So I will watch.
No, I've watched videos similar. I agree with navigation working.
Didn't you? I just said, what's the length of a video I could show you? And you said, there is no length. I'll watch anything.
I will. I've already watched videos similar. This is not yeah, you're talking about an instructional video. I've watched it. I agree with it. The navigation works. Why do I have to watch it again? We're talking about a documentary of people who have integrity and knowledge about flying that you should watch if you disagree with there's no pilots or whatever.
So this is a qualified person who you should disagree with. Same thing. Same parity is the same on both. We're both equal now. Every time you try to put one in your column, it ends up in my column too.
Except that I've watched videos similar to yours, but you haven't watched our video.
I've watched videos similar to yours, many of them.
There's never been a video like this. Never been a video where they show their faces and multiple pilots and engineers. Never. So you've never watched this video.
Okay. And
None that I can what? They name themselves.
I love it.
They show their faces.
Kicking up a stink of this. Love it.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to say. I didn't even see his video that he posted, but I'll probably watch it.
Wow, you said no to watching a video. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So I need to watch this video, but it's okay for you to say no.
You want to know the truth.
Yeah, you may have.
I don't care what you do.
To know the truth.
That was
you will.
I watched it. I watched an hour-long video on Cell Nav that Globus gave me. God, it was the most boring hour of my life.
Yeah, I find it kind of fascinating, but I could imagine it being pretty boring if you're.
Well, I'm not interested in it, but I was kind of interested in kind of getting the general kind of.
Excuse me? Excuse me, Vandy?
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly?
You certainly did, and I'll never get that hour back, my friend.
The reason I'm saying this couldn't work on a globe is because repeatedly of the one prop he uses, it's a sphere and images of spheres.
Right. But does he plot his things onto a sphere?
Yeah, it takes it, like I said, it takes it from nuts to guts.
Yeah, but does he plot them on?
I got something interesting real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt. I got something really interesting. I just walked by a random truck driver and asked him, what did I ask you? I'll repeat the question. Is the Earth flat or round? Flat. Yep. Random person out on a job site.
There we go.
Well done, my friend, sir. Well done. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you.
Actually, just quickly, Rucky, that was the coolest term that I heard you mention the other day, where you guys say they're watering the soil. I thought that was
watering.
Yeah, watering. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Hang on, let me ask my crew. What's the best tool for finding horizontal? What's the best tool for finding horizontal? Theodolite, water level, or a string? Water level. Thank you. You heard him?
Happy days. Yeah.
That's a crew member that.
Brilliant. Real time, real world, real time.
Because that was
on the flat Earth
truth. The difference. There's nobody on the globe that says that those that don't find level effectively. Whereas the other questions split the difference. So I thought that was a better one.
The globe heads are sleepwalking at the moment. They don't say anything. They're sleepwalking on the ball. They think they live on. Flat Earthers are bringing it out.
It's not the names.
Revolution has begun.
Video. Won't watch my long video.
Yeah, my point is, you can go out in the real world, you get away from Discord and talk to real everyday people and ask them very pointed questions. You know, like, is horizontal level? Does water seek and find its level? Because if they answer horizontal is level, if the ordinary person answers, horizontal is level, and then you ask them, does water seek and find its level? And they say, yeah, that means it creates a horizontal plane. So if it creates a horizontal plane, it's not curving.
So could water seek and find its level, and it be doing that towards the center of a very large sphere?
No,
both those things are true.
Impossible.
No, it would be curving and easily measured.
Never been done. Never been done.
Measured is a different question. But I'm saying could both be true.
It's never been done.
A straight, non-curving line can't curve. No, sir. That's not reality. That's fantasy.
What about a raindrop?
Yes, raindrops
can
be
a body
shaped.
of water in the end. Sorry.
Okay, so what's the difference between raindrops and the ocean?
Friction.
Well, a raindrop is not at rest, is it? It's not at rest.
Friction, I answered it very quickly. It's falling through a medium. It's being shaped by that medium. Friction.
This is a question I also wanted to ask about this. Friction, forces acting on it, I guess I'd agree with. If water always seeks and finds its level, are you saying that water is flat? Is that the gist of it?
Why do you use the word flat? Why not use horizontal? Because that's what's in contention here, right?
No, nobody says water doesn't go horizontal.
Yeah, which is level. Yeah, but then they turn around and say horizontal isn't level, which means the horizontal line is curving. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so which bit are you disagreeing with, though? It sounds like you're agreeing with...
Where water curves. I disagree with that.
Okay. So the curving water is in contention, but we all think it's horizontal.
No, it's not really in contention. It's just theoretical nonsense that's in contention. And it's really only here. When you go out in the real world, nobody, even the people who will, if you ask them, do you believe you live on a sphere? And they say yes. Okay, do you believe that water curves? No. I've asked many that say the exact same thing. I'm like, wait a minute, you live on a sphere, but water doesn't curve? Yeah, water doesn't curve. You're ridiculous.
Okay.
But you live on a sphere. Yeah,
I think water curving is in contention. I would agree with you on that one. What I'm saying is that it's horizontal is not splitting the difference. Both sides say yes to that, so it doesn't work as a leveler, if you get what I mean. It doesn't. Sorry, it's a leveler. It doesn't split the difference. It doesn't break the symmetry. So I think what
you know the two best features of a water level tool.
What are they?
Is that it can be used over any distance and it doesn't require line of sight.
Okay, so explain to me, because I understand very little about this.
When you're I'll explain.
What applications are those useful for?
Yeah, when you use a theodolite, you require line of sight, and line of sight through long distances of atmosphere, we all agree, get distorted. So you don't want to do that because your measurement's going to be wrong. However, when you use a water level tool, you can go as far as you want and around corners. Doesn't matter.
Okay, that is interesting. So, right. Okay, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. All right, so you got a wall or a hill or something, like any obstruction in the way, but you can know that's the same height as that. Okay.
Yep, or you can go a mile away through trees and bushes, and as long as you let that water level tool, if you use it properly, it will tell you from point A to point B that those 2 points are at equal elevation, horizontal plane.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with the horizontal. I don't know. I'm not responding. I'm not talking about the tool. I've got no fucking idea. Like all I know about it is what I've learned from you now. But I would still say that I don't see why what you're describing is inconsistent or incompatible with us being on a globe.
Because when you would create a horizontal plane, let's say over a canal, and measure down to that canal is also the same distance from the horizontal plane that you created. So canal water, not curving.
How do we test, though, the canal water and whether it's curving?
You create a horizontal plane above it and measure down to it. If it was curving, the measurements would be different. Dictating a curve, an arc. It's not curving. It's going to be the same measurement all along that horizontal plane you've created. Oops.
Can you describe that again? You run water down. I didn't fully follow it, but can you say that again?
You create a horizontal plane over a body of water.
Okay.
If that horizontal plane remains horizontal, you're saying that each end from the middle out would be lower than the middle. You're also saying that if you pour, according to the horizontal plane, which part did you follow?
Okay, right.
That's the baseline.
How do you create this horizontal plane?
You can create it using back to front measurements with theodolite, short distances, or a water level tool. You can use several different instruments that are designed to create a horizontal plane. And then you can double check them using other instruments. You can have a professional engineer, surveyor come out and create this horizontal plane for you and or check your work if you want.
Okay, so it's kind of like what you're describing sounds a lot like LIGO. Would that be close to accurate?
Describing as a horizontal plane created. You can do it yourself.
Right, but
I'm not sure if you can build LIGO or not, or go there to test it. I'm not sure.
Well, it's just most applications that are that
Hang on,
big, I think. I think he got called away.
There's an eagle flying over there. That's cool.
Oh, very cool. I like eagles. When you're saying shit, sorry, I thought you were called away and then I've lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me. Carry on.
Yeah, no problem. The point is that these tools create a horizontal plane. And if you measure down from that horizontal plane, if the surface underneath is deviating, that's what we do. How we know that the water's going to flow is because we create a horizontal plane and we make point A one level and we make point B, if we want the water to flow that way, lower. That way we know the water flows.
Sure. But it sounds to me like what you're describing sounds like a very cool test, but a test for where the water is going to go. So it's sort of asking and answering itself. It doesn't seem to me to be doing anything that a globe that should concern a glober.
No, it's showing that if the water underneath your horizontal plane is the same distance below it, then it shouldn't be flowing. That's why the canals are static, or a lake. They don't flow. And if you put a horizontal line above them, they're going to be equal distance from that horizontal. What's up, brother? So anyway, sorry about that.
You were saying, Roddy, you think that those fluid dynamics would be the same on a globe, is what you're saying?
Yeah, there's a good chance I'm misunderstanding it, but to me, it's like it's just saying where will the water flow? If given its choice, where will the water flow? And sort of down is what a globe would say as well. Like it doesn't matter globe or flat. What you're saying is where will the water go? And you're testing it with the water, and you're like, but the water goes there. Like that doesn't show me anything. If the water goes there, the water goes there. It's not proof of anything except that when I set something up to go where the water goes, it goes where the water goes. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
Hard enough to understand that.
There's a good chance I'm misunderstanding the point.
He just because he has one scenario of example, he knows he could ask a third question and say, now if we take a sphere and the gravitational center is in the middle, come on, he knows he's smart enough to know this. It's not a big deal. He knows he's being cute, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Who are you talking about?
Rakia, he knows he's being cute. Like, you got step 1 and step 2, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that you can't go to a third rule of a sphere or something like that. Like,
I'm not being cute at all.
Rakia,
I'm not being cute. I'm going, if you don't mind, I'm going out into reality and using these tools on a daily basis. If you can prove me otherwise, or find a surveyor that you've called randomly, because I've tried, that's measured curved water and that can give me the tools and method, I'll go do that. Until then.
Fine. But I'll agree. See, here again, you're being cute. I can agree with you here, but that doesn't mean that you can act like you could ask one rule: does water find its level, and which direction is level? Whatever your two little questions are, the horizontal, what's the best tool, and that doesn't mean that the rules of the globe wouldn't work.
Look, man, I deal in reality. That's what I said. I go out physically and do it. I don't care about the theoretical nonsense. What would happen on a model? Blah blah blah. Don't care if this and if that. In reality, if you create a horizontal plane with the tools that are very specifically made to do this, it's the exact tools that are used to take a vertical elevation change from mean sea level and give us our elevations throughout the country. It's the same tools, man. So creating a horizontal plane isn't the issue. If you do that over static water, there is no arc of that water below it. Sorry,
It's just
I don't know what else to tell you.
What I'm saying is, I'm not. What you're talking about is an observation. I think the challenge I find with it is I wouldn't disagree with the what the data is saying. I wouldn't say, well, it should be something different. I'm agreeing with the phenomenon you're getting. I'm just disagreeing with why you're getting it. And I think that is important because it means that the discussion about whether this phenomena happens becomes moot. It's now, does this phenomena show what I think it does?
Well, what you do is you take the tools that are made to create the horizontal plane and use them under the best conditions and use them properly to create that horizontal plane, and then you do the physical measurements and see what the data tells you. You don't think about it, you don't theorize about it or say if that or what, you go out and do it. Challenge y'all, or at least find someone who's done it and give me the tools and methods that they use so I can replicate it. No one does that. Just want to talk about the theory. It's a waste of time, man.
Right, but do you understand the point I'm making? I think that if you use water to find level, and that's where water went, and that dictated where water went, you're using water to test water. Of course, you're going to get the result you're talking about. I wouldn't argue with that. I think only a crazy person would. So I'm happy that you've done that. I'm happy to take your word for it. I don't need to go and do that to confirm it for myself. I think it is probably the case. I'm just saying I don't think that is inconsistent with a globe. It just says when we test where water's going to go, we know now where water's going to go.
I'm not testing where water's going to go. I'm testing if it's arcing underneath the horizontal plane that you create with the tools that are very accurate of doing that very thing. And if you're only you set a benchmark. Okay. So what I did was 1.5 feet above the water, point A. And then you can do back to front. You can do you can use a water level tool, which is different than water level. You can use theodolites, lasers, auto levels. You can use all the above. You can double check. You can go from one point to another. You can go in between and shoot back and forth, do back sights and foresight to make sure that your horizontal plane is as accurate as it can be humanly possible, introducing tool error, which is also a plus or minus, so it's not going to be in one direction. And then go back once you set that benchmark, and you can put stakes along the way or do whatever you want. That's the easiest. And that tops of those stakes would be your horizontal plane. And then go back and measure down from the top of the stake in the beginning, which is 1.5 feet, and go to the middle and the end. And if it's 1.5 feet, middle and end, then that's a horizontal plane. The water is not arcing.
It sounds like you're making the horizontal off the water.
No, I'm making a horizontal from a benchmark that happens to be over water. On your model, if you did that same process, then the horizontal line, if you started at point A in any direction, would be higher than the water at distance. So when you went to point B or point C or point Z,
okay.
that would be 8 miles away or whatever, then the water would be more than 1.5 feet below your benchmark, which is the top of your horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
And you can physically go do this yourself. Or
So have
you
you ever
come
done
in
that
here
over
every
water?
day and argue about theory.
Well, I mean, that's you've got those tools available to you. That's a big ask. I think you'd agree.
So do you. They're like $40 to rent at any rent.
Yeah,
Have you ever?
Gearing up to do I'm gearing up to do a world trip. I'll test things my way. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm good. But it's cool that you do it. I'm not denigrating it in any way.
You ever done it over water? I've seen the Larry the Surveyor show how they've done it, and that it is lower on the other end.
Yeah, that I've seen. Is that guy who's shooting a post or something, like a telegraph pole over the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he did actually. Yeah, he used that method. I don't think I've even watched the video. I just sort of scrubbed through to get the gist of it, which I did try again with that other video you all are talking about.
So once they give Rakia what he wants, and then what? Then it's like, oh well, maybe not. So you know what? Why sit here and act all fucking cocky when it's like you're gonna be in maybe not land at the end of it? I mean, you're gonna see what the fuck you're asking for, and then we're gonna be like, well, okay, what other variable is there, or should I believe it or not? I mean, you've seen what? Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's here. He's working. I'm sorry. He knows he's seen this. It's like, wow.
Did it go quiet?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, I kind of zoned out for a minute. I was doing something.
Yeah, the reaction to that video is just priceless for me.
Yeah, Jin, it's good that you're reminding me because I actually only watched like I had pulled it up and I think I only watched the first 15 minutes or so, maybe 15 or 20, and yeah, I haven't finished it yet. So yeah, I do want to watch that whole thing.
Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's my argument is there with the upside down on the ball. I just love it, man. And the submarines prove flat Earth. I mean, that's another one of mine. Yeah, but I'm overjoyed.
Submarines, actually, Jin. Before I'd never actually thought of submarines, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the person who brought that to light was Thrive and Survive, Richard from Thrive and Survive, Mr. Thrive and Survive. He's got a beautiful 15-minute video that explains to you how submarines prove flat Earth. 17 minutes, 2017, 15-minute video, or 30 minutes. Yeah, good video. Very good one. I watched it back then. Back in the day, you know, when we were really kicking up a storm. We're going to be kicking up a storm with this one anyway. And I'm loving it. 2022. You know, I mean, look at the title. Flatten the curve. We're taking it right back at them and shoving flat Earth down their throats. Love it.
Who was talking before? Was it Doofus? I've scrubbed back and forth through, but I got bored. But I would be keen if somebody else has found somebody we can. Like I was just struggling because I couldn't find anybody explicitly saying flat Earth. You know.
Oh, you just got to watch it. That's what you got to do because you're talking about.
But I'm just saying I want to scrub through it.
People people talking about their life, how they became flat Earth after working in the field for years and not realizing. Beautiful testimonies. Just got to watch it. That's all you got to do. It's not difficult.
Yeah, no, I realize that's the request. I'm not clear on the request.
Well, it's the integrity. It's the integrity of the request. Actually, if you really want to know the truth, and you're really interested, why are you talking when I'm talking now? If you really want to know the truth, then with the integrity that you should have with you, you will watch it. But you don't have that, so I'm not surprised the reaction I'm getting. I'm not surprised at all. With I think they're using your interview for. I mean, why would you go that angle? I mean, come on, wow! Just watch the video. Love this video, man. The reaction of the heliocentrists. It's like Dracula and holy water, honestly. But anyway, you know, I'm happy.
How many flat Earth videos have you watched in total? Writing. Oh, he's not here anymore. Oh, no, yes, he is. How many have you watched in total, you reckon, writing flat Earth videos?
Complete from start to finish, that is.
Well, while he thinks about that, Jin, I was going to ask you with the flat and the curve, are in terms of everybody that's interviewed in there, do they all give their full names? They can be kind of double checked, as it were, in terms of their professional, or are some of them anonymous?
No, they give their names. They give their names and their credentials and their jobs and their careers, their PhDs. They give you everything. Oh, I love it, man.
There is a couple of that
Granted, sorry, Mansour, Gio, granted that if you're on their level of knowledge, they're not going to be telling you anything new in this video. Your knowledge is sound. It's confirmation. That's what this is beautiful. But and especially coming from the professionals now. The people who sail the boats, the submariners, air pilots, instructors, jet fighters who protect the America all day long, every day. Yeah, that's what's beautiful about it. They're telling you. So nothing new though in the knowledge.
No, there's not Jin at all, right? But putting on those skeptical eyes, like there are people that will want to scrutinise it. And look, I think Rakia made probably a very good point before. It's probably already been scrutinised to see if they can pull up some stuff in it already, because it's already been around for a month and a half, 2 months already. So I'm sure the team has been all over it, trying to pick holes in whatever they can or can't find.
Some discrepancies somewhere, but there's nothing. It's sound.
Sure, you want to make it above reproach, don't you? And if you can find that, I would agree with that. If you could find that one person in it later recanted what they said and said that's not what I meant at all, or if they turned out to not be who they claimed to be, or if something like that would be detrimental, wouldn't you agree? Would you not agree with that?
That's wishful thinking, though. That's wishful thinking.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, wishful thinking, man.
But
Don't
we can
worry.
still discuss
We
it.
flat earthers.
That would be detrimental, right?
Flat earthers walk. Yes, flat earthers walk and live with integrity. That's the thing you have to remember here. We don't do that.
What we're agreeing is, should it come out that this is a little bit shady, there are questions around it, something like that, you would agree that that is detrimental. Now you would agree that.
It wouldn't be detrimental, not at all, because the earth is indeed flat. We just want to find out what did you mean when you said this? That's all.
Come out that they're all aliens.
There is none of that material in this video, by the way. Okay, thank you.
Like, it was interesting that what was that other documentary? Was it Beyond the Curve or whatever it was, Jin?
Beyond the Imaginary Curve.
Yeah,
behind the curve or beyond the curve.
That's the one. Like 30 seconds after that was released, the whole "that's interesting" thing got around like wildfire, didn't it? And it was framed in a very particular way and whatnot to discredit and stuff. So I haven't heard similar stuff about this one, Jin, at all. But,
No, that's
not,
right.
Not at all.
When with that video you mentioned, behind the imaginary curve or behind the curve, or whatever. I was walking out of the 7-Eleven, listening to a live stream when it came out. I thought, no, I don't want to hear that. Yeah. That was 7-Eleven.
But you didn't think that you thought that was just framed poorly, Bandy? You don't think that was meaningful, him getting a result that his test said should have been the result for the Globe?
Look, I don't know how the test was set up, writing. I personally actually haven't even watched the documentary myself. Right, I've only watched that very small clip of it. I don't know how the actual the test slash observation was set up to come up with the results that they came up with.
Both sides agreed on the setup.
So maybe they did, Don. Maybe they did. I'm just saying, I personally haven't looked into it, myself.
Have you heard Jaren's side of the story that both sides also agreed that it was inconclusive results, but yet the documentary posted as such?
I did. Yeah, I did hear that, most definitely.
Who's both sides?
I was about to mention that. Well, both the Globe and the flat kind of side said it was inconclusive, the results that they came up with.
The people that were there, right?
Who were the Globers that were there?
There were more Globers there than flat earthers.
Really? That's really interesting. I didn't know that. That's fun.
And what happened was supposedly, like they took for granted the film crew sharing, and supposedly, according to Jaren, and like the flat earthers didn't film as much because they had this whole documentary crew who they were sharing their life with, agreeing to let them follow them around, and then they said they'd be able to look at all the footage too. And then supposedly they fucked Jaren and didn't let him use any footage, and then supposedly besmirched his name with the interesting thing. I mean, this is a little gray area from how I read it. I think both sides are exaggerating the way I see it, but you can see evidence of him writing them letters and saying, "Hey, you said you were gonna hook me up with the footage," and they're like, "Oh well, the business decision has been made, and we're not gonna do it."
Did he get something signed to give him the footage? Because I've never known a crew to give me footage. They regularly say they will, but they just never give you the fucking footage. Like sometimes they'll go, "Oh, you can download it offline if you want." You're like, "Oh, thanks."
Yeah,
well, there's nothing wrong with trusting, and that's what they did. They trust. Their trust was abused, and there you go. Never mind. Flat Earthers suffered only slightly. Nothing. We're here today with the latest video that you're scared to look at. I mean, come on. We haven't gone away any degree less. We're coming with the force. It's a massive tsunami coming. Look out, Flat Earth. Yeah, man. Flat Earth is coming. Don't worry.
I don't know if there was any written agreement as such writing, but the recount of the story was that basically, he wanted to see the footage prior, or the documentary prior to it going out, so he could kind of give the thumbs up, for it.
So he wanted to. We would all like that. There are multiple reasons why production companies don't agree to that. Namely, because if they're doing a hit piece on you, but also it absolutely fucks their production timelines. So it is understandable that somebody wants the footage. Did he get a contract?
No,
with somebody?
he did not.
There was no contract.
We're not trying to attack them either. I'm just trying to let it be known this is his side of the story. Like, we know that it's fine. You don't have to defend them.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything like any contracts or anything in writing. Although I do think there were some emails that were exchanged with Jaren and those guys, and those guys in email. I believe in email, though. I guess you'd have to ask Jaren to say for sure, but they agreed because I remember him talking about the multiple emails that went back and forth. That they originally had said that yes, that they would give Jaren all the footage, no problem, kind of thing. So Jaron decided, okay, I guess he doesn't have to worry about filming it because these guys are there and they're going to be, taking high definition footage of everything. And then obviously as time went on, and then it ended up getting sold to Netflix and all the rest of it, I think even before they sold to Netflix, they just told Jaron, like, nope, we're not giving you any footage.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. Honestly, that's what I would expect, because it's only there is no benefit in it, right? The chance that, particularly if you're doing a hit piece on him, if you're doing a thing going, look, this guy thinks the Earth's flat and he got proven wrong. Why would you give that guy control of your film? Of course, he's going to say no. That you might tease a guy, or like that a production person could lie to him in order that they get to make this amazing Netflix thing that they've people work their whole lives to get a deal with Netflix. Sure.
Now, Roddy.
But if you are suspicious of everybody and the media about the shape of the Earth, and somebody says that to you, get a contract. Like, that's
Yeah.
obvious.
Now,
That should be obvious to
listen.
anybody.
Real quick. I don't know how it is where you are, but we do have laws here, and of course, there's different levels of enforcement and, like you're saying, diligence that needs to be done. But here we have a concept that's known a meeting of the minds, and sure, you have to prove it. But if he thought that he had a verbal agreement with somebody, I mean, they broke their word, kind of, and it's like they never denied what he accused them of in the email when he was like, hey guys, like, you said this and that. They basically were kind of like, yeah, but we're sorry. So they kind of basically like admitting it, and they're not supposed. They're supposed to be doing a documentary. They're supposed to be doing like fair journalism. That was
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're making too much of a pretense about being fair to flat earthers. But I think the point you're making is valid. That, like, he should. I get why he feels like he was owed it. But not getting it. Like, I was an actor for years, and I was screwed over constantly. And you would have thought that after a couple of years, I'd fucking work it out. I was getting fucked on day 1, and I was getting fucked on the end of year 5. It just the clever way, just take people at their word. I understand it.
Well, I for one would love to see the footage from the one I was at, because there was 2 days that the film crew did filming with him at those canals. Because Jaron had put it on his YouTube channel, hey guys, we're going to be, there's this documentary team filming, and he was going to do this test. And so he made a YouTube video, a couple weeks before, and said, anyone who wants to come. So I went to the first one, I was there in person, the one that the laser would use. The second one, I was not there. But that first one that I was there, I would love to have that footage myself, all of it, because that guy was literally 3 feet in front of our faces the whole time for like hours and hours. We were there late into the night pretty much. And, they were filming, they had the lights and the camera, and the guy was right there filming, every single thing. And I was up there with Jaron for a lot of it, trying to help him with the tripod and get it lined up. And then afterwards, like when the collimator got melted onto the laser, we were trying to get it off with, pliers and tools. And so I'm just saying, I for one would love to have that video footage, just to kind of, as a historical thing, just because, I was there and was involved in that. It would be cool to have, but we may never be able to get it.
Yeah, man, there's whole vast tracts of my life that people have somewhere that they're not even using. And I'm like, can I just have that? I want to show that time that I was in that place. And they're just like, no, because that's what I'm saying. It only for a production company, that only represents risk to them, because all they might do is sell it again to somebody else, like Netflix. Hulu now want to run it, but they can't sign the document that says we own the rights to all of this stuff. There's chances that other clips are being released elsewhere. It might not be for actually, it won't be for material they haven't used. So you might be able to say, I really want that footage from the other day that you didn't use. There's a chance they would give that to you if you made your case well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I could heard, I mean, they were just pretty locked down. Like, absolutely not. We're not giving out any of the footage, which makes sense if they have a deal with Netflix. Like you said, they don't want that floating around. And the other thing about it that even is a little on the more deceptive side is that they absolutely deceptively edited it without a question in my mind, purposefully deceptively edited to push the narrative of Jaren found the curve, which obviously he did not. So even more so, if they released all the footage, it would illuminate and show the truth that there was no curve detected in any way, shape, or form. So it's even more so that like their entire hit piece, the finale of it, and that's when everyone chuckles, oh ha ha, Jaren found the curve. The whole kind of finale of it. It's really kind of the peak of the whole thing, if you want to call it that, sort of the ending scene. And they try to run this narrative as if Jaren found the curve. So it's like the core of their hit piece is in that, and it's not a surprise why they're hiding the rest of that footage.
I've heard you explain that before. Could you explain what about, like in terms of, I get that you're saying it was inconclusive because there could have been reads in the way, but would you agree with the rest of it, that the rest of the presentation, that a flat earther set up a fairly ingenious experiment to go and find the curve? He had set results for this is flat, this is round, and he got the ones that were correct for round. Like that core gist is still true, isn't it? Or would you disagree with that?
Well, I think you may be referring to the second one because there were, like I said, there were 2 dates of filming. The first one was with a laser trying to hit a board, a big target board with a laser on a tripod. That's the one that I was at, the filming. The thing is, the filming at the end there of all that part with Jaren, it's actually cuts from both of those days of filming, but it kind of makes it look like it's all one thing, which it's not. It's multiple different things. Yeah.
Absolutely know what you're talking about with that, because not only has that happened to me, but I like regularly when I edit stuff with just me and my girlfriend, I'll make it look like this something is one smooth conversation when in fact it happened over the course of like 10 minutes. Just like speed things along, would have fit the narrative or something like that. Not make it deceptively like it sounds like this was, but yeah, I can see people doing that.
So I mean,
they're not going to want to show a result that says, "Hey, this is the flat earthers found something," because now they're going to have to spend another 40 minutes of doco either backfilling and saying, "Here's why it's not conclusive," or that they've got a flat Earth documentary that very few people will watch. Netflix won't put on.
They deceptively. There was a lot of deception in there. The way that they ran their whole little operation, or the way they did it. But just to answer your question real quick, I mean, because the one I was at was the laser test one, which of course I could speak extensively on. The second day I was not there. You said it was an ingenious setup. This is in no way criticism to Jaren, but I actually think there's a lot of issues with that type of setup. And Jaren actually agrees with that as well. And there's several things he's thought of modifying it. And I think all of his modifications sound good from what I've heard. So yeah, I think that one could be carried out, again in the future. But there are some inherent issues with it, namely that you have to have the boards lined up for all the holes to be lined up in the first place. So there's a lot of challenges, but yeah, that one, yeah, I guess I can only speak on it somewhat more limited because obviously I wasn't there, so I can only speak on what I've heard from others. But it definitely was inconclusive, meaning that there was a lot more people that showed up to that one. As far as I heard, there was 50 people or something. So there was a lot of globe earthers, and as far as I know from everybody who people I knew that were there and Jaren and so on, that everybody walked away from that one agreeing that it was inconclusive. Whereas in the documentary, they made it seem like he found the curve. So.
That's very interesting. I want to come back and ask you some more questions, but my girlfriend's just finished the next episode and I need to give feedback.
Okay, nice one, man. I was just going to say something to do with the laser thing. In the video, Flattening the Curve, the naval personnel who operate their ships and laser targeting systems, they clearly state that it can't work on a globe. It's impossible. Lasers travel in straight lines. That's why they use it. It's accurate beyond belief. And there you go, I mean, what more do we need to argue? We don't even need Jaren for that. The US Navy have taken care of that. They know because they've tested it. They use the equipment on a daily basis. Yeah.
Damn right. Writing, you watched an hour-and-a-half documentary, but you don't want to watch another hour-and-a-half documentary? Come on.
Come on.
Oh yeah, there's been many laser tests that are way more advanced than the one that Jaron was doing that day, because it was over a short distance with a fairly, I think it was like a $400 or $500 laser, if I remember correctly. So I mean, it had some.
That's not cheap. But
it's not cheap, but that's nothing compared to the ones that the 15, 20,000.
Is that the one with the busted collimator issue?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, good morning.
What's up, Jim?
Good day and all that.
Yeah, there was a lot of problems with the setup. I remember that one myself as well. And then when they got this NAF result, I thought, they're overdoing it here. By this point, I was fed up with lasers because so many people, flat earthers, were doing laser tests. Actually, that there was overkill, and then they shot themselves in the foot. I thought, I don't want to hear about lasers anymore for a while. I thought.
I have a point I'd like to make. If you put holes above the water equal distance, so the globe model would be following the curve, and you shot a laser, which they also say follows the curve, wouldn't the laser go through all the holes?
No, it doesn't follow the curve. It doesn't follow the curve exactly. It just bends with refraction a little, so you couldn't get an accurate. It doesn't follow the curve.
Yes,
so they're not.
It does accurately target weapons and destroys targets with that laser beam painting. Yeah, nice.
It does kind of follow the curve, though, Grim, right?
Only if the density, right, of the atmosphere is, more dense towards the bottom. I mean, if you have a homogeneous situation, or you know what I mean, where your laser is in the same amount of, atmosphere all the way around, it doesn't bend or follow the curve. There's no gravitational lensing going on there. It would only be refraction just for a little while. You wouldn't expect it to follow the curve into the holes as tangentially.
I sort of hear you, but I mean, let's say you had 20 miles and you had the boards 6 foot above the water and a laser at 6 foot and a target at 6 foot. I mean, on the globe, conception of that laser does have to be bending around more or less to the curve of the Earth to get the result that we would get on a plane of Earth, meaning it goes through the holes and hits the target. So wouldn't the laser then be bending along with the curve in that scenario?
No, see, the laser doesn't bend with the curve. The laser bends to the atmosphere. If the atmosphere is different in any way, it can bend with or against the curve. It doesn't. There's no set rule that the laser will bend to the curve.
Or there could be curve.
Like you're saying, though, there could be an example of where the atmosphere and the distances are just so that the laser could follow into the holes. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's following the curve. It's still following the atmosphere and coincidentally entering the holes.
No, that would be ridiculous, because what Gio is trying to say is that because the Earth is supposed to be this globe, and if we set the equipment as he said, and we were to view that from a distance, that laser would have to be curving because it has to follow the curvature of the Earth. And your equipment is set up supposedly on a spherical ball. So yes, indeed, if I look, I would see a bend light. Right?
You got more emotion wrapped into this argument than I do. I'm just trying to give you an answer. I'm not trying to feel emotional about it. You know what I mean?
Well, I think what you're doing, though, is that you're willfully not understanding what Gio said.
You would think that, man, because you don't know me that well.
I'll say it again one more time for you.
You don't need to, dude.
If the equipment, I do need to, because I don't think you get it. Because
is this guy going to sit here and fucking dance all over me like I'm some sort of fucking idiot, or are you going to let him do that, or what, man?
Did hit the targets through the holes and hit the target, yeah, that would mean it's following the curvature of the Earth, if indeed the Earth is a ball. Yes or no?
Coincidentally, it could. I've explained this already in detail, right? To my knowledge. Anything else is your opinion, my opinion, and my opinion is not the same as your opinion, so therefore I must be not getting it. Fuck off.
Well, hold on. It's kind of
deliberately sidestepping, sir.
Seriously
You're
though, dude.
sidestepping.
Too early in the morning for this nonsense for me, dude.
Let me jump in and say, I think in a way you guys are kind of both.
Well, never mind. Don't get up then.
You're both right. You're both correct in a way. What it sounds like, Grim, what you're saying is that the refraction, it just happens to, in that scenario, essentially curve the laser so that it does follow the same, contour of the curve of the Earth. However, you're just saying that it's not doing it because the Earth curve; it's doing it because the refraction and the density layers are clinging.
Yeah, if you change the density layers, or if the weather is different, then the fucking laser might not match up in my worldview there, right? And I'm not saying whether it's flat or round. I'm just saying the atmosphere would take the laser out of the picture. We have to figure out another way, because the atmosphere coincidentally can line up and give us the false illusion of a round Earth or a flat Earth at any given time, depending on the weather. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, what you're saying coincidentally is that it's a load of rubbish. Coincidentally, okay.
See what I mean, dude? This dude's fucking attitude is crazy, man.
You can keep your opinion anyway, but it's coincidentally rubbish. Okay, coincidentally, actually.
Anyway, I've got a question on a totally different topic here. So we've got this gravity thing apparently that keeps the moon in orbit. It keeps the Earth in orbit around the sun, and Mars with Venus, and all these other bits and bobs, right? We have the moon. We have the moon that apparently is tidally locked to us, right? Apparently, why aren't we tidally locked to the sun?
Good question.
That's why I ask the good questions, Grim. This is why.
Yeah.
Why aren't
These
we
are the questions I raised to them.
Ratio. They have an answer.
Well, I have an outside the box answer that they don't have, but that's just me.
What's their answer, Don?
Pretty sure it has to do with distance.
With distance, so.
And then they're also going to tell you that eventually it will be, probably.
Really? Because the gravity seems to keep everything perfect, right?
Here's what I understand. Here's what I understand of their argument would be: the moon is lopsided, and that's the heavier end of the moon pointing at us.
They say the Earth is slowing down. I mean, and it's eventually be too.
Okay.
You know, like imagine if the moon was a big dust ball, but a rock is inside of it, and it's closer to us facing the Earth, so it doesn't want to spin. You know what I'm saying? Like the spin has been, knocked out of it because of its lopsidedness. That's every time it faced the Earth, it would pull harder that way, slowing the spin even more each time it spun until finally it stopped spinning. But that's just their stupid shit. Yeah, I don't know, dude. You can never know, right? But I haven't. We've all seen that magnetic. We've all seen that. What do they call it? Quantum locking, right?
Yeah.
And I just treat the moon as a superconductor since it's very cold, right? And whatever materials it's made of, it could be treated as a superconductor, and it's tidally locked along the magnetic field line of Earth, and it just slides across it, just like you see on the magnets with the tidally locked, the thing on the tracks, like that. You know what I'm trying to say? Have you seen the hoverboards, the tidally, the magnets on the track with the and you see how it locks into place there? Well, imagine that that's the face of the moon facing us, the magnet, the Earth, and it's sliding around that magnetic field constantly. Therefore, it doesn't spin, and it's bounces in between the. I don't know how to explain this without drawing you a diagram or something. But if you imagine there's two cylinders that fit inside of each other with distance in between each other, the moon would be in between that distance between the two cylinders. And those cylinders represent a positive charge on the inside and a negative charge on the outside, or vice versa, right?
Yep.
So every time, like with the relaxation of a particle experiment, I think it's called, when you take a charged particle or a neutral particle and you put it in between a negative and a positive plate, it'll draw towards the positive plate until it's like charged, like if it's sitting in a partially conductive fluid or a plasma or corn oil or something. And then as it gets like charged, it starts to repel again from that other one. So then you get epigee and perigee of the moon. As it goes around, it goes towards that center and then outwards again once it gets like charged, and pushes it back towards the outside edge as it goes around and around the river of electrons in the plasma that flows that way. So the non-ionized materials move the ionized move along towards the ionization, and it continuously causes a orbital circle around around the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, tidally locked would mean to me like that magnetic quantum locking shit.
So is ours the only
If I was right, it'd be the craziest thing, dude, ever. This is huge.
Is ours the only moon that is tidally locked, or are all the moons linked to all the planets of tidally locked? You know that?
Well, actually, like on Pluto has a couple of weird things going on, and there's some moons that face each other in weird ways and don't spin right. And so I don't know. We don't see enough moons and shit like that to really.
No, not at all. Not at all. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting that apparently the moon is tidally locked to us, but we're not tidally locked to the actual sun itself. Well, that was
right.
But anyway.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, the moon isn't tidally locked to the sun either. It actually, as it rotates around us, spins. That's if you would eliminate what the Earth is doing, and you look at the moon only. The moon is rotating around the sun.
What?
Well, the moon is rotating around the sun, but is the moon rotating itself?
Well, yeah, because it goes around. If you imagine, all right, that moon orbits around the Earth, right? Always facing the Earth. So if it's always facing the Earth, then the sun gets to hit it on all sides.
No, because it's going around the Earth, isn't it? Duh.
Full moon. The sun gets to hit it on all sides, dude. New moon, full moon. The sun's still hitting the moon. You just don't see it.
I've never seen the back of the moon.
Well, I know, but the sun has.
Yeah, but
that's my point. Well, a new moon, bro. A new moon. The sun is literally in front of the moon. You're seeing.
No, if we always see the same face of the moon, right? So the moon ain't rotating, right? But the moon itself can be orbiting around the sun, but it's not actually rotating itself.
No, it is.
It's not even orbiting
it is
around
rotating
the sun
because it's orbiting the Earth. Imagine if the Earth wasn't there and it's still making that same pattern, that orbital pattern around the Earth. That orbital pattern equals a spin in reception to the Earth, to the sun.
Epicycle. Moon epicycle might be what you mean, but that's not what's happening, because then it's not what's happening, man.
I'm just giving you their standard example. That's what they say is happening, not what we imagine is happening.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, man, I just joined. Sorry.
That's okay. He was asking me about the standard idea of what are they thinking is happening there, and that's what they answer is.
Do you know what I've noticed? Right, I've noticed the plane of the ecliptic is pretty much the same shape as the magnetic equator. It just goes above and below the magnetic equator over a period of a year.
That's right.
But then why the magnetic equator? If everything is measured from that, then what happens in our time? Yeah, it's fucked. But I don't think the moon is following. It is important, and basically that every 6 months it moves 180 degrees left, you could say, or right, or whatever, and that's why the arc is going towards the south and not the north. So it's just half a year north, half a year south, and then when it moves 180 degrees west or east, whichever direction it's going in, then naturally this causes everything to go into the southern hemisphere. But I noticed that the shape was exactly the same. So the ecliptic is the same shape as the magnetic equator, which is the path that the moon seems to follow.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm saying my theory about it being quantumly locked to the magnetic equator.
Oh, what, you said that as well?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's I made a video about that, and it's my moon orbital mechanics theory of the moon.
Oh, sorry, mate. Who's chatting?
Electric Universe, Grim, Mr. Grim.
Mr. Grim.
Hey, man.
Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't see anything. I mean, if you could put it in, I can save it. But yeah, mate,
like
you're the first
5-6
person to
years
even.
ago or something.
But you're the first person to even recognise what I'm talking about, because I speak to the Globers and I mention magnetic equator and they go, "You fucking what?" And I'm like, "But you should
they
fucking
hate
know
the shit out of us over here, the Electric Universe types. They hate us worse than Flat Earth. We shake their paradigm in a bad way. It makes them sick.
I've learned that the chemicals create the electrical, so I think it's a chemical universe, and the mechanism is chemical, and then thus produces electric. There seems
You're
to be
almost there. Yeah, it's both, right? Because there's transformations from both one to the other. There's never a starting place, so it's all electric. Like the fundamental actions of a chemical reaction are electric act. So every chemical reaction is fundamentally an electrical reaction. You can replace the chemical by adding the right electrical. That will
because
signal the rest of the material to do the same thing as the other chemical with the electrical signals would tell it to do. So you can skip the chemical in a lot of cases altogether and just do electrical to get that same reaction.
But in
with even different materials.
In a binary sense, when there's two of them, one of them could be a covalent bond and the other one ionic, which means that, in my understanding, that one of them has a metal base, like salt is a metal apparently, or sodium is a metal. So ionic being the metal, and then if it's a non-metal, then it's covalent and shit like that. And yes, you're right, because there are electricity comes first, isn't it? The reaction you're seeing is an electrical reaction, but you're seeing it in a different form where the densities change and bubbles get bigger. Or yes, mate, thank you.
You try to confuse this by telling it that's not an electrical reaction, that's a strong force, or that's a weak force. And well, fundamentally they're electrical forces.
It's an equilibrium, and it's quite interesting that the metal they use for like aviation equipment and spaceships and the James Webb Telescope is beryllium, and beryllium is to be or not to be. Barium, beryllium, boron, they all seem to have an apparent connection to what we're dealing with. I believe there's a core thing, carbonates, all these things. Oh, fuck, man.
I mean, that's what they're finding out in space right now when they're talking about, they're finding all this missing matter. It's real matter and baryons and shit from, different gases and plasmas and things they didn't know were out there. They assumed that was empty. There's supposed to be dark matter here in order to have the galaxy rotating at the. Oh, wait a minute. There's some regular matter with a small electrical force and a little regular matter. We get the same thing as this mysterious dark matter and empty space theory. So that's weird. We're just gonna have to rewrite some textbooks. We're gonna lose faith, and they're gonna really laugh at us for a long time, and maybe people won't respect the scientific community if we switch paradigms that quickly. You know what I mean? I think this is what they're going through right now. I think they know now, but what they're trying to do is figure out a way to incorporate it as if, they weren't absolute. You know what I mean? Like fucking absolutely stupidly wrong for 100 years.
Grim, I like your about the moon possibly being quantum locked. I mean, is that like from the examples we see in the YouTube videos of the discs over the magnet track? Is it possible that Earth is a magnet track like that? I get that the moon could be super cooled and all that, but
absolutely, Earth doesn't have to even be a magnet to have a magnetic track around it.
I know it.
Yeah, because all it has to do is pass toward the plasma from the sun has to be speeding away from itself towards the Earth, which it is, and that's all we need, because that'll make a double layer around the Earth of a plasma, which induces a magnetic field, and it's called an induced magnetic field. So that's why we see, you know how they tell us that we can't tell the difference between the Earth being a permanent magnet or the dynamo, because the magnetic field only weakens every so millions of years. Well, look at our magnetic field in the past 200 years. It is fucking weakened to half. That means it cannot be their old theory anymore. We have in the last 10 years can prove that it can't be a permanent magnet or a dynamo that lasts for millions of years, because the fluctuation of the magnetic field is far too great for it to be any of that. It has to be related to what's happening with the sun right now, and it's real-time shit. Like the sun is giving us less electrical output on the solar spots, and we're getting a weakened magnetic field because of it. It's just that simple. It's an induced magnetic field. Yeah.
Is it further away from us if it's giving us less charge, or is it further away from its origin? It's the primary.
Right. The sun itself might be slipping out of its stream. It might even go in and out of its own feeding stream. When I say that, I mean its source that feeds it, fuels it externally. Right.
Yeah,
So if you think of a long Birkeland current with a more dense electrical, velocity, density, electron density towards the center of this column, and if it slips outside towards the edge of the column, like towards the edge of a cup on the out, it's weaker. So it would give off, to all of its little constituents, planets and shit, less, plasma, and therefore less of an induced magnetic field.
I think the sun is leading. I think the sun is following something else. Might be the moon. I know it sounds crazy, but I think we think our equator. We've measured our equator at 0 degrees, for example, whatever. But it's assuming an observation and saying that it's our central point. But everything goes north and south of the equator, including the celestial sphere. But the celestial sphere might be the magnetic pole, actually just moving in one direction. And you can see that moving from North America to Siberia in a straight line, as some would say. But like other things you can measure, and you can see it on old maps. You see the ecliptic path crosses the equator coming from the south at 160 east. Today,
well, you would see that. You probably would see that, though. Imagining that you're also on the sun's ecliptic, right? And our ecliptic is lined up, I don't know, pretty close to the sun.
All the planets and possibly the moon all appear to go through the ecliptic.
Within 17 degrees of it, yeah.
It's 8 degrees north and 8 degrees south, or 8.5 either way. So they go up and down, but that was just
one of them's wonky. I think one of them's a little wonkier, like Uranus or something, and but it's still like you said, it still balances. It goes in between the two. Like if you imagine a positive and a negative on the sun, top and bottom hemisphere, and that magnetic middle in the center being neither one. And so everything that's in that center wants to go towards the positive or the negative until it gets there. And then once it gets there, it wants to bounce back towards the other side. So like that relaxation of charge on a particle it just might be that. I don't know if that's true, but it could be like that. Those charges are just balancing each other out every time they reach a point where they you would think they were going to discharge off, but the whole time they've been discharging as they've been getting closer and becoming a like charge to that top hemisphere of the sun's magnetic plane, or the bottom, and so it just bounces in between, like you said, on the way out.
Uranus is sideways, so its spin is top to bottom or bottom to top. So that's probably why you were talking about the wobble of Uranus, because it doesn't go sideways, it goes polar-ish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is like we have to figure that out in the electrical system as to why that happens. and that they do have a flip. There could be it could be that in that system, that's where the flip occurs.
I think Uranus is actually, its equator is in line with the celestial path, like bang on, whereas everything else is slightly a few degrees north or south of it, their equators. But it seems that Uranus is flush with it. And I think Pluto is flush with the angle of the. Pluto is different. It's almost similar to Uranus and the celestials. Yeah, definitely, man, definitely. It's cool. It just seems that it seems the magnetic equator is the terrestrial middle point and it's the celestial middle point, but they've moved it because they can't measure it. At their magnetic equator, they get variances of like 2-3 degrees north and south of magnetic equator, so they can't use that. Also, another thing is if you want to hide 4 or 8 degrees up to the North Pole, then what you do is you shift the equator. And the most interesting thing is, fucking check this, is that they used to Muslim people would face Jerusalem to, you know, when they do the Mecca thing today, where they find out where
the opposite
sun
direction.
sets.
Yeah.
So they used Jerusalem. They would say 600 AD when Muhammad was about. So it's the same thing ish. And now it's 10 degrees south of Jerusalem at Mecca. It's pretty much bang on 10 degrees, or 10.4 or something. So really interesting that something's moved 10 degrees or so, or 8 degrees, and
within just a few hundred years.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon it's not 600 AD. I reckon it's like 2000 minus 600, which is 1400 AD. And I've calculated
400,000 years ago or whatever.
No, 600 years ago. They say it's
I'm sorry.
They say it's 1400 years ago. I think the 1400 AD is when it happened, and not 1400 years ago, which is what they think happened. Like almost like halfway between there at 700 years ago, 1300s. I think they were counting backwards in time, and then they started counting forwards. If that makes sense. Sort of like maybe as far as the 1800s. But you think, oh, why would people be counting backwards? And I don't understand. I can't explain that.
There might be, if in my opinion, like the reason I would count backwards, right, is because I knew there was an event coming, and if it was cyclical. So I would count backwards to know that the day I'm at number 1 is the day my shit happens. That way I don't have to remember what day it was it happens. I just have to remember if I get to 1, it's going to happen. So that makes it easier to remember a cyclical event.
Yeah.
So
if you say 2000 years ago, for example, that the sun tropic was minimum at the equator and not I mean, it's at 23.4 at the moment. So if you could say 2000 years ago something, it was at 0, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, 2400 years, there's a cycle every 2400 years or something like that. There's no, that's 24,000 years. I've got it
down. Sorry if I'm interrupting. I've got it down to, if you based it on a 360-day calendar, it works out a millennia is a million of those days, and you'll get 2,777 in a 360 calendar. Converted to 365, maybe not 2,400, but maybe. Sorry, I'll stop. I won't talk anymore.
No, that's
Sorry.
fun stuff to talk about. I'd rather somebody was, talking about something like this than arguing.
I've got a really short memory attention span. It's not. I'm not a defect or anything, but at the best times, I can forget what I want to say, and so I have to say it quickly so that I remember it. You know what I mean?
You understand that I understand that very well. I'm okay with it.
Oh, legend, man.
Like, especially if when you get excited to talk about something, right? And then it's excitement for a good reason, not a bad reason. And, I could pick up on that. So I enjoy the conversation when it goes that way, even if I'm being interrupted a little bit, because I don't care when it's all in flavor.
I Me and my mate we talk every day. He's a 17-year-old guy from Istanbul, and he'll give you another person's point of view that we don't normally speak to on a daily basis. And me and him have been working on everything, just looking at all angles and asking us other questions all the time, but just via text, via Discord. And where we've come in the last year, mate, is fucking come boundaries, mate. Fucking leaps and bounds. And there's so much to consider. You can't just make a model and then what they did was they made a model and then they sorted out the considerations afterwards. It was the king said, "I want a fucking model now. I'm going to cut your fucking head off." At what point do you not fucking give him what they want? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, in that case, all you got to do is be a little bit smarter than the king. There we go.
Yeah, it depends on your audience as well. If you haven't got the audience to talk about this stuff, then they can't receive it. They don't have the receptors because nothing you say makes any sense to them. So actually, you're just speaking a different language in a way.
We would have had it would have been a different turnout altogether had they back in the heretic days of the Spanish Inquisitions and if some people were trying to bring out neutron star ideas and black holes and big bangs back then, they would have been hung up by the fucking neck and burned on the fucking stake, for that bullshit.
Yeah, you're roboting.
Oh. So yeah, back in the day, they would have got hung and burned at the stake for presenting big bangs and black holes and neutron stars and shit like that.
You didn't robot for me, just so you know. Might have been the realm. You might have been your connection.
Oh. What do you think, Gio? We'd have had we'd have a lot harder time getting that info across had they brought it up just a little earlier.
So something interested me the other day. Band was having a conversation with Gummy Bear or Bacon or something, and they said, "Oh, we allow for 3% correction on this refraction thing." And I looked up the refraction index of air, and it told me that it was 3.0003, and it said that for air, and it said water was the 3% because it's 1.333. So, yeah, maybe I've got that wrong. If you add I think I got that wrong. But still, something like it's not 3%. Then what is it? It's going to be 100 divided by 333. So that would be 0.03%. So we seem to be like 100 different between air and water, but they've chosen the water refraction when we're not actually looking through water. So,
well, the reason for that.
Yeah, that's it. I was just like few and far between. 100% between them, 100 or something.
Yeah, it's damn, I keep pushing my button and getting rid of myself. Fucking, it's over. I think the reason that, and I accept this reason for the 100-fold density is because there's 100-fold distance erased as well. So we're showing you in a 4-foot or 3-foot fucking, aquarium, the effects of the, what's happening over 3-4 miles, maybe even more in some cases, depending on how dramatic the the solution is in the tank. So just to show the effect happening in a much denser medium, but over a much shorter distance. Because with that same medium, we couldn't see in that distance any change. Because there's not enough distance, see, if you imagine it takes, let's say it takes, make the numbers simple, 100 particles for the light to bump into for it to bend. And you can only get 100 particles, let's say, just for the number is easy, in the aquarium, you know? So you have to fill it, dense the aquarium up to get 100 particle bumps to make it bend. And so, and we know that, you know, there's that 100 particles over a 5 mile distance. So we would never be able to just look 5 miles directly at something and, you know, get the entirety of it. So we have to break it down into a smaller example so that we can extremely exaggerate it and then see the effect happen. I know it's the best, you know, it's the best thing that they got in order to. Otherwise, you got to get out micro fucking, you know, laser interferometers and shit, and just and be able to see the shift in such a slight, you know, over the distance, and then multiply that over more distance to get that same thing, which can also be done. It's just not as easy to see immediate with your own eyes. It's impossible to see with your own eyes. Yeah.
Is this 3% possibly based on 3 miles? So they'll be happy with 3% error at 3 miles away.
I have no idea.
Because this is what either Bacon or Gummy Bears said. Oh, we account for 3%. Why would you have? In some ways, you would say that's actually 1.5% either side of the vertical horizontal plane that you're using or whatever. So if it's 1.5% either side, they've got 3% leeway. Which are they talking? Are they talking 3% either side, or they're talking 1.5%? But even that there, you know, that's big errors. That can mean a lot of things, you know, and a lot of things. But they cancel each other out, and then you therefore get a flat perception, don't you? In some
Well,
ways.
if you split it down the middle, but I think the way they're saying it could go either way. That would be their error of margin, right?
Yes, but I think their adjustment is 3%. So I definitely think they add 3% on the drop to get their calculations to what they've modelled. And without the 3%, it should actually be a 300th of a percent. Not a fucking hell. You got 3%, and then you divide that by 100.
3/10,
That's
yeah.
what, you know, they don't use that, which means that tolerance there is fucking ridiculous, man. And you can add on fucking kilometers that don't even fucking exist because you've allowed for 3 degrees for every single 5 miles. But that's ridiculous because 360 degrees divided by 40,000 kilometers gives you a drop of 0.0009 drop degree per kilometer.
0.09, yeah.
And they don't correlate because I think that's even 3 times worse than 0.01 if that's the 100th difference. You're always looking at another fucking 90 time. It just gets ridiculous, man. It gets ridiculous. And the interesting thing is,
well, if you set, I think you're setting them like it's. Well, I think you understand. Yeah, it's not that it stays that way. It does. It can shift. There's an extreme. I bet you there's situations where it could even be greater than that.
Totally, and there'll be situations where there are less than that. And obviously, as a mean average, we've chosen a 3 degree adjustment. 3 degrees is 1 over 120 over 360, or I don't know. But another interesting thing is that the baseline measure they used for India was 12.1 kilometers.
Yeah,
that would have been a 10th of degree, and what we use on the world is 11.11 kilometers. But yet they used a baseline of 12.1 kilometers. Why they did that? It would mean that it's longer from the equator through India and Russia to get to the pole. And maybe there are poles on the top and the bottom, but actually to the left.
You're talking about that little sandwiching towards the equator idea?
Yeah, I'm back and forth between that and a rugby ball. And a rugby ball can work if you elongate the poles, change your equator positions. You can make it work because north to south is going to be a planar, and then you're going to get a rapid curve, but not so bad really using the math. And then they averaged both axes to give you a mean. So if it's longer at the poles and it's shorter at the waist.
Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Turns out the Earth is the shape of what's that kid's head? It looks like a football on the cartoon show.
Yeah, but upright.
Oh my God, yeah.
Stewie? You talking about Stewie?
Stewie, yeah.
Yeah.
We were all wrong-ish, but all of us were also right-ish. Everything was fucked up.
Well, it is kind of like a toroidal field, which kind of has an oblate spheroidal shape.
Yeah.
Like
on the inside, yeah.
But the problem is that how do we distinguish a north and a south, but we never distinguish an east and west example. And everyone just uses the top and bottom. No one thinks about cutting it in half and thinking about take a donut and turn it on its side, and there's your east and west, left hand side of that, and then fucking hell, I've done it again. I'm trying to think what I'm trying to fucking say. Yeah, if you've got a toroid, but it's upright, but it's upright. But it doesn't matter whether you're upright or lying down because you wouldn't know your orientation in the first place. But you can sense which direction things are moving in. So I guess your orientation is irrelevant. It's just more the shape, isn't it? And what are the planets going around the outside or inside of a donut, or are they moving around the other axis, but at an angle? So they still get they get a best of both worlds, maybe.
You get to meet the top and the bottom because they go diagonally as they traverse around. Yeah.
All sorts of shit.
If you just looked at their path, it would look like they're taking a little corkscrew, right? Because all the way around the thing, it looked like a corkscrew as it kept going around the donut.
Yeah,
that's exactly how I see the moon working. That's why I see the libration in the moon. All those things the moon has those things in it that, in my little theory, all those things are explained, at least in my mind, they are. Like the libration and the apogee, perigee, whatever you call it.
And the moon would follow the celestial equator path, but does that over a period of, goes north and south. It would do that over a combined period of 8.85 years, where it does its furthest, its closest, and it does a full cycle back to its original position every 8.85 years. In 360, that might be 8.88 recurring. 360 days in a year. It's just trying to see the common denominators and then going bang, 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 bang. There's the relationship.
And that could only happen in the only way that so-called gravitational system that's so complex, right? That could be so cyclical and like clockwork is if it were driven and balanced the whole time, not free falling and bobbling and all that. It has to be driven and balanced, like in an electric field, an electric system that keeps equilibriums. Once build up and charge become too great on separate ends, because otherwise there's just no fucking way that they're all going to line up going around an ecliptic plane of anything, especially not a magnetic ecliptic fucking plane. I mean, get the fuck out of here with that. It's because it's spinning. Well, then why the magnetic field lined up with the spin then?
Yeah.
I mean,
the
that
wobbling.
don't make sense.
Each little movement, the wobble, the flipping, the reverse rotation, the different shapes. Like, not everything is a perfect sphere, right? Like, it's been in existence for the same amount of time, but even in the model, it's not. But you add the wobbling and all that they have to do to make
Shit should have
sense of
stopped
their
spinning
model.
a long time ago. Yeah.
Yep, it doesn't make sense with the current theory of gravity. I think it's more electrical, magnetic, or whatever. I mean, you can't explain it all because it is so complex. Maybe things that are even unknown, but that quantum lock-in theory with the superfluid, where does all the helium go anyway? That gives a reason for the helium to screw off and turn into something else. So it does start explaining a few things. Even in the Big Bang theory, superfluid was the first substance, was the medium. And they say until it cooled down, which, okay, so now you're agreeing that superfluid existed, and it does turn into other mediums as it changes temperature. Okay, cool. That's what we're saying
Back
is
to the
happening.
ether. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can
Back to
call
the
it,
ether.
you
They
can
go.
call it
Call it
what it
whatever you want.
does. Yeah, you can call
Yeah.
it whatever you want. It's still the same thing, and
See
it's
what I mean,
affected by
Rocky?
temperature
There's
and
so
pressure.
much me and you can agree on, dude, that we should never focus on things we don't agree on again.
Yeah, I
If we,
just don't like you.
I don't. Yeah, that's all it is. It's not like it's just you gotta.
Yes.
You actually, I do like you because you're a fellow fucking boatman. You know.
Yeah, let's go, man. I'm full of energy. People mistake my passion for being loud or obnoxious. No, man, this is important. No matter how you deal with it, like, because I've seen many people go away from truth and just go off the deep end, right, and not know and just give up, no hope, because science is telling them one thing and their faith is telling them another. It's not good either way. We need to
You
seek
know,
truth.
I've been saying something recently in a couple other rooms too. And I can see it starting to plant a seed and piss people off in a particular type of way when I tell them, well, the consensus argument to me is the coward's argument. And as long as you're arguing for the consensus, that means you're going to be the last one to ever find out anything new.
Nice.
Because
I
you have to
bet.
wait for everyone else to find out first and agree on it. And then you get to find out and agree.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good way at all. Yeah.
Rocky, can I fuck with you for a minute? You're just
Yeah,
kidding when you say you're just and rather to him, like, you're not a guy who goes around not liking things, right? Like, that's not you, right?
No, that's not me, dude.
I'm like, you're a
And,
pretty much Christian guy. Or something. Okay.
and earlier I was agreeing. You know, I just
Right.
didn't want to go into the center of the earth gravity thing. That gets way off. So that's why I just kind of avoided it. Those type of things make sense, right? They do add up if mass attracts mass. There's just a lot of big ifs, like capital letters. But why couldn't you have gravity as stated on a flat plane if the mass underneath was the same or similar?
Yeah. And why can't fucking gravity be intrinsic to the mass, not space time?
Exactly.
Why can't it just be like some sort of quantum effect at the, either the ether or some sort of, daisy chain electron orbital path is distorted on the atoms because of the amount of mass or something inside of an electric field that and the gravity itself isn't the same outside of this double layers of plasma, and they know it. That this might be something like fucking unionic material falling towards the more ionized, situation, but on a quantum level to where you can't block for it or shield for it because all materials are made out of these quantum particles that are reacting.
If you look up it says that the sun processes or converts 4 hydrogen atoms into 1 helium. So the sun appears to do a conversion. So if it produces helium from hydrogen, then is there something above that layer or something like that? Or simply, what does helium bond with? And then you find out where the bondings and covalents are and the groups, which are very, very small. You start to realize you start looking at the gobstopper type of idea, and the center being it's calcium, there's carbon involved, there's carbonate, there's all sorts of stuff, fluorite, and loads of other elements that are man-made because we theorize them. We just haven't found them on the Earth yet. But if that's in the middle, we can theorize it, and we can theorize the whole thing. And the light, there's a thing called ognoson, which is an element. I think it's a noble gas, but it's not a noble gas physically. That's where they can put it on the periodic table. And this stuff here, it gives off a light spectrum.
Yeah.
As we see, in a sun halo, a moon halo, pretty much all the halos that we are seeing in our direct, the light that's coming off from, it's just all sorts of stuff. And it's like when you can start to group together, you see that the left finger is connected to the hand, and the hand's connected to the
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
that Thigh Bone song was absolutely correct. And I got a phone call, but to finish off my thought about the gravity, they had to introduce the bending of space time because they saw in the future where they would have to come up with that filler of dark matter, dark energy. So then you have to start it coming up with something larger that takes, where the earthbound gravity, mass attracting mass, just doesn't work in the longer distances and all that. So with that huge filler of dark energy, dark matter, which I think is just a cop out, they don't mention dark liquid, which is the superfluid, the helium. Gases turning into a liquid is not so far fetched, but when they turn into a superfluid like helium does at certain temperatures and pressure, then you get the frictionless, environment medium that things could be
Dude,
quantum.
that's what plasma is. Plasma is a superconductor, and it's treated as a fluid because magnetohydrodynamics deal with superfluids and plasmas.
Yeah.
So
And they're
plasma is what you're missing, and that's what they didn't think was out there, which we're bathed in plasma out there.
Yeah.
Now that we're in the space age, they found out, and they still haven't rewritten their ideas, because if we're bathed in plasma and we have electrical connections between these heavenly bodies and the sun and the planets and the moons and the planets, then therefore gravity cannot be the only one doing all the heavy lifting.
Exactly.
Because the electric force is 1,000 billion 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 times stronger than gravity.
Would
So that's a
overcome
lot.
it easily. Yeah.
Easily.
The
So if it's present at all, it's the heavy lifter. Right.
Also, when you go into the observation realm of science, which they call science, but if the medium is different than what they're using as the medium, then all their observations would be, not wrong, but they would be misled, right? They would be misled by the
Tainted for
medium.
sure. Yeah, definitely tainted, and maybe there for bias reasons or even national security reasons. There might be some, you know what I mean? Like there might be some real simple fucked up thing that any human on earth just about do that could end everyone's life here if they understood the simplicity of the electric nature of this whole planet. Maybe
I
like a
understand what
Tesla
you're saying.
cracking
Yeah,
the
even
planet.
the fission part, right? It could be as
Exactly.
simple as this, and this, and any
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
ordinary. So I understand that part of national security, but the other parts where they just use it as an excuse so they don't have to tell you something and deal with it, I think that's wrong. Like that's deception on purpose. That's where they lie at. There's definitely spots where they do that, but you can look up people that fought for the plasma idea, even the moon being plasma in a plasma surrounding, just at different stages, and then that energy lights up and gets energized in certain spots due to whatever. I mean, they come up with different
Yeah.
theories, just like everything else is a theory.
You know how like flat earthers are. I'm the same way when it comes to like other people jumping on to my theories, or you know what I mean, things that I actually treat and support with respect. And that moon plasma guy, I think that guy was just there to make people who talk about plasma in space to look stupid, because
could be.
I've never seen a type of plasma in a laboratory or otherwise that doesn't that looks like that, that holds a rigid shape and like a rock, and then stays that way over a long periods of time as changing magnetic fields happen all around it. See, plasmas are very susceptible to magnetic field changes, so it would move around in all kinds of ways at all times. So there's really no way that that's a plasma.
Isn't there one above?
Makes us look stupid.
Isn't there one above Australia to the west? There's a big plasma anomaly, something.
Oh, the Steves, those Steves. Yeah, those are called Steves. It's like a Northern Lights type of effect, where the gases are lit up over a magnetic field, area with charged particles.
Unless the atmosphere is actually lower in that area there, or higher, something different from the norm. So
yeah, those are those plasma tubes. They were just recently discovered a couple years ago. These plasma tubes that connect the hemispheres together on Earth too. If you imagine Yeah,
I
and
was talking about this. Fucking hell, mate. Yeah,
But
just
as below, so, as above, so below. You have vaults of the deep and vaults of the heavens. Like you have doors that would open up those vaults. Like I think that's how the flood happened. You know, you had the rain, which is normal, but you also had the vaults of the upper atmosphere and the vaults of the deep open up and let those water in. I think that's where those big craters are that they say meteors hit or whatever. I think that's where the water came through and it made that impression in the earth.
I mean, the craters could
actually,
also be.
It wouldn't be far from thinking this either, that instead of like water just pouring in, it would be an electrical discharge, like a steady lightning bolt that would recombinate the hydrogen and the oxygen from the silicates into water at that very spot.
An explosion of water. I mean, I think I'm one of the ones that think you put enough energy, such as compression, into water, it'll turn into, let's say, fire, just to use as an example, because people can relate. But it'll turn into something other than water. Like I think water is special. It not only has the 3 states that we talk about. I think it goes further than that. I think water is the baseline. It's the key to everything.
You know why I say plasma so much? Because plasmas can act as a catalyst for chemical reactions as well. So things that would take longer to react electrochemically take much less time in a plasma field. So if we're like, all this has to do with the recombination of materials, and it would just be transmutation of elements in a sense. And and
well, it's
happens rapidly.
Pressure, temperature, and time, right? But all that requires certain things.
That's the way they want us to think about it, over pressure, temperature, and time. Even though those things are all very related, the electrochemical reaction is not pressure and time, and you know what I mean. This is a covalent bonds. These are restructuring of atoms in a very, very in an instant. Bam.
Needs to be conductive. Needs to be in a conductive area.
I got what you're saying. Like fusion or fission or whatever.
Remember how they used to tell us all you need to make a diamond is to crush? Superman did it. He made a diamond by crushing coal in his hand, right? But see, that's literally impossible, because you need an electrical current first to start a diamond to grow. And see, they just realized that. So as they started making fake diamonds, they're like, oh, we can't make no diamonds. How do they do it? Oh, you need electricity. Oh, there we go. Everything needs electricity to do its thing.
I don't think they could come up with the amount of energy needed and control it to make a diamond under that way, like nature does or whatever. But
just a spark. It only takes a spark. It just needs it, though. Without it, it won't do it. The spark is what get the all spark, dude. It's really they know. They put it in movies and make us fucking eat it, and we don't even understand that that's what it is.
Krypton's blue, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. And they keep giving us a green kryptonite.
There's I'm trying to find it, and it's something that basically they bonded something with kryptonite, and they came up with a new thing. Like I'm just trying to find it back in my the fluoride group. It's things that I think we should be looking at ish. Maybe our sky is not as high as we think. We could actually be a sky that's has a height of, from both sides, 1,000 miles. Just trying to find this thing, man.
I saw that with a piece of blue ice.
It's just when you look at these bondings and you come across new elements or elements you've never heard of before, the links that you find through Wikipedia, especially, because that's really handy. Fucking hell, man! I mean, barium seems to be awesome, and beryllium. These fucking hell, when you start identifying all these different elements and stuff like that really are, and that could naturally be created, but we just don't find them on Earth, then sometimes people will say, oh, the diamonds and gold stuff that we find on Earth came from outer space. I'm like, really? And it's like black holes converting the shit, and But with regards to water, if it rained monsoon 40 days and 40 nights, monsoon type of weather back in the day, you could easily have flooded a certain contour depending on its like I think like Istanbul or something close to that is like 7 meters below sea level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
So I think the floods could possibly be. Sorry.
Yeah, it's almost as if those magnetic anomalies or whatever are what cause the plasma recombinations, or those connections from the sun to the earth, that at different times when I say plasma recombinations, I mean the ions get to meet with silicates and extra oxygen and create water, fresh new water, H2O.
What was it that produces
water?
I think it was beryllium. If beryllium touches water, it produces hydrogen. Which might sound really not, but if this happens in space, for example, then you might have something that
releases a hydrogen, right? Because of the other bonds are more stable, and they fill up their positions, right? There's no room for that hydrogen to connect, so it squeezes it off.
Yeah,
I'm not a chemist. I just the basics, I guess.
I don't think you have to be. Like once you start reading up, I always think if man made it, then man can suss it out. It might take one person longer to understand it than another person, but it's man made,
Yeah.
But this, for me, it was like Shakespeare. Was he possibly an alchemist or a chemist? And he was saying to be or not to be, and that's I looked it up and I got beryllium, I got boron, I got barium. Because one would be 2B and the other one would just be a B,
Well, no, I heard a story about that. And when I looked at his logs, he was registered at the hotel in room 2B. And he kept forgetting which room he was in. So
this is like
I'm kidding.
Da Vinci. Yeah, no, but
I just made that up, dude.
But I'm sure they would have made a movie with little snippets like that, and if you're not looking, you wouldn't understand Kubrick type of movie. So yeah, I might sound like I'm serious, but I'm not at all. I'm pretty goofy. Yeah, totally. But shit like that, it's like if you kind of look at it, and everything from Jack and the Beanstalk to there's golden egg, there's a harp. So the harp is the acoustics. You got the golden egg, possibly the shape. If you don't know your orientation, I think these stories were written a long time ago, but they were remakes of the real story, if that makes sense. And they just kind of became kiddified, and really unsuspecting. But the Northern Europeans,
I see a lot of the Bible, the writings that ended up they created the Bible with, and then the extra shit. But a lot of that shit, I see it as like cosmology personified, basically, to simplify it, and like a farmer's almanac, so the rainy seasons, so when to plant, when to harvest, particular morals and things like that, and values, as well as maybe the Jesus was a man of 30 when he entered his ministry, and he exited at 33. And then you just, oh wait, hold on, the sun enters one of the 12 houses, zodiacs, sun at 30 degrees, and then exits at 33. That's interesting. Let's talk about which one of those it is, so we'll know what era in time he's talking about. And I think it has a lot to do with that, instead of like some actual dude walking around at 30 doing some shit, eating panini bread or whatever. Fucking, who gives a shit?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, imagine if all the planets, imagine if everything up there was pretty much equal. They just have different parts to play. And at one time of the Earth, the sun was further away, and something else like Neptune or Mars was
Saturn.
That light in the sky.
Saturn.
But everything's red or everything's green or just something like that.
Yeah,
And
why do
actually,
we have the purple dawn of man, right? And then Saturnalia. Why
Blue
would anybody
people,
have an annual Saturn, celebration when Saturn takes 30 years to come around?
because it's the only one they can see in a lifetime.
That's what I mean. Like, you might be right. I'm trying to support your idea by saying that because, why else would there be, Saturnalia
Definitely.
as a religion? The northern hemisphere, pointed towards the north, and it just doesn't make any sense if it wasn't. So that but there's an idea, Velikovsky's idea, right, that we were actually fixed to Saturn, like tidally locked, like the moon is to us.
Or if everything's following Saturn.
And then Saturn and us were both captured by the sun, and then we were torn from Saturn, our original sun, the best sun that we used to call it. And now we have this new sun, and it was a purple dawn of man where the whole sky was always lit at the same even rate of purple, and we were probably all black, and we needed, you know what I mean, or all, just I don't know.
Yeah, and also if the sun is just the charge and always will be, for example, its actual pathways through the different layers at different periods of time. When you see a sunrise, it rises red, and then it goes orange, and then it goes yellow, and then it goes white. So it's going through layers itself. If you were to imagine possibly a dish or a saucer or something like that, all sorts of shit going on. But fuck, man. Intelligent conversation to actually narrow it down to what it is and what's not. I love it. But Gio was talking about the conjunctions for pandemic and different bits and pieces where things lined up in conjunction with Saturn and stuff like that. So this is a tradition we've been doing for 10 or 20, 30,000 years, or maybe just 1,000. We don't know. But we have to stick to that tradition because otherwise we won't have a natural calendar that doesn't use numbers. It's just observable and recorded.
I take it you've seen the Thunderbolts project, like Thunderbolts of the Gods, their old movies.
Doesn't ring a bell.
This is like all the stuff we're talking about, basically, and Velikovsky being the father of some of these ideas that I was mentioning.
Seriously.
Yeah, and like Worlds in Collision, I think was the book he wrote about it, and it's amazing stuff. Like it's a great, like if this is where you're going with it, like hop on YouTube, get to the Thunderbolts project real quick, and then look at their full length features, and it'll be like Thunderbolts of the Gods, stuff like that, and kind of like start from there. But then you'll see like on their space news videos, it's just full of cracking this mainstream narrative on top of the head with their own words. It's great stuff.
Some
scientific papers and shit. Yeah.
It's just a case of reading the right time. And if you've been doing this for 8-10 years, you would have read a lot more stuff than I would have.
This is where you start. This is a good start because this is where you can start and finish. These are the guys who focus on this shit the most out of everyone in the world. And then they'll lead you up to like see the pattern. His name's Gareth. He's very articulate and speaks well, and intelligent guy who can really get his point across. Yeah.
I don't have any of those fucking qualities, mate.
I know. That's why I'm praising him. We don't do as well.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. Definitely. You have something good to say and then you forget it 2 seconds later. You're like, fuck. I like what you said about just going back and forth through time, knowing that you've got limits, and cathedrals were lined up so that they could see the sunlight come through a hole that shines. And they would align buildings. They would align buildings in ways that this would happen. And possibly things like Paris, they would align it in a way that was you could see which direction the sun was coming from. So in Paris, they've got a center point and then they've got all the roads dispersing outwards. So if the sun was coming up and down Lombard Street, then you should know 2 months later it'll come up there. If those changes were happening, everyone would see it, and not just the people that are inside, the leaders or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think the Parisians or the Persians, I would say the same people, they wanted everyone. They wanted everyone to see what's going on. They didn't want anything hidden from anyone else. So and I think we kind of took that sort of thing away and made the French out to be some small little community or country or whatever in the west of Europe, and they have no importance.
Well, I think it's just, to signify that they're actually holding the ancient knowledge, meaning that they are of the ancient people. And
exactly,
it's a secret.
Exactly.
And that's the part that, they can control populations through proxy because they have a centralistic hub that gives them directive, and they can all look like they're on separate teams and all this other shit all day long, all they want, but they're not. They're all playing in unison a particular role to have an overall outcome achieved.
I've got to go, man. I'm really sorry, man.
In my opinion.
Man, fucking legend, man. I love conversations like this with people that just talk, you just talk. And awesome, mate. Appreciate it.
It's good talking to you too. I was going to say the same.
Yeah, cool, man. If you ever message me and say, look, man, do you want to have a chat now or anything like that? It's uninterrupted. That's the difference. It's not a personal thing. It's just uninterrupted. And exchanging ideas. Anytime, mate. Seriously.
All right, man.
Give or take. See you later, dude.
Yeah. Sorry for hogging up your chat.
All good, Graham. All good, mate.
I'm gonna have to go check on my wife. She's been in the shower for like 30 minutes. Probably fell asleep.
She's probably waiting for you to join her.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Well, if I'm back in a couple of minutes, you'll know things didn't go well.
or they did go well. I don't know what your stamina
Well, yeah, if I'm
is.
back in less than 30 seconds, yeah. A couple of minutes, you can never know.
Exactly right.
Actually, she's asleep. It's just raining. I thought that was the shower. Must have a full gutter that's splashing it.
Well, maybe you need to go wake her up. Put a
No.
smile on her face.
Yeah. No.
No?
She smiles better when she's asleep.
It's quieting down a bit now.
I'll let her get as much sleep as she can before I wake her up to go work on some painting one of these units.
Okay.
We got a house to paint.
What, you getting ready to rent it out again, are you? Or?
Yeah, well, we got so many places now. And then I also do stuff for my buddy he's got places too. And he's constantly like got something he's doing. He's like, "Hey, are you busy next week? Can I borrow your spray rig?" And I'm like, "No, nobody can borrow my spray rig. I can use it for you."
Yeah.
Well, that's what I meant.
I didn't actually want to use it myself. I actually wanted you to use it on my behalf.
Oh yeah. I'm actually an inch away from just opening up a painting company right now. I'm just doing so much, and I could add more to my plate if I wanted. Yeah. Go get a California contractor's license.
Oh, what, you got to be licensed to paint, do you?
Yeah, you got to have a contractor's license. It's like a C, class C or something for painting. Which is, it's literally like, like in Nevada, all you got to do is just take this test. People say you got to go to school and all this kind of stuff, but most of it's fucking intuitive. Unless you don't know shit about viscosities and what kind of, paint dilutions you use, or if you don't know your shit, then you're probably going to need to study. But a lot of it is laws and stuff, and how much you're allowed to take for a deposit in which state you're in. And in California it's like 10%, and the insurance that you need and this type of thing, and how big of jobs you can do under that licensing, and if you're bonded for what and what kind of jobs you can do. Pretty simple.
Look, I can understand you having to have insurances and stuff like that. You don't want to be, I don't know,
Right. And you're painting a casino.
well, yeah, wherever you drop 10 gallons of paint all over some priceless.
Or you flip a 90-foot boom over and it lands on a whole roll of cars in the parking lot.
But the whole
which I've seen that.
The whole licensing get up itself, I don't really kind of like. I understand it when there is probably safety issues, and I suppose too, depending on what you're painting, there can be many safety issues. Like you're working on big jobs, there's scaffolding or booms or whatever. So
it's not just the insurance. Like in Florida, when I first started, doing shit, started all my own businesses from neon to painting. I had them all going at the same time. I was just running the shit out of the show down there as a kid. And like all you needed was like $100,000 liability insurance, and it's a right to work state. You just go get your fictional license name. You pay for that. That's it. You're a business. You're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
And then they started changing laws, and I moved to another state and was like, they were like, oh, you're contracting without a license. You know that, right? And I'm like, what? What does that even mean? I'm only painting. Like, what do you think I'm doing here? But yeah. Funny stuff.
It's another money grab, I suppose, with it, because what do they really do to police anything really at the end of the day?
Right. You're right. It's just another way to snatch money from people.
I can understand maybe if they were a bit more, say, vigorous with their checks and stuff, like just doing random checks.
Well, the dirtiness of the situation. It's really to the people who end up buying their licenses and being the top contractors and shit. They'll actually go and rat on people who don't have theirs. To get rid of the competition. I mean, that shit happened to me when I was a kid. That, like I said, when I moved to that other state and I was doing my shit, I was like top dog already. I was in there. Vista Paint just was giving me fucking credit. Never saw my ID. I was just in there so often, getting so much paint. I had 16 men working for me. I was knocking out 4 houses a week, exteriors, popping off fucking whole track house, fucking, communities and shit.
Yeah, the problem, I deal with that license thing a lot. I'm required because the contractors can't pay you now unless you have a license. But when you're competing against someone that doesn't have insurance, doesn't pay workman's comp on his employees, doesn't have his license, which costs, you can't compete against that because you can't price it low enough to still make money and compete against somebody that's not having to pay for all that overhead. So it is a problem.
I wasn't even cutting my bids. I was hitting full price. Like I was just because I'm a quality painter. I mean, I really fucking scouted out other good painters who would pay attention to what I said and do it my way. You know what I mean? So it became like some top-notch shit going on. And I charged $3,400 for an exterior 20 years ago. You know, a stucco exterior with a lightweight, some Spanish lace repair maybe for the sprinklers and lightweight shit, garage doors, everything, all done. You know, fucking take a day to do it, 4-man crew. And we'd be doing 4 houses a week. You know, give or take a day or two here and there. So we pressure washed the whole fucking community almost. And, you know, at once. Boom. Then we'd come in after that and start lining up these houses. And there was guys who were contractors that would come in and cut my bids. And I know what you're saying, because that could be true. In a lot of cases, you would see stuff like that. But I wasn't one of those guys who was cutting it. You'd see the contractors doing it. The ones who, you know, they had like huge jobs going on, commercial jobs. They'd come into the residentials and just do it for almost nothing to try and cut people out, just so that they wouldn't survive as a business. I mean, the reason I know for sure that they do that is because at one point I was working for a guy who literally was doing that. I was watching him give the bid and I was like, how can you do the bid so low? And he was like, oh, I actually lose money on all these residentials here, but it keeps that guy who's driving, you see his truck, that fucking asshole right there, keeps him out of work. And I'm like, wow, what a dick. You just fucking, you're losing money just so you can make that guy hungry. That's the game, though.
It's crazy, isn't it? So then they can get a monopoly and hopefully drive them out of business and then have it all.
That's what he's doing. Yeah. So I learned from that guy how to work and everything. He was a whole Hungarian dude. Was very fucking, very good and meticulous, and you know what I mean. And just knew everything. Him and his whole crew there, and they really liked me a lot because I picked up all that shit immediately. I had a knack for all of it. Like my mom's a fucking artist. You think I don't know how to feather out one of these ends? Get the fuck out of here. I know what you're looking for.
It's funny if you do quality work, right? You might be a little bit quiet at first, but it doesn't take too long for the word to get around, and people want quality work done generally.
Yeah, exactly. So like in 2008, when that big financial crisis happened and everything, I was still painting all the rich people's houses. Like I had no slowdowns at all. It was just and all my friends around me that were doing track homes and shit still, I moved into custom, doing faux finishing, trial on specialty textures and all that stuff. And yeah.
Yeah, I didn't suffer during the GFC either. To be honest with you, I didn't.
Like this one either. I missed the suffering on the COVID thing too. I mean, I saw it happening. Fuck, I have friends who lost restaurants. 2 of them.
Yeah, look, and there's been many stories about people losing their businesses and stuff like that. But which unfortunately, you know, that's not necessarily their fault. You know, when it comes to restaurants and cafes and things like that, that's not necessarily their fault. Them going under, but other things, you know, still
Yeah, they're forced under in that restaurant thing. Like one of my buddies, like they were like, okay, we're gonna let you do outdoor dining. So he's like, okay, he went out and got a fucking loan to fucking rebuild the front of his restaurant for outdoor dining, and then they said, nope, you can't open. So then, with that extra loan to pay and not allowing him to open, he was like, well, it's month 6. I gotta, you know, call it quits here.
And the bank won't.
Oh, they're not chilling. They're ready to accept your failure.
No.
Yeah.
What they did here, they put a freeze on things for people. Also, too, offered people more loans, but that obviously means, you know, it's a loan, right? Which
Yeah, they did the
means
same here.
now you have a bigger debt. So now in 6 months' time or 12 months' time, you still haven't got any reprieve. You still have to pay it back. Right?
Yeah,
You still
they
have to
still
be
let you double down on your losses and then let you lose
exactly,
more.
exactly right. And then you're starting from scratch again while people are still all hiding inside and blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. And yeah, slowly but surely the screws are put on, and bank comes in, and you know, a lot of these people too that would open up a little mum and pop business. You know, they would put their house on the line, like that was the collateral. You know, their
Yeah.
home, and you know they'd be losing their home, and you know hold on, I've got to do this just quickly, just
Yeah.
to just to be sure and just to be safe.
On that note, what's there to talk about?
Damn. Yes. This whole title locking. I don't know. It's got me.
I gotta go check for a package real quick. I'm still listening. Title locking?
Yeah, it's title locking. Like I said, I just thought about the whole title locking thing and the moon and kind of why we aren't title locked to the sun as well. It makes sense to be title locked to the sun if the moon is title locked to us. If it's all because of this gravity thing, that's why it is title locked. Like,
Well, I always thought it was interesting, like that thing about how like there's craters on the moon that face Earth, because they've been hit by asteroids allegedly. But like, how did it get past Earth's gravity to have a direct hit right on the face of the moon? You know what I mean? Now, granted, like that's where they always go to scale. You know what I mean? Like they always talk about, well, it's so far away, it's not actually. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That accomplishes that for a lot of it.
It's all just it's the big scale negator, isn't it, Isa? We just don't understand scale with anything, or you can't think in 3D. That's a common one as well.
Well, to be fair, there have been some guys who actually couldn't. Ooh, good thing I was muted.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I started to touch back on what we were talking about. I was like, oh, good thing I'm muted. I didn't say it all the way, but
it's so hard. It's so hard. But
Did you guys see that Libs of TikTok fiasco?
No.
Okay, so like there's an account called like Libs of TikTok.
Right.
And like all this person was doing was putting up videos of tranny school teachers and stuff talking about like just what they'd uploaded themselves to TikTok and was like was putting them on Twitter or whatever. And then so this one fucking Washington Post journalist who just 8 days ago was crying on TV about how her personal information was passed out and people were contacting her and her parents and all the rest of it. She went 8 days later and doxed the girl from Libs of TikTok in a Washington Post article. And
wow.
so
Well, there goes her journalistic credibility.
Dude, and there's like a picture of her at the girl's mother's house.
Oh God.
Showing that she actually was the one who was visiting and threatening the parent, the family members of this girl who has a fucking Twitter account. And just 8 days prior, she was crying on MSNBC about how, getting attacked was so devastating and how she had PTSD from it.
Cyberbullied her.
Right, dude. And then fucking couple of days later, think about that though. The Washington Post doxed this chick.
But isn't that what we say, ISIS? ISIS. Isn't that what we say though all the time?
Crazy.
It's like usually they play victim so that they can hurt you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That type of person,
But did she like dox the girl that attacked her? Is it like a revenge dox? Or?
No. Completely separate.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Right, dude. She fucking was
I think she
crying
like
about
doxed her in favor of the other girl, though.
Right, like cried about getting doxed, and was on TV with it, talking about the nightmare, and she cried and like broke down and shit. And then fucking a couple days later, she's like outside the mother's house of the girl who runs that TikTok account.
That's insane.
Any publicity is good publicity.
Oh, dude, did you hear Disney's gonna lose their like fucking like exempt status or some shit that they probably got from filming the moon landing? Fucking
What exempt status?
well,
What
like
are they
they have
exempt
like
from?
well, they have special privileges on the land, so they're not paying like something like 200 million in taxes that they should be every year.
Ooh.
And fucking DeSantis.
There's how you treat. There's how you fix the homeless situation.
Oh
You
man,
just
right?
tax Disney.
You know, but you know, I mean, shoot, like you know, so it's interesting that like you know, I always think of like Trump
In Anaheim, anyway.
Oh, you know what though? You know what? I don't even know about the Cali situation. This one's in
Oh,
Florida.
I see. Yeah, Disney have some self-governing
Disney's so
status
much bigger.
in Florida. That's Disney World, right? Or
Cali.
is that Disneyland?
Yeah,
The one in
that's where they
Florida.
shoot all the rockets
The
from
one in
too.
Florida is the little one. Yeah.
These clowns are getting wrecked. And Neo, did you hear about this shit? There was allegedly like an operation in DC from our military on Military Appreciation Day, and fucking the CIA and fucking everyone was spooked by it.
Hold on.
Yo,
You guys have a military appreciation day?
I guess so. I read a little snippet about it and how the
Yeah.
military was running an extra because like the whole theory is like, you know, these Chinese clowns are gonna get wrecked, and they've all been caught, and they're all gonna go to jail for what they fucking done. And you know, and
And
then like,
China sympathizers too.
yeah, no, paid for and bought by, dude. Like this is not even like these aren't even ideological
That's
concepts.
Biden, his son, all these assholes.
All of them, dude. Like you know what I mean? And you know, and that includes fucking you know the same people who faked the moon landing in my book.
Way.
Like I think
I
we're
know.
going.
How
I
far are
think.
we going with this?
Dude, oh no, dude! Anyone who's alive can get it. You know what I mean? Anyone who was alive, who was paid for by the, you know, with working with the Nazis and the fucking, you know, then paid off by the Chinese in the fucking 80s or whatever, they're gonna get wrecked. And I think it's so interesting that I love that clip from fucking Trump where he's like, you know, he goes, "I'd love to lose everything and see who remains." You ever seen that video, Grim?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like you know, he's like,
Yeah.
"I'd love to lose everything and see who's you know loyal." And he goes, you know, you'd be surprised who's loyal and who's not. And da, 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 da. And he goes, and I'd love to do that just so I could come back and get revenge. And I just feel like that whole show, and you know, all of it is leading up to this shit. And then they're gonna discharge the national interest by blaming China for the vid. It's gonna be epic.
I happened to overhear a major radio station host on the drive home, like 5 o'clock traffic yesterday, hating on Disney, saying they're turning your kids against you. And he's going, even if you're not like super right-wing conservative, he was just on some spiel about how something about Disney movies is turning kids against. I'm like, why is this on the fucking radio? It fucking
dude, right? It's going down in some regard.
But what in Disney movies? Did he give examples?
I'm gonna be honest. No, I didn't. It was just so. I just took the general message of like, yeah, sure, you know, there's the little spell, you know what I mean? I didn't even want to hear his fucking opinion on it, and I like zoned it out, you know. But yeah, I'm sorry.
But yeah, Issa, that thing you was talking about, it turns out Disney have like some sort of special exemption where they own the land where they have
like it's
their own special district. Hello?
Yeah, you're back. You're back, man.
Oh, sorry. So basically, the land Disney owns in Florida, it's like their own special district. They don't have to pay taxes on it. They can build new structures without having to warn like the local planners or anything. You know, they own that land themselves. It's like it's not
They don't have
U.S.
to
land.
pull
It's
permits for the
Disneyland.
district, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like their own state.
Exactly. They're their own country. Yeah.
Yo, think about it, dude. They like I wouldn't be surprised if like Cape Canaveral and NASA was all part of that somehow. I don't really know the layout down there, but I wonder. You know, because they got, like you said, think of it as an international port for fucking space travel.
Well, they got the underground Disney in Cali, and then they got the underground Disney. Most people don't even know about the underground Disney.
Yeah, that shit is creepy as fuck. Hey, yo, and one of them
There's
fucking
clubs and shit, and fucking this whole city down there underneath
dude,
Disney, man.
you know, one of the
It's
fucking
like adult shit
no, dude,
going
the
on,
Disney cruise
drinking
line,
and all kinds of shit.
dude, the Disney cruise line went right by Epstein Island, bro. Fucking,
Yeah,
and they
there's
have like
something funky going on,
submarines and
man.
some weird shit over there.
Oh, you lost your kid for a couple hours at Disney. Maybe he was underground for a couple hours.
Dude, fucking daycare and shit. Who knows what the fuck they do, dude?
No, it's just a club. They got clubs down there for the nightlife and stuff like that. For the older kids, third to, you know, I say older kids, you know what I mean. Grown-ups who cannot grow up and need to still go to the club.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't imagine still being into fucking Disney shit, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Well, now it's like people think Star Wars is Disney shit.
God.
One
maybe
day,
they're just letting us know it all was in the first place from the same group.
Maybe. What's up, Rocky?
Hey, bud.
a couple years back, it seemed like it was 3 or 4. We could probably date it with the opening of the movie, but the new Star Wars or whatever came out, and my son and I went and watched it. We, one of our things is go watch movies together. So no matter what it is, watch it and we have a good time. Went to Star Wars, and there were adults dressed in Star Wars uniforms, not workers. They were doing it because they're Star Wars fanatics, right? Like it's very strange to me, man. I don't get
Is that strange?
mentality.
That's pretty common though, Rocky.
Normal.
I know, but no, I understand that. I understand that it's normal, and they have every right to do it. It just sits strange in the way I think, right? Does that make me strange, or?
Well, what
Like, it
about
really
it is
kind of freaked
strange
me
to you?
No, it's
that
common.
a grown adult would dress up in a costume to go see
Yeah,
a movie.
it's common to think that that nerds are dorky. Like that's a common feeling. Like they go above and beyond to be a fan. Like that's extra work out of your way. So a logical person, who's not into that stuff or has other things that keep them busy,
Yeah.
more productive things. I think it would be common to find that as
I
weird.
just kind of had a realization because I wear a uniform when I go to a sporting event. I put my team's colors on. That's pretty similar, right?
It is, yeah.
So I guess I am relating a little bit to it now. It just popped into my head because I'll wear the certain shirt and color and hat. I don't do
Paint your
this,
face
like
sometimes.
I don't. Yeah, I don't go as far as some, but I guess that is pretty similar, right?
Yeah. It's the same thing. I mean, they just fanatics and they do it in their spare time. It's something they're really into as a hobby or something. I don't know.
It's their Super Bowl, right? I get it. I
Exactly.
get it now. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We have huge events here called Comic Con. I don't know if you have them over there, but they're like a big conference, and people go there all dressed up in their favorite Marvel or DC character, and the amount of effort and time and money that people put into these costumes, it's quite amazing actually. I took my kids there one day, and it's just mind blowing. You're walking around like all the Star Wars characters, the Thors, the Aquamans, the Superman, Spider-Mans, and it's like, the outfits are just outstanding. They're spectacular, really.
We do the same thing with Mardi Gras, right? These people dress up in these extravagant headgear and clothes and stuff. Very expensive, but yeah, I guess I see it more now. Like, I never really realized that was all around me. It is kind of normal. I even do it. Yeah. Crap.
Damn.
The nerd is looking at me when I go to the football game going, look at that, idiot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. All right.
Yeah.
He paid money to go sit in the burning hot sun to watch other men hit each other. What an idiot. Yeah, okay, I get it.
There's a mic drop moment for you, Ruckia, right there.
Oh yeah, it hit me. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, what am I doing calling this guy abnormal? I do the same damn thing. But it did. When I walked into the theater and saw that, I was like, stay away from that guy.
There's themes kind of in Star Wars too. There's the Democrats and the Republicans. I mean, the Empire and the Republic, or the First Order, whatever. There's teams. So.
Yeah, and then the religious organizations, the Sith and the Jedi.
Yeah,
it's just like a parody of life,
I remember
those movies were some of the most great to me, very great examples of the good versus evil, the cooperation versus the selfishness, all that. It's the Democrats versus the Republicans, same thing.
Who would be the Democrats for you, though? Would it be the Empire or the Republic?
So this was crazy. Like, I just even thought about it a couple. Like, dude, obviously in Star Wars, the Empire is bad. Like, they are, But like, really though, if no one was fighting against them, what would really be bad about them?
Let me help you out, man. Dun, 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 dun,
dun. Communist. It's kind of like communist.
But like in real life, who would you compare the Empire to? Country or party?
And liberals.
You'd compare the Empire to liberals?
I'm sorry, to whoever is the socialist people. The socialist people.
Oh.
And there's trolls. Trolls in Star Wars too, right?
No, I'm not trolling, dude. But look, aren't the Democrats also the liberals?
They fly on. I mean, they're different, but they do. Liberals tend to vote for Democrats, whoever the Democratic nominee is.
It's just so weird, man. The more and more I think about it, the Republican philosophy is just broken, because it's like you want less government, right? But then at the same time, it's like, do you really want every household to be like, just having all this fortress of self-defense and just being able to murder whoever trespasses on their land? Like, you don't want that. So you need government. Like, we just have such a big society. It's just a joke for people to think that they don't need government. So if you know that you're going to have it, why not make it as fair as possible? For it to be fair, you need more involved. You need everybody involved for it to be fair. So I don't know. It's just stupid to me. My philosophy is everyone should just be involved and listen to everybody. It should be that.
But how do you do that now? Like, how do you get decisions done if you got to listen to everyone's point of view? How do you agree on stuff?
AI for president. AI for president.
Bugger your AI.
I think we all should have vote more. Like I don't remember the last time a representative came around to my school, to my job, to my streets, to my hangout place and said, hey, how's it going in the community? Is everything okay? No, you got to go there. You got to go. You got to bitch. You got to fucking do all this petitioning for the laws to change. The representatives should be out making sure people are represented. So there could be websites like Reddit. Instead of just thumbs upping and thumbs down, they could have all the laws. People could have a range of thumbs upping and down of what laws they agree with or not. The leaders should then actually reflect that more data from their constituents. Like, there's no fucking way our representative leaders, if they even cared, could have a true measure of what we all want. So we should have more, we should get with these big data companies and have more voting. We should have more with technology nowadays and internet. There could be, we could vote every day. We don't need to vote once a year.
So what do you think then, Don? Like here where I am, a lot of people think it's compulsory voting, but it's not actually compulsory voting. People are under the notion that it's compulsory voting. But what do you think of the notion of having compulsory voting, that everyone actually has to make the effort to go down to the voting booths and put a ballot in of one form, shape, or another? What do you think about that? Because I know you guys don't have compulsory voting over there, or even compulsory marking your name off the list. Are you for compulsory voting?
Yeah, I think I definitely could get behind it. I don't, know what should be punished by. I think it should be more, and I know we already have but there should be more like rewards. You know what I mean? Like there's so many, like every app that you think of. I heard Jin mention 7-Eleven. Do they have 7-Eleven wherever the fuck he is? But like all these companies now have these reward system apps. Like you participate, you get reward. You have so much frequency or volume of activity, you get reward. I mean, it should be simple as that, dude. Like the fact that our leaders are always the last to implement the cool ass systems, it pisses me off. The bureaucratic, red tape that they say, the slowness of bureaucracy. We should be winning.
So
we shouldn't be the last.
From the outside looking in, Don, and this is only when it comes to the presidential race itself, right? I'm not talking about your election when it comes to your normal congressman, but from when it comes to the presidential race, it seems more like a glitzy type of show. It's all about the glamour and the glam and the celebrities and this and that. Is it a similar sort of thing when it comes to just the election of your congressmen and women as well? Is it in a similar kind of vein? Like whoever has the biggest bank account, have the best ad campaign, kind of gets the most.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of it.
Yeah. See, our political parties here, you have a budget, and that's the budget that you have to spend on a particular on your political campaign, and there's a very short window of when they can put ads up on TV. Like there's a 6-week window before the election that they can start playing their ads, start doing their campaigns, like letterbox drops, knocking on doors, all that sort of thing.
How do they do that? Like they're paying money for these ads and stuff, so they're given a budget, or is that out of their own coffers?
Well, I'm not actually too sure, Moyoc, where the money comes from, but I do know that they do have donators. So say like
Okay, so it just means that you can't spend a fuck ton of money on it with a super amount of donors. But I just wondering, like, if the government was doing it, like, what keeps 10,000 people from running for state controller? Yeah.
No. See, the Liberals here get their money from, say, business, right? From companies, from organisations, where our Labor Party gets a lot of their money from the unions and stuff like that. But it doesn't matter how much money you get, you can only spend so much of that on your actual political campaign at that particular time. So you don't have an endless amount of money to spend.
Right. Where does the money go after that? Like, let's say that you've got a really popular party that makes $1 billion on their donations. Where does that money go? Any idea?
It goes to the political party itself, and how they spend that. Who knows, Moyoc, how they actually spend it, because their books aren't open for the public to read and audit.
That's weird. Okay, so I got $1 billion. Let's just say I could spend $100 million on my campaign. I got $1 billion. It goes into the coffers, and let's say that runs all the time. That's a giant bank account running somewhere.
Yeah. But they go about other sly ways of actually skirting around the rules, if you know what I mean. There are other sly ways that they do these things, which a couple of parties have been picked up on in the past, and they get a fine. The fine isn't necessarily representative to the crime they're supposed to have committed. That's a different kettle of fish. But yeah, where the money goes and how it's accounted for, and what portion, who gets what and all this sort of stuff. I think when it comes to people they hire to do particular things, like they might, I don't know, say employ Alan Bond for argument's sake as a public speaker to go on the Liberal campaign. I don't think his salary or whatever his take would be is accounted for. I think that's totally separate.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what happens if you don't vote? Do you get fined?
Yes, you can get fined. Like it's not compulsory to vote. Many people will tell you in this country it is compulsory to vote. It's not compulsory to vote. It is compulsory to get your name ticked off the ballot paper, right? So you have to show up. You have to get your name ticked off, right? And then you don't have to do anything after that. You don't have to vote at all, right? But once you're there, you're kind of already there. So a majority of people do vote. And, we have X amount of invalid votes, X amount of donkey votes and all that sort of stuff that get thrown in the mix and are discarded. But I think out of the population, I think about 90% of the ballots are pretty valid. So you get a good representation of what people want. And I think it also too makes those politicians sometimes go to areas and campaign areas where they might not necessarily care too much about. So
I've thought these things through like a lot, and it comes down to these type of tensions. It comes down to the privacy secrecy tension, because why would you not want to discuss and tell people how you feel and what you want? Okay, well, maybe you want to hide it for whatever reason. You're shy. You have ulterior motives. You're trying to compete and you need to keep the information secret. There's a range of reasons, right? And then you think about, well, why would people want to do that? And then you're like, okay, well, comfort of life, or, like generational plans or whatever. And this weird stuff starts, coming into play when we start thinking about everybody getting along, because how do you allow that? It's that same, that like Republican versus Democrat thing. How do you allow, people to have their own rights, but still say, really, they don't really own, in the definition of own, meaning whatever the F you want to do with it, land, you can't really own the land, It's a little weird. It's fucking
Yeah,
weird.
you know why though? It's so weird because it goes back to like 1215. You know why? Because there's when the Pope fucking he nullified the Magna Carta, and King John wanted to come back in the fold. He said that any land that the crown had ever did possess or would possess would always pay a tax for the minerals in the soil. So all of that goes back as tribute to the Vatican.
So
because
I've always proposed that we kind of live in a pseudo Dothraki culture, and I try to, challenge people to, really say what's wrong with it. And it, it's like, why should we not give credit to the dominators that have been successful dominating so far?
Well, yeah, that's what's interesting too, is that they give you credit for being their progeny.
For being born in their territory.
That's right. And because that's why it's called the Sestige v Trust, right? A lot of people have this confused
Exactly.
ways. But it's the idea that if you as a warrior went and fought for your king, right, your son would be given a certificate, so that if you died in battle, one day your son, when he was of age, could take that certificate to the king's coffers and be paid what you had earned for the king, the spoils of war. And what we do now is we give over that document at birth so as to be a part of socialism. And we play the game, where we give over that, and then they've created the money for us to go work for in the system. The problem is that we've stuck with this identity as being the thing that was created by them, as opposed to being the guarantor of the trust agreement.
Well, even
certificate of birth. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll clarify that real quick. You have what's called a live record of birth, right? Which is at the fucking whatever, and then you have a birth certificate. They're both like the birth certificate is for banking. The live certificate of birth, you could use that as a fucking passport if you got a certified copy of it. I know that that's the case. You might do 3 days at the border, but you don't need any other documentation other than your live record of birth. It's interesting if you do it right. But
So it just takes time because people don't know. Like even the people enforcing the rules don't know that that's available.
Well, and that's why I've always said the smartest motherfucker you want to talk to is the judge. The judge is the smartest person.
Yeah. He knows all of
So
that.
you're breaking up.
He had to know it.
Right.
I wanted to say things when you're born, you sign over your right as a human being born on Earth. You indoctrinate yourself under a name as a laborer for that territory. That's all you're doing.
Right, but it's good. It's good. This is the thing, is that everyone's under the impression that, I signed away my rights and did everything. No, you didn't. You're just a party to a company that has rights over these particular citizens, but you're the priority security interest holder over the whole company.
But okay.
So you haven't been deprived of fucking anything other than if, like, this is why I say, like, what a great example of it is if you ask somebody where do they live, and they're going to tell you 123 B Street or whatever. And in reality, the only place a man or woman could ever live is inside their body, because you're a spirit and you're in a system that says, in God we trust, on the money, on the walls in the court. We just don't think we've stuck ourselves. This is why we used to talk about how the moon landing carterized this atheistic, rationalistic, nihilistic, postmodern fucking bullshit.
Well, I don't know what religious motives they have in the long run, but I do like, it sounds like you're kind of making a point of, okay, a lot of people are paranoid that the being owned is a bad thing, but it really means you're part of a team. That kind of seems like a summary of your message.
Well, now you're using it in the wrong context, though. No one wants to even, psychologically, I don't even like it if you say, like, you're owned. Like, it's like when somebody comes in and says, we're all slaves. It's like, speak for your fucking damn self.
But it sounds like that's what you're saying. People have the misconception of it, them taking it that way, when really they should.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and that's cool. But here's what I think we could do better. Let's just say that way. When you start it with, the inheritance to the son, he could take it to the document to the king's coffers and be like, hey, my dad fought for the king, so let me get something, right? That's where it just gets weird, right? When a king creates coffers, right there, or whenever they create this credit system, you see what I'm saying? It totally unbalances, what I think is fairness for man hours and the teamsmanship or whatever, because you have all these people producing their goods and services, and they can all be traded and credited and everything, but then because there's people that need to be, that went outside of the economy, the system, they were doing the war thing, and maybe let's just say it hasn't been measured how much the war has been produced, right? So the king just can credit shit out and be like, okay, all my kingdom now has to just honor this credit that I created, right? That to me is where the problem that type of situation needs to be measured more. We need to be like, I agree that the king or the government should be able to give out credits.
Well,
but
check it. In this system,
it should be a profiting thing, and it should be measured, and it shouldn't be fiat. That's kind of the message I want to get. Go.
Well, the thing is that money is just a medium of exchange. That's all that it is.
It's not all it is.
What else is it then?
Well, it also is a tool that can be used to create fiat credits, right? Like not the money itself, but just like having that money.
You're referring to fractional reserve banking is what you're getting to, right?
I mean, look, if the king doesn't really have anything to give the warriors, right? He can say, look, guys, I need an army. And all the people are like, well, we're trading bread and cows. We don't have time to go fight. Right. And they're like, well, I'll pay you. Well, what are you going to pay me, king? You don't own anything. You don't have anything. Right. Oh, well, we could have something if the king's like collecting X amount of tributes and tax, and then they can give out that much. But generally what happens is they give out more than they possess themselves. And then, there was $1 million in the economy, and all of a sudden now there's then they just create 2 million, and it just, people who did not produce the cows all of a sudden get a cow. They didn't take place, and the citizens and society goes, oh, well, they did do a job. They went out and were warriors. And so, that's something that we need in society. That's where I think the disconnect comes in. If you were to poll everybody and see, does everybody want funding to go to the warriors? They wouldn't. But the king gets to say, you know what? Like, I don't care. I want it. I'm going to create fiat money to make the warriors go out and do whatever I want them to do. There should be no war. Everybody should be a warrior if we're on the same team. We all.
The sick part is what they're getting to do. Their bidding is basically tax collect to pay for the, system that they created.
Or go raid outside lands, and it's
that's what it is, to create more, to receive more taxes or more benefit, more oil, more gold, more resources, to pay for the very system that they set up, which needs to be paid for.
When you say more, it's like, unless you get into more efficient production, if it's a zero-sum system. If you get more, that means the others got less. You know what I mean? So why do people who pretend that they want a fair cooperative thing allow positions where there's not fairness? Oh, because it came from outside, because it's not our burden. We took it from, the Chinese or the Indians or whoever. I just heard 2 days ago, Scott Mackey over in Jams sticking up for the fact that certain people in America haven't gotten a fair shake, or not as fair as a shot as other people. And, because of, violence or, bad morality type of, like, negative morality type of things. And, they'll take he was taking a position of, oh, we should make it right. We should, understand that we murdered and did these people wrong, and we should have cooperated with them, and we'd be sharing the land more, and it'd be more balanced. But on the same token, this same person, I've been in people like this, they don't give a fuck about the bigger picture, about what's going on in the rest of the world with the American army and what we're taking, or, what fractional reserve banking, how those people, the people who started the IMF, how they did the same fucking thing to us. No one pays attention to that. You know what I mean? Like, there definitely are dominators, and I'm not saying hate on them. I'm saying either get our story straight, either just be chill and understand, take what we can get, because they done fucking dominated and they deserve it. Start the republic and try to beat them, or just say, hey, you know what? Let's change it. It's not fair. And get back to being.
Let me ask you, can I ask you a question? Did the United States win the Revolutionary War?
Of course.
Okay. What if I could show you that they didn't?
Well, I thought that both of. Oh, you're talking about 1776.
Talking about 1783. Who writes the treaty for an end of a war? The winner or the loser?
I don't know. The winner?
Right. And so in the Treaty of Paris from 1783, the King of England called himself the King of the fucking United States in the opening paragraph.
Wow.
So there's like this alternative history of banking and real history that we're unaware of, in my opinion. And because of that, we can't have a rational discussion about this subject, because this all goes back to Great Britain, and then Great Britain's agreements with the Vatican, whether anyone wants to accept that or not. But it's the 1783, if you look at it, the Treaty of Paris, and it's like, and I remember there's also like an anecdote of like the 1812 war. So like in 1800s, they were trying to get rid of all titles of nobility for Congress, right? Well, the thing is that Esquire is a title of nobility. Esquire is what you're given when you're an attorney, right? It's a title of nobility. So they said they wanted to get rid of all titles of nobility in Congress. And the fucking British Navy came up and burned down the fucking White House. You know? Like, so, like, you know, they were like, hey, this is our shit. And also, too, it's interesting in a way. It's checks. It's a system of checks and balances, which most people think of as like a check on each system. In reality, it's checks and balances. It's banking. It's all banking. And so, like, you had the 1783 thing happen. Then there's a 70-year contract in international law banking. And then you have the Civil War in America because the South refused to pay the tax that the federal government owed Great Britain because they defaulted on the line of credit from 1783. And then that's why the North took the South's property, i.e. the freed slave, and turned them into collateral for the United States by creating the first United States citizen. This is why in Maxwell v. Dow, United States citizens are not permitted rights under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution.
Wait, say that last part. Why they're not?
Yep, it's Maxwell v. Dow. It's case law. United States citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution.
What the fuck?
Right. So, like, you know, but you have to realize you're in an ecclesiastical system that essentially goes back to Rome. Therefore,
Hey, you're saying that's case law, so that means that has to be what, upheld in court? I don't care what the fuck any person decided or judged on.
Well, let me ask
to
you a question.
say that.
Let me ask you a question.
No, I know. I'm saying I could give a fuck less, and you know what? There's 350 million other Americans that would say, I don't give a fuck what case you judged against. Franklin versus who?
Maxwell v. Dowd.
Hey, Franklin and Maxwell v. Dow, whatever. Hey, go fuck yourselves and your mother.
All right, now hold on. Now, see, here's the thing: is that, like, if I ask you, you know, what I mean? Like, the problem is if I ask most people, are they a United States citizen? Right? They will say, like, if they live in what we refer to as the United States, they would say that they're a United States citizen. By defining yourself in that limited capacity, you know, that's what you're going to get is you're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution, although they might keep up appearances.
What does that mean, dude? Well, what does that mean?
Well, that means
if you're a
you
United States citizen, why wouldn't you be protected by the Constitution? What else are you, dude? Some fucking alien?
Well, like I said, but how about this? Was the Constitution before or after the creation of the United States citizen?
I don't care, dude. If you live in the United States, you're going to be protected by the Constitution. It doesn't matter. I don't care what games you're playing. If you live here, you're going to be protected by that Constitution that was written for you.
I agree. But if you come into court as the United States citizen, you might get 30.
Then there's a problem with the court. There's not a problem with the paper. There's not a problem when you did it.
You might get 30 years for a gram of cocaine because you're an enemy of the state because you're a United States citizen. And then you don't even know that. And then you're doing 30 years as a United States citizen because you didn't care to know.
Wait. 30? You're going to get 30 years for a gram of cocaine because you're
like
an
fucking
enemy
Alabama
of the state.
or something at a certain time. Yeah, probably so.
You could get 15 years for coke, but for just having some coke. So, but anyway,
Hold on.
But
Wait, what are you talking about?
They can do that because of this, because of that case law.
Who said they can do that?
Do they do that?
I don't know. Do they? Do you have case law or
Yeah,
an
dude.
example?
They arrest people every day for having shit on them, dude. Yes, they do.
Now,
You know,
okay, shouldn't that be
People are
okay?
getting more time for coke than they do for murder.
Okay, then there should be a problem with that, and not, you know, the Constitution or enemy of the state
no,
or none
no.
of that.
Constitution is our saving grace, my dude. You know what I mean? I'm a big proponent of our system, just as it is, even with the United States citizen not protected under the first 8 amendments of the
But
federal.
you're saying because of that case law, Franklin versus fucking
Just
whoever,
evidence.
Moglen Goodell, you're not protected under the first 8.
I'm saying United States citizens. Maxwell v. Dow just says that United States citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments. Now, this is just evidence.
You know what? We should stop the presses and go right up to whoever judged on that case and throw it out or whatever, because the longer you let that go, and I think every American should hear about that, and I'm sure they would be I'm sure they would love to hear that their first 8 rights have been banished by that case law.
How about
And I
this?
don't think anybody's going to put up
I've been talking about it
with
for
that.
5 years online, trying to fucking scream it off the fucking mountaintops. I've been fucking screaming this shit for fucking years, dude. Probably 10 years.
Well, here's the problem then. Here's the problem maybe I said it twice. Maybe the problem is things just take too slow for people to hear about. I know even with social media, it's still slow because people are just worried about their own lives. They're not worried about dick, really.
Well, and that's I think those things, like, I've come to peace with the fact that I probably can't give any of this information to fucking anybody. I've come to peace with
Here's
that.
another thing.
Well, I know
Yeah,
that. But
you
here's the
can't
other side.
convince anybody of anything anyway. Like,
Right.
it's so hard to change somebody's mind.
But you know what's cool, man? I have testimony of people out here that have done what I've proposed with this legal shit, and it's worked. You know what I mean? Like, I know for myself, like, I can stuff a foreclosure. I can fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I know how to do these things for myself, God willing, if I ever had to. And I take solace in that, if you will. But, like, I'm trying to say to everyone, like, hey, first, we don't want to burn down the system. That's a lefty fucking paradigm bullshit. You know what I mean? You don't want to burn. The system is actually perfect if you were, if we it's perfect, in its understanding of itself. It's not morally
Oh,
perfect.
you're a sovereign citizen guy? I remember that. I remember that
Well,
about 10 years ago.
how could I be a sovereign? How about this? How could I be a sovereign if no man is sovereign under God?
I don't know, dude. I don't
Right.
know.
So I'm
I
not,
don't know the
obviously
whole
that would mean that I'm
argument.
not a sovereign citizen, right? Because actually that's an oxymoron, fucking flat earth kind of psyop term. Because sovereign means authority and citizen means subject. So it means I'm an authority slave. It's the dumbest fucking thing you could ever say.
I'm authority over my own slaveness.
Right. Or not even. I'm authority.
Look.
Yeah, I'm an authority over the fact that I will do whatever you tell me. You know what I mean?
Look,
Like,
here's
it's like,
the fact is, look, whoever's a citizen, whoever's a worker, there's levels, man. There's a hierarchy. You choose. You know what? I don't even think you choose, man. It started a long time ago, right? There's these groups, man, who've said, hey, we're gonna prop up our own families, like all the kids in college, right? We're gonna give them the best jobs, and they're gonna be the bosses and tell the other worker bees what
what I
to
do
do.
with my
It's just a
what I do with
hierarchy, and
my
it
kids.
started a long time ago.
I would do the same
And
thing.
you know what? It was modeled in England too. So they knew, hey, these English guys, hey, they're sending their kids to college with this free money or this free whatever, because we can make these free things. It doesn't matter. Hey, and we'll give these free things to our kids.
That should
Oh, hold on, man. Let me finish, man. Let me real quick. Let me go off. I let you go off.
I'm third.
Let me say this real quick. So I said there's levels. There's even these groups of people who hire their or who gives their kids jobs. and they back it up with a certification or a degree, you know, saying, okay, they're qualified for this. And they've been just doing that for hundreds of years. And then now when people get busted for doing it, like remember that lady that was on Full House? She got busted for paying for her kid for college, and it's like nobody really even cared, really, because it's like it's already too far gone. Like
he should have been allowed to do that. I think anybody who has might that can assert their will, that we should have no reason to say that it's wrong. But what happens is then we sit here and we want to think like, oh, well, you know, what could we ever do about it? Woe is me, you know, and people try to start the blockchain and the Bitcoin and all this other stuff and try to, you know, come out of the system or whatever the term I'm looking for here is.
I like the system, dude.
I like it too, but look, here's the tricky way, guys. The really only tricky way that you can ever beat somebody whose system is in control and who can ever just you know, print fiat resources that make your society damn. Listen, trader, what you got to do is you got to know, you got to say, oh wait, this person works and shares their energy fair. I will trade with them. That person comes from this royal murderous bloodline who use might to take what they want. They haven't put anything in society. I don't care how much money, credits, whatever they bring me, unless it's on this fair trade, but like you don't do business with them. And all the wannabe cooperative people who don't want to murder people and don't want to give, you know, spoils to the murderers of the past, that needs to be boycotted. You need to straight up just not, you cannot accept nothing from them.
Somebody's roboting.
It's obvious, right? Oh, am I roboting?
You're better.
Look, man, for hundreds of years, man, the politicians and the lawmakers have been getting away with murder, literally, bro. Like without impunity, with impunity.
Well, you know, here's the thing, though, man. Like I've often said, it's like, you know, you could write a great song about it, you know. But my thing is like, you know, like solving this riddle. I couldn't care less about the tragic story of fucking poor fucking whatever, because the evil fucking lizard people from, you know, the star system, whatever, actually, you know, nigga, I couldn't give a fuck. My thing is mainly that, like, we're under the impression that we're a United States citizen. All I'm trying to say is that you have a United States citizen, much like you have a fucking pair of shoes, much like you have, you know, and this is the mindset shift that I see as necessary. It's the idea that instead of thinking of these things, you know, as bad, you know what I mean? It just has a tool. And the tool for the citizen is so that you can do banking. And I think that's the other thing of it is that, and that's why this Bitcoin shit and all that is a fail. Some anarchistic wet dream fucking nightmare for these people that are now going to take control over it. And like the old issue is that you have this national debt, and the national debt, the principal and the interest cannot be paid because there isn't enough money in the marketplace to pay for it. Right. So right there, you're like, wow, that's interesting. Well, then when you kick that into the idea that, hey, this is actually an ecclesiastical system, meaning a Christian system, like, you know, in God we trust, on the money, on the walls. It's like, so with that said, the idea is that you are the priority. You created this thing. So it's like, you have to now, can you forgive the United States, these evil entities, these fucking whatever like that? Can you forgive them for what actually they owe you, while they try to convince you that you owe them? And that's the riddle. And that's where it's so cool in our court system. Everything is paperwork. Everything is just, you know, can be documented by paperwork. And, you know, certain stuff like failure to respond under notary seal is a hell of a doozy for a company. You know, because nobody wants to come under notary seal with firsthand information about a certain set of events on behalf of a corporation that they just work for. So essentially, like, there's nobody in charge. And that's what tells you that the only person that's in charge is the smartest person in the room.
Yeah, I agree. Mm-hmm.
So, like, you know, if in that,
it's basically the people that are complaining. They're basically like the losers. Like, I'm not complaining, man. I mean, I'm not like Elon Musk rich at all. Like, by no means. I just get it. You know, I get the only way to get in head is to lie, cheat, and steal. Exactly what the politicians do. It's like, well, why don't you just join their game if you're mad that they're winning, right? It's their game. This is the game they created. Like, if you don't like it, go move to another fucking country, right? I'm tired of like a bunch of people like
Right, but why would you?
complaining about the system. It's like,
Why would you know? What gets me is like, why if you're actually in the seat of power in this system, which I think we are, then why would we why would we complain about a system that allows you to discharge $1 million credit card debt with a signature and some paperwork?
yeah, that's ridiculous.
Like, why would you hate it? That's my thing.
Because we're sold these morals about wanting to see. That's why I say morality is a trickery spell.
Yeah, you know what? And they do it too. You're right, the morality spell. And could it be like the State of Union addresses where the politicians get up and talk the most shit, or when they do those live broadcasts and they're talking about some event and they're just feeding us this horse shit about how good it is to be an American and to do your part and all, you know, their little build back better. And come on, man, they're just people like just do not take account for anything. If it is true, man, that the Clintons were involved with the cocaine drug running, like if they could get away with that, somewhere down the line, these politicians said, you know what, we can get away with anything. Why stop now? That's probably what they just figured out. Is it's so easy to get away with anything. Yeah, let's just keep the ball rolling. What next? Right? The Iran Contra thing, they got away with that. Like, who knows what really fucking happens like in South America, all the cocaine, all that shit. What do you guys think on that?
Summarize it again real quick.
The whole thing that politicians can get away with murder and like drug running and selling weapons to different people, just all that shit, man. That whole problem in the 80s, man. Like, and just nothing came of it. Like, nobody got in trouble. It was like nobody figured out like
right.
Like after, they figured out, okay, the CIA was involved in this cocaine shit, but somehow like the Clintons just slithered out of it. Like,
I do. I got a response for you. I kind of said it already in two different forms a couple minutes ago. One is we all should be warriors. Okay. And the second one is we now have the technology to speak our voice and have like more frequent voting and stuff like that. So we should all
I like that idea, dude. Yeah, dude. Frequent voting.
Like, we could all be like, hey, does everybody think the Clintons should get punished for this? Or like, actually, there has to be.
Dude. I like that, man.
And then everybody votes, and then the people who are responsible have to do something, or else then we'd be like, hey, do we
think of it like this? Can they say, well, does everybody agree the flat earthers should all go to FEMA camp?
Hey, dude, look,
because that's my thing.
Right,
Look,
so what?
I got it, dude. Because if you don't set like a regular time for this regular voting, then it's never going to get done. So what's the one thing that everybody comes to? Is it the dinner table? Is it school? Is it work? What is it? The toilet?
Real quick.
It should be the toilet, dude.
Real quick.
Every time you go take a shit, you have to vote. And you sit down and you open up your voting thing, and every time you sit down, it's a new topic. But it's a topic that has to be like solved or settled, right? Because we get bombarded with this shit. Like the American citizen gets bombarded with all these things that happen, like R. Kelly and fucking you name it, man. Fucking Will Smith. Look, Will Smith punches a guy and doesn't even go to jail. Like all this shit, we get bombarded. There's just so much coming at us. We don't have time. So why I'm saying we should have like a time where everybody does the same thing on that day, but it's like a break type deal. That's when everybody on their phone should get sent this voting app, or like a voting app. Yeah, the voting app, and boom, vote on a topic to get it settled.
I know in my heart that bullshit was fake, but Isa, was you the one that said that it could be bad because we would vote the flat earthers in the FEMA camp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though we already have a system where we say, okay, hey everybody, is there some behaviors that will get you in the electric chair? And we go, yes, if you murder, you go to the electric chair. I mean,
that's not enough though, bro. Like I get it. We have laws on the books. I'm saying there's shit that just gets fucking through the fucking passes through the
real quick, those are biblical laws.
I'm on your side, Trader, but what I'm not kind of backing it up, Trader. What I'm trying to tell Isa is, like, we have to trust, like ourselves to win, basically. And you can imagine in a society, like, it ain't gonna be much different. You're still gonna have checks and balances. You're just gonna get more insight into what the people want, and then therefore possibly faster action, which is like what we're talking about. What about all these old, the R. Kelly thing?
Hey, what do you mean by win? Like, you gotta what?
You gotta win. We gotta trust ourselves that we're gonna get what we want.
Okay, but here's the whole problem, right? Because in order to win, there has to be a loser. So there's a two-party thing there. Now, is it a 50-50 thing? Is it a winner take all? That's the whole problem about winning, man. Like, there's winners and losers in the society. Yeah, we get that. We know that there's the 1%, and they're all the winners, and the rest of us are losers.
Apply it to what I said. I'm saying we're people who we win what we want. Therefore, what we lose is what we don't want. You're misapplying it. Right. So that's totally fine to win what you want because you lose what you don't want. That's cool. It's not me versus you. But I don't know.
Dude, I'm just saying, man, we should have like that voting idea you had. Yeah, that's the best idea you had. But we should just implement that, dude. Telling you, man.
Right? It's like we have Reddit and like people, but it should be more.
No, but it has to be like a mandated thing, dude, where everybody has to do it. Like, we have to get through these issues, or else, because, dude, like, what's the one thing? Like,
what?
Okay,
What if you don't do it? What's the punishment?
Hey, look, you little commie bastard. Just let me talk.
Wow, a guy can't ask a question now?
Okay, look, dude. Hey, okay, God Scalpel. What's the first thing you do? Let's say, I think you're a builder, right, or whatever. Do you
talking about the voting thing, though?
Okay, the voting thing. Whatever you do, though, like if you have a problem, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. I'll let you guys go because Gio's complaining that I'm dominating the chat. But what's the first thing you do when you have a problem? You write a checklist, right, of the things you want to fix, and then from that checklist, you check them off. I think that's the same way we should do with that the voting app. Every single American or every single person in the world, however big you want to do it.
Listen, man, I
has
gotta
to go through
interrupt
that
you. Dude,
list.
it was a simple question. What's the consequences for not participating? You said it should be mandated that everybody should have
Don't
to
get the
do it.
Oh,
reward.
what's the consequences?
There's an
The
ice cream for
consequences
everybody
are
who
that
does it.
nothing gets done. Nothing
Okay.
gets figured
Well,
out
you
because
okay. You said mandated though, and that everybody has to do it. So I was just curious in your mind, like what you thought.
Free ice cream. Free ice cream.
That's what they
You
do.
get
That's
free
what
ice
that's
cream,
what they
yeah.
did for the vaccines. You get free ice cream. You get $100. You get this. You get that. So what? Does that mean you should do it? Like, I get what you guys are saying, but to say mandate that someone has to vote on something every day, I mean, don't you guys feel that's a little extreme?
It comes down to this,
Well,
man.
then nobody's gonna do it because they're lazy, dude.
You
That's the
gotta
whole
wake.
problem. Like,
I do
we
like
have
the
to fix these problems. Like
Don't they
these
have
problems.
equally a
That,
choice to be lazy as you do to not be lazy, though?
yeah, I do like the voting idea. I don't like the idea of it being,
Yeah,
I
I
I
don't
like
know
the
why it would
voting
have
well,
to be
idea, but
mandated.
as soon as he
Here's
says
Like, say you're,
mandate, it's like,
well,
fuck.
hey, here's the thing. Hey, and you know what? A flat earther gets to choose the topic, dude. How awesome would that be?
Who cares?
what?
Hey,
Okay,
real quick,
okay, look.
just
Hey,
remember this quote. Check it out. There's a quote. Democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. And right, so we have a constitutional republic, which that's where the sheep also has a shotgun, and those are your constitutional protections. So we already have all this, but we've
I
realized that you can't.
disagree though. It doesn't work so good though. This whole voting system, it's too slow. It never catches up with current events. And by the time the fucking event transpired that there's the problem, by the time the voting happens and it's already too late, dude. Like the damage is done. The whole damage control thing for this voting system we have, it's too slow. That's why
The
I'm
voting
saying
system's
an
already
everyday
broken.
thing of a problem. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's already broken. The popular vote doesn't necessarily win, so big deal.
Yo, those people, I mean, I think it's less important to vote for those people than to vote for the actual things. Like, say your city is going to spend $3 million to build a walking bridge over a river or something, right? And people are like, yo, we don't need that shit. We ain't going to use it. So that's what you would put to a vote. Like, do we build a walking bridge over a river that goes nowhere for $3 million?
And talk about
So you would
doing
have the
things.
people,
When we
the other
put to
people
a
vote on it. If it gets more yeses,
come on, finish it.
Go
no,
ahead.
that's all. You put that to a
Okay,
vote.
yeah.
If it gets more yeses,
But
Okay,
we need
look.
to put to a vote what
So
fucking
what you're
government
saying about how we
actually
look.
needed. These people do not even. What do they do? What does a governor
I know.
do?
I agree, dude. They're the people, like you're saying, we vote for these people to do these things, right? Like the mayor. The mayor don't do dick. And what I'm saying is there needs to be more checks and balances. Like there has to be a list that he's crossing off every day that's solving some sort of problem. But he doesn't do that. Like I don't know what the fuck the mayor does. I'm sure he has an itinerary, but does he list it? No, there's not a place where I can check. Let's see what he did today, and let's see what fucking thing he's checking off.
We need
There's
more
no fucking
more productive positions. Like period.
no. I'm saying actually see what's being done.
I agree with you.
More transparency, more checks and balances, more like okay, look, we solved this problem with whatever the plumbing or the fucking or the water issue or whatever. The issue is fucking vaccines. Let people vote on it and let the people fucking decide.
So is it the popular vote that wins? Because that's not what wins elections.
Yeah, it would be what fucking people really want. Like, I'm sure, dude, look, if we had this system back when they had the fucking lockdowns and they had that, here's you're taking your daily shit and it's your daily vote. And a month in and we still get this do we want the lockdowns to continue? I guarantee the popular vote would be no.
Yeah, next
there would
thing you know,
only be the few that would be scared to go out in public because they don't want to get sick.
Next
But
thing
the
you know, you'll be
majority of the
voting
healthy
on what you're
people.
gonna
Okay,
vote
go
on.
ahead.
You'll be
Go
voting
ahead.
on what you're going to
What was
vote
that?
on next. You'll be voting on what you're going to vote on next thing.
No, it'd be like the issue that's broken, that needs to be resolved. And there's always these issues, but seems like they just get lost in the weeds, dude. Like this whole problem with the lockdowns. Yeah. Imagine if China could vote. There's people fucking screaming on those videos, "Let me out, I'm hungry, I'm starving." Who knows if that's what they're saying, but that's what the news is saying. Well, maybe if they could vote that they want to fucking get out, maybe something could be done about it. I'm just saying it's a good way for the people's voice to be heard, dude, because really, yeah, we do have a voice with like Reddit and Twitter, but it doesn't go nowhere. It gets fucking lost in the ether, bro.
I'm not opposed to your idea of voting. I'm not a big fan of making things mandatory. I feel like if the people don't vote, then they obviously don't care, don't have the will to vote on the subject, or agree with whatever becomes of it. So you brought up hold on, you brought up a thing
Okay.
like the mandates for the vaccines and the COVID shit. Well, you know what? Maybe that would bother people enough that 90% of the population would vote. You wouldn't have to force them to vote. That's, I guess, my opinion.
That's the whole
Well, there
problem.
was no voting on it. There was no vote on it.
Plus, some people. Hold on a second. Some people sometimes they shouldn't be voting on things. If you don't know the topic of what you're voting on, you shouldn't even be voting.
Yeah,
like
that's
if I
true
put a
too.
vote, if I put a vote, do you want to? If I put it to a vote, if I put some chemical and said, let's put this to a vote if we want to put this in the drinking water. People shouldn't be voting if they don't know what the chemical is or how it affects the body or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a
There's
good
times
point
where
too.
there's times where people just shouldn't be voting.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jeremy. There should be like you said, if people talk about if they want it in their neighborhood or not, it should be relative. Like people should vote on the things relative and relevant to them.
I think the main concern is the people that we vote in power for. Probably 9% of them, we can't trust them, and they don't seem to have our best interest as a whole in mind.
Here's the reason why, God Scalpel, is because they're not held accountable. They're like they should have like a literal list that they have to like fix, but they don't. Like nothing is like
They should
okay,
do like
look,
the
they
old
talk a
days.
big game.
I heard they used to take the king every year, once a year. I don't know if it's true, but this would be a good idea, nonetheless, true or not. I heard they used to take the king to the other outer gates of the city naked, and if people were happy with the way he was ruling, they did this apparently once a year or something. It's probably not true, but it's still a good idea. Take him out to the outer skirts of the city once a year, and if the population's happy with the way he's ruling them, they allow him to come back in. If not, he gets the boot. That's what we should be doing.
Well, look,
yeah,
we kind of do that already, right? With the whole polling system, with the I seen that poll yesterday.
Not
the
really,
Biden,
though. Not
the
really.
presidential, whatever they call it, the approval vote.
Yeah, but the popular vote doesn't always win. Like, for instance, in Canada, and I know our system's a little bit different, but our last election, I believe there was like 1 million more votes for like that were opposing the person that won, right? So it's the popular vote doesn't always win because it has to do with seats in the Senate and the House and all this other shit.
Yeah, different polls, different parties.
Yeah,
so you're going to get skewed, biased information.
Tends to be based on the question that's asked.
That's why a vote, a whole country vote or a whole world vote, that would actually. And I know Jeremy made a good point, but there's just some things that shouldn't be voted on. But no, like issues that need to be fixed, right? Not what fucking chemical needs to be put in the water. Fuck that bullshit. Leave that up to the scientists. I'm sure we could take a vote and say, hey, hold on, we're about to vote for this chemical. do we vote that the scientist should be in charge of what goes in the water, or your local fucking delivery
Yeah, but what
newspaper
scientist
delivery?
is making the decision? The scientist that's working for a large pharmaceutical company, or the
Come
scientist
on,
that's
dude. Now you're arguing semantics.
not
We know
really?
who
No, I'm
fucking
not actually.
a
I'm saying
chemist,
that.
bro. A chemist.
Yeah,
Scientist.
No, God Scalpel's
Okay.
he supported. This is
yeah.
the direct next.
No, he's just
This is the
all
next.
right, dude.
You guys just gotta. It seems like there's some people that seem to have a beef. No matter what I say, they just don't like it. But
I'm agreeing with you.
Same
That's
here, dude. Like, I probably have the best idea here, and it's still not getting traction. But maybe Joe said it or they said it. Oh yeah, let's go for it. I mean,
What I would want, if people are giving advice, I would want those people to have expertise in what they're giving advice in.
yeah, but what about motives?
well, yeah,
Aren't motives
that's why.
important?
Who judges that expertise, Druss?
That's normally a meritocracy based on achievement. So you can be tested against what you know. So that's generally how you get something like a PhD. In fact, a PhD goes beyond that. If it's a science PhD, you've got to further your discipline to get a PhD. And then you have your practical experience in the issue. If you're going to say, well, we can't rely on the word of anybody at all, and everybody has, vested interests, and therefore nobody can be trusted, then nothing gets done.
Hey, does Neil deGrasse Tyson, does he have a PhD? Because everybody believes him about space.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain he's got a PhD in astrophysics or astronomy. I can't remember which. Let's look him up.
Astrophysics.
How great you just automatically assume, right? Like,
No,
oh yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I think he does have
for
a PhD
sure.
in astrophysics.
I'm not assuming. I said let's look it up. Let's go and fact check that.
He absolutely does.
Based off your
I'm pretty certain he
education,
does.
okay?
He
So
does.
Geo and Jeremy, they don't have PhDs in flat Earth science. So if you take flat Earth,
excuse me.
versus
I am
globe
a
science,
certified. Hello, I am a certified flat earthologist.
Certified, definitely. Well,
right on,
certifiable.
Jeremy. Yeah.
Certified
So,
and
yeah,
verified.
But no, see, here's the thing. So you're saying, look, I've heard Jeremy and Geo make great points against the globe Earth, but just because they're not certified, like foolish would like them to, right?
Well, no, that would
if
change
they
the
had
topic,
a
can't we?
degree.
Well,
you said how do Geo asked you how do we believe somebody?
That isn't the
And
point
you said
Dress was trying to
based off
make. You guys are like
their
changing.
education.
You guys are changing the topic.
Yeah,
No, we're not.
When I get advice on something, so I'm not going to go to my mechanic to get advice on my medical condition. But if I go to a mechanic, I'm probably going to take his advice on how to repair or fix my motorbike. I might even get a second opinion to see if those two agree with each other, the same way I might do with a doctor. That's the difference. When we're talking about, stuff that we all have opinions on, and that's what we discuss in these things is opinions, then that's a different matter. You feel me?
I feel you, dog. Feel you. Yeah, I mean, Dress is doing what he's talking about, doing what any ordinary person would do. I think we all do that, don't we?
Yeah, you go to someone that knows the topic to find out about the shit you're trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah. No one's saying that you gotta blindly trust them, though. But that would be like your first step. If you want information on something you don't really know too much about, you would go to someone, hear what they say. If you don't trust what they say, you get a second opinion. If you do trust what they say, maybe it's like a family member. You got a sister or mom that's a doctor. You're less inclined to want to get a second opinion. You're just gonna
I agree.
trust them.
I agree with that. The problem is that if there's corruption in that, then we have a problem. Because otherwise, I agree. I mean, like I said earlier, when I take my car to the mechanic to have it fixed, I would hope that they're experts in their field and that they know the ins and outs of the model type car that I have, so they know exactly how to fix it correctly. So But but then at some point, if there's corruption involved in that, either in the information being taught, or there's misinformation or information that's driven by money, or some ulterior
the guy's
motive.
telling you need a new engine when it's just a spark plug or something. Yeah,
right. But the engine company pays
I
them
didn't mean to
$1
cut
million
Gio off.
a year. But the engine company pays him $1 million a year every time he sells one.
think
Like
Gio
if he
was
sells.
done.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was done.
Yeah, but I mean that. Yeah, that definitely happens, but you just gotta use your own discernment to figure out who you can trust and who you can't. Because as skeptical as you guys are, you don't live in isolation. You trust people. You work with people. I mean, you just gotta learn through trial and error who you trust and who you don't trust.
Right. So when it comes to like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's got whatever. It looks like I looked at his Wikipedia. He's got a master's and a PhD in astrophysics. So astrophysics.
Let's wrap it up then.
So like if I took my car to a mechanic that's a top level mechanic and he does a really good job, that's awesome. That's the best case scenario. Like he's an expert, he does a great job, he doesn't, deceive or replace something incorrectly or charge too much or whatever. That's cool. So Neil deGrasse Tyson is an expert in a place he's never been. He's never tangibly studied. He has absolutely never been there in any way, shape, or form, but he's an expert in that field. So when I if somebody goes to Neil deGrasse Tyson, are we now as solid as we are about the mechanic that's, highly skilled that he's going to be giving us all of the right information about outer space?
Definitely. Neil deGrasse Tyson is now an expert in a way more complex topic, and Neil deGrasse Tyson won't be able to answer as many questions about that topic as the mechanic can. Like a mechanic can strip a car inside out. Neil deGrasse will have to admit to you that there are things about space he doesn't know that we don't know. But the things we do know about space, he's going to be the best qualified to tell you about those things,
What do you really know, though? There's a difference between knowing and thinking you know.
A certified palm reader is the best palm reader there is. Doesn't mean that palm reading is real, just like space. Just because he's the best scientist for the job doesn't mean he's actually giving correct information.
Again, we're not talking about being 100% reliable, having the truth, having no doubt in what anyone ever says. I think that's a false dichotomy, a false analogy. I think what we're saying is that most of the stuff I look at in life is around how confident I feel, not whether I know absolutely. And you can always bring up but if scenarios to anything. X-rays is a great example. Who has tangibly interacted with X-rays? Nobody. But what we've used is we've managed to work out that they're part of the electromagnetic spectrum. We utilize them in a consistent way, and we get results out of it.
You did say a keyword. Oh, sorry, you weren't done.
No, I'm good. Go.
I was just going to say, you did say a keyword there, how confident you feel. And it's the you feel part I'm talking about. Like, so that your confidence in one person might be fine, but the next person may not have confidence in the same person, right?
I can't determine your opinion on shit, can I?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
Right? It's the same way. It's the same way within flat Earth.
No, look, hold on. You had said something about trial and error, about learning, right? That we need to learn by trial and error. I think that's
who you can trust and who you can't. Yeah.
Hold on. No, I don't think trial and error is good because, look, I drive to work the same way, the same way every time. And there's things that I notice that happen on the roads, let's say an accident. So I don't want to be involved in that type of accident. So I won't drive that way, right? So, but I think people need to learn because people drive the same way and sooner or later they're going to get in an accident because they're not, they need to learn by trial and error. I think people need to learn not to do certain things and do the things that will keep them safe more. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they need to learn.
I see what you're saying, but
how's that connected
sorry, go ahead,
to what you're saying, though? Yeah, how's that connected to what you're saying? That's not really what we're talking about in that kind of scenario. You've taken something that is not really an analogy on what we're discussing. You know, we're not going to sort of do trial and error on our death. You know, that's something we experience once, if you're lucky.
No, I'm saying, look, the trial and error thing, like, till you make a mistake, right? Learn by making a mistake. No, I'm thinking, okay, the mistakes have already been made. Let's stop continuing these same mistakes. Like, okay, if everybody was
But
following that,
when
like
I brought up trial and error, I was talking about a very specific situation in terms
Okay,
of
what was the
knowing who you can
situation?
trust and who you can't trust. Trial and error is not universal. We all know if you put your hand on a fire, it's going to burn you. You don't need to go through trial and error to figure that out. You know, it's not something you can go and apply in all situations in life. But when it comes to knowing who I can trust and who I can't trust with regards to certain types of information, whether it's medicine or the shape of the earth or the economy, whatever. Through trial and error, you learn who you can get the best information from and who you can't. You know, and with the confidence level thing, it's the same thing you have in flat Earth. There are flat earthers that are undecided on the shape of the Earth. They don't even call themselves flat earthers. They say they are globe deniers because they don't think it's flat, but they are unsure as to whether or not it's really a sphere. They don't have that level of confidence. And there are some that go all the way and they confidently say it's flat. You know, people have different confidence levels.
Here's prime example, right? Look, how much longer are we going to have this debate, right? Trial and error, trusting, confidence, all the things you're saying, right? We should learn, we should know better. Hold on,
That's really up to you.
10 seconds. Look, shouldn't we learn by now? Look, Nathan Oakley's been doing his show every day. He still has the same topics and doesn't get anywhere. Like, shouldn't we know by now? Like, why are we continuing to have this debate? Obviously, we're not learning anything. It's things aren't getting through to some people. One side is convinced, and on the other side, they're convinced of their beliefs.
There's also some fire.
Yeah, but Nathan Oakley
I
is in a
cut him off.
situation you can
EPR Jeremy was trying to get a point out. Come on. You've got a really
Oh,
boomy
yeah.
mic,
I
by the
cut
way.
him
You're
off.
very loud.
Go ahead, Jeremy. My bad. Go ahead.
I say there's flames that aren't hot, that don't burn people. Fire. So we always need to do trial and error.
I mean, trial and error is not universal. You can apply it to everything if you want to, but you don't need to. You don't need to apply trial and error to fires if you already know, if I touch a
Dude,
fire.
there's fire that's not hot, bro.
Definitely, there's fire that's not hot, but that is not something you come into contact with every day. I doubt you come across fire that's hot in your ordinary. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Trial and error doesn't work in all situations of life. It works in this specific situation I was talking about, where it comes to knowing who you can trust and who you can't. It doesn't work everywhere. With Nathan Oakley, I don't see how trial and error is going to work because all he's doing is putting on a show to entertain people. At the end of the day, that is what he's doing. He goes on for 2 hours, shouts at somebody, and gets paid for it. It's a show. That's not like something you're going to learn anything from. That's not true. Trial and error would not apply there.
Yeah, to make it worse, he even has a list, and that list he reads off every day, and nobody can answer it. That would not be trial and error. Like,
no,
okay,
that's been answered many times. He just doesn't accept the answers that he's given. So don't say he reads that. I've addressed most of that list on his show once, and after he started shouting at me and being generally quite abusive, then I didn't stay around for that. Any other real interaction I've had with him is to point out the fact that he keeps using, things like fallacies, and he doesn't understand the fallacies that he's using. And I tried to tell him the difference between an ad hom and an insult, which he seems to lack the comprehension thereof.
Based off this trial and error, let's use the trial and error method off his list, just us, and let's see if we can come to a conclusion. Right? Go ahead. The trial and error method.
Go for it.
I don't have his list. I'm sorry.
Then it's going to be
Do
difficult.
you?
No, I'm not going to bother looking it up. I mean, I think that he's got a number of questions that he asks on a fairly regular basis. It's probably been 2 or 3 years since I even last looked at a Nathan Oakley show. Because I prefer decent conversations with people rather than screaming. That's one of the reasons I come here and I don't go to certain other servers.
Even going back to the confidence level thing, they have flat earthers that, you know, drink at the fountain of QE. You know, they believe what this guy says blindly. They have the utmost confidence in him. And there are other flat earthers that don't have time for what he says, you know? I mean, it's just up to you who you trust, how much you trust them. It's a personal thing, you know?
Well, yeah, people have a
Shouldn't it
track.
be like, okay, if you touch the oven, you're gonna get burned, and we should learn from never touching that oven.
Gio was trying to make a point. I don't know if there's a lag between you and him, but it was like 2-3 words into a sentence, and then you cut him off.
Well, that's all right. At this point, I guess if he wants, just whatever he would. You want to finish what you were saying, Trader?
Sorry, Gio. I was just saying, like, shouldn't we learn, like, based off of touching an oven and not getting burned, to continually, like, touch the oven for any subject, for any flat Earth subject? Like, we should be learning things. That's all I'm saying. We should be making progress to not bring up the same subject, because time and time again, there's these same subjects that come up. Nothing gets done about them. So there's no learning. There's no trial and error. There's no progressing. There's no, okay, we don't need to talk about this because it's solved already. That type of thing. Shouldn't we be efficient with, you know, what we're learning and what we're discussing? Like, I don't see any like progress here, obviously.
Well, I mean, I guess that would be your self-perception of it, because I think this is a huge process and a huge undertaking for of a discussion in general, but also just what is the actual Earth. I mean, and we don't have massive amounts of, at the current moment, you know, funding and resources to be able to. So whatever you see as unproductive, I mean, that's perhaps your subjective viewpoint on it. Just because a lot of the similar topics are kind of combed over, it doesn't mean that there's not movement within it.
Yeah, I just want to add too. Yeah, like I don't know how long you've been in these conversations or whatever, but I have been for quite a long time now. And the conversations or debates or arguments, whatever you want to call them, they definitely have evolved over the years on both sides. Like if you go back and listen to something 5 years ago, you'll hear even like Globers say something quite a bit different than what they're saying today on the same subject, even.
Do you have an example?
Yeah, science proves things.
Yeah, the way
all
you
kinds
do
of stuff.
science, what gravity is. Yeah, there's
Just yesterday,
lots of stuff.
they were saying space-time's physical. Some of them.
Yeah,
That's not a thing. They used to say science.
One of them. It was just one person saying, like, come on, man.
Moyak, I think Moyak was going with it too. They have to say it's physical.
Well, that's the thing.
They're materialist fundamentalists.
One person says something doesn't make it the gospel, right? Or doesn't make it true. That's why there should be.
No, we're just saying how the arguments change.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out. Yeah, it's gotten more precise and sharper over the years on pretty much any given topic. I mean, if you go back and watch, for instance, Mark Sargent's Clues, that was like one of the almost like not the original, but one of the original flat earther YouTubers. It was Eric Dubay, Math Powerlin, and what's his face that does the Clues. And if you go watch that video compared to what people are talking about now, it's like night and day. You know, it's just, yeah, it's definitely evolved over the years, 100%.
My question
a lot
is
more technical.
Why can't it be solved, bro? Like, come on, man. There's nothing that complicated.
I think Gio just answered that for you, though. Gio just answered that.
No,
for you.
he didn't. Man.
You did.
He
He said
kinda
it's
just said, well.
He said it's a big undertaking. It's not like It's not like we're talking about what color kitten do you want, a white one or a black one. It's quite a bit more complicated than that.
Not really.
Yeah, I mean, from the viewpoint, Trader, let's say from the viewpoint that we have been lied to, and the Earth is not a globe, and it is what our ancient ancestors and so on, that it's just, have thought it was since the dawn of time, and all of that it's a stationary plane. Perhaps if there is some kind of a ceiling or dome or whatever that may be, let's just say that is the case. Well, we've been lied to. I mean, think about what we're under, like the pressure. World War I, the sinking of the Titanic and the creation of the Federal Reserve, Einstein coming in the 1920s, the Great Depression, World War II, the creation of NASA, the moon landing. I mean, when you just look at like the entire lineage, I mean, we are under this massive scientific dictatorship. I mean, there's all kinds of different words that could be used, tyranny, all the rest of it. But this lie is so ingrained and so deep that those of us discussing it, trying to do tests, experiments, etc., are sort of the underdogs, meaning we're not multi-billionaires with all kinds of resources. We don't have all the technology of the military at our fingertips, where we can just take high altitude airplanes, all the rest of it. So it's like we're limited in that sense. So, I mean, it's going to take decades to unravel this.
Okay. Look, what if, say the voting idea, what if Flat Earth gets popular in that voting app or the daily voting, and turns out, okay, the popular vote wants these experiments, but then, and then there's money backing it. Things like that need to happen, right? Or there needs to be like experiments that will be able to conclude these and solve these issues that the flat earthers have. And I'm sure they're like, we shouldn't be talking about, oh, your globe isn't this because of this. There should be more experiments on how to prove it's flat, or it's flat. It's not a globe, or ISS isn't real. None of that shit. There should be more experiments on why it's flat.
I hear you on that, but I mean, you know how difficult it is to do these things. I mean, this is I don't know on what scale of 0 to 10, but it's up there in terms of the challenge, the size of the Earth. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, that's actually another way I think that there's been a lot of advancement is, at least brainstorming at the minimum of possible tests that can be done, which really is the first step. I mean, if you have $5 billion, yeah, great, we can go do stuff, but we also need all the actual ideas. And I would say even in the last couple of months, we've done massive amounts of additional. I mean, right now, I could list off 30 to 40 different really good tests that when the resources and finances are there to do it. And I'm not saying I couldn't have done that in the past, but I'm just saying there's been a lot more refinement and specificity in terms of carrying these out. And it just takes resources, time, and money ultimately, to get a whole team together to go, because you have to like take time off work, you have to have the finances. So it's a lot to do without just the, all the resources and finances that governments or militaries have.
Yeah. What if there was, say, 500,000 flat earthers, and then it doubled to 1 million? And then these 1 million people got together and said, hey, government, we want to be represented, and we want these experiments to be carried out because this is what we want. And this is what we want you guys to pay for us to be fulfilled or whatever, or happy, right?
Yeah, I mean, if there was coordination,
why can't that be done?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if there was coordination, there's a lot of ways that could occur. But
I'll tell you one reason why it can't be done. Because those million fucking flat earthers are so paranoid, none of them are going to put their name in that to be going to the government with that.
There is that, and then anyone who kind of speaks out or starts to become public then has the risk of, being attacked. Their profession could be attacked. Their family.
Yeah, that too.
They gotta put. So there's that.
Look what they did. Yeah, look what they did to a guy like what the heck's that guy's name? No, that they ran off the engineer. Real nice guy. The hell? Someone help me out here. Brian Mullins, look what they did to him. All he did was make some YouTube videos. got completely attacked, man. So who in a professional setting wants to speak up after that? Nobody.
If he came out tranny, they'd probably make him senator in a month.
Yeah, right.
Inquire about flat Earth; they'll ruin your career.
Yeah. I wonder what. Yeah.
It's called failing upwards.
Yeah. No, but it's true. Like, if you're in any kind of profession, and even if you were just even thinking, just wanted to even have the conversation in a real way, that could, jeopardize your profession, which means it could jeopardize your family, your way of living, everything, your reputation within a field. It could completely destroy you, everything you know.
So there's that, right? You got fear of coming out, like with the flat Earth. It's like everything's upside down or backwards. Remember when coming out gay was like the problem, and now that's good that that's not an issue for people, but flat Earth coming out, that's like, come on, man. Like, oh, I'm having a flat Earth coming out party.
Yeah, well,
there shouldn't be any problems with believing in the flat Earth. You should be able to believe in what you want, man. That's not cool, man. And
well,
just like,
but there might be
oh yeah,
consequences.
hey, and
There might be
yesterday,
consequences for that.
hold on, this has something to do with like yesterday. I'll just say the topic, but there's like, oh no, I won't say the topic, but we had to stop the live stream yesterday. That way we can discuss something. And Gio was cool on doing that, right? Because he wanted us to be able to talk about what we wanted. But the fact that he has to stop a live stream to talk about something, man, that's the problem right there, man. There's a huge problem why we have to do that.
Yeah, well, you remember.
Related?
Well, I mean, in 2015, 16, obviously the shape of the Earth discussion was erupting, and there was also, that when the YouTube representative was in Congress and was talking about what are they going to do for censorship and all that, they literally mentioned flat Earth and the medical misinfo stuff. They literally mentioned those two things as the two topics.
No, there was three, Gio. There was three, man.
I remember her saying those two, but I mean, the fact that those two, like, she linked those together, and so I mean, that kind of shows the situation right there. It's like the shape of the Earth, the outer world, the macrocosm, and then the microcosm, our bodies, and the sovereignty of our bodies and our health. So it's like they want to control the temple of our bodies and also the temple of the entire Earth. So it's like it just sort of shows those scales and what they're going after. So yeah, it's definitely part of their control agenda, and these truths are so potent that they have to keep them under wraps as much as possible.
Look, here's the thing, man. So yeah, they did mention flat Earth, but look, we're still talking flat Earth here. But the topic yesterday that we had to stop the live stream for, that wasn't one that they mentioned. But that's something that people have gotten banned for talking about on YouTube.
Yeah, you're talking
it's
about
not like they're banning people. It's not like they're banning people for talking about flat Earth. But that other topic, they are, dude. Like, that one's serious.
You're talking about the World War II stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I mean, well, there's certain countries where you'll go to prison if you talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's where I get upset when people say things should be mandatory and stuff like that, because you should be able to talk or think or basically do what you want, assuming you're not infringing on someone else's properties and freedoms and whatnot.
Yeah, I get the freedom thing. I get liking, or to do what you want. I get that. But there's some issues that need to be resolved, man. And maybe the voting thing is like, okay, shit, I gotta vote today. I don't want to vote. Well, then if you don't want to vote for like the betterment of like your society or like your people, then you're just, you're kind of being a selfish prick. So you should want to be able to fix these problems.
Well, I mean,
That's why
doing something like that every day sounds, obviously that's quite frequent. However, if it is a cool idea though, kind of like the idea of, let's say, do like a monthly, like let's say that our government actually was for the good and actually for the good of everybody. It'd be cool if they actually wanted to like tap into everyone in a good way. Like maybe once a month, you could like, submit where, what your current thoughts are, what you think could be improved, what you think, could change, and to kind of put your 2 cents in. That is an interesting, kind of like a more frequent touching
or
base
even
with everyone.
quarterly or something. There could be like 20 different issues, basically like a survey or something. But every time you
surveys,
mark,
dude. You know what,
every
dude?
time you
Look,
mark,
man.
it's more like a vote rather than a survey.
Yeah, dude, look, we got to learn from like these smart corporations who use these fucking if we model like what the corporations do or what works, then we should do it, right? Like taking surveys or there's other clever little things that the corporations do to get information. Look, they create apps, they create Facebook to get metadata. Like, come on, just doing that in itself is like the key, dude. Like, so we should be tapping into, the topics at hand or like the issues that need to be fixed, instead of like nothing's getting fixed. That's all I'm saying. We just need better solutions, and the solutions are out there. It's just, why aren't people fixing these things? Like, people are fixing like
inherently
broken
lazy.
pipelines, broken things. Like, why aren't these issues that continue to happen and perpetuate the system and
People are
keeping it
inherently
like
lazy. They don't care, dude. If it doesn't affect them, they don't care.
Yeah, it's not my responsibility to try and focus my life on fixing society. That's never been my problem. That's never been something I'm responsible for. And nobody else is responsible for it either. The idea or the concept that it's each individual's job or responsibility to try and fix everybody else, whether it's through the process of voting or anything else, is absurd. You're responsible for you. If you're the head of your household, you're responsible for your household. That's it.
So you're saying that the people that we elect, those guys are responsible? Or who's responsible then? Like, aren't we trying to make this thing better?
Well, that's the thing.
For yourself.
Nobody's responsible. Oh, okay. Nobody's responsible. Fuck it, man. Let's just
no.
Let's
You're
just all have a
responsible.
debauchery fucking.
You took the exact
man.
opposite
Nobody's
of what I just said.
responsible, dude.
I said everyone's responsible for themselves.
Yeah.
Those who are heads of their household are responsible for their household. They aren't responsible for everybody else or quote unquote society or trying to fix quote unquote society. That's not a goal that anybody should be spending their whole life trying to do. That's absurd.
Well, I hear you. I hear you.
Be the change you want, in other words.
Take care of your family and society will get better, period. That's how you fix it.
Well, I do hear you on that, Bob, but at what point, like, okay, let's say that, the parents are the head of their household. So, they are, and then you would say, like, our representatives are then the head of the city and the state and the federal. So at what point, like, if parents are to be held responsible for their actions, at what point are we then holding these, elected officials and people that are making those choices? Because in a sense, if you want to make that relation, they are, that's not really a good analogy, but I was going to say, they're kind of our parents, which is not really the right way to say
They're
it.
really not.
Okay, look. What if you got meth head tweakers that are parents and they're teaching they're the head of household and they're teaching their 6 kids to be meth head tweakers too? Who holds them responsible?
This is really not gonna. You're not gonna like this. People have the God-given right to destroy themselves.
Yeah.
Okay? But they absolutely have the right to destroy themselves. You do not have the responsibility or the right to force other things on them to stop them from destroying themselves. They have to be allowed to make their choices about their life. Now, if their choices are going to directly assault your rights, you can defend yourself. But if that's not the case, you better leave them alone because they have the right to destroy themselves.
Yeah, that's what I was telling them earlier. But What do you guys think about this idea? Tell me what you guys think about this. Like, I kind of feel like in between 50 and 100 years ago, things seemed to be more simple. Society seemed to be more honest. There seemed to be less complicated problems, both on gender issues, the whole 9 yards. And so with that, the family, like Bob's saying, the family unit was a lot stronger. Divorce was very frowned upon, blah, blah, blah. And it seems like as the family unit has broken down over time, also society has broken down with it, like equally over time. What do you guys think about that idea?
It's because it's become more and more subverted. Not
Yeah,
family unit broke down. No, what I'm saying is the cause is our culture's been subverted, demoralized, and normalized. Therefore, family unit broke down.
Well, I guess that's part of my question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? But yeah, I feel like they go hand in hand either way. I'm not sure which came first, but
subversion for sure, absolutely.
But they definitely seem correlated. As the family becomes more perverted, so does society. They allow it to be.
I think a lot of it starts. You asked which came first. I think a lot of it, what comes first, is the one where they say it's not that big of a deal. Why are you so upset over this little thing? You're ridiculous because you're using a slippery slope argument. It's just a small thing that doesn't matter. And what they can do then is they can basically take those things and they can stack them and keep stacking them until it's no longer just this little thing where you made the argument of a slippery slope. It is the big thing that you were arguing against the whole time, but now it's there.
Right. Like I'm not picking on it, but this would be an example, like the gay rights. Oh, they just want to be able to have the same equality within marriage as a straight couple. And then that snowballs into, next thing you know, they're dancing in the street half naked with children.
Right. That's not what they want. They want to be able to take their bedroom activity and shove it in everyone else's face, basically all day, every day, without any repercussion. That's what they actually want, clearly.
Yeah.
Here.
But yeah, I agree. It's everything seems to happen on a slippery slope. I mean, there's this idea.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I got a counter to that. Sorry.
Hold on, man. God's Gobble's right in the middle of
I was just gonna say. Apparently, I don't know if this is fully true or not, but eBay started out with a yellow page or a white page. I can't remember which, but they wanted to switch to the opposite color, and they made the switch overnight. I think it was from white to yellow. They made the switch overnight, and it kind of everybody bitched about it, so they went back. But then over time, they just slowly started changing the white to yellow, like just a little shade at a time, and nobody said fuck all about it, and they got their change. So that's kind of the same way all this stuff seems to be going on too.
That's like the boiling the frog, or boiling the frog slowly kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's actually.
Hey, I wanted to real quick touch on the dude, what he said about bedroom activity, and that's what they want to do is like shove their bedroom activity in your face. But on the other note, isn't like a heterosexual's bedroom activity, isn't that thrown out all over like on media and like?
Yes, and it shouldn't be. Absolutely. I 100% agree. But it's not being thrown out by the people who understand or that are necessarily arguing against it being thrown out by them. That's the thing, is that the people on the side that are saying stop putting it in our faces, they're the ones who I would argue are also saying stop putting the heterosexual thing in our faces too. We don't care. We don't want to know about what you do. You keep it to yourself. Stop putting it in our faces, whatever it is.
But do you find what they do offensive?
That's not the point.
So that's a weird question to answer. What they do, like I said, they have a right to destroy themselves. So what they do is their problem. It doesn't affect my life at all until they make it affect my life. Okay.
So how does it affect your life at all? Like, at all? Like
sexualizing children, your children in your schools.
Why would you let it affect you anyway?
Like making the argument of don't put your heterosexual stuff in my media. I don't care what you do in your bedroom. Okay. They're not the ones who are who are arguing for, hey, let's teach the little children about how to have sex and all the different ways that you can have sex. They're not the ones,
who
as far as I
said
know, they're not the ones arguing for that. So
Listen,
now,
dude. I'm sorry, man.
well,
Who
basically,
said that
we have
that's
two
what they're
sides here.
teaching
Both have a
little children
problem,
to do?
but one has an extra problem.
The teachers.
They are doing it. I was just going to give an example where I live a couple of years ago, probably even 10 years ago now, with our kids in school. On a cooking class, they had a gay person come in and talk about their relationships and whatnot in cooking. So yeah, it does affect our children.
So maybe there should be a certain age. Maybe we should all come together and say, okay, should we all agree that we should not be teaching, say, because I remember I learned about sex ed in the 7th grade. And there
That
was
should
also
never
6th
happen,
graders who
period.
learned about.
The
Okay, go
schools
ahead.
should not be teaching your children about sexual relations, period. That should be a
That's not a
family
thing
matter.
to get together on. It's not a thing the community
ed
agrees on. That's the thing that parents decide for themselves.
Wait,
and for
Bob Dole. Hey, did you learn about sex ed as a kid? In what grade?
It doesn't matter. It shouldn't
No,
be.
it matters. Hold on, dude.
Listen,
because you
dude. My
participated in the
point
same
is, it
thing.
shouldn't be. It shouldn't. Yeah, that doesn't make it right just because I participated in it. Come on, man.
I can answer his question. Legit, like whenever I was school age, I did a lot of like, I don't feel well, I want to stay home, and my parents didn't really care because there was no issue there. So like, I got to stay home probably way more than other kids did. That happened to be a day that I stayed home. I think it was in 5th grade. I had decided to stay home, and like the next day I came to school, and the kids were telling me about how they had learned about, their sex education and stuff like that. Apparently, they had picked a day to teach the 5th graders about that stuff. Never had it anywhere else other than later on in high school. I took a home ec class, and or was it home ec? There was some sort of education, but they didn't teach me about like just like regular body stuff. They got into like rape and drugs and alcohol and stuff. So it wasn't just like a sex ed thing. It was something else, it seemed like. So like, but the thing that they did in 5th grade, I missed that. I didn't even go that day. But I don't necessarily need it either. Like my parents could just tell me what's going on with that, and that should be left up to the parent. We shouldn't hand something that important, that fundamental, that foundational to someone's being over to the government to take care of. That's absurd.
That's
then why would you hold on? Why would you trust?
That's part of what I was
respond
talking
to
about.
that real quick?
I just want to throw it right quick, and then you can. I was just going to say that's part of what I was talking about before with the family unit too, giving these responsibilities over to the government. I don't think it should ever happen.
Is there a class on like making the best parent that there could be to explain these things to a kid, and is everybody satisfactory on every parent's job to explain this important topic to them? Like,
it's not your job to judge that. The teachers don't get taught that either. Teachers mostly learn. The teachers mostly learn in their education when they go to university about crowd
I'm not
control,
saying the teachers.
basically.
I'm saying the parents that are teaching the kids. Like,
doesn't matter.
Is it 100%? Huh?
It's their family. It's not your right to tell a family how to run their family. So
then they can teach whatever the fuck they want then, right?
Exactly.
Yes,
if they want to teach
100%,
homosexuality, they can?
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep, they can absolutely do that.
Just like a homosexual has every right to be a homosexual if they want. A transgender has every right to be transgender if they want. A person that does abortion has every right to do an abortion if they want, if it's legal in their state.
So what's the issue then? If your parents are teaching it or the school's teaching it, what's the
because
big
it's
deal?
not the school's responsibility to teach it.
Yeah, they don't have the right. Basically, they shouldn't be taking care of something like that. They should be teaching things that are objective and have no opinion associated with them whatsoever. Math, reading, writing.
What if it's an issue that can save a kid's life if they're privy to the fact? Like, what if you didn't know about, like, say a hole in the ground and you fall in, like, what do they call those drop pits?
We're not talking
like
about
for
holes in the
animals.
ground right now, dudes.
Yeah,
If
never
the
fallen into
if
a
the teacher
situation.
discovers something, they
Never
should
happened.
notify the parents.
I've never fallen into a sex hole. I've never fallen into a situation where, oh no, sex is happening.
No,
What am I going
I'm
to do?
saying, hey,
Like,
dude,
You never
not a
fell
thing.
into
there
a
are
glory
those
hole,
drop
Bob?
pits, right? The whole thing about life is like a bowl of cherries. You got to look out for the pits. That's what we're trying to teach our kids so that they don't make a mistake. This is what this education is for, is so they don't make a mistake with their sexuality, right? They're giving them tips and tricks. Okay, go ahead. They're not trying to hurt the kids. They're trying to educate them, dude.
You think the
If
system
you're
cares
ignorant
more
to
about your
facts,
children than
then they become
the
taboo.
parents
That's
do?
the whole problem.
What's wrong
They're
with
not trying to
certain
hurt your
things being
kids.
taboo?
They're trying to teach them.
They're
So things
indoctrinating
aren't
them. That's their
taboo.
goal. They
Yeah,
admit it
this
themselves.
dude.
Oh man, come on.
You think the system cares more about your children than you care about your own
Let
children?
me make this like maybe a little bit easier. If a group of parents want a teacher to teach their children those things, that group of parents even has the right to let a teacher take their kids and teach them that. There's no problem there. Like I think it's a problem. I think that's stupid and they shouldn't do it, but they do have the right to do that. And I'm not arguing against those parents deciding that a teacher is going to teach their kids that way and that they're not, that they're going to hand that over. They can do that. What I'm arguing for is saying, at no point do I think that that's a good thing, and at no point should anyone be forced to allow that to happen. Okay, that should never take place.
That's almost exactly
I'd
the
say to
same
leave
as
it
my
up to the
position.
parents. That's irresponsible to leave it up to the parents, because how do we know 100% of these parents are going to be good parents? What if they're all shitheads?
Oh, maybe we should just take the kids away from parents that aren't doing the best job. We may as well just do that then. You know what? I don't agree with your parenting skills, so we're just going to take your children away because you're not doing the best job out there. Like
that's
what you're saying.
Part of what I said before, though, is
who said that? I never said that. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
But that's
it's
the
not our responsibility to fix society or
I'm
fix
not on
somebody else's
slopes.
family.
You
Our
are.
family is our responsibility. So we take care of our family. If somebody else chooses wrong things or chooses to do things that are bad for their family, that's on them. They have a right to do that. If they insist that they don't want any help and they don't want to listen to any of our suggestions and they're going to do what they want despite what we tell them might be good or bad for them, they have the right to do that and destroy themselves. And we have a
That's what they're
responsibility
doing in school. They're telling them in school not to do these things. Now, if these kids decide to go on and do these things that the teachers are educating them on, like drugs and sex and diseases, like if kids didn't know about diseases and you're leaving it up to a parent to explain these difficult things that maybe they don't even know about.
Don't know about diseases?
Well, here's the thing.
No, dude, like fuck, man. Hey, there's some crazy shit my parents have told my parents told me. Don't go outside with your hair wet. Come on, what the fuck is that? Hey, my parents would even tell me, hey, don't go to bed with your stomach full, you'll get nightmares. What the fuck horse shit is that, man?
Well, actually, there is if you eat cheese before you go to sleep, pretty sure it can actually cause you to have weird dreams or whatever. I've done it. But the argument of some parents aren't going to teach their kids about
prime example,
is
bro.
not a real argument. That falls apart completely. First of all, we're talking about sex education. If the parent just teaches their child to not have sex until they found their partner for life, that eliminates all of those issues. Those diseases then aren't a problem.
Yeah.
I never caught an STD, never had one, don't intend on ever getting one. I'm not engaging in any of the activities that lead to the promulgation of those STDs. So if you teach your child appropriately, you don't have to worry about getting into each and every individual disease because they won't catch any of them. That's a start.
Who's this? Okay, look, if we want a better world, who's governing the parents' teaching skills for this job?
Oh my god.
No one.
Dude, what the
No
fuck?
one.
Like you don't.
Okay, then
this
look.
is
Okay, then
definitely
look.
a slippery slope.
Then
this
look,
dude
it's
on.
our look. Okay, look. Then it's our problem that we left it up to and let the chips fall where they may. Isn't it our fault then that we left it up to the parents to decide on how they're going to teach their kids?
No,
Like that's not
it's not
being
a problem, and it's
responsible,
not our
dude.
fault. They
I
have the
get.
right to do that.
All right.
It's a very slippery slope.
I can
sorry,
tell
Bob.
someone that it's a bad idea, and they can still decide to do a bad thing. I can tell someone, "Hey, that stove is hot. Okay, if you put your hand in there, you might get burned." I don't have the right to go over there and punch them in the face to stop them from touching the stove. If they want to touch the stove, they have the right.
And
no, but you know better, man.
Dude,
you know better than to warn. You're warning that person, dude. Like you're kind of just saying, well, I don't care about that person. Let
No,
them
you're
learn
not.
themselves.
I told them it was hot. I told them they would get hurt. That's me caring. I'm saying don't do it. You might get hurt. But then if they choose to do it anyway,
You're
that's
not even.
entirely on them. I don't have the right
You're
to
not
stop
even
them.
going that far. You're saying leave it up to the parents, but you're not giving the parents any you're not telling the parents, hey, you got to teach your kids about that issue. The stove is hot. You're not doing that. You're just saying,
I'm doing that
I'm going to
literally
turn
right
my
now. I'm
blind eye
online
because.
telling people,
Okay, go
trying
ahead
to
and
give them
interrupt.
advice on how to raise their family or how to live their lives. I'm literally doing that right now in Discord, trying to help people.
This guy, what's your name that's saying parents should be taught? What's, just so I know who I'm talking to, what's your name? Not Bob, but the other guy. What's the other guy's name? Dude, what's your fucking name on here?
He just wants to know who he's referring to by name.
So I can refer to you. Not your real name, your name on here. My God. Anyhow, the guy that's saying that teachers or parents basically should be taught how to parent, I mean, that's a crazy concept. And it is a slippery slope because next thing you know, whatever the curriculum is, let's say it's a Christian curriculum or an atheist curriculum or whatever the fucking case might be. Next thing you know, it might be bad to teach your kids about God or bad to not teach your kids about God or whatever. Like, it is a slippery slope. Maybe
No, you're using an outlier example. We should
it's
know
not.
already by now. Okay, go ahead. Keep interrupting me.
You're talking about like sexual stuff and all this other stuff and diseases and stuff. Well, maybe a parent is teaching their children, like Bob said, to abstain from sex until you get older. There's a whole lot of complications that come with it. Just don't do it. And the kids are all right with doing that. So why do they have to know about all this other stuff until they get older? And shouldn't it be the parents' decision?
I'll tell you why, Bald
Okay, go
Scalpel.
ahead.
I'll
Tell
tell
me
you
why.
why they need to know. Because a parent, just because they're a parent and they can inseminate a woman and make a baby and all that, doesn't make them knowledgeable on any of the sex education. It just doesn't. Just because you're a parent doesn't mean you're fit to teach your kid on how to behave.
That's two different
doesn't
things.
mean anything.
There's two different things. One, it doesn't mean that they're educated the way you think they should be about sex. That's true. Two, if you are able to get someone pregnant, you are literally qualified for teaching your child. That's all you need. If you have a child, you're the one qualified to teach your child how to behave. Period.
Yeah, but the way it's a slippery slope is this guy right now he's talking about sex education. But he could go on to say right after that, well, maybe you don't know enough about the world religions and you shouldn't be teaching your kid to be a Muslim or a Christian or an atheist. And we have experts at the school that can teach them better than you. Next thing you know, you have, well, pretty much the society we're in now, where you don't really have much control over what your children learn and see and think. Kids are coming home telling their parents, yeah, we don't have to do that. The teacher told us so.
You could also say the same thing with anything, like, for instance, gun ownership. Who's going to tell these people how to carry them and how to use them? And we must train them. It's like
That's right.
That's opening up a can of worms with bullshit.
That's what I'm saying. It's a slippery slope.
It's a slippery slope, and it just compounds. There's now, okay, so they're going to have this instituted. Well, how are they going to regulate it? How are they going to mandate it? You see what I'm saying? How are they going to enforce it?
Well,
or is it not enforced? Is it not enforced? And if it's not enforced, then what the hell are we talking about?
On the gun issue, the kid is saying just because the parents own a gun doesn't mean they know enough to teach their children how to use a gun. So we need to make sure that the school teaches them. You know, it's the same idea as saying that. Like, you could use what this guy is saying on so many different levels. It's crazy. It's a very slippery slope.
So you
get what
just don't want
Go ahead.
anybody telling you. Okay, fuck, man, I can't even talk.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't want somebody infringing on other people's freedoms that are granted to them by their creator, such as raising their children the way they deem to be best. We shouldn't be stopping parents from doing that, even if we wholeheartedly 100% disagree with the way they're doing it. Because there's a lot of people, just in my community alone, let alone the rest of the world, that I wholeheartedly 100% absolutely disagree with what they're teaching their children. But it's not my responsibility to stop them from teaching their kids in that way. They have a right, even though I am aware that it's going to probably destroy their children's lives, make them miserable, fill their lives with heartache and pain and misery. Even though I understand that, I don't have the right to stop them from doing it. They have the responsibility to figure it out, and I will help them if they want help.
So you kind of just said, I already know they're going to be filled with heartache and misery, but I'm gonna still let it happen anyway. That's fucking evil as fuck, bro.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not evil, because I can't stop them actually
That's
from
fucked
doing
up,
it
bro.
anyway. It's
Listen,
not like I have a magical power to.
It's like,
prevent
you know
them from doing
the
it.
answer,
They
but you're
can either
gonna let it happen
take help or
anyway.
not.
That's fucked
Yeah.
up,
Trader,
dude.
Trader, I've got a good example here for you. This is perfect, all right? You, I know, are coming from a place of empathy. Don't think we're not empathetic too. But here's the thing. You're talking about mandating. And if you have to be talking about mandating it. And if they're going to mandate it, then they have to enforce it. Now, how do they enforce that people teach children what the government wants them taught? And what's the punishment for not? There has to be enforcement. Otherwise, what are we talking about? What you're talking about is voluntary compliance. And if voluntary compliance is what you're talking about, then it's voluntary. You see, you can't force it. You can't make anyone do anything. You're just going around in circles. People, I'll never go to a class. I'll never go to that stupid class.
Yeah,
And
I
then
won't
if I
trust
went to
the
the
government,
stupid
even if they
class,
make
it'd be
it
full of
affordable and
woke
free.
bullshit.
Even if they make it free and convenient and available anytime I want, I would not take a government class on how to parent. I don't care what they have to say. I don't care what they think about raising kids. I'm not taking your class. And if you try to take my children because I didn't take your class, there's going to be violence then.
And I got a couple of things to say, Trader. How many kids do you have? Do you have any?
Yep.
Trader?
That's not for you to know.
Oh,
How
okay.
many
Now
do
it's
you have?
private. I have 5, actually. I honestly do. So does that make me a professional parent?
Great.
Huh?
No, you ain't a professional parent. I don't know how the fuck you parent.
Okay, what I'll tell you though is right now is you can have 5
Are you
children. Hold
are
on.
you an
Hold
alcoholic?
on. It doesn't matter what
Are
I
you
am.
an
But
alcoholic?
no, I'm not an
Do
alcoholic.
you use drugs?
Dude, listen to me for a second. Just hear me out. I have 5 children. What I do know is that 5 people, 5 little kids, 5 children can grow up in the exact same home setting with all the exact same rules, with everything exactly the same, and turn out 5 completely different ways. One of the kids might go do missionary work in Africa. The other kid might turn out to be a drug addict, alcoholic. So this idea that somehow or another you're going to fix the world by mandating how to parent a child is a ridiculous idea
Who
to
said
begin with.
mandating, dude?
Well, this idea that
You're
you need to teach,
educating them, dude.
there's no
You're
right
you're
or
you're
wrong
letting
way.
them know.
There's no right or
Do you know
wrong
what?
way.
Okay,
Apart from abuse,
look, dude.
there's no right or
Look.
wrong way. And even
In
children
the
that get
30s,
abused can turn out really good.
Yep.
look. In the 30s, they tried to scare people about marijuana. Turns out it wasn't as deadly as they thought.
Who's
If they
they?
would have just educated people instead of scaring them and trying to
Who's
keep
they?
them away from marijuana, the
Who's they?
Republicans have
Okay,
always
so
been
the
scared of
same
marijuana.
people that you want to
They're the
teach
ones.
parents on how to
Look,
parent, you're saying aren't teaching
the
people properly.
Republicans are the ones who still keep marijuana illegal.
Dude, now
Why
you're
is
starting to
marijuana
contradict
still
yourself
illegal in the
hardcore.
federal government today?
So these are the same people you want to teach our parents.
I'm just asking a simple question. Why is
I'm asking a
marijuana
simple
still
question too.
illegal?
These are the same people you want to
You're
teach
not
us how to
answering my
parent.
question.
If
You're
you're
not.
starting from that baseline, then the reason that's still illegal is because the government is bad. Basically, everything they do, they're awful people. They lie to people, and we shouldn't give them responsibilities that are that important. That's why.
Don't hold back, Bob. Tell us what you really think.
Whatever happened to Pink Floyd? Mother, should I trust the government? Hell no. And everyone knew that.
So you're saying that United States are shitty?
No, I very clearly did not say that. The government is not the United States. The United States is not the government. The government is a separate entity. The United States is a set of principles that people either agree with or disagree with.
Yeah, but don't you love your country, bro?
I do. I think the United States of America is the best country on earth. 100%. Number one, no questions or qualms about it. Absolutely. As far as I know, we are the only ones who have the God-given rights enshrined in our Constitution saying these things are rights. They are absolutely unquestionable. And here's the limitations put on government so that they can't take them away or try to take them away. They can never actually take them away.
Literally 1 minute ago, all the bad shit you said about America, that doesn't apply. Like you can just switch it up that fast.
It's two different things. I'm not talking about the government. The government is bad. The government is not, I shouldn't say bad. I'm not saying all government is bad all the time and not all the people in the government are bad. But the government that we have currently, obviously, as you just pointed out, they don't necessarily tell the truth about things, which means we shouldn't trust them with more things. What we should do is fix it. Take away their power, take away their responsibility, rebuild it from the ground up, or do whatever it takes to actually fix what we have, because obviously they don't always tell the truth. According to your example that you gave, they clearly were not looking out for people according to you. So why would you then argue to give them more responsibility?
From things. I have said, I don't know if you heard one of my ideas of having like a daily vote or a monthly vote. No, it has to be more than monthly, like a weekly vote on an issue that still hasn't been resolved. Let's just say, okay, it's a 50-year issue that needs to be resolved, and it can if we just put enough ideas and resources and money at it, and fix it that way. Like the issue of, let's just, what we were talking about earlier, marijuana, still illegal. That issue needs to be fixed because at the local level, it's legal. At the state level, it's legal. Why is it still illegal federally and people are still being prosecuted on a federal level?
Yeah, I would say that that's actually like the federal government shouldn't be involved then. If it's already legal in individual communities, and then it's also legal at, whatever levels above that, the federal government shouldn't have a word on it. There shouldn't even be a federal law then.
They just made it legal.
Communities
Hold
have
on, they
decided
just made it legal.
What's that?
They just made it legal federally. It just passed, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, look.
What we shouldn't do is have the whole country for the rest of the
long it was illegal, dude. That just
okay. Well, it's not anymore then. So who cares?
No, we should care because look how long it took to resolve this issue. When in the 1930s they demonized it and said that the black people were going to rape your wife and your kids were going to go crazy.
All the same people you want to teach us how to parent. Dude, this is all the same people you want to teach us how to parent. You're being so inconsistent.
Yeah. You're not very self-aware with what you're saying.
Maybe too much marijuana or something. I don't know, but you're being very inconsistent.
I had a similar conversation the other night with somebody who was making the argument about what schools should teach while simultaneously agreeing multiple times that the government is bad, that they're not good at what they do when they teach what they already teach. But then they were trying to also argue that we should give the government more things to teach our kids.
Yeah.
How can you hold those thoughts in your head? You understand the government doesn't do what's best for you. Sometimes they lie. They're bad at teaching the things that they already teach because they don't teach it right or they teach the wrong version of it or whatever. And then you're going to also argue, hey, we should give them more things to teach. How are those ideas consistent for you in your head?
I never said that. I should say we should have more checks and balances with what we're trying to teach our kids, or like more. Okay, wait, hold on. We need to have more checks and balances and learn from our mistakes and get more productive on solutions for problems. We need to have better solutions and more problem solving ideas and techniques. We need to get better at that.
I guess
That's all
what
I'm saying,
I'm
man.
wondering is, whose problems are you trying to solve? Because if it's everybody else's, man, you're not fighting a winnable fight. Like, people have to take care of their own problems.
Yeah, not only that, but regardless if the government lies, cheats, and steals, or maybe they truly, honestly have everybody's best interest in mind, it doesn't matter. They have a history of fucking shit up for like since the beginning of time. So why do you think somehow or another, let's get these people to teach us how to parent? It just doesn't make sense at all.
This is obviously a stupid conversation. We were actually having a conversation. Now all of a sudden it's become all about him.
Him? Who's him?
Trader.
What are you talking about, me?
Because you brought up about teaching children. It was like we were having a conversation. Now it's all the whole room talking specifically to you for like over half an hour.
Are you jealous?
We're beating this horse dead as hell.
You're jealous, aren't you? You want it to be about you?
I would hope that, like, he's at least getting some things to think about, like the concept of reaching into other people's lives to adjust what they're doing with them because we disagree with how they're running it. Like, I'm hoping that he'll think about that more clearly and understand that even if you win that fight and cause that to happen, shortly after, or maybe not even shortly, maybe years after, somebody might turn that cudgel around and start beating you with it. The things that you want to instill in your children, they say isn't good enough, but now you already gave them the power and they're not giving it back. So now they're going to decide whether or not your thoughts and ideas are good enough for your kids. It's just not a good road to go down.
Ideas. Okay, yeah. I'm just saying these problem-solving techniques should be. We should have better ways on doing this, like teaching your kids a better way. We should have better solutions for these problems because these are problems, right? Like,
what?
Okay.
What if I argue that we have the best solution already?
Huh?
What you say that we should have better solutions? What if my argument to that is I already have 100% foolproof solution that has never failed? Now what are you going to do? What's your argument against that?
Why? How? Who gave you the authority to make that claim? Where's your proof?
There's a good
question. Dare you teach your own child with the government?
What authority do you make these claims, and who gave you that authority? That's a very good question, sir. Very good question. And my answer to that is my creator. He told me how to best raise my children for them to be happy, and it works. It never fails.
Do you have proof? No, do you have proof of that creator?
Yes. I'm sitting right here. My parents did it for me, and I'm right here telling you, I have want for nothing. My life is good. I have a wife and a family, kids. I have 5 children. My life is awesome. I'm not rich. Don't make a mistake of thinking that I'm some rich. I'm not. I am a poor. I am considered like low on the income bracket, and it doesn't matter because I was taught what was important, not what was convenient or easy or simple or gratifying right this second. I was given things that were higher, that were better. And now I have a wife. I have 5 kids. I want more kids, and I am happy. I'm content.
Just want to say that makes 10 between me and Bob, but I'm not counting or anything.
We have years and years and years of people looking into this book and following what it says, and things for them being happy and content. And it's
So
fine.
you guys
If people don't want to follow
15
it,
if you count me.
Fine.
You got 5 too,
15.
Jeremy? Oh my
Yeah.
God, we're gonna repopulate the fucking earth between us.
Hey, you guys need to start a hippie commune, man.
Well, yeah, me and Jeremy are working on that. You know, concrete domes and whatnot. No,
no, just the 3 teachers, dude. Like, you guys teach.
I don't want to teach anybody else how to run their family, dude.
Look, check this out. Like, shouldn't we grade? Like, here's the whole thing, bro. Like, okay, we should be able to grade parents on how they teach their kids. That way they don't like. Dude,
yeah, but dude, it doesn't. Did you not hear what I said earlier? You could have the same kids growing up in the same family, and one kid will become a drug addict, and the other kid will become a fucking Christian pastor.
No, we should have a check and balance on how we.
Go ahead, Bob.
The idea that we should grade parents, okay, what that would require, because all grading would require this, is a standard that is objective. That's how you grade something, is you have something outside of the thing you're grading that you compare it to say it either meets the standard or it doesn't, okay? That standard only exists as far as parenting is concerned if the people agree on it. If the people can't agree on that standard, you have no way to grade the parents. And what I'm saying is, we aren't going to ever have a standard that every parent agrees on to grade by, because the parents that you probably are talking about that you want to change or fix or stop, they're not going to agree to the standard. And we don't have anything else to point to say we have a right to force the standard on.
I'm not trying to stop a specific demographic. I'm just saying there needs to be better solutions for these problems that obviously people have.
You guys are missing the point here, though.
There needs to be an accounting, dude. That's what I'm saying.
There will be.
Dude, there's no accounting for how a parent teaches his kid. I don't give a fuck what they do.
Is it him breaking up or me?
Yeah, it's roboting a little bit.
You're breaking up, dude. You're roboting bad.
All right, bro.
Anyhow,
all right.
There now you're good. Yeah, but hold up. Listen, you're missing the main point. You could have a parent that just hear me out. Like, you got to get this through your head. Seriously, you could have two parents that follow the best parent strategy in the entire universe. And I'll tell you right now, if they have 5 children, you're going to get 5 different little individuals that are going to respond to that perfect parenting program differently. It's that simple.
It's free will.
No, you're not.
Oh my God. You can't have children. There's no way you can have children.
Look, man, you're saying you don't want to hold
there's no way you have children.
Yes, he can. He can have children.
No, I'm saying
if he wants to teach them exactly what he's telling us right now, he has that right.
No, what I mean
even though we
by
disagree
that,
with it.
No. What I mean by that is he doesn't seem to understand.
And it's okay.
What do you
it's fine. If he doesn't understand, it's on him.
Go ahead, dude. You've been talking lots too. Come on. Don't start that.
Okay, can I finish one thought?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we need to hold parents accountable and have you fucking did it. You can't help yourself,
because you keep fucking repeating yourself. You've been saying the same shit. I thought maybe you had a new thought.
I want to specifically give you my thought so you understand what, because I haven't been able to complete my thought. That's why I'm repeating what I'm saying, because it has to do with my thought that I still haven't.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I go ahead?
I say go for it. I didn't interrupt.
Thanks.
You.
Thanks, dude. We need to have a check and balance system for parents on what they teach their kids, because this is why. Because if there's no check and balance, and we already know that there's going to be a problem if we allow them to teach whatever they want and how they want. We know there's problems that exist in the world, and if we don't try and stop some of these problems or help them with some of these problems, they could be teaching them inefficiently, insufficiently, and they might fail as a parent. Now, I think we can do a better accounting of giving them the tools to teach kids better. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so to address your point, I'm going to just address the very baseline thing you started with. No, we don't.
Okay.
And I want, and now can I?
We don't. So can I say one more thing? one more thing, like a corporation, right? We're gonna let all the employees do whatever the fuck they want. There's a specific recipe for Coca-Cola, and we know it'll make a good Coca-Cola, a good product. But we're gonna let all these fucking morons in here, the fucking chimpanzees, work and do whatever they want to make a Coke.
Can I say
them-
something to his
Hold on,
point
hold
now?
on. Let
Oh
me
my
finish.
god, he's getting
Let me
2
finish
points
this
in for
example.
every.
Because I want to answer this example.
Oh, we can't let him have that now, can we?
Is it?
Oh,
Were you done with your example? Or your
That's my
your
example.
analogy?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he was done yet.
That's my analogy. Yeah.
Okay. So here's what's going to happen. That company is going to fail, right? And then everybody's going to be able to look at that company and say, "Hey, what they did, that didn't work. So we should probably try and do better than that." And then society's going to move on and try and do better than that if they want to succeed instead of fail. It's that simple.
Okay, can I say something now? Am I allowed or what? Or am I talking too much?
I don't hear him anymore. I don't know if he left.
Okay. So he said, one of the things he said is that there should be accountability and that parents should be taught how to teach their children and all this shit, basically to some kind of format or curriculum is the way I'm understanding it. Now, what I would say is, as I mentioned earlier, we have 5 kids and we homeschooled them. And you'll find out in a hurry that not everybody, for instance, because he wants to talk about teaching them and all this shit, you'll find out in a hurry that not everybody learns even the same way. One child might learn better by videos, while the next child learns better by listening, while the next child learns better by using their hands and doing a certain thing, like the task. So there is no this idea that you can come up with some sort of rigid program that's the best way to parent in the entire world. I don't. It's like we may as well be talking about unicorns, in my opinion.
I actually do have a plan for that where you could raise excellent kids. It's called the Institute of Excellence. Right?
Sorry, go
First
ahead.
thing we do is we start breeding all the smart people, right? All these genius motherfuckers. We team them up with the genius women, and then we make some little genius babies, right? Step 1. Step 2. It's gonna be like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You and I are going to be busy, Jeremy, making little
You ever see?
geniuses.
Oh yeah, that's fine. You gotta take one for the team. You gotta take one for the team. But yeah, think of Arnold Schwarzenegger and twins, right? We just have them all like that.
Little boy.
I understand the desire to look at other people and want to fix it for them because you have an understanding that you think is better.
No,
But
that's not what I said. I think it's better if you advise somebody of the pitfalls that could be lurking just around the corner. But if you like, that's why we have like signs and things, right? Because we're educating the driver of what's coming up next, right? Signs, we tell them, okay, shouldn't go over this speed, so there's a limit in the speed. There's a sharp curve, so we even give a mileage on which the vehicle should travel. So we are educating on the future. It's the same thing with kids. Look, if you use drugs or if you have sex, you're going to get these diseases, or you're going to, get have a baby. And like the whole thing with like carrying around like what was ours? I forgot. Was it a potato or it was an egg? We had to carry an egg for a week, and everybody's egg broke, right? I forgot mine, but it's kind of like a prime example, right? It teaches a kid of the responsibility, even if they didn't learn much. Hopefully, they learn that it's really hard to take care of an egg. and that's just an egg. Now just imagine a kid. So there's lessons that can be taught by your fucking by the school, but you know what? You're trying to teach your kid. You're saying you're going to teach your kid. You're at work, bro, like 10 hours a day. You are not going to be able to teach your
No,
kid.
I'm not.
When you get
that's a
home,
different argument though.
hey, when you get home from school or from work, I'm sorry, and your kid gets home from school where they were learning, right? Some of these things that you don't want to teach your kid. They had every opportunity, like they had 7 hours to learn this stuff that you don't want them to learn for some reason. You want to keep it taboo. But these are the things that could have educated them, and then they wouldn't have been ignorant anymore. That's the whole thing.
So there's several things in that. First of all, I'm not at work 10 hours a day, and I wouldn't take a job that required me to be at work 10 hours a day. I don't want to be away from my family that much. So there is a decision to be made there. Do you care more about making the money you need for all the physical things you want, or do you care more about making sure you have time for your family? That's a decision everyone's got to make. Okay. Secondly, I never said anything about keeping things taboo. I have no intention of keeping sex as a taboo for my children because it's not a taboo thing. Sex is a thing that happens and it's a good thing, and it's fine to teach your kids about sex. Okay. What I don't want them to be taught is the wrong things about sex, such as it's okay to do it whenever you want with whoever you want. Just wear a condom and you'll be fine or whatever. Watch out for disease. That is not what I want my children taught. That's a stupid thing to teach children. And we can see the results of it obviously unfolding day after day after day in this particular country, as well as others. Okay. So it's not about keeping it taboo. It's about teaching them the right thing instead of having idiots and ignorant people teach them the wrong thing about it.
Okay, the wrong thing. I'll tell you what. There is no right and wrong thing because obviously both ways aren't working. Like if we grade like your way, right, is not working, and if you grade the other way, it's not working either.
My
way's
way's
not
working great. Hey, the way that I chose has worked out great so far. Like I said, I have a wife, I have kids, and I'm happy and content. There's no misery going on in my life. I have what some people would probably refer to as the perfect life, and I'm not even rich. So whatever I have done,
dude,
whatever
your way isn't even the way you think it's being done.
Whatever
Come
we as a
on.
family unit have done has obviously worked because we're happy and content and have joy in our lives, not misery and pain and heartache.
So what are you complaining about? Because America lets you do that.
I'm not.
So what are you complaining about?
I'm not complaining about. All I'm doing is disagreeing with you. I'm not complaining about anything.
Wait a minute.
My life is good, and I know that it's good because of what the things that I have followed to make it good. So what I don't want is somebody else to come in and teach things that are different than this. Force somebody to do things differently than what I did. I would like them to have the choice to do what I did because it turned out very well for me.
I feel like he's switching the script now, though. Like
that
he's
was
like,
a switch. Yes, that was obviously
why are you? Yeah, he's
I'm
like,
not
why are you
flipping
complaining?
no
You're doing
script.
exactly what you've been allowed to do. While he's saying you shouldn't be allowed to do what you want to do when it comes to parenting. It's weird.
I'm not flipping no script. I'm just saying, look, what he's complaining about never really even happened because he's allowed to do what he wants.
He's not complaining about it happening, though, dude.
I wasn't complaining. All I was doing was disagreeing with your assertion that there should be somehow an insistence by a group of people, like society and at large or whatever.
There is already
of a standard that they don't agree with.
There is already, dude. They do teach your kids. You're the one complaining on the school. I'm saying they're already doing it.
That's why I hope.
But here's the thing: they're not doing it to me because I don't have my kids go.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
I
and I would like everybody to have that same option. To everyone to do that same thing is not have their kids go to that place that you're saying should teach more stuff. Well, you might.
I guess you don't want your kids to be knowledgeable. That's great. That's cool.
Oh, because if they don't go to school, they're not going to be knowledgeable. Man, you crack me up, dude. You really crack me up.
Nobody needs school to live their lives. It's not like schools have been around since the beginning of man. That's not how it works. Schools are like a luxury thing that were eventually set up to help people who weren't learning how to communicate and operate in society to be able to do that better. You don't need it, though. You could just not be part of society if you really wanted to. You could just go live in the woods if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
But school's a
I kind of
luxury.
get it
It's not a
now.
necessity.
Mhm.
Unless, of course, you think that the status quo and the progression is inherent or is a necessity of life, which I would argue
No, I
it's
think
absolutely
school is
not.
good
We
for
could just
kids,
all live on
dude. I
farms and
really
feed
do.
ourselves if we wanted
I
to,
don't think
and that
like
would be
you, like
okay.
they shouldn't go to school. No, I think kids should go to school. I'm sorry, okay?
Because
School is good.
I don't think they should go to public school run by a government. Absolutely not. That's a stupid idea.
Oh my
Just
god.
hold on, dude. Just because a kid
You're
doesn't go to
ridiculous,
school,
dude.
hold on, hold the fucking train here for a sec. Just because
No, this guy's just
a
it's too
kid
much.
doesn't go to a public school does not mean they're going to be inept or stupid or antisocial. Our kids learn way more about everyday life being homeschooled, as well as they could fucking read and write and do math and science and history and geography and all that shit too, just as good as probably anybody in this fucking room right now.
Social things, though, like
social things.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you want to be
they're more social.
All right,
They're more
cool.
social than the average person because they got to, for starters, there's homeschooling groups that meet up and go swimming or do picnics and all this other shit. But besides that, they got to go grocery shopping with their mom all the time, and they learnt about paying bills and going grocery shopping and did fucking outings at cop shops and fucking fire stations and all this shit. I think they actually had a better, more rounded education than what the school system is actually able to do.
How about that first time when you see like a girl that you really like or a boy or whatever that you really like throughout the class, and every day you're like, oh, I hope when the seating chart happens that I seat next to them, or just the whole dance, or actually going to dances. And
they went to dances as well. They went to events and shit. Like Mike.
No, but I mean, like day to day, like you get in relationships. You're. I can't fault that.
Mic check.
Yeah, you're right.
Is it just quiet right now, or?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I got a call. I didn't know if it's quiet or like. Anyhow, I think it was Tony that was basically talking about dances and stuff. Just because children are homeschooled, I mean, there are homeschoolers that don't socialize their children. Fair enough, but there's also homeschoolers that I believe their children actually get more social than if they're not more, but they get more than enough. Is maybe what I should be saying.
The actual the school that my kids went to, when it came to sex education and religion and these sorts of matters, us as parents, we were actually notified that these things were going to happen, and we were given the choice, actually, whether or not our kids were to participate or not. And there were times when we said no, we don't think it's appropriate, and we'll take care of these things ourselves. So I think if you've got a choice, it's okay, but when it's forced upon you, I think that's when the lines can be crossed.
That's
I feel
like
that's what
yeah.
Bob's
The
been
big
saying,
thing
and
is
I agree with too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bob.
we should be leaning towards the freedom of people to make their own decisions, even if we disagree with them, so long as they aren't infringing on other people's rights. That's what we should be leaning towards.
Yeah, or abusing children, like anything short of abuse of children, you should be able to.
Well, here's the problem with that argument, and I don't want you to take this wrong way. I think that there probably is certain scenarios where something should be done, but I would say the blanket statement of abuse of children is a bad idea to use in a discussion like this, because if you establish abuse of children as the standard or as the line that needs to be met to start doing things like taking children away, then all they have to do is just change the definition of what abuse of children means. And now suddenly you teaching your child that lying is wrong and, you know, there's a creator is abuse of children. Or you're not giving your children hormones at the age of 5 is abuse of children.
Yeah, you are right. Yeah, you're right on that, Bob. As soon as I said it too, like, I mean, when I think abuse, I think of the obvious terms of abuse, but you are right, like 100%. I'd agree with you. Because even the idea of slapping a kid on his or her ass now is kind of considered abuse, when it used to be,
right,
in quotation marks, a healthy fear that mom or dad's going to kick your ass if you do something terribly wrong, right?
And it's like, I understand that it can seem to some people who aren't necessarily thinking through it straight, it can seem like a non-caring stance to take, but that's not at all what it is. It's actually an understanding stance to take. I understand where it can lead. I understand what can be done with it later on, but also I understand that there's really only a couple positions you can take on something like either you believe there's a creator and that child's going to be okay anyway, despite what they're enduring right now, or you don't believe in a creator and you have no reason to care about that child whatsoever. Those are really the only two real stances you can take on something like that.
I'm actually actually a component of a healthy fear. Like, I think a healthy fear of your parents is a good thing, and I'll give you an example. If a child doesn't have a healthy fear and they're always, for instance, running, I've seen this too. This is a real life example where they're in a parking lot at a Walmart or something, and their mom's calling them to get back, and they're not listening. And the child has no healthy fear of consequences. Then the child could very well get hit by a car in that parking lot because they're not listening to their mom. But if they have a healthy fear, and their mom says, "Listen, you little bastard, you better get back here. I'm going to kick your ass," and they know. No, I know, but you know, I'm just saying, you know, I put a little bit of drama into it, but you know, the child has this healthy fear. Like, if they don't listen when their mom or their dad means business, there's going to be real consequences to it. Whether it doesn't have to be necessarily a spanking or whatever. It could be losing your PlayStation for a week or whatever. Who knows what the consequences are, but they're enough that the child doesn't want to deal with them. That's, you know, I think a healthy fear is good anyhow.
Something that works pretty effectively for me is a voice change. Like, I have my regular talking voice, and I have my voice where maybe I'm calling down the steps, but I have a different voice for when it's like, I want your ears tuning into me right this second, or else. Like, I have the voice. It's like, it's the dad voice. It's the voice of, it's going to be loud, and it's not, there's actually two different ones. The one that I normally use is the lower one, and it's basically, I want your attention right now. And that's the one that can like save a life if you train them to listen to that one, because they'll be running towards the street and you see a car and they don't care. You use that voice and say, "Hey, stop." And then they don't know what's going on, but if they recognize the voice, they're going to turn and look at you and be like, "What's going on?" And they stopped. Right. So like, it's important to have them have, because if you teach them that voice means business, that voice is serious. That voice is, you do what I say right now, or else. Well, now you've saved their life from running out in the street and getting hit by a car.
Yeah.
And then there's one step above that, the voice, and I don't use that like ever. I used it exactly one time, and it was only to demonstrate that I had the capability of doing it. Because for years, my wife would say things to me like, "Stop yelling." And I would tell her, "I'm not yelling." Okay.
Wait till
I know what yelling. I know what yelling is. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't do it. I don't do it. Okay, because I don't like it. I don't want to do it, and I don't like yelling. And so I would tell her I'm not yelling years and years, until finally we were having some sort of an argument or whatever, and she said, "Stop yelling," and I demonstrated to her what a yell was, and all I said was, "This is yelling," but I did it in my actual yelling voice. Her and my two daughters immediately started crying.
Yeah.
All I said was, "This is yelling," but I did it in
not
my
yelling. This is yelling.
And so like, and that's the voice. It's like you get into that voice, and like that's the real business. But I didn't even need to train them for that one. All I had to do was demonstrate that that's what yelling was. They like immediately started crying or whatever. At least my wife did, and then my 2 daughters joined in on the crying eventually.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like even disciplining children, one child, like to discipline them, it might be you take away their dinky cars or their PlayStation when they get older or whatever. The next child, that may not be an actual form of discipline for them. They may not care.
Kids are different,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's why
like,
there's
they're
no
individual.
fucking. Yeah, I don't believe there's any one formula. The only formula, the best. If I was gonna say there's one ultimate formula to raise children that works, it's to love them. That's it. Just fucking love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best formula is dad, mom in the home the whole time doing what's good for their children. That's the formula.
Yeah. Doing what they know is good for their children, the way their children are. Meet them where they're at. It's even like the schooling idea. It's, one of the reasons I'm a proponent of for starters, I don't think everybody should homeschool. I don't think it's for everybody, nor do I think everybody should do it. But one of the reasons I would argue for it if someone was, to say it's a good idea, one of the issues, like this idea about schooling, like I mentioned earlier, kids can learn different ways, very different ways. And the school system is designed for the average child. So the child that's below average falls behind. The child that's above average doesn't get the full schooling he or she could get. So when you homeschool, it allows them to learn at their own pace, and the child that needs a little bit more time on a specific subject or whatever can take that time and still eventually learn it, understand it, and will catch up in a different area down the road. Or the child that excels in everything can excel in everything and go to university early if they want or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't necessarily make the argument that everyone should homeschool.
Oh, no, I don't.
Mine is more like the community should be put back in the idea of community. You don't necessarily have to homeschool your child, but you should have access to the person who is teaching your child basically all the time. You should know exactly what they're teaching your child at any point that you want to check. You should be allowed to see every single thing in the curriculum, exactly what's being taught to your child, and you should know your parent or your child's teacher by name. Like you should be selecting who's teaching your child, not somebody else. The federal government shouldn't be choosing who's teaching your child. You should.
But even that said, which I agree with what you said, but even with all that being the case, the idea that the system itself, which it's hard for the teacher to completely change, like it's designed for the average person to learn at an average speed, and not, it's great for the average person, but anybody that falls outside of that box, they're either falling behind or they're not getting the full benefit of their education. Their education years, I should say, right?
And that's I think that's just basically a nature of the beast or whatever. Like that's just a way that it generally needs to work, because they have to set standards for how the school is going to be run. They have to set standards for what they expect of the kids that are going in. So it's like we aren't going to have a government-run school for each individual child. So it's like the nature of having them even establish a public school system is going to require it to be basically not the best for everybody.
Right. Yeah. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that necessarily the public system is bad or anything like that. I'm just kind of making a case why homeschooling can be a better scenario for the right families, right? That's all.
Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm saying it is bad. I'm just saying that it has to be bad because of the nature of what it is.
Yeah, they have no other. Yeah, but I'm just. Yeah, well, okay. What I was doing then was agreeing with you that basically they don't have a choice. Like that's.
Yeah.
If you're going to have a public school system, the only way it's going to work is exactly the way it's set up earlier.
As designed currently. If you're going to insist on a federalized public school system, it's going to have to be a bad system. You're not going to get a good system out of that. That's why I think that the objective shouldn't be give that system more responsibility or other things to teach. I think it should be reform that system and make a different one that doesn't have the requirement of having to be bad to meet everyone's.
I wouldn't say bad, but I would I would say inefficient, to cater to every individual's teaching needs. And I guess if that means bad, then fine, so be it. But
yeah, bad is a subjective word. I would call it bad. You don't necessarily have to call it bad, but
yeah. Well, don't get me wrong. It's not like I agree with it entirely. I'm just saying it is what it is, and it has to be that way because of what it is, which I think you agree.
It's less than what I would like it to be. That's what it comes down to, I guess.
Yeah.
I would like it to be better. But what I don't want is for no changes to take place and then additional things to teach or responsibilities put on it. Because see that it's already failing, I don't want to give it more things to fail at.
Yeah, that goes back to the government argument we had too. Like, like I said, regardless if the government is really trying hard and has our best interest in mind or not, or the motives or whatever, it still has a history, a long history of making bad choices and decisions. So, doesn't matter what the motives are, it's still just not a good idea to give it more responsibilities. It's like the responsible child that listens to all your advice as a parent and the child that goes and does the opposite. You're not going to give the child that does the opposite of everything you say the fucking 2020 Camaro that's sitting in the yard, but you might give the child that listens to all your advice and is responsible the 2020 Camaro to take to the prom or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if you give both kids the same set of instructions and one excels with them and one is struggling with them, you don't layer on more responsibilities to the one that's still struggling with the first responsibilities. Like you try to assist them or basically you work with that. You don't layer on more responsibilities despite their inability to deal with the first set of responsibilities.
Right. And that's why I said that guy we were talking to, he can't have children. Like, I mean, he can have children, obviously, but I guess my point was he doesn't seem to understand, or at least he's not making it clear that people are individuals, including children, and you could give them the same curriculum, and it's not necessarily going to get the same results. I mean, I guess we see that in the school system too. Every child gets the same curriculum in the school system, and if the school system's so good, then everybody should come out being fucking rocket scientists, right? But that's not the case. So yeah, I just
kids are even my kids. I have 5 kids, and they are different kids.
Oh, for sure, they're like so different. That's why I asked them, "You got kids and how many?" Because, I mean, if you have more than 2 kids, you'll find out in a hurry they are way fucking different. You'd think they'd be similar because similar parents, similar rules, blah blah blah, but they're not.
Pretty much bring all your kids up pretty much the same way, and you'll have completely different kids.
Yeah, that's why. That's why you can't mandate parenting, in my opinion. It's impossible.
Somebody brought up already. They made this point, and I think it's a really good point to think about, which is that if you're going to mandate parenting, like basically at some point somebody's going to have to decide on what the standard is, and then that standard is going to have to be enforced. How are they going to enforce that standard? If you're going to insist it on people, that standard is going to be enforced with weapons. And then if that doesn't work, they're going to take you away or your kids away or both. You might win that fight. You might even get that passed. And now everyone's being held to the standard that somebody picked. But it can be turned around on you then. What if next week you're not meeting the standard that they set, and now they take away your kids, even though you agreed with it to begin with?
That's what the people that are for censorship don't understand too. Sorry, man, I'll shut up. I see you trying to get something.
You're right, God. No, I was just going to say, why the hell should someone else be the arbiter of what I should do with my children? Like, gives them the right. Like,
Exactly.
that's a no-go zone every day of the week. You're not going to tell me what I can and can't do with my children. That is my choice. Now, you can disagree with what I do with my children, but you've got no right over my children whatsoever. And no board, no government, no whatever has got any right whatsoever to be the arbiter of what I can and cannot do with my kids, or what I can and cannot teach them.
That's
And
the
I
way
think
I feel.
I'll tell you what I think about like how this comes up or why this comes up is people, like he was saying, that we need to come up with better solutions or have more solutions to these problems. Okay. And the thing is people are looking at, I think, the result or the conclusion of a problem and trying to address basically the symptoms of the disease rather than address the core cause of the disease. These things, the problems here are not, it's not going to be fixed by addressing the result, which is he looks at kids who are shooting up or kids who aren't doing well in school or whatever. Like he looks at those symptoms and thinks, oh, well, that's what we need to focus on fixing. Well, no, that's not going to help it. If you go back to the core problem, which we've already discussed, is, hey, the best structure for a child in their entire life is a home situation that is foundational and set up in a strong, useful way. Mom, dad, teaching the kids, loving their children the entire time that the children are there, not like dad having kids and then leaving, or mom having kids and then leaving, or them having kids and then splitting and marrying other people. And now there's 4 people that the child has to, look up to or deal with. None of those situations are as good as just mom and dad in the home the entire time teaching their kids. None of them even come close. It's not even a close comparison. That's actually where the core of the problem is. If we continue to have that situation degraded and removed and perverted and destroyed, you're going to continue to have the symptoms, the result of that disease in children who are doing drugs, stealing cars, doing poorly in school because they don't have the core thing fixed.
That's what I was alluding to. Sorry, I just want to throw real quick. That's what I was alluding to earlier when I said kind of about like which came first, the chicken or the egg, on the family breakdown and societal breakdown. Sorry, that's it.
No, and you can actually see a trend, and I put it down to the trend of quote unquote feminism when it's been instilled into girls, mothers, women in general that their place of worth is not in the home anymore, because you're not because you are equal.
Amen, brother.
And whoever said that a mother's job is not equal, being in the home with their children, bringing up their children, nurturing their children, creating a home for their children, whoever came up with that notion, who knows? But that has been one of the worst things for society in general in my life, right? That I have actually witnessed, and you see both the destruction of the home and the destruction of the family, and divorce rates going through the roof, and things are just going rampant because we don't have the old school kind of family unit anymore, where mum is at home.
Right.
With the kids, creating a home and all that sort of stuff. And Bob, you're in a great situation. You spend a lot of time at home with your kids, and good on you, brother. But not everyone kind of has that opportunity. But mum should be the one. That should have been the job that was put up on a pedestal and praised as the most important job.
The women were tricked, man. I honestly believe the women were actually, well, not just the women, and I shouldn't say it like that. All of society, I guess, was kind of tricked. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I'd just like to add, like, I see the family unit as a team. It's like a hockey team or a baseball team. It's like the goalie isn't any more important than the forward player. They both have a job to do, and if they both do their job, they'll do good in the game. And that's the way I see a family. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing to say a woman and a man have different jobs to do within the family. I'm all right with that. It's just like a hockey team.
And like it, I mean, it seems like they were basically lied to, or deceived about, like what's going to bring them fulfillment in their life. You know, you can have it all. You can work your job and have your career, but then maybe have a baby when you're 40. And it's like, yeah, you can technically physically do that, but equating that to someone who dedicates their life to raising their children properly and caring for them, I'm pretty sure we're talking miles away. Pretty sure you are not going to be even close to as fulfilled by going on with your career and maybe having a kid or two when you're 40 or whatever. Pretty sure it's just not going to work as well emotionally for you. And that's not the only place. Like this connects with some other things. Like even if you teach boys and girls in school the exact same thing about sex, okay, safe sex, you know, have it with who you want, but make sure you wear a condom. Like, even if you teach them the exact same thing, males and females, you're being unfair to the females. Pretty sure they don't engage with the concept of sex even remotely close to the same way that boys do. Yeah. The boys have the advantage there because pretty sure they don't attach emotionally and even close to the same way that females do. So by teaching them the same thing and the same culture, you're actually giving the males all this advantage and the females a disadvantage by making them think that multiple partners is going to have them be fulfilled in their life and happy and content. It's not. It's going to bring them heartache and misery over the course of their life.
Not only that, but if the woman gets pregnant, it's no big deal to the male, meaning, you know, if the woman gets pregnant, she has to, the serious consequences are she either has to carry this baby around with her 9 months, or I guess in North America at least they have the option of getting rid of the baby. But even if they do, they still have to endure all that both physical and mental trauma.
Right.
And yeah, they never feel good about it, I don't think, in the end, regardless of what they say.
Yeah, it's messed up. But it's like it's connected in these different ways that it's probably not even like it's probably difficult to, even if someone's trying to make an argument about, like, let's say like he was about school teaching things about the diseases. It's like that's one small little part of this topic that doesn't even get into what we just talked about. You know, like how a woman is going to be, how are you going to standardize the concept of a woman being fulfilled in her role in the home, and how she's going to feel about that, and how nurturing her children is going to comfort her, basically, or make her life more comfortable. How, like, you aren't going to standardize that in a good way in a public school system run by the federal government. It's not going to happen. So your standard that you say you want to set, you can take that and go jump in a lake with it, because I don't want it. It's not going to be as good as the standard that I found.
Not only that, but I wanted to say earlier, like, I think, I don't want to speak for every person out there for sure, but I think on an average, like, stereotypically speaking, if a woman goes after, let's say, a corporate career and becomes super fucking successful in it, but, you know, she's always pleasing her boss or whatever, these people that really don't care, they'll drop her at not just her, but even a guy too, they'll get rid of you at the drop of a hat if you're not performing. Even in her glory of this career, I don't think she'll have the same pride is, you know, watching your child walk for the first time or get a degree or fucking drive for the first time or whatever, get married. Like, I feel like it's impossible for a career to give you that same fulfillment.
Oh, it doesn't even come close, guys. It doesn't even come close. And the state gets to witness all these things, all these firsts, because now your kids are in care because you've got to be working, right?
Yeah. Right.
And
Right.
all this sort of stuff, and you actually rob yourself and you rob your children of these things and these experiences too.
I think the state did it to make more money. Have double the people working, collect double the taxes, and then plus have control over your children and everything else personally.
Vance, I think you're right that, like, I'm in a situation that isn't like widespread, where I'm home a lot of the time with my family. I think it would be good if that was a normal situation for people to be home with their family more. But, like, I would attribute that to my creator. I think that my creator has allowed me, blessed me with the situation that I'm in, Not that it just came by happenstance or just I lucked into it. I don't think that's the case at all. I think my creator cares for me and has allowed this to take place. And I actually would like more people to try and situate themselves so that they can have what they need, but still be home with their family way more than a few hours, 2 hours at night before they go to bed so they can get up in the morning again,
But they've been sold a lie. Like every commercial says you need the latest phone, the latest computer, the latest car, the biggest house, right? We've been all sold that lie. You can't even get away from it, even like at the grocery store or gas stations. No matter where you go, it's right in your face, right?
Yeah, we made a very conscious effort very early on that my wife was going to stay home with the kids, and there was no two ways about it. There was no discussion, no argument, no nothing. It was just going to be the way it was going to be, and I wouldn't change that for the world. Would not change that for the world. And on top of that, I too did make a conscious effort myself to be home as much as possible, not taking the overtime when I could have, in bits and pieces, because I would have much rather have been at home with my kids, playing footy or looking up at the stars or whatever we did. These sorts of things, which is invaluable because I got to experience so many firsts myself. I can remember one day I had to go to the smoko office because my wife had called, right, and she said, try and get home because Zach is about to take his first step. And anyway, so I spoke to my boss at the time, and happy days. There was no dramas because I had a good relationship with him, and I was able to experience these sorts of things.
Yeah.
But you got to put in the effort, and when you do put in the effort, I tell you what, the reward is 100-fold. The reward is 100-fold when you actually sit back and you see the efforts of the fruits of your labor in what you've done. It pays off so much. It really does. And
And
you
you
don't
got
have.
you got to decide that it's important, right? You got to decide that it's a priority. You got to decide that this thing is going to be more important than those other things.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Yeah, because you're making a sacrifice. Like unless you're, independently wealthy or whatever, but generally speaking, the average person is going to make a sacrifice. Which is more important to you? Having, more money and more things. If that's the case, most likely, like I say, for the average person, you're going to be away from the house more, and there's going to be some kind of consequence for that. Or you want to be home more and have, there's going to be the consequence of less money or whatever, but there's always, most people, like I say, there are people that can have both, of course, but, generally speaking, most people can't do both.
But see, when you're old, Oz, and you're rocking and frothing in your rocking chair on the back porch there, right? You can have all the money in the world, but you're old, right? And you're rocking and frothing, but you've got your memories, right?
Yeah.
And these and the memories, money can't buy the memories at all. What are you going to be thinking about? Oh, gee, I had that nice little Ferrari, or I had that boat, or whatever. Or are you going to remember the experiences that you actually had with your family?
Man, so I don't know if you know this. There's literally a verse in the Bible that says something along the lines of children's children are the joy of old men, or the joy of aged men. Basically, grandchildren are the thing that is going to bring you joy in your old age.
Yeah.
Well, and it's like you can lose a car or crash a car or go bankrupt. When I say lose it, I don't mean forget where you put it, but I mean go bankrupt or not be able to afford it in retirement or whatever. Like these things come and go, but children and family, that's who the car isn't going to keep you company on your deathbed. The car isn't going to come hold your hand on your deathbed.
Not at all.
Hey,
Right?
Tesla's getting pretty advanced, all right?
Yeah, they might be able to sneak in there in a couple of years. Fair enough. Good point. But yeah, these things aren't going to be there in your end hours. And who's going to be there, I guess? Who do you want there?
That's right. I actually said, when kids asked me a question one day, or asked us a question one day. So I said, why do you actually have so many children? And I said, I tell you why, right? Because I had to wipe every one of your asses when you were little, and when I'm old, it's going to be your
you can take
responsibility to
turns.
be
That's right.
exactly.
Exactly. Oh, that's
Payback,
awesome,
bitch.
man. Yeah,
So
that's awesome.
basically,
Yeah.
you were doing them a favor by giving them siblings so they can share the responsibility
That's
instead of
right.
one taking
That's
all.
right.
They should all be grateful for how many kids you
Yeah.
have.
That's
Yeah,
right.
they can divide it up.
And then you get parents like me. On one of our children, I tried to see if I could go the whole time when they were a baby, never changing the diaper once, but I failed at it. But I got quite a good record. But yeah, that was a ongoing joke with us.
Yeah.
Some people might hate me for that, say I was being a good parent.
My wife is phenomenal in that area. I haven't changed a diaper in probably years. And our youngest one he'll be 2 in May sometime. So but she takes care of it. She I do have a little bit of an issue with like certain
Puking
types
and
of
shit.
dirtiness or smells.
Yeah.
Like my smell sense, like I can smell things that it seems like my wife just cannot pick up on. So it could be a sensory thing that like certain senses for me have like more of an effect than they do on her and stuff. But like she'll change diapers and wipe butts and clean toilets and she'll take care of that. She knows that like I am not gonna do that.
Yeah.
I have changed a diaper and I would like I understand my responsibility. So if I was the one that was available to change my child's diaper, I would absolutely do it. And I have done it when no one else was around because, I take that as my responsibility. I get that. So I'm not saying that I would just like leave my kid. I wouldn't. But I am, again, I am blessed to have a situation where I don't have to take care of that. My wife takes care of that for me. And I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
Well, I want to be clear. It was my goal to try not to.
Yep.
Obviously, I wasn't going to leave them dirty, and that's I did
Right.
eventually have to. But yeah, it was a kind of a game.
I hope not.
Yeah. I think you got to have fun like that sometimes too.
Yeah, you do, of course.
He's just holding the kid, and then you hear them take care of some business. Like, dear, he wants you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But unfortunately, she wasn't around every time that happened.
You've had those experiences though where your child is just a let rip and it explodes out of the nappy and it's all up and you've got no
Right
choice.
up the
All you've got to do, you got no choice. You got to whack him in the bath. That's what you got
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah, it goes right up the back of their
You
shirt, right up
go
their
outside and turn the
fucking
hose
neck.
on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, just listen. Obviously, us three have children, and I mean, just listen to the joy just from talking about children. Just from us talking about it, like we're happy, we're giggling, everything else, joking around. Like that's I don't. There's no fucking career that can make a person smile like that. Like I'm standing here cleaning my garage, and I'm just kind of laughing and smiling and not thinking of anything that I'm doing right now. Just talking about this shit. Yeah,
I'm going through it all again with my grandkids too. I'm getting a second wind at it, which is just absolutely fantastic. It's so cool. So you'll be there one day soon too. God's.
Let's not go with the soon thing. Okay?
Well, okay. Well,
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just bugging you.
But it is so cool. It is so cool because I know for me, and I've mentioned this a few times. Like I think I was a pretty good dad and all that sort of stuff, and spent a lot of time with my kids. But yeah, you do got to work and you got to do this and that, and you do get caught up in life a little bit at times. But with the grandkids, it is completely different because you are just literally in the moment. You are in the moment, and I make an effort just to be in the moment with them. And oh my God, it is such an uplifting. It's almost spiritual. Actually, it's almost spiritual. It's crazy. It really is.
Oh, I would say it absolutely is spiritual. I mean, like the Bible, there's literally a verse that says that that's going to be your joy as a grandparent, is your grandchildren. That's going to be your joy in your old age. Like I think that is absolutely a spiritual thing. That kind of that connection and that situation.
Yeah. There's like I say, it's to me, it's just I just like realized it when I said it. It's kind of amazing to just sit here and talk about that shit and laugh and stuff. It's kind of weird in a way, but in a good weird way.
Oh, no, it's definitely a good thing, and it's not weird at all to be able to talk about it, laugh
Well,
about it.
No, I just say
smile
like
about
I
it.
never really thought about it or considered it, right? And
Mm.
like not like I am now. I just kind of think we are three strangers, really, that don't like we don't personally know each other and stuff, and the conversation is basically bringing us all together just by just generally talking about children and grandchildren and the joy and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Got my grandkids coming over this weekend again. Can't wait. We're going fishing. We'll be in the garage. Oh, we're doing heaps of stuff. We've got a new tool for the little one, so he'll be over the moon. Got him a little coping saw, so he'll be chuffed
Nice.
with that. So
You gotta get them loud toys to bring home.
Sirens.
Yeah, those cars that make lots of noise and everything else.
He's fascinated with the table saw and the band saw and the router and these sorts of things, and it was funny.
Bandsaw's grandkids got more saws than Coach.
Yeah, exactly. They do. They bloody well do. More tools and whatnot. And I had Connor up on my knee in front of the bandsaw and whatnot because he wanted to have a go of it. So anyway, I've just got him up on my knee, and the thing wasn't on or anything like that. But I'm just showing him all the bits and bobs and how to hold a wood and all that sort of stuff. And then my daughter walks into the garage and just looks at me and then just does a complete U-turn and just walks out again. And she was just didn't want to see what was going to happen. But it is. It's nice when they're just. Oh man, and they're such sponges too. They just soak up everything. Like he knows how to use the cordless drill and where all the batteries are and all that sort of stuff. And when he comes over, the first thing he does, he grabs my hand, and we're walking over the garage because I bought him his own little tool belt and all that sort of stuff, and a few little tools to go in it. So he wants to use them straight away. So he doesn't even say hello anymore. He just grabs my hand, drag me into the garage. And
that's awesome.
And yeah, because I showed him how to use the cordless drill and all that sort of stuff. And there's no drills in it or anything like that, but he knows all about it. Knows where the batteries are kept and whatnot. And so he goes and grabs the cordless drill and goes gets a milk crate and goes up to the bench where the charger is and takes the battery out and puts it in the drill and all that sort of stuff, and then brings it over and then asks if he can use it and whatnot. So yeah, it's just amazing, really, absolutely amazing. Go on forever about it, to be quite honest with you.
I hate that when you're done talking and nobody says nothing, like all of a sudden everybody left.
It's like, what?
Yeah, I'll save you by.
Did I kill the room?
Yeah, I'll save you by just at least saying that for you. Give you a break.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
People are dropping off. When I jumped in the room, there was quite a few people. I woke up and anyway, went outside to have a smoke and.
There are a lot of people here right now. I'm not even looking.
No, there's only about half a dozen of us.
Well, we bored them all to death. We weren't arguing about stuff.
Oh God, what we should have been arguing, I don't know, spherical excess or Coriolis or something.
Yeah,
We
then the
should
room will
have
be
got
open.
Yeah, exactly. So it seems they don't know what refraction is or how it works, but they want to argue about it. Won't they? Won't they, Coach O? As Coach O enters the room, as soon as I
Was
mention
Kosho
refraction.
here?
Yeah, he just came in as soon as I mentioned refraction.
He heard
It
you
was funny.
talking about bandsaws and cordless drills. He wants to come learn about them. Did you bring your saws today, Kosho? Oh, he tried to have a competition with me. He said he had more saws than I did, and then he just wanted to be able to count blades too.
Oh God, that's kind of cheating.
Yeah, well, it didn't matter. He could cheat. To be honest, he could cheat all he wants, and he wasn't gonna win.
And still lose.
Yeah. You better
Actually, I just
get on in Pinterest and try to find somebody that owns a lot of tools and shit and took a picture of them all together if he's gonna beat me.
Actually, I just we went for a picnic about a month and a half ago to a place called Silverton Mine, and anyway, we were going through a walk through the bush there. Anyway, we went off the beaten track, and I came across one of the old lumberjack cross saws. You know, the big ones. You know, they got
Yeah.
handles on. Yeah,
2-man
I came.
one? Yeah.
Yes, I came across, and it's all rusted and it's all all buggered up and all that sort of stuff. So I'm gonna restore the thing.
I was
And
gonna say, did you pick it up and bring it home to restore it? Yeah,
yeah,
that'd be
no, yeah,
cool.
most definitely, guys. I picked it up, and anyway, I'm gonna restore it and whack it up on one of the walls as a bit of an ornament. But it's
Well,
it's really cool.
there'd be two ways to restore it. You could do it rustic, but I don't know if this would be neat or not. It might kind of wreck it, but I was thinking you could take it in and get the blade chromed, but it might kind of wreck it just because of what it is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think I want to keep the patina about it all and kind of the history behind it
Yeah.
all. I'll go over it with some steel wool and whatnot, just get rid of all the surface rust and stuff, and then probably just go over it with some some linseed oil or something.
Right.
And the handles themselves, I'll pick out some of the rot that's in that's because part of the handles are still there, so I'll just pick out some of that, give it a light sand, and do the same sort of thing. Just put some linseed oil on it or something, and yeah, she'll be good to go. It'll make
Yeah,
a
that'd
nice
be
little
pretty neat.
yeah. Whack it over the fireplace. I reckon it'll look pretty cool actually, because we've got a nice big open fireplace and all that sort of stuff. So I reckon it'll look pretty cool up there.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Leave it all rustic like.
What's going on, Dawn?
Another guy that probably doesn't like us all getting along too good.
Yeah.
You guys are boring today. What's happening, Don? And I heard your mic open up.
What's this?
What's on?
You hear me?
Yeah, now
Yeah,
we can.
can hear you now.
You were.
What's your conundrum there, Dawn? Let's see you type
I was been talking to Gem's server for 2 days.
Sorry to hear that.
Then I pick out one thing that I think he says wrong, and I want to help him with. In DMs, and he won't engage me. I get frustrated.
Who was talking in Gems for 2 days?
Mo.
Oh, and you were there for the whole time?
No, I sometimes check Gem's YouTube stream to see if Mo is talking rubbish in Gems. So when I find out that he is, I then get triggered and I message him and like, get out of there. Why are you saying silly stuff again?
What's he saying? That's silly.
He's saying stuff like, why doesn't the water pour off Earth? And like,
is it because you can't answer that question? It's silly, or what's going on?
No, I can't answer the question. It's because after 7 years, you should know what model you're trying to debate against, and never ask that question.
Yeah, I know. I'm just bugging you, man. Trying to trigger you more. Yeah, but why does that shit even trigger you? Like, who cares what he says, really?
Because he's my friend and he's wasting
Oh, is
2
he?
days saying childish retard shit
I didn't know you guys
in
were
front of other
friends.
men, and maybe I'm embarrassed for him and I want him to stop. I don't know.
Well, it makes sense. I didn't know you guys were buddies or whatever. So fair enough.
Well, Discord friend.
Yeah, I think it's a well,
So I
if you're
started.
gonna if you're gonna argue it, well, obviously your model does explain it, Dawn. I'll
Yeah.
give you that. I'll give you that it does explain it. So kind of asking the question when you already know the answer is a bit
Yeah, that's just dishonest.
bewildering.
And then I explained my model to him because it says, how do heavy things be above you, right? How is the sun above us if it's so heavy? And then I explain our model, how it works. There's a big void of emptiness, and God happened to put lots of heavy things spread out in it, and they fall towards heavier things. We're still working out why. What's the point? But that seems to be the case. If you look into it and you believe it, that seems to be the case for a globe. And he just said it boggles my mind. But I'll also hear him say he thinks the sun could be 2 boob shapes with the sun, orbiting around above it, which is a hot orb that he believes in. But he says if the globe is spinning and moving, it could go wrong, as if it's like a design. And I say, well, why wouldn't your hot orb above your flat Earth go wrong? On mine, what could go wrong is a planet could hit Earth. That could be devastating, instant death for everyone. Or a meteor, instant death for some people. And on yours, the sun could drop out of the sky onto Earth, and nobody knows what would happen because you don't know what the sun is. So you can't say mine is more mind-boggling and more dangerous when you can't even explain your own. So stop. My thought is to Mel, stop being boggled by what nature could be. Learn that nature is boggling. Learn that you can't make up nature like a piece of art. And learn to accept the globe.
Learn to accept the globe.
Well,
Nice
no,
little dig in the end, Don.
I don't
Good
care if
job.
he accepts the globe. I want him to stop saying stupid things in a loop, a cycle.
What do you think the attraction is?
I don't. Yeah, but Merle could just be wired that way, if you know what I mean.
An attraction. He thinks he might break through some truth, for some reason. But apart from that, I'm fine. I've been watching a BitChute video called Christian TikTok Lunacy and Extreme Rabbis, something like that. Rabbi Supremacy, that's what the end of the title is. No More News, live with Adam Green.
There's got to be a lot of examples of that.
Yeah.
Christian lunacy.
So what there is, I'll tell you, the main example is hard-lined Christians that are actually aligned with Judaism who have decided to go on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and say, I'm sorry to all my loved ones and friends, but if you don't become the same Christian that I am, you'll go to hell. And I'm the only one that will go to heaven. And I've just have to come to terms and accept that my family won't join me. They're saying stuff like this, like they're putting a guilt trip on people.
Isn't that all of Christendom, really, in the end?
Yeah, on different levels. This is quite extreme, weird people on social media saying it. And then I saw a mad black pastor exercising a demon by whacking a woman on her head in church, a black woman on her head. He said, "Get out, oral sex demon, get out," because she'd been complaining of being licked through the night by a demon.
Could you have said the same thing without mentioning anything about skin color?
Yeah, but you wouldn't have the tone, you wouldn't have got the full
Hon-
picture.
Honestly, Don, I picked up on that too. By the way, I thought it was weird, but whatever.
Well, okay, I'll explain. The reason I said black is because
Did she have curly
they
hair? or
might
she-
act quirky in a slightly different way to white mental Christians. Black mental Christians might have their own wacky ways. That's why I mentioned it, in case you're interested.
They do
You
the
think
same
so?
thing. Appreciate the evidence, but no.
Have
no.
you ever seen a white church and a black church? I mean, we don't do gospel in a white church. It's quite different. We don't
That's
often
one.
talk in tongues to the same level either.
No, that's not a skin color thing. But what I would say is, I honestly think black churches have more soul when they're singing and shit. I'll give it that much. But
You could say on average, but there's white churches that do the same exact shit.
oh yeah, for sure. But stereotypically, I find that black churches have more soul. Like they're more vibrant. Well,
Yeah, that is a common trope. But Dawn, did the lady have short hair, long hair? Was it curly? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what's it?
Long black hair, but I don't think that would affect religion.
But I'm saying, but for the reporting, right? Like, there could be like a conservative woman, or she could be one of these little hood rat bitches that wears fake hair, or you know what I mean? Like, so it kind of.
Did you get a good enough picture, or should I get a screenshot for you? I gave quite a good
Speaking of hood rat
visualization.
bitches, I know I just got it. Oh,
Black
yeah.
people, one's tapping one on the head, and they're pretending sex demons are a thing, pretending Christ helped.
Speaking of sex demons, let's welcome to the stage. Right on.
who are we welcoming here? Who's the sex demon?
I
Oh,
knew what he said.
Kosho. Hey,
When he said
Kosho.
hood rat bitches. What's up? What's going on, God?
I didn't know who Don was referring to until I started hearing you talking. I'm guessing it was you.
Yeah, when I heard hood rat bitches, I had to come back. I gotta put on my AirPods though. My girlfriend heard you
hair.
get
I was wrong about the hair.
shit turned off, so I gotta put my headphones in.
A bleached afro? Is that what you call that?
Kosho, you need to learn to stand up for yourself and say, you'll decide, not her. Come on, man. You're giving all us
I'm
guys
gonna take a class. I'm gonna take a class from you one day, God Scalpel.
Yeah, you should. You're giving all us guys a bad rap here.
Well, it could be worse. I could be Canadian.
That's not worse. Then you'd find out what awesome was really all about.
Okay.
Then you'd know what being awesome's really about.
Boot. Yeah, boot. That's right. What he said.
So on,
Let's
Bob.
see.
Not a whole lot. Just trying to, get people to understand we shouldn't be giving the government more things to teach our kids since they already suck at the current things.
But he's failing miserably at it, Kosho. If that makes you feel any better.
I was thinking about it some more since then, and I think you might be right.
Oh, there you go. You got a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Whoop, whoop.
I mean, if they were good at it, I could agree with doing more of it, but they have a really bad history.
Reminds me of Ben Shapiro. He always says, government sucks at everything, so get government out of marriage entirely.
Yeah, I agree with that, too.
I can understand the sentiment, but it's kind of a dumb thing to say because the government isn't in marriage to begin with. They they claim basically what they do is they tell you that they'll recognize your marriage, if you follow their rules or whatever, but they actually aren't in marriage because I can get married without them. They won't recognize marriage. They'll say I'm not married, but that's not my problem. I can get married whether the government exists or not.
Try to get a divorce without the government's approval.
And try to get taxes, tax
I can
benefits.
do both of those things. They won't recognize it. They'll say that I'm either married or not married for the governmental purposes, but that won't change the reality of it. I will be either married or not married, and it will have nothing to do with them.
True, but you just said it yourself. governmental purposes, government and
Right.
marriage. Yeah,
That's
I
the thing.
get what you're saying. You could
I do too.
identify as married, but what we're
Right.
talking about is reality, getting government
Yeah.
out of marriage versus.
What I'm saying is the fact that anybody is even like giving credence to the piece of paper that says, oh, you're married now or you're not married because the United States says so. Like that paper doesn't actually mean anything as far as real marriage is concerned. Real marriage has nothing to do with paper or anything like that. That's not how marriage is even decided. It's like it's only the people who are super concerned about the government and what they say or what they think that would be worried about the paper from the government.
I understand, but you said it also earlier. They want to like these trannies and gays. They want to use the government as a cudgel against you. So therefore, they approach like activists. They approach all the churches, and then those that deny them and say, "No, we're not going to marry you guys." Then they sue them and go after their tax exempt status, and then shut them down. And they're activists.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's what they
No, I
want.
get
They
that.
don't want to just get married. They don't want to. Oh, we just want to get married like everybody. No, they're activists.
Yeah. If they want to just get married by everybody, like everybody else, they go find someone that will marry them and go get married.
They wouldn't have to find anyone else. All they
You think
actual
gay
marriage.
people?
No, I get what you're saying, Bob, but I mean, if they want to get married in that manner.
So do you
Sorry,
think gay
Kosha.
people and trans people they don't really want to get married because they love each other and want the benefits? They want to get married because they're activists.
Well, the benefits are governmental. They're not like here's the thing. The only reason like the government gives you like certain things if they consider you married, right? But that doesn't
they let you go to the hospital when the person's dying. Like if the person's dying, you can probably come in with your family. Yeah.
So like if the government decides to do that, like the government can do that. That's fine. I'm not saying that they can't do that or whatever. All I'm saying is that's not actually what decides marriage. You cannot have a government at all and still get married. The government has no like power or authority over the concept of marriage. You can be married with or without a government in existence.
Oh, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
You only need a priest. It's up to you who you consider a priest.
You don't even need that.
I mean, you can do it yourself.
Adam and Eve were married. They didn't need a priest. Nobody else is required, but the
Just a
man
pact
and the
between a
woman
couple, yeah.
agree they're going to be married. That's it.
You guys know something that pirates? There were some gay pirates, but some of them weren't even gay. But regardless, what they would do is they would marry. They would have a partner basically that they would basically marry, and the purpose of that was if one of them died, then the other one, could have claim to their things and all this type of stuff. And there's other purposes of getting married and recognized by the government than protesting or something the church can do, because it gets recognized that you're part of their family. It's like a
I
legitimate.
don't think that was his point, that every single gay person out there that wants to get married is an activist. I'm pretty sure that wasn't his point. But he can correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
he's talking about the people.
Yeah, I wasn't saying every single one, but it is often used that as a cudgel against you, and they are activists doing that on purpose and deliberately. So you could say, oh, well, most aren't. Well, what about them that are? So what about personal choice, your own rights? They don't supersede ours.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is that the actual concept of marriage isn't actually affected by what the government says. Like they can make their laws saying this is what the government thinks marriage is, and we accept your marriage in this scenario. Like all of that can be done. I'm just saying the actual concept of marriage has nothing to do with any of that. And two people can just decide to be married. A man and a woman can just say, we're going to be man and wife now, and they can be married. It doesn't require a priest. It doesn't require a government. It doesn't actually require anybody else.
I'd say the true concept does require a priest. You could easily just forget that part of the concept and make your own concept.
I guess I'm going to throw a new mix into the idea, Bob. Who says that Adam and Eve were even married in quotation marks the way we would understand it? Like, is that
Adam did?
Is that
Adam did. He said that's going to be his wife.
Right. I guess if that's what you're, fair enough.
Well, he said that's going to be my wife. a child will leave his mother and father, cling to his wife. Like this was established a way long time ago before men ever made governments. Marriage is just a man and a woman agreeing to be married. Like it's that simple.
I was thinking like they didn't classify it as marriage, but I guess our understanding of marriage would
Think of the,
describe what you're saying.
And I don't know if you guys if you follow the Bible or not, but there's another place in the Bible where I think his name is Isaac. Basically, he there's a woman he wants to marry named Rebecca, and I think that was her name. And basically, he agrees with the father to work 7 years for Rebecca, and he does the work, and they do the marriage ceremony, they do the celebration, and then when he goes to bed in the dark, the father brings in his other daughter, not Rebecca, and in the morning, Isaac considers himself married to that woman. So like there's a connection there. There was no ceremony between him and Rebecca. There was no ceremony between him and the other woman, but in the morning he considered himself to have the wrong wife, the one he didn't agree to, but he still
agreed
considered her
over
to be
through
his
the
wife.
night. They agreed
There
with their
was
bodies.
no ceremony
That's what that
required.
means.
There was no, he didn't even need to know who the woman was for him to be considered married, but it does seem like there was some sort of connection with the sex that they had, because in the morning, he considered her to be his wife, just not the one he wanted.
Looking at the etymology of marriage now, but I wonder if I believe you if you said they did it themselves in the Bible. But I wonder if the etymology actually comes from just a decision of unity between man and woman, or a special thing a priest gives you, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the word marriage itself came from. I'm speaking more of the concept in general. But yeah, I don't know where the word marriage.
Getting wed from 1300, so that can't be the beginning of it. No way.
I feel like the idea of institutionalized marriage, whether it be religion or government, was only to give control to the religions or the government.
That might be why. I don't know.
It seems to be, right? Because, like, look at the churches. If you get married like the way Don's talking, through a priest or a pastor, whatever you want to, depending on your particular religion or whatever, then you're giving them the authority to be able to say you're married. Plus, you're also giving them the authority to be able to say you're not married, which kind of biblical as well.
They speak for God, but they're the in-between. A priest is just there to say God is allowing this and agreeing to this.
And that's also biblical because it talks about in the New Testament how Moses had given out certificates of marriages, but it was because of the hardness of their hearts that they or not marriages, sorry, divorces, but it was because of the hardness of their hearts that they were actually even getting divorces.
Yeah, I'm getting the etymology is just from Latin, which would be a normal marriage from a priest. So it's got to go further back than that, before the word marriage.
Yeah, like that might be where that particular word comes from, is somewhere of that origin.
So, Bob, I'm starting to think you might be not 100% right just because of what I just said, which I just thought of, how Moses was giving certificates of divorce. So there must have been some kind of institution going on there as well, right?
So there's a difference between handing out a thing that says you are no longer married, for like think about what the use was for. I think Jesus might have spoke about this, saying
well, he said because their hearts were hard.
I found it. This is great. Marriage is from Mary, which is the goddess Mary, and the main name for woman, for women in holy.
Basically, man was not doing what they were supposed to, and
you choose a woman basically. A man
Can you
chooses
hear
a woman, and that's
Bob,
to marry.
Don? Can you
Mary.
hear Bob, Don? Don?
Sorry, I was just really excited by what I found.
Oh, sorry, because you're like talking right all over him as if he's not talking.
Marriage comes from Mary, which is Mary.
Okay, we heard you.
Huh. Like Mary the name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she's the goddess of something or other, he said.
Interesting.
So
I would not have guessed that. I guess maybe if I thought about it long enough, I would have, like, as a joke, mentioned Mary, but I don't think I would have guessed that seriously. That
like
seems
to
like
marry
a
off,
little on the nose.
You choose a woman. You get married off.
You get off Mary.
What was your original Or did I interrupt what you just asked? Sorry.
Well, I was just pointing out that handing out like a certificate due to like the hardness of man's heart for them not doing what they were supposed to, for them not following God's law appropriately, isn't the same as the concept of marriage being shifted from what it was to a new thing that involves institutions. One doesn't like constitute the change of the other, basically. So he might have allowed for something to take place in a certain scenario that ended the concept of marriage in that way, but that it in no way adjusts the original concept of marriage as established by Adam.
Oh, what was the original thing that gays can be married and it's normal? With the original meaning?
So the original meaning is a man and a woman agreeing to be married. That's what marriage is. So like the law can say whatever it wants about homosexuals and marriage. I already know that it's not possible. It's literally not possible. Two men can't be married because it's not meeting the qualifications of what a marriage actually is.
I'd agree on the level of if two men or two women try and marry, they're just LARPing with what men and women do.
Yeah, you could describe it that way. Yeah. But like, I mean, I could say right now, I'm president of the United States. I can call myself that all day long, every day to everyone I meet. That doesn't make me president of the United States. That doesn't mean there's two presidents of the United States right now. What it means is I'm saying I'm a thing that I'm not qualified to be, and I'm wrong. That's all it really means. So like they can claim it all day long and they can put it on paper and tell the government, and the government can say, sure, yeah, whatever. All of that stuff can take place. Actual marriage, the concept, doesn't require the government and can only be a man and a woman. That's the way God established it, and we can't
actually
change
agree with this so much that if I ever become a witch priest, I will not marry gay couples.
Oh, and I gotta ask you, this whole witch priest stuff and witch stuff, are you, well, I mean, if you're trolling, you're not gonna say, but is this a legit thing, or are you just trolling about that stuff?
No, I'm really into it.
What's a witch priest?
Well, he wants to be a witch.
If I wasn't just a solo witch, but I was initiating other people into witchcraft, I'd have to be a priest first. And I could either go through the actual lines and become recognized initiate of those lines, or I could make up my own one, which would be slightly LARPing, but also what all religions do anyway. So I just initiate myself as a priest.
Can you sum up what like just give a summary? What is witchcraft? What does it mean?
Well, I've got a different definition for most witches.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Mine is to study reality, be religious, but not be a Christian. So use the Holy Spirit, but not the Christian version of it. Use natural magic to progress yourself as a human and help people.
Okay, so what does, I'm just curious, like what does because I mean, the Holy Spirit is a Christian concept, I would say, and I think you pointed that out by saying not the Christian version of it. So
natural magic, the energy of nature would be a simple way to explain it.
Okay, so what's your definition of magic, Don? Like, what does that mean? Like, because I guess when I think magic, I'm thinking
using
like
the energy of nature. That's the simple definition.
And what, like, how do you use it? What do you do with it?
So, maybe a really weird example would be you read the Kabbali and understand the Hermetic principles.
Hold up, Don. Is it Don that's breaking up, or me?
That means you understand nature in a certain way, and then you apply that.
Don. I think it's you. You're buzzing real bad. It's hard to fully hear what you're saying.
With my wire again.
Okay.
I don't know if I can fix it right now.
You're good now so far. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I couldn't really fully grasp what you were saying.
A weird example that isn't getting into like sorcery or talking to demons and angels would be just reading books that explain nature in certain ways and then applying that in reality. That would be a simple way of using the energy of nature.
Okay, so you brought up another word, sorcery. I'm curious, what's the difference between? I think I might know based on something else you said, but what's the difference between sorcery and magic?
I think magic is the general, any way of using nature to affect nature, using hidden energies in nature to affect nature, and studying your own psyche and people's psyche to progress. I think that's part of magic.
Okay.
Sorcery would be getting into a circle in a robe and talking to what you think is an angel or a demon and trying to make that affect reality.
Okay, so when you said what you think is reality, does that mean you have doubts on that type of stuff, or?
No, it's
Oh,
just
okay.
not my first go-to when someone says, "What's witchcraft?"
No, that's fair. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. That's all. It's
Um,
I'm not arguing or taking a position. I'm just curious what you're.
Another simple way to explain what is witchcraft is just praying to the goddess and the horned god, the devil, every night. That's witchcraft.
Okay, so your god or goddess or whatever is your god is a goddess, not like you give it a feminine.
Yeah. It's just a concept. It's just a form, a way to think about the ultimate unknown.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Like I said, I honestly don't know anybody that says
Instead of
they're a witch.
a father,
So I'm curious.
instead of a father, it's a mother and a son, a beast son.
Okay, so does that mean the mother's good and the son's kind of a delinquent, or what?
Well, the mother is nurturing, and the son is conquering.
Oh, I see. Okay, so the son isn't necessarily evil. It's just right. Okay.
No, it's not evil, but it's a strong beast.
Interesting.
And a beautiful angel, obviously, as well.
And is there like, you know how a Christian calls themselves a Christian, and then they could say like I'm Lutheran or I'm Catholic or whatever. Is there a particular sect or whatever you would call, like, let's say I was interested in what you're talking about. How would I go farther into understanding it better or learning?
I would look up occultists in general. So, Crowley, Jack Parsons, Gerald Gardner, and then types of witchcraft would be Wicca or Alexandrian.
Right.
The two main types.
Okay.
And magic, the best way to look that up is search ceremonial magic.
Like, have you had a positive experience with using magic, like where you feel like it's made a practical change in your life or your situation?
Yes. I think being religious in general has made me more of a better person, stronger person. But I can't name like a spell that I did that improved my life or worked. But I could tell you using magic, like meditating every night, visualizing my art and stuff has helped.
Right. Well, that's cool. Because like a Christian, like I kind of feel like I'm comparing a little bit just because I know about Christianity. But like I feel like a Christian will say, "Oh, I prayed for so and so to heal from cancer when the doctor said they only had a week to live, and look at this, 3 years later they're healed," or whatever. Right? Like, you haven't any experiences like that, or?
I've read about them. I think witchcraft can heal people.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the same way overnight, like a Jesus healing.
Mm-hmm.
Similar. I wouldn't. If a witch said I healed someone from cancer,
right?
I wouldn't believe them.
So, do you believe in Jesus? Like, do you think he's a real person or no?
I think there was an enlightened half Jew or Jewish man who roamed the East and then got himself crucified, had a cult of 12 followers, all of that stuff. I think he fulfilled the quota, but I think he might have been on the level of a Buddha. Yeah, a standard Buddha. Jesus is the same as that.
I said that, dude. That's my whole thing. If you look at the life,
Go ahead,
hey, dude,
Kosho.
Standard
guess what,
enlightened
bro?
man with a cult.
I was chosen, dude. Don knows. I taught Don half the witchcraft he knows, dude. But that was not essentially. But yeah, if you look at Jesus, who was it? I think it was Eggshells that was telling the same thing I was telling about. How Jesus may have gone to the east and come back. He obviously learned a bunch of magic tricks, learned a bunch of like spiritual stuff. But if you look at like the part in the Bible where Jesus is he's just out in the desert for like a whole month or 40 days, right? In the desert, not eating anything, being tempted by sex and by the devil and stuff. Buddha was also fasting for 40 days before he became enlightened. And so it's a very, very similar test, if you will.
I think I compared him to a Buddha because, I mean, I'm just saying he's not the only one. Quite a few people do this path that Jesus took. I would say that even though I don't believe all of Christianity is true, my whole witchcraft faith is still in the context of Christianity. So I can't really avoid it. So I've built myself a religion inside that context.
I'm just curious, Kosho, why did you say Jesus was tempted by sex? Like, where did you get that kind of, it's just what you feel like, or what?
Me?
Yeah.
No, the devil came. He was tempting him with all sorts of shit.
Yeah,
So
but
you
why
make
did,
him
why did, like, okay,
sex
but
is one of the temptations.
I think
Well-
you might have misunderstood something, Kosho. It doesn't say that he was tempted with every temptation on earth. There wouldn't have been time for that to even take place. He was tempted in each of the ways that it's possible to be tempted in. That's the lust of the eye, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. So he was offered.
That's what it means.
He was offered all the
Sex.
kingdoms. That's
Well,
I see something and think I want to be close to that. That's what it means.
Do you think that he eats flesh?
No. Listen,
I don't think he eats
Kosho,
flesh. So
no, Kosho, I'll explain it to you. Okay, lust of the eye was the kingdoms. He was tempted with all the kingdoms on earth. Lust of the flesh was his hunger, basically the physical temptations of using his powers for something selfish that he wasn't allowed to use his power for by his
sex
Father in
is one of
heaven.
those.
Lust of the flesh, and then pride of life was he was tempted to test God by throwing himself off of the pinnacle and killing himself in a way that God had not ordained or allowed him to do. Okay, because the God said that he wouldn't have those bad things happen to him, and so it was a test of God essentially, which
of
is
course he was tempted by
pride of
sex.
life.
He was a man.
Okay, so it doesn't indicate that he was tested by literally every physical temptation on earth. Again, there wouldn't have been time. He was tested in the three major ways that we are tempted in our lives. There's no temptations, there's no sins that fall outside of those three categories. They all fall into those three buckets.
It doesn't break him down as less character to be tempted by sex. He still managed to pass the test, didn't he?
No, okay, listen, the only reason I asked is because if you're going to bring up that story, as far as I know, it's only a biblical story. It's not in any other writings. And if it is, then I'm ignorant and I need to learn about it. Now, in the Bible, it doesn't say he was tempted by sex. So it's just something that you're putting onto it.
It's inferred with the lust of the
Oh yeah, but you lust after flesh.
No, it doesn't say he lusted after flesh any place.
No,
as far as
I
I know.
I was talking to my girlfriend. No, but yeah, he was. I was lusting after flesh. My bad. But I'm not. Saying he was tempted by the flesh, and that means he was hungry. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it meant that he ate flesh.
It straight up says that he was. No, it straight up told him
about
to.
being hungry for meat too. Yeah.
His body is made of flesh. That is a fleshly temptation to fulfill your physical desires. And he was being tempted to use his powers, which he wasn't supposed to use in that way. He was being tempted to use them to fulfill physical desires instead of fulfill his spiritual duty.
That's why.
It could be about the powers more. Yeah, it could be.
That's why fasting brings you closer to God.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say, the only reason I asked the question, I was just curious how they came up with that.
Ricky,
Obviously, it's their own imagination, so that's That's all I was curious about. I
Well,
didn't
no,
mean to
first
start
of
a
all,
religious discussion on
not
it.
at all, man. I think tempted by the flesh simply implies, you can say it implies that he was tempted by food and stuff. But
Well,
I
it
think that
says he.
after,
It
after
says
you
that
satisfied
also,
your,
dude. It actually says about the food thing.
yeah, of course, yeah, he was tempted by food.
Right.
But I
That's all
think
I'm
he was also
saying.
tempted. Yeah, okay. I
Okay.
mean, he
Yeah.
hung
You
out
can.
with prostitutes.
You can think what you want. It just doesn't say it. So I was curious how you came up with that conclusion, and it's just because that's what you decided to think, and that's fine. I was just curious how you got there.
Incapable of
I'm
impure
driving
thought.
with my knees.
Incapable of impure thought.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Maybe Jesus is above normal desires. So
Exactly.
when they're talking about his lust of the flesh, it's on a different level to what we think.
It's talking about he is flesh. So his temptations.
Yeah, they
People are
relate to
going
the
to
body,
tempt
but
his body.
not just eating and sex like we think. Other things.
Yeah. It's not eating flesh or being sexual with someone. It's figure of speech, like the way they're trying to.
Materialism almost. Obsessed
Yeah,
with
but
the body
let's
and material.
face it. You guys are talking about being sexual as if somehow it's a sin. It's not.
Well, the
Either.
wandering eye or having sex
Yeah,
out of
no,
The lust is the sin bit.
Lust.
like
You get
the
obsessed.
whoredom or the prostitution, that would be a wrong thing. Like that would be
Yeah.
violating God's
Yeah.
will. So like if
Even
kosher
sex
saying
with
that
your
there was
wife can be a
prostitutes
sin.
around, that would have been a wrong thing for him to engage with the
We're not
prostitute.
suggesting
That
he
is
went with
a
loads of
wrong way
prostitutes.
to
I don't
engage
think
in
even
sex.
Kosher said that.
Yeah, but he's talking
Yeah,
about
I'm just,
eating flesh, being
but there's no
tempted by
mention in the
prostitutes. Nah.
scriptures of
No, I just saying,
prostitutes.
he walked through the desert and he thought about women and bodies and stuff. That's all
Yeah,
I
but you
thought.
don't know. Okay, yeah, it's just your imagination. Well, which, like I said, is fine. That's the only reason I asked. I was curious how you came up. It's just something that you
Well, I mean,
decided
it's
must have been.
Imagine he walked through the desert and God gave him loads of visions and he had to be tempted but not be too tempted to give in, and he managed to beat them all and kept walking and got out the desert. That's all I
Yeah,
thought.
no, it's fine. I was
I
just
think it's
curious.
a way to tell people that even every man is going to be tempted, but get to a place where you can be quiet, fast, do things that brings you closer to the truth of your creator and build your relationship. That's why Christians, so called, do fasting and go into a quiet place and be still,
Could we
because
talk
that's what
about
Jesus did.
why fasting brings you closer to God? I think it might be true,
Yeah,
but
it's
I'd
like
like to talk about
it's more
why. Why does it bring you
No, it's
closer
like
to God to go without
that's
food?
what I meant by Buddha. The Buddha did that too, where he didn't eat, he fasted under the tree for 40 days. I think that that keeps you from the temptations of the body, the urges and requirements of the body, which you're influenced by something else, of
It
course.
brings you past your desires of the body, yeah. So you can try
Your
and get
body, your
to a
mind
higher
is
place.
changed. It's more clear. You're not tempted by the sugar or sweet tasting or sour, whatever you're tempted by. Once you start fasting, you get over all of that. You don't even think about it.
But do you think even the beginning of the fasting, when you're putting yourself through
No,
pressure
that's the
to
struggle.
not bow to the body, yeah, that struggle, do you think that
That's the
gets you closer
struggle.
to God too?
Absolutely, it shows
Yeah.
him that you're building a relationship. You're following his will to get closer to him, and you're fasting, showing that as an active duty. You're sacrificing your temptations of flesh, the food that you desire on a daily basis and require. You're even giving up a requirement for a period of time.
Would you say, is that the same with no fat? It's the same as
Yeah,
no
I mean,
fasting?
you can take, people take it to extremes, or
Yeah.
it's just a way to, practice your diligence of faith. That's not the only way. I mean,
What about for a woman wearing less makeup? Would that be part of it for a woman, wouldn't it?
Some people think fasting is I don't watch TV for a week.
It can be.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, anything you give up that you're doing, anything, even sex with your wife in excess is a sin.
Yes.
Anything in excess is a sin because you're taking away your time that you're supposed to be building a relationship with your creator. So if you're having sex, all you're thinking about is sex with your wife, I want to have sex. And, that consumes you and takes you away from your pursuit of the relationship with the very creator that gave you that ability to have that pleasure, then it's a sin.
Like I think you could just sum it
Man,
up.
I'm good.
putting physical over spiritual is the wrong thing to do. Like that sums it up basically.
Yes.
Whatever that physical is, putting physical over spiritual means that you have misprioritized and you are going against your creator rather than trying to get closer to him.
Would you
And
agree
if
the
you're doing
opposite's
that a
also
lot,
bad?
maybe it's time to
You don't
fast.
want to put the
Maybe it's
spirit
time
ahead
to
of the body?
do something extreme.
Would
I'm
you
sorry.
agree the opposite's bad? Putting the spirit above the body is also
I actually do. You have to have balance. Like, that
my
brings. That's what.
friend's
Yeah.
my friend's sister has told me she's looking into detaching from the body and this sort of stuff. And I said, hang on a
No,
minute.
that's
You need your body.
Yeah, that's satanic almost.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of what God wants. He wants you to have pleasure. He gave you that ability.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It's a challenge, isn't it, to be flesh and not bow to it and become a fatty
Self-indulgent
blob.
even has to do with self-indulgent has to do with satisfying yourself. You know, you're not supposed to do that. It's frowned upon, basically. You know, in the eyes of the Creator, because
I'd say this is all the same in my witchcraft, these types of things.
yeah, I mean, I think names have get a bad meaning, right? Witchcraft definitely has a bad meaning, but in the past, witches were a good thing, but they've
So does
turned
Christian,
into a
right?
bad. Right,
Some
same as
circles.
yeah. Some people label Christians as this terrible, evil, double-speaking, blah blah, perfect person, so-called. That's not perfect. No, that's a Christian is someone who follows Christ as their Lord and Savior. That doesn't mean they're perfect. Far from it. It means they acknowledge that they're not perfect, but they're willing to confess their sins and ask for forgiveness from the very Creator that gave them the ability to do so. That's giving glory to the Creator. I call it God. I mean, you can call it what you want, but if you deny the Creator, you're denying life itself. Existence has to have a Creator. Anything that exists had a Creator.
Or a cause of some kind.
Are you trying to say that something cannot come from nothing?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's just crazy.
That's crazy talk. Call him a liar. Yeah, hang him up on a cross, right? Plumb and horizontal,
Let's
perpendicular.
make a religion out of it.
Most people don't realize the story of the crucifixion involved three different people. Christ was just in the middle. So one was a believer in Christ and one was a non-believer, hanging to the right, to the left of Christ, who was in the center and also the Most High. People often forget about that.
Why did they hang the non-believer?
You caught me off guard. I know, but don't know.
It says they were both. It says they were both thieves on either side, if I remember it.
One was a believer and one was a non-believer. And why did they hang Christ?
Well, it wasn't that
extra symbology that he's got a right hand and a left hand while he died.
No, but I mean, why was he crucified? Can anyone give me the answer? What law did he break?
I think I know. It's not a law.
Yeah, I can tell you why. He declared himself to be the God's only begotten Son, the Messiah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
that's
why
what the
is
story
that?
says. I think it could be true.
But that's only crucifiable in its time, right? Like if you
can't kill you
declared
now for that.
yourself the son of God now
Anyone
in
can say
today's
it now.
world, what would they do? Nothing.
No, nothing.
Actually,
I'd watch your YouTube video if you told me that.
They would make a shoe after you and call it the Yeezy.
And put a swoosh on it. Yeah, exactly. Those stars, you know what I'm saying? They call them stars. Athletes, you know, you're living in the time, right, of the fallen man. He did also. Crazy. But when you really look into it, it's hard to deny. You know, these stories are not, if they're made up, these people were geniuses because they wrote it down in different time periods, supposedly different writers that lived nowhere near each other that never met. It's an
Definitely think they're
incredible,
geniuses.
incredible compilation of different writings to make up what they call a book, the Bible, but it's actually different writers, different periods, different time periods, different locations.
Yeah, so think about how much the times have changed during the writing of the books of the Bible. There's so many other books that aren't in the Bible that are stories of the time, right? Written down. They're just not inspired.
Once you read the New Testament, I've never read the Old Testament, even as much as I haven't read the New Testament. Anyway, when you read the Old Testament, apparently it just like totally flips the New Testament and blows your mind.
Yeah, it does. It's hard for man to get its mind around something that he's probably not supposed to understand in the first place. That's why the New Testament was written.
Esoteric prequel.
I begot you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the New Testament is that playbook of life. And if you don't believe me, take whatever situation you're in and go to the book and see what it says to do.
I believe it's supposed to be a playbook for life, and it is used as that.
Yeah. No matter who you think wrote it or what it was inspired by, it's an amazing read, right? And it's a good guideline to how to live morally and take care of your neighbor and provide for your wife and family and provide for yourself spiritually and mentally and physically. Who else could write a better book?
I've been watching some extreme Christians, and one of the things that I found worrying, that other people find worrying, is the fear of hell idea. They think this is unhealthy to live with this fear of hell and this fear of God putting you in hell, and the fear of him not gracing you or whatever.
Fear and anxiety is the killer. That's of the devil. That's evil. If you have Jesus in your heart, you don't fear anything. Doesn't mean you can jump out of an airplane with without a parachute because you believe in Jesus and you think he's going to save you. No, but that if you had that unconditionally faith, then it goes that a parachute would appear and save you, or you would land on a bed of feathers or in a cloud, or
something might happen to save you.
Right, right.
I believe
But
it.
it's hard for man because we live in such a deceptive world to have that unpure heart that would have that total faithfulness. There would always be a doubt or deception lingering that would cause that parachute not to open.
For Christian, you have to believe in Jesus or you go to hell. And if even when you believe in Jesus, there might be a tiny worry left for some vulnerable, worrisome people. They might worry that they don't love Jesus enough, or he hasn't recognized their love, and they might still
Well, then
go
they're
to
not
hell.
a Christian.
They might be unhealthy for them to live with that amount of worry. And for my religion, I don't have to worry that I have to do this or I'll burn in hell. I choose to do it because it's a choice to help myself, not because I have to or else I'll die and burn.
From a proper biblical standpoint, Christian biblical standpoint, it's not just believing in Jesus, but it's accepting him and taking him into your heart and asking for forgiveness for your sins and all that stuff. Yeah, it's not just believing. Yeah.
It's being born again, basically. You're born into a fallen world. You make the choice. You have that will. Choices prove love, right? How do you know there's love in existence? Because of hate. Well, you choose love over being hate.
I know there's great things about making a leap of faith, but what I'm saying is, couldn't it be unhealthy for some people to live through that type of worry?
That's why they invented cry closets. So go get a cry closet. You know what I mean? We don't coddle to that snowflakery. Being
alone and being still with your creator. So I'm kind of the belief that, okay, because Don believes this, as long as he's on the path of the relationship and he is putting his faith in a creator, who am I to say that he's not going to be in heaven? Like, I can't make that judgment. It's not for me to do that. But that's an individual.
For you, imagine yourself, but
that's not a common.
As a weaker female that doesn't quite jump into faith as well as you do, she might worry for the rest of her life that she's not loving and understanding.
Well, then
Jesus
she's
enough.
not reading God's words when he says,
maybe
"Do
she's
not
not
fear."
read very well, but she still worries.
If you can't read, you should seek someone. I mean, you are always in the daily walk of seeking truth, which is God. So if you can't read or you're blind and you don't know Braille, you have someone read to you. You listen to audiobooks. If you can't hear, then you have, you can feel the worship music vibrating through your bones.
I know.
Jesus will talk to you.
I know all these solutions are real, and I agree with them. But wouldn't you just agree that because it's life and death in the afterlife, or it's existence or non-existence, burning or non-burning, it's important. Wouldn't you just agree that that will worry some people for their whole life?
I
Do you
think
think it's
so.
reasonable?
Fear.
Do you think it's reasonable to be scared and panicked over the potential nuclear threat in your country? I don't.
It's ridiculous. I don't either. I don't fear or have anxiety about any of that. I don't fear death, right?
Do black people walk around in the cities fear that cops are trying to hunt them daily? No,
if they are, they're not living
some
in the
people
way
might.
in God's eye.
Up here in
That's an
Canada,
unreasonable
they'd have
fear.
you to believe that.
I know, but it's an unreasonable fear is the point, because there's no
Is
data
any
to back
fear
it up.
reasonable?
Oh, I agree with you.
That would be because they're in the early stage of their relationship with the walk with their Savior, if they're in a walk at all. Because people that fear everything, including hell, are not true believers. They have much doubt, and they're just in a different stage of their walk. Everyone is. There is nobody that reaches the pinnacle of the only man that walked this earth named Jesus that was the purest thing ever, the Son of God. We're only trying to strive to get there, like a pro athlete, the best 3-point shooter. You practice all day, every day to shoot 3-pointers. Well, that's what we should be as believers.
You agree it would worry some people, but that's just how it is.
Absolutely. I have people around me that worry about that. Preach to hell and all that. I'm like, what are you talking about? The fiery pit of what? You better be concentrating on what you're doing right now to get you out of that pit instead of worrying about if you're going there or not. But the Bible does say, God's word says the gates to heaven are narrow, right? It's telling you.
If you met a woman on the street and she told you, I'm really worried I'm going to go to hell because this, and this, you would console her and tell her it's okay, just follow Jesus.
I would say you need to. That's an area of your. See, we're all in different stages. So I'm prideful, right? I have a wandering eye. I'll tell you. I'll confess my 2 biggest sins right now, openly in public, because I'm very comfortable in the knowledge that are my 2 biggest sins. But I can confess that to you, and I ask for forgiveness on a daily basis for those main 2 sins.
But what I'm saying is, you will choose to give someone peace about the idea, a concept, rather than say, you better shape up, girl, or you'll go to hell and burn forever.
No, it's your. Yeah, you shouldn't do that at all. That's not what a Christian does. You should always lift up, not be fearful. You should always be bringing joy and glory to the Creator. Now, do we do that as Christians? No, hell no.
Jesus would tell people to shape up.
And Christ did correct people when they were wrong. So
I was going to say, yeah, he told that lady at the well,
he
sin no
started
more.
using a whip and basically kicking them out of the temple because of the wrong things they were doing in the temple with the wrong attitude. So there's nothing wrong with pointing at the word and saying it says you're wrong and you should fix that because Jesus wants you to fix it. That's different than at least maybe I'm misunderstanding you, or maybe you're saying it like this. There's a difference between correcting someone based on what Christ has literally said himself and spending all your time trying to tell them that they're going, to this lake of fire, and not actually attempting to assist them in any way.
Yeah. If you want to live your life in a good way, just any situation you get in, turn to the Creator for the present and ask the Bible what you should do. What does the Bible say? What would the Bible have me do here? And see how that works out for me, because man, it changed my life forever.
And you know what? I would give people a fear complex based on my religion too, if they needed it. I would say the angels and the gods won't look kindly on you if you do this. I'd use the same concept. So, yeah.
Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's guilt, and they're rightfully scared.
Don, what happens when you die with your religion?
I think my energy somehow comes back as a baby somewhere.
So basically reincarnation, you're saying?
Yeah.
Or what? Okay.
I can't explain it much past the energy joins up with other energies and comes out in a baby.
Okay.
I'll give you this. Maybe we get judged a little bit first. somehow we judge ourselves, or somehow our higher self judges us.
Yeah, I've never agreed with that. You just kind of said something where I haven't really said much about what you said, what I think either way. But the whole idea of this kind of reincarnation idea, being judged for your previous life or deeds, and that affecting the reincarnation thing, I feel like that's an unfair game.
Oh, I'm not suggesting you get judged and then they decide what type of baby, if you have a broken leg or 3 legs or 2 heads. I'm just saying you get judged and time to contemplate the judgment on yourself, or through God back to yourself, and then you get born back into a baby, and maybe you might remember something. Probably not.
Oh, well, it seems counterintuitive or counterproductive, maybe, to be judged, have time to reflect, and then get put back in a situation where you don't remember the judgment or the reflection or the lesson.
It's a mess, honestly, but it feels like that's how it works.
No, fair enough.
I think suns might explode out and then suck back in, and the same with the universe somehow. Maybe.
It's just like, how do you improve the universe as a whole, or yourself, or life, or anything if you're getting reincarnated in this cycle, but you don't, you know what I mean? You have no, when you're in the game, so to speak, you don't remember any of your previous training, if I could put it
my
that
consciousness or my karma. I don't really believe it's my consciousness and karma that comes back as a baby. I just believe my energy is somehow involved in other babies after I
see.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you're making a distinction between energy and like who you are, sort of.
Somehow my soul joins back with God's wholeness, and then part of my soul comes back in a different form inside the baby. But it's not just my soul in a new baby, it's a mixture of stuff.
Fair enough.
What about the judgment? I think the judgment is just
I think you're breaking up on this.
Judging yourself. You're God and you judge yourself. Feel bad and good. That's it.
But what's the point of the judgment? Like, what is the practical benefit of the judgment?
Because it's not a memory, is it? What's the point of a photo at the end of a roller coaster? So you can look back 3 years later and say, "Oh my God, look how silly we looked."
Right.
But if you can't remember, maybe us talking about it now, that's us remembering, right? Don't know the exact details, but we remember.
No, well, that's what I'm saying though. Like,
It's me.
I'm alright with the idea. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I'm alright with the idea of judgment, but it's like with no memory of it and no ability to act on the judgment. Like what's the consequence of the judgment?
Yeah, I don't quite know. See,
Fair enough.
I've got no idea how I did in my last life.
Right.
I can't know. I'm not going to make it up.
So the judgment seems kind of.
I've forgotten. However I was judged, I've totally forgotten it. So what was the point? Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah. Well, it's something for you to think about.
But maybe even though I don't know how I was judged in my last life, somehow it's worked itself in.
Well, that's where I'm saying that's where I'm saying that's kind of unfair, because there'd be like rules and judgment of the game, but you don't know for sure what the rules and the judgment is. So how can you really do your best?
It would have to be a system, and we wouldn't know anything about it.
Seems cruel.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe in karma going through from one life to the next. I'm not sure I believe in that. So I think the energy just mixes, comes out in a baby, another baby. And I don't know what the judgment's for. I think it's just the ending. I think that's all it is.
Fair enough.
It all sounds
maybe
pointless.
All it is, sorry. Maybe all it is as you die, that last 5 seconds of changing from conscious to unconscious, you just think, did I do well? I don't know. And then you die. That's what the judgment is.
That's kind of shallow, isn't it?
It could be just that, and then the rest of it is our concept.
Fair enough.
What were you going to say, Oblivion? Sorry.
Oh, I said, it just sounds all pointless.
Yeah,
I wasn't mocking. I was just, based on what God Scalpel said, it deduced.
Well, I think the point is to teach children before you die and believe that they're going to teach more children. And that's going to lead to some type of progress that you would agree with.
Well, that's kind of a different situation.
My purpose in life, that's the point, I think. Try and progress reality in a direction that I would like, but after I exist.
Yeah, but we're talking about judgment after death and
You're
stuff.
still saying what would be the point in the judgment? Yeah, I
Well,
don't
the
know.
point of judgment,
Saying maybe there's no point.
Judgment isn't, for starters, I think judgment isn't always a bad thing. I mean, when you do a test in school, you get judged that tells you how much you know in a particular area and how much work and where you need to put the work into understanding concepts or whatever. So, I don't think judgment is inherently, some people think it's negative or whatever. I personally don't look at it that way. But I think the point of a judgment, in my mind, is I just basically explained it, to learn from your current situation.
I've got another answer. I was just about to ask you, so what do you think happens when we die, and are we judged, and why? But then I thought, I think I know the general Christian answer, which is maybe similar to your answer.
Well, you'd be making a mistake to assume that I'm a Christian, though. Because I don't.
I thought you agreed with Christianity quite a bit.
Probably if you've talked to me 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I would have very, very strong agreements with Christianity and the Trinity. But today, I've grown in certain ways.
Now.
I've always been God's scalpel. No, I've always been God's scalpel. But the name God's scalpel has zero to do with any kind of religion connotation or anything like that.
When I was going to question you about that, thinking you might be half Christian, it made me think of the answer for the judgment. So we don't want to get reincarnated forever, but the idea is eventually you don't get put back into a baby body and have to go through the struggle of existing again. You get to float away back into the wholeness of God, into some type of heaven and rest. Or whatever heaven and rest is, some type of paradise, or
that could be
this. Hang on. That's why you get judged each time, to see if you're ready for the bliss. That was my answer.
Okay, and I would say that could be a very fair position to take, actually, except the fact that you don't remember each judgment and each experience going through. So otherwise, it's like winning the lotto. All of a sudden, oh, look, this life, I got it right. The last 1,000,000 lives, I got it wrong. But had I been able to build on each life.
Each one, then.
Huh?
If in my theory now, you can't learn from each one, can you? Because most of the time you forget all of the past ones.
That's kind of what you've been saying, unless I misunderstood.
So, but maybe your higher self gets to look at all of them and can remember. So he gets to add all the judgments together.
Yeah, but it's not fair to you as a participant if you can't, if you're being judged and you're trying to make it to the goalpost. A, you don't know what the goalpost is, and B, you don't know your previous what's the word I'm looking for? How you did the previous time and where you went wrong to try and improve yourself. At least Christianity will say these are the requirements from God to please God and be good with God. And if you please God and be good with God, regardless if it's true or not, that's besides the point. But if you're please God and you're good with God and you do these requirements, this is what's going to happen to you. If you don't do these requirements, this is what's going to happen to you. But what you're telling me is
is there's some requirements to reach a goal, but you have no clue what the goal is or the requirements. And not only that, but you get multiple chances, but you don't get to build on knowledge along the way.
I think that's what I think. It's a mystery. And somehow you have to build on it, but you've got no idea how. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the game. I'll quickly ask you what you think happens when we die. And is there any judgment?
So I am currently on a path that I don't know where it's going to lead, but I would say, like, today, I believe there's a creator 100% for sure. I believe that we're responsible for our actions 100% for sure, and to a higher power or a creator. But I don't want to say too much past that, really.
Maybe we're getting judged now.
Hmm?
You sort of hinted that we could be getting judged the whole time, maybe, but you're not sure if there's like a big judgment at the end.
Well, I still have okay, so what I would say is I've been a very strong Christian for the last 20 years of my life or whatever, but in the last 5 or 6 years, I've taken a different understanding and angle on Christianity, the religion part of it, at least.
Yeah.
And now I'm trying to work through the Bible without the doctrines of the religion I'm starting there for answers because that's what I'm comfortable with and know. But so I would still like have heavy Christian opinions, I suppose. Well, not heavy. I'd argue with most.
Pretty sure.
Huh?
I know you said God, there's a creator, so there's some cause, mighty divine cause for reality. But how sure are you that you don't just die and your soul disappears and that's it?
I would.
That's silly, or it can't be that.
I wouldn't.
That's got to be wrong.
I think it's potentially possible, but highly unlikely.
Yeah, me too. But it's got to be something else that happens.
Right. Yeah, I have it. I mean, I guess it's possible because truly we don't really know, but I would say that I'm 99% sure that's not what's going to happen. But who knows, really?
Okay.
Like
another question. If your soul survived and somehow you could still think afterwards, would you judge yourself?
You mean
if you
like,
looked back on,
would I decide to judge myself, or is it part of the way the universe works that I have to?
Do you think you would choose to?
Dude, I judge myself every day.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, like I don't know if it'd change if I die or not, but yeah, dude, there's nobody that could judge me harder than I judge myself. So I don't know. Well,
eventually the judgment might end, and then it would just be a period of judgment, and then you'd be doing something else with no judgment.
Oh, is that what I think would happen? You mean, would you still be judging moving forward on a new life? Like, let's say there is a heaven and it's all spiritual and everything. Is there still judgment as you move through that life? Or do you mean, would I still be judging what I did in this life when I'm in that life type idea? What are you asking?
I don't know. I think I was just going to say, would the judging end at some point? So you've got some type of rest. Like,
oh, well, if you take the Christian stance, I would say that from a Christian perspective, I would say there's one judgment, period. And after that, you have a whole new understanding of who God is, what the spiritual realm is, and everything else. And, there's basically no more judgment at that point.
So which bits have you stopped believing of Christianity?
Pardon me?
Which bits do you not believe of Christianity anymore?
The Trinity, for one.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God.
Yeah, so I don't
split
believe
into these three concepts, and that's how you have to think of God.
Right, yeah. So I don't think of God that way. I think of God as just one being, period. Not three in one.
Does it
what
have
about
the nature of a father and the nature of a son and the nature of a floating?
So you're saying that you can't have one thing that's manifesting in three different ways? Is that what you're alluding to?
No, because if you're basically saying I can be a father, an uncle, a grandfather, then if that's what you're trying to say, obviously you can do that. But that's not what Christianity is saying when they describe the Trinity.
Well, maybe they're describing it wrong.
I think that's what they mean in general. They're very strict and fussy about it.
Well, like I said, he asked me why would I have a problem with Christianity. Maybe they are describing it wrong, and if that's the case, then fine, so be it. But that is the way they describe it. Even the Bible describes it as such. Though, if you read the Bible, it says that Jesus has his own will, and it doesn't always line up with the Father's. He will line it up, but like, for instance, when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane and he knew he was going to get crucified, he said, Father, not my will be done, but your will be done. So Jesus clearly had a choice. If you just take it plain old understanding of English, he had a choice. And his will, he straight up said, not my will be done, but your will be done. So as far as I'm concerned, that's saying Jesus' will didn't exactly line up with the Father's at that point, but he allowed his will to, in fact, be lined up with the Father's.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of contention with that, with what he said prior to that whole
I
event.
think that's one of the main things.
Yeah, but I've heard a lot of takes on that, so it's really hard to narrow down.
Yeah, that's just one example where I would say, like, he straight up said, if I said to my wife, like, if I said, hey, where do you want to go eat? And she said, McDonald's. And I said, well, I'd really like to go eat at Burger King. But because you want me to eat, you want to go eat at McDonald's, I'll go eat with you. Like, that's, I mean, I've dumbed it down quite a bit, like, obviously, but that's basic.
But I think you're right.
Yeah. What's that? You're breaking up, dude. Like, really bad. Unless it's me. But I haven't had a problem.
No, he was roboting.
Okay. Yeah, I just assumed it was him just because I haven't had any problems yet today, but it could have been me, I guess.
Is this any better?
A little bit. We'll see.
You have suspiciously not had any problems.
Who? Me? Yeah, that's because I'm in the CIA headquarters, man.
Very agency type of situation to be in. No problems whatsoever with your internet connection.
We got good internet at the agency. We get nothing but that. Duh.
I was just saying.
Do you think Jesus is going to come back?
Do I?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see Jesus the same way a Christian sees them, generally speaking, anymore. Because I don't see, Christianity would say that Jesus is God, right? The Trinity is, they straight up, the teaching is Jesus is God, but Jesus is not the Holy Spirit and not the Father. The Father is God, but the Father's not the Holy Spirit or Jesus and blah, 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 right? But together, they come together as one also to be God. Yeah, and I don't agree with that concept.
So fussy about such a cool concept.
Well, there is a point in Christianity that our intent and praises and everything, how we worship is wrong if this one event doesn't take place. There's a future event that's supposed to happen. Does anybody know what that is?
The 1,000 years of Jesus running the show.
No, the one event that's
the prophecies don't happen.
The one event that's supposed to happen is supposed to be the dead rising, and it specifically says in the Bible that if this event doesn't happen with the saints rising, that all of our attempts of worship were essentially blasphemous.
Yeah, I bet you're right. It's so weird. Every day it doesn't happen, debunks it, but also it never gets debunked because it never says when it's going to happen.
Well, it also says, though, when Jesus was crucified, that the dead did rise. That's what it says in the Bible.
Yeah, Jesus rose, but we're talking about...
It says that I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong because you got me questioning, but I'm pretty sure when Jesus was crucified and died, that it caused the tombs to open up, meaning that people.
other dead rose.
Yeah,
it does say that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like the souls of the previous dead are now.
It's going to be fulfilled.
Well, I don't know.
soon with
That's what it
transhumanism.
says. It's like a little sentence that nobody ever really pays attention to. That's in there, and it just kind of gets glossed over because of all the cherry picking that Christians do. But it is there. It's just one little blurb of a sentence right around when he gets crucified. As well as in the Bible, there's also people that got rose from the dead, like Lazarus.
That would
there's people that haven't died that have descended or ascended. I think there's
like
actually
Elijah and Elijah.
Yeah,
them both.
Yep, he's one of them. I think there's another as well.
Yeah, the one got taken away in a chariot of fire, supposedly.
Yep, fiery golden chariot. Yep.
And then the other guy, he went north or some shit, didn't he? I think he got taken away to the north or something. I think it says, if I remember right. I could be wrong on that one, but could be thinking about something else.
Sounds interesting, but nothing I can recall.
Yeah, I could be thinking about something else.
A few atheist types in the chat saying, "Can we talk about something else, please?"
Sure. You don't have to be a Christian or believe in God to talk about the Bible.
I know. I said, what else is there to talk about except fairy tales and?
Hey, if they want to talk about something else, yeah, they can come in and start something.
Everything happens.
Anybody that wants to change the conversation can go right ahead. But I mean, it's hard to sit in the chat and say, "Oh, can you talk about something else?" And then they don't input anything. Just change the radio station then if you want to listen to different music.
Yeah, I already got them on that. All they could mention is a joke about Bev.
Wow. What does Bev have to do with any conversation that's been going on for the last 3 hours?
All they want to do is avoid talking about the ultimate nature of their own reality.
What units of measure would you use to try to quantize something moving from A to B that's non-physical?
A Rogan.
Nope.
You don't measure non-physical things. Not really, not in that way.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
Like when you want to use a measure of speed per se, you're measuring something physical traveling from A to B. But there's things that travel that aren't physical, such as speed and sound. There's nothing physically moving from A to B, rather a rate of induction, a sheer rate of induction, or propagation.
Okay, let me give you that.
He'll tell you everything's physical.
You do tests, and you change variables, and you take data.
Again, why would you inference something being an emission as saying that it's traveling at a set speed when there's nothing moving from A to B? This would be categorized as a rate rather than a measure of speed.
I'm pretty sure he's looking for hertz.
That's fine. Yeah.
The transfer of something non-physical? Is that correct?
The pressure is moving from A to B. The kinetic energy is moving from A to B.
What are you all
that's physical.
talking about suddenly?
Yeah.
Speed of a wave.
We're talking
It's the speed of
about
a
light.
wave.
We're talking about light being measured in a speed where it shouldn't be, because nothing is moving from A to B rather than a rate of induction.
What about the speed of sound? There's no individual thing moving from A to B.
Exactly. That's why.
So why do we call it speed of sound?
Because it's a misnomer. It shouldn't be identified as a speed rather than a rate of propagation.
So what would you call what we nowadays call speed of sound? What would you change it to?
I would call it the rate of sound, the rate of propagation, because it's all dependent, right? That speed that you're saying, right, of sound is based on temperature, pressure, and elevation is going to determine the rate of that propagation.
Did you forget about the medium?
No, I included the medium. That was the necessary with what I said in terms of elevation, temperature, and pressure. You have to have the medium in order to have that indifference, so that the rate changes.
Yeah, but you can keep all those variables and change the medium, and that's gonna affect how fast sound's propagating. That's actually gonna affect him way more than those variables.
Yeah, but when you say speed or fast, how fast something's moving, there's nothing physically moving. It's
We're
a
talking about the wave.
vibrational. It's a
Yeah.
disturbance. It's
Which has
called
a
a
speed.
disturbance.
Which
Yeah,
has a speed.
which has a rate, not a speed. Because again, speed is inference towards something physical moving from A to B.
No, actually,
where this
no.
isn't. I'm almost done. Where this is non-physical, it's a vibrational field disturbance which propagates through the medium, dependent on these three variables.
No, speed doesn't imply a physical thing moving. That
speed. Yeah, all speed
doesn't imply that.
means all the speed means is that it's covered a distance
time
over
variable.
a specific time. Yeah.
Right.
But
Yeah,
so
but again,
the speed of sound, we know that we have a speed of sound because if we know either the distance or the time, we can know the other one.
typically for conventional purposes, speed is inferenced in something physical moving down a said pathway, where light and sound doesn't have this physical pathway, because there's nothing physical about it. It's just this rate of indifference that's propagating, which could be measured, sure, and we could call it a speed. But the problem is when you start using words like this without ever really explaining the phenomena, then what you're left with is particle interaction. And I'm sorry, but our realm is not governed by particle interaction, and certainly not mathematics. It's only field pressure mediation only.
None of that is implied by just saying speed of sound. Like, speed doesn't imply all that you're saying it implies. It's just it's covering amount of distance in a certain amount of time. That's all it is.
Yeah, but what is this it? What is this it that you're referring to? Is it physical or what?
Yeah, it's the pressure wave.
What? Yeah, but the problem is a wave doesn't exist on its own. A wave is consubstantial. A wave is what something does, not what something is.
I'm not saying that. The position in which the air is more pressurized is the position of the wave. So that's going in a certain speed. That's not a physical. It's not a physical atom going in that speed. It's just the atoms are bouncing each other, and they're more pressurized in certain points, and that moves. That region
yeah, but when you talk in
moves.
terms like this, you're teaching the listener to think in terms of particle interaction rather than disturbances, field disturbances, and propagation through these fields. Like it's pure materialistic atomism at its finest.
No, just by saying speed of sound, we can very well explain to the listener that that's just the speed in which the waves propagating. It's not the speed
I've had to
in which
teach
the molecules are moving. Everyone knows
I've had
that.
to teach several of your globers that not everyone knows that. I've had to teach several of your globers for many years now that when we speak, right, the sound isn't traveling from my mouth to your ear. Okay, that's not the way sound works, and it's taken a long time for people to catch up and catch on, and a lot of this is due to the language and how it's interpreted.
What do you mean the sound doesn't travel from the mouth to the ear?
No. Again, when I speak, the nitrogen and oxygen in my lungs passes through my vocal cords, which sets off this field disturbance, and that field disturbance is what propagates through that medium
Which is sound.
to the listener. To the listener. But again, there's
the thing
nothing
you're saying,
physical. Dude, you keep interrupting me. There's nothing. Bacon, please be polite, please. There's nothing physical moving from my mouth to your ear rather than the disturbance of the medium propagating.
Which is what
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? I'm not arguing. I'm just asking a question. Yesterday we were talking about. I'm not disrailing, by the way. We were discussing what is physical versus non-physical, and physical would be described as measured, detected. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Pressure waves.
No, I don't.
They're definitely physical.
I don't, because when you say physical, it has to take part, i.e., matter, or some sort of mass carrying particulate.
Okay, so hold on. If there's nothing physical, what hits my eardrum to cause it to vibrate?
it's a field disturbance which is
So you're saying a
permeating.
field disturbance hits my eardrum.
Yes, it's a vibrational field disturbance which propagates through the medium radiatively.
So what's the
All that is
difference
physical.
between that and something physical?
Here, I'll give you an analogy. When I throw a stone into the water, okay, the stone creates a ripple effect, and that ripple effect propagates circularly and radiatively throughout that medium. So if I was in a pool of water, right, and I'm flapping my arms, creating wave disturbances, and those wave disturbances are lapping up over the edge of the pool, am I touching the edge of the pool, or is it the medium that's propagating, touching the edge of the pool?
That didn't answer my question.
And even if we would grant you, would grant you that sound isn't physical, you saying that the sound is not going from one mouth to the ear is still false, because even not being physical, that's still what sound is.
It's
and
a vibration.
Going from that
It's a
vibration.
vibrational disturbance. There's
That
nothing,
vibrational
moving
disturbance is going from my vocal cords to your ears.
Miriam, get away from the plants I just planted. I just told you.
Phi cycle.
Okay, wait a minute. So using that analogy that he used with the stone, okay? So if he throws the stone in the water and it radiates outward, you wouldn't claim that the stone, the thing that caused the disturbance, is traveling outward towards the edges of the water or anything like that. You wouldn't say it's going from him to those other places. And I think that seems to be what he's saying. The thing that's causing the disturbance is inside him, but the disturbance radiating out towards you isn't the thing in him going out towards you. It's the disturbance going out towards you.
Yeah, but no one's arguing. No one's arguing that our vocal cords is going towards our ears.
Yeah, the sound isn't the vocal cords. The sound is the vibration. So the sound is traveling because the vibrations are traveling.
So whenever you throw a stone, is the water traveling whenever it ripples?
The wave
The waves of the water, the water waves.
They cover a certain distance in a certain time, therefore they have a speed.
So can you show me a wave of itself? Because as far as I know, a wave is consubstantial to what something is doing. So when you guys invoke this particle wave duality in the sense that light is physical, but yet it's a wave also, makes no sense at all when you try to talk about the speed of light, which accurately should be called the hysteresis of the medium against itself rather than the speed, because there's no speed taking place. It's a rate of induction. A
wave moving, covering a speed, a distance over a time. I can show you that.
On a medium or an object, you can never show me a wave of itself, because a wave is not.
Show you a wave
irrelevant.
Covering a distance over time.
Yeah, the fact that we can't show you a wave in itself could at best argue for your point that waves aren't physical. It can't be used to argue that wave doesn't have a speed. It still has, even if it's not physical. Even if you can show you a wave on itself, it's something that is not physical. It's still something that travels in a certain speed.
But it's the same as you would say. You like the color red isn't physical, but it shows physicality when you have it in your eyes, when it hits your eye.
Actually, I was going to say, sorry, I'll be 2 seconds. If you propagate the force outwards and something else moves on the outside, then there's your physical results. No? You're doing a physical, then it's non-physical, then it makes something physical again. So you can, it's something physical.
The whole thing is, we call vibrations are physical. I feel like we should all agree with that. Because it is a physical thing moving. So vibrations are physical.
Well, the vibration is the way to describe the physical movement, right? So, like the vibration itself, like you're saying that thing vibrates. So you're describing what's happening when it like moves back and forth or whatever, right? That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, but whenever you drop the pebble in the water, the rock in the water, okay. what's happening is there's a disturbance in the water, and the disturbance gets transferred from place to place along like where the waves go.
So you're saying it moves at a speed.
To say that the water itself is moving from one place to another, I don't know that's accurate, because all it's happening is the water is being disturbed one after another outward. It's being disturbed, but I don't know that it's not like there's one wave of water that's traveling all the way along the path. It's just the disturbance transfers from space to space along the path.
Yeah, we're not saying we're not saying that water is traveling. We're saying that the disturbance is traveling.
Oh, okay.
There's
all
a
right.
difference, yeah.
Disturbance started at point A. It moves to point B, which is a distance. It happened over a period of time. That is a speed. I don't see the problem.
Okay, so yeah, like if you say like I think his word works really well. Propagates. The disturbance propagates over a distance in a certain amount of time.
But he basically says that doesn't mean it has a speed. It propagates over a distance over a time, and he's saying that means it doesn't have a speed.
Well, you would just say the speed at which it propagates, right?
That's what I would say. That's not what he's saying.
Well, yeah.
But that's just all that's doing is
the...
like putting into a category this section of disturbance and how quickly it took place and the area it covered in that time. Like that's not necessarily designating any physical thing or anything happening. It's just saying we're going to categorize this event in this way. That's all.
Yeah, but the problem is the distinction he's making isn't that we can't call it. So I think we would agree, at least from what you said, that sure we shouldn't say that it travels, rather that it propagates. But he's not saying that. He's saying we shouldn't even say that it has a speed whatsoever.
Electricity is a physical to a physical, but like AC doesn't really move. So physical is what you can measure. You can measure the force, etc., etc., etc. I'm shit. Sorry, I come in and sound like I'm going to fucking say something great, but I'm not. Electricity is one form when you can make physical to a physical using a non-physical, because you can't physically see anything moving with electricity, but there's a physical thing happening one side and the other.
Thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it.
I know I'm shit.
Yeah, electricity is not the flow of electrons like you've been told. It's just it's a rate of induction. That's all.
Yeah, but AC, nothing really moves in AC. They just move back and forth, very, 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 very small distances. But electricity is one form of when you talk about the ripple in the water and the vibrations. But with electricity, you can still do a physical to a physical, and there's no vibrations.
CRT TVs exist.
Yeah, they do, and I can also use them to showcase the field disturbance of a magnetic field at distances that are far exceeding your calculable meter.
Yeah, there's no actual limit defined in current physics for how far magnetism reaches.
It's clear. It clearly just states that it's inverse.
How do you measure a magnetic field? I thought you used the Gauss meter, and I thought a Gauss meter only works with within said proximity.
If it's sensitive enough,
you can use iron filings. That should show you a physical movement. No.
Right, magnetism and current scientific understanding doesn't currently have a limit in distance.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a theory.
The strength of the magnetic field seems to follow the invert square law, right? So you never get zero.
It approaches zero, but it never becomes zero.
Yeah, it can become zero in your instrument because your instrument has like a minimal amount of force you can measure.
Yeah, when your instrument measures zero, that doesn't mean that there's zero there. It just means that it's not sensitive enough to say whether there's anything there.
Yeah, that's a nice theory.
So, how is that a theory?
You can
test. If you want to come up with something that disputes Right. If you want to come up with something that disproves the current model says there's no limit. So get cracking.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and have you been to the outer extremities to test it?
I have 4 extremities.
Have you
We
been
have
to
evidence.
the outer edges of our universe to test this thing?
I mean, we can't
We
go
have
past the dome, so what's the point?
we have
Yeah.
evidence that he follows. We have evidence that he follows the inverse square law.
Can you provide that?
You think the velocity would be like a nice round number, like 10, 10 meters per second or whatever it's called. That slight offness there, I'd imagine they would have based everything off something as easy as, the speed, the velocity, gravity, measure that or whatever like that. But it never is quite 10, is it? It's never all the numbers you've got from the calendar year to everything that they give us, from the frequency of each note on the guitar. Nothing that we've got even looks like a decent number, and they have no connection to whatsoever in quantum. Yes, but quantum is a square law, but not in a scaling fashion. Maybe that's the right word. That the rate is always going to be the gaps between everything that we do. It's not going to be quantified. They're always going to change. We see this in finance, when you try and work out forecasts and stuff like that. The numbers will never be using a quantify thing. So I think we quantify everything into squares, but everything converges or diverges. So we're just doing the easiest method, a mixture of both.
Quantifying things into a practical unit, it's only giving you a calculable measure of potential prediction, but that doesn't address the nature of what's taking place.
Yeah, they always use even numbers. There's atoms that use evens, there's atoms that use odds. I think we're all basing everything in evens, giving us a nice square law, but we should be using odd numbers, and then that's when it gets interesting. You start to see patterns.
You're saying a lot of words, but you're not saying a lot. You do realize that, right?
Yeah. The thing is, we can't all articulate in a scientific way, especially if we're not scientists. So everybody deserves a chance to talk. I talk to people.
But what is a scientist? I thought a scientist was somebody who's able to explain a said phenomena, not describe it with mathematical assertions. That's not science. Today's scientists are nothing more than mathematicians seeking to quantize everything into discrete particle interaction, and this is not the premise of our reality. Sorry.
If you want to test the hypothesis, you need to describe it precisely, and you do that with numbers.
And the best one wins, yeah. Unless
numbers are very description, sure, but what supersedes a description, an explanation? Okay,
and the explanation
and that's what science. That's what science is supposed to be addressing: the hows and the whys, the explanation. Descriptions are very vague and loosely interpreted.
No, not necessarily.
Yes.
And
my young child can describe, but he cannot explain because he doesn't have the acumen. It takes somebody who's based in fact, logic, and rational common sense to be able to explain.
You can describe. You can explain something loosely in a way that is ambiguous. It doesn't mean every time you explain something is going to be ambiguous. And
if you're not explaining,
let me just finish.
You're not doing science.
Let me just finish. And explanations, when they're precise and they are explanations about how the universe behaves, they often imply in relation between like physical attributes like distance, charge, and if they have implications on how those things relate, those explanations are going to imply certain equations. So you can test those explanations using those equations.
Yeah, but it's all impractical, abstract concept which has no validity or testable verification. It's all based on loose interpretations of mathematical assertions. That's what you're doing.
No, the
hold on. When you say there's no predictability or any of that, like that's just demonstrably not true. When we create a model, Okay. What did you say then?
You guys are great at predicting things, and that's usually what quantum is responsible for. But predictions aren't an explanation, and ultimately science is supposed to be addressing the explanation of the said phenomena, not your descriptions. Your description will no sooner get us to the truth than it will just subdivide everything.
So you don't think that being able to model something is a good first step to understanding it?
I'm not denying your mathematics. Your mathematics is on point and precise. That's not the problem. The problem is your mathematics never explains. Mathematics has never explained
That's
anything in
completely
the history of humanity.
It isn't
Mathematics has
supposed to.
never once explained anything.
No, it
No,
isn't
that's actually
supposed to.
incorrect.
You never said
No,
that.
that's actually highly accurate.
No,
No,
the mathematics isn't just any random formula that matches. They have there's a background on them that implies that, for example.
So when you have an equation like one that's very, very, very useful, like F equals ma, that's not just it's just numbers. It doesn't show any knowledge. It doesn't treat any concept. It doesn't explain anything. That's not true. It explains a lot.
When you say F equals ma, what is F?
Finish.
A force of what, by what, and to what? You have to address
let him
all of
finish.
this.
Yeah, let him finish.
What that
Yeah, let 'em
equation
finish.
says isn't just numbers equals numbers. It literally gives you the connection between three very important phenomena: force, mass, and acceleration. And that is it has a lot of explanatory. Any force will cause an acceleration, which will be proportional to the mass of the object.
You can't just invoke forces, right? When you see two objects interacting, you have to address a force of what, by what, and to what. If you can't do that, then obviously you don't understand what it is you're trying to explain.
So just because you cannot find the source of the force, you say it doesn't exist? Because that's what you're implying.
You're right, but
other than
Yeah, that all sounds correct.
Sounding more intelligent today.
Am I the only one that he's roboting for?
No, he is roboting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry guys.
But you did say that the whole point was you need to start with a model and then test that model. If you don't have a model, then there's nothing to test, is there? I mean, that's what the one fellow was saying to the other. That's what I got.
Yeah, I'm on the road, so I'm just gonna
Gil, what's the weather like in America these days? Really nice? A bit hotter than usual? A bit colder than it should be this time of year? What's your take on the weather? Because the UK seems to...
hot.
It's hot. Is it hotter than normal? But then again, it depends where you are in America, I guess. I'm at 51 North. Is anyone equal or close to 51 North? That is experiencing a rapid change in
global warming.
Yeah, Yeah, global warming. No, I mean, I keep bringing this up and stuff like that. You know, I was talking to this Muslim lady today. She was from Pakistan, and she was talking about how they used to face in the direction of Jerusalem before, and that was the revelation of Muhammad, and there's about 600 AD roughly, possibly. But now they face Mecca, which is 10 degrees, almost precisely 10 degrees lower in latitude than Jerusalem. And you think something's changed there, you know? Is that it's almost like the sun's the ecliptic. The ecliptic itself used to be 10 degrees higher, now it's 10 degrees lower than where it was before. I didn't know that. So for something like that to happen in such a short amount of time, that movement there could have happened 200 or 300 years ago. We don't know, but interesting that that's moved. And also, every year they fast, but every year the period that they fast is 15 days less every year. So it'll take roughly 24 to 26 years for you to repeat that fasting period again. And why have to take 15 days off? Because then that sounds a bit similar to, I don't know, 350 days. It doesn't really make sense. Just thought maybe some people here might know about that shit.
Hey, Oblivion.
Yeah.
There's a horrible noise coming out of your microphone.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's not happening anymore, but it happened twice. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's my
Anyway.
auxiliary cord. I muted my headset, but the auxiliary makes noises when I wiggled around a lot.
Don't worry, it's only when you're talking. Just go on mute. I'm just kidding, man. That was sarcasm.
How dare you?
Just wanted to take a pot shot at you.
Hey, Gummy Bear, you there?
Yep.
Can do you know how to find like in with a without in a numerical method the intersection between an ellipse and a circle?
The intersection between an ellipse and a circle.
Yes, because I was improving the trial iteration algorithm, and I realized you can make the problem a lot easier just by like reverting, applying the latitude and longitude of one of the GPs in reverse, so you bring it back to the center, but that also brings back the other GP. Like it keeps their distance the same.
Yeah.
And then you can forget the z-axis and just find the angle in which they intersect. So you can rotate the ellipse to become like vertical, so you can get a simple formula for the ellipse. And then now you just have an ellipse and a circle. So if you find intersection, then you just reverse the previous two steps to get exactly where the point of intersection is. But I don't know how to do that. Do you?
I mean, so do you? I mean, I assume you have. Do you have the central point of the circle? You have the
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 I have
radius.
everything. Yeah, I have the 2 points
The
the
focal
point of the
points.
circle. I
So
don't have the
the ellipse.
I don't have the focal points, but I do have the width and the height of the ellipse. I think you can get the
Yeah,
focal
that's fine
points
enough.
from
Yeah.
that. I can put either of them in the center, whatever makes it easier. Like either the ellipse or the circle.
Mm.
And center them at the origin. I can put them whatever makes it easier. I just have to reverse any transformation after I get the point.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry?
If we see two layers of stars, two layers meaning we know there's some closest to us and there's some further away. Now, when I look left to right, I would imagine that the ones that are further away are going to move apart more than.
I have to interrupt you just a second. Oblivion, you turn on your camera. I think that it was accidentally. But go on. Sorry, so go on. Oh, he left. Oh, what's going on? Anyway, so can you get like just an equation or an algorithm that is going to give me one of the intersections?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay. I'll send you just a visualization of how that looks like and what variables I have.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was me on the camera. I'll quickly was saying was that how do we know which stars are further, which stars are closer? Because if we don't know the difference, then all we're assuming is that the stars that are moving. If we don't know from back, then we don't know in from out. Maybe that's the easiest way to say that.
I don't get it.
If there's two layers of stars and we look left to right and we see that what we assume to be, or the stars at the back, move in parallax, maybe that's the right word. How do we know that these stars are at the back and not at the front? Because if they're at the front, then they would move just as much. But if we don't know which are back and which are the front, then we don't know whether we're looking into something or looking out of something. Or convex, concave, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I sent that on the yeah. Is that information enough to find point P?
I definitely think so. I'm gonna see if I can think of the actual formula.
Yeah, I started trying to, but like to create a system of equations, but they were getting too big, and I wasn't being able to isolate variables. So far, I'm doing numerically. I just do something similar to a binary search on which angle, which azimuth from the center of the big circle I should use to hit the ellipse in the right, just to intersect the ellipse.
Mm.
And then I mirror that to get the the two intersection points. It's working real well, but it takes like 15 iterations. And yeah, I don't like to do things numerically. That's usually my first option because it's the easiest and it works. But now that it's already working, I wanted to improve it. It doesn't have to be an equation. Sometimes it's easier to code it, right? To write it in a yeah. So if you think that's gonna be fun to do, I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
But it's not that necessary if you don't want to. It would just improve the efficiency of the algorithm.
Moyak and Rakia are in the same room at the same time and no fireworks? What an odd day.
Okay, fireworks unless he babbles his mouth at me.
You don't figure I said that maybe to get something going? Oh my god. I knew
Yeah,
someone
that
would
was
come
pure
off.
instigation.
Oh fuck, for sure it was. 100% pure instigation. I knew someone would come off mute. It was too quiet.
Can we, Bacon? Can we assume that they will always intersect at 2 point?
Yeah. I can know it's. I mean, if you assume and it doesn't, those are very rare cases, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Like either have to have exact opposite GPs, so they intersect everywhere, or they are too far, but that's easy to detect. You just get the sum of the radius and the distance between the centers, and there you go. I mean, you can assume that they're going to intersect, yeah. And it doesn't matter if you get the upper one or the lower one. I'm just gonna flip to get the two of them.
I mean, do you have to make it as a calculation instead of just making a short testing? Like
I just realized your voice sounds a lot like Oblivion's voice.
So so say you pick this the circle, and then you pick the point of the circle that's directly towards the center of the ellipse, and then you just walk along the rim of the circle until you find the point, and then
Yeah, but
you check the point. Yeah.
That'll be in America way to do it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that will require to doing steps. And if my steps are too big, I can get past the point.
Yeah.
I had to make it like something like a binary search.
But the thing is, you can also calculate whether you have passed the point.
Yeah, that's sort of what I do, what I'm doing. But it takes like 15 iterations to get precise.
Ah, okay, I see.
Because those circles are like huge. And there are thousands of miles of radius, right? And like I don't know where it's intersecting, because if the ellipse is very big, it can be intersecting the other side of the circle.
Being a mathematical retard, I never understood how you can mathematically determine the intercept point of two circles.
I mean,
two circles is easy.
Yeah, you just find the point that essentially what's the word? Like fulfills both of the circle's equations at the same time.
Yeah, you get the equation of each one, you equate them, so the same x and same y should, and then you can isolate either of them, then you get the other one.
But how
You
do you
usually
usually
end
do
up
that with an iterative process, or what? How do you?
you can do
Well-
it analytically. Usually you end up something like the how do you call it?
So usually you get a system of equations, and then if it
Bhaskara? Sorry, go on. You usually end up with Bhaskara in the last step, right?
Bhaskara?
Yeah, maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly.
I have no idea what word you're trying to use.
It's this formula right here. Because there are two solutions.
Oh, yeah. A quadratic.
Oh yeah. Look at that equation, guys. Easy. Yeah, right.
I mean, that's the ones that we have to memorize since like what, 6th grade, 5th grade? I don't know.
I always just use the book. I could never memorize those things.
Really?
We always used, so in Sweden we used the what we call the PQ formula. So it is the same thing. It's just you reduce it into a simple form first. So you get rid of the coefficient on the x squared term, and then it simplifies into this.
I never saw that one before.
Holy fuck.
Can you use that to solve like
Yeah, so
what is
it is actually it is the exact same thing. It's just that here's actually one that compares them side by side. That's it. So the left one, the PQ formula as we call it, it's when you first have to reduce it to so the coefficient on the x squared term is 1, and then you get it. But the one
Right.
you have, that's for any.
Mm.
Of course, both works for
I
any.
didn't know
It's just
that.
that you have to reduce it for nice.
Just, I'd like to interrupt for 1 second. We have a Hugh Janus here, and he would like to get brought into voice if possible.
He said he's in the check-in room. Tagged.
I didn't realize what his name was supposed to sound like until you pronounced it.
You.
Janus?
Well, yeah, there.
You Janice.
You Janus.
God Scalpel. Give me information.
Just left.
You gone? Damn it.
I think he realized you're gonna speak to him.
What do y'all think it means? God's scalpel. Like the possessive scalpel of like God is possessing the scalpel, or a scalpel that scalpels gods, or what's
No,
your point?
I see it as him being a tool for God.
Right.
I thought he was like the top of God's head, like the.
Like a haircut for God.
Okay.
Doesn't he
So-
kind of mock the Christian, or he tests? Is he not atheist?
Bacon, let's hop down for a second.
Oh, sorry, what?
Let's hop down to Livestream 2 for a second. I just got a thing for you.
Okay.
Can any of the moderators free Hugh Janus?
Oh shoot, I can do that. I forgot I have. I don't know if I've ever done this before.
I think Jeremy's doing it.
He's been around. I've seen that guy around.
Oh no, I'm not a mod here.
Hold on 1 second. Let's hear it. Hugh, can you talk?
Hello.
There we go. We're all good. Okay, good to hear you.
Good to be here. Thank you.
He's another one of them pompous Brit voices.
Sorry.
Radio voice. You got a radio voice for sure.
Apology accepted.
Hey, I can talk American if you wanna. No, that's not very good, is it? Sorry.
That was Canadian, but close enough.
It's Canadian, eh? Okay.
I wasn't Canadian.
So scalpel. Is there supposed to be an apostrophe in between the D and the S, like the possessive?
Yeah, there could be, yes.
Okay.
That would be proper, yes.
Scalpel meaning the cutting instrument.
Well, something like that. Not exactly.
Interesting.
Really? What other meaning could there be for scalpel?
I don't know.
Come on, dude. You don't have to be that mysterious. There's no females.
It's not really a mysterious thing. It's kind of personal, so
I got you.
I don't feel like talking about it.
I do hear you challenging consistency of some people's positions, but I don't hear you putting yours out there much. So,
well, I'm an open book if you got a question.
Are you just straight Christian?
We just did, and you didn't want to talk about it.
No, I said I was. Oh no, yeah, that's the only thing. But no, I was pretty. I don't know if you were here, Don, but I was pretty open about my view about Christianity and stuff earlier. I'm not sure certain people would want to hear it again or not, but I don't mind putting it in a nutshell, I guess.
There was some good talk earlier. I kind of felt the foundational positions, but I agree with some of the skeptical, challenging positions of like how it can pigeonhole sometimes and then be taken the wrong way or extreme and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I mean, I was listening to most of it. I don't know if I like locked in exactly what your position was.
Okay, so to put it just point blank, I would not agree with the Christian religion standpoint, but that can get complicated, right? What I'm saying sounds.
You're on creator. You're on like create obvious like.
Yeah, I believe there's a creator. Yes, I can say that much. Yeah, I 100% have in my mind no doubt that there's a creator.
Check this out. You know how there's that guy that created the computer game of life, and it just has the whatever 2 rules, and then it does stuff, and sometimes patterns go, and you know that game?
I honestly don't. I'm not a gamer.
So, well, it's more of a programming thing, but someone post him a couple of this if you don't mind. But it's a really simple program that says like, Jesus, I don't know. There's like, you turn on so many number of cells in a grid, and then you just say go. And there's like rules like, sorry, I'm going to butcher this, but it's like, if it's an empty cell, if there's a cell, it can make a baby, or it can turn off the
forms these. Sometimes it propagates infinitely. Sometimes it'll end up killing itself. Sometimes it makes these dope patterns. I know what you're talking about.
This is based on these rules of if like there's 2 boxes lit up next to it, it will turn on itself. If there's 3, it will kill itself or something like. But anyway, okay, what if there's a creator that, you know, made a realm and then gave it some rules, and he's just wanting to see what happens, right? Like maybe he's indifferent if, you know, I guess it's illogical to us to be like, why would you make something just for it to destruct? But what if the creator is indifferent or testing something, or, you know, and we've put this fake morality goal on it, like assuming the creator would obviously want happiness and love and getting along, like, and I don't mean this to be devilly worship type stuff, but it's like, what if the creator wants to see as much Genghis Khan domination as possible, and we're over here lying to ourselves, like being pussies, pretending that we're all supposed to be nice?
I don't know if I take the position that you're kind of not arguing against, but trying to, you know, like I don't.
Okay, you're not on that morality. You just notice. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Like, I don't think being a Christian, for instance, like, even though I say I'm not a Christian, I do hold some of the values still, and I don't necessarily see that as being a pussy, though, either.
But what if you're biased?
Well, it's a possibility.
Right.
How is, you know, standing up for yourself, holding your ground, being kind to others, you know, shit like that? Where's the pussy part, I guess? What do you think's pussy about shit?
Well, say that if you, maybe it's possible that if you were to be honest, like you would be limiting yourself, even though you're doing things that are nice. We know that there's probably some sort of payback for self-interest, but what if if you're honest, like you're realizing, hey, I want more than this. And if I was stronger, I would just go and take it and not care about what people thought.
You mean like basically rob, steal, and pillage? Is that what you're kind of like? I don't know what you mean by go take it.
Yeah, whatever, by any means, murder, kill, whatever.
Okay,
rape.
so you think you feel like that's the stronger way? You feel like it's to go rape a woman that makes a stronger man?
I'm gonna start like this. I've not hunted much, and I've not learned, you know, they show the stories where the dad teaches the kid, makes the kid cry and kill the dog or whatever. I never went through that.
Yeah.
So I can respect. Go ahead.
Just a pussy.
Right. And so I want to just recognize my own bias. Like I have a respect for the people that have an ability that I do not. There's people that can go more comfortably kill something and eat it, or there might be people that can more comfortably go kill somebody and, you know, take their things. Like I remember I wanted revenge on one guy one time and I almost did it. You know what I mean? And I mean, really almost did it. Like it was literally like if the maid didn't knock at the door, it was about to get done. But that second guessed me. And I was like, but you know what I mean? But I was fearful the whole time. And I was like, or whatever, like I'm nervous, I guess you would say. But if I didn't, if I was conditioned differently, I might be able to just not care and take what I wanted.
You know, I'll agree that society can definitely shape and form what the idea of a man or strength is. For instance, I spent time in Africa, and the Maasai people, part of becoming a man is to go out and kill a lion. But and obviously we don't do those things in North America, but like when you say like, you know, someone's a pussy and stuff, like what's your idea of a strong man though? Like what's your, from your perspective, what makes a man a strong man?
I guess I'm trying to put a word, but I guess the choice, you know, the choice and the honesty to oneself. Honesty to oneself.
Okay.
And
I'm not sure. Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I say pussy like this and that, but of course we can admire the people that are strong enough to sacrifice and, you know, cooperate and whatever. Like that's a strength as well. You know, don't get me wrong, but you know, I'm just
like if you want to get all barbaric in UFC, there's really only one strength, like one strong man per se in the ring. The guy that wins is the stronger man. And if that's the only way you see strength, then fine, so be it. But me personally, I think it's for a man to get up and leave his wife and go to work every day or go to war or do all these other things. I also think that's a strength or whatever, right? Like there's lots of different ways of understanding what strength means, just like success. You might think success is being a millionaire. There's been people in here I was talking to earlier, like Bob, seems to think that success, and I hope I'm not misspeaking for him, but I think he'd agree if I said success to him is like to have a happy family and whatnot. And the $1 million is low on the totem pole of success. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, really.
As long as you're working towards your goal, your honest goal, I think that's a measure of success. I've heard from a few different places. Your goal may be.
So I'm not sure what you mean by holding, like people being held back or whatever. Like it started out, and maybe you'll change what you said, and that's fine. But the conversation started out by, if I understood you right, that some maybe we're holding ourselves back, and if we want to go get something, we should just go take it. And when I asked you to clarify, you went right up to the extreme end of the scale of rape and murder and stealing, right?
Yeah,
and if you want to like kind of tweak what you set up, that's fine. It's not a gotcha or anything. I'm fine with that, but I don't know what you mean.
I did entertain that position. I don't know if I said you should, but and also the keystone variable here, I still think is intelligence, because regardless of your physical ability, like, you know, you got to be smart to execute whatever your plan or desire. You know, you got to be smart enough to know, okay, I have this amount of power. There's going to be this reaction. You know what I mean? You got to be able to measure. Yeah, you got to be able to kind of see the future a little bit. Maybe that's
in the beginning. Sorry, go ahead.
Come on.
Oh, I was going to say, in the beginning, you proposed a thought like, what if the creator set forth a system and said, let it happen, and whatever happens, happens. That would sound to me like that in such a case, morality or right and wrong is more along the lines of subjective.
Right.
And then what a lot of people say, well, specifically, I don't know if you know of Jordan Peterson, but he says you could act as if there is a God, if there is a creator, and if there is morality, and that the word is true. Even if you don't believe it, you're going to benefit.
See, I can counter that, though. It's kind of like he presents this free roll situation, saying, well, if there's no God, then it doesn't matter. And if there is, maybe it matters. So do the right thing, and you might get the payoff. But what if there's, on the other extreme, the guy, the creator or the whatever, actually will pay off whoever is the evilest.
Well, there's a couple of things I would say to all this is there's a guy that's dead now, but Ravi Zacharias used to say basically, if there's a moral law, there has to be by default a moral lawgiver, and he would point towards God. But what I would say is, if evolution is 100% true, like the Big Bang Theory, and we're just basically evolved from apes and monkeys, to be honest, I agree with you 110%. Let's go out, rape, murder, cheat, and steal, because that's essentially what animals do. Like a dog doesn't. I have dogs that we're trying to breed right now, 2 pit bulls, and the male pit bull doesn't care if the female pit bull wants it or not. He gives it to her. Like there's no like, or asking or anything. He just takes what he wants. So if we truly are just animals and that's all we are, and there's no higher power, then yeah, I can agree with what you say, to be honest, in that light.
Yeah, let's walk it back from the story, or let's go back and walk it forward from like the origin. People were kind of like a little bit more barbaric, like animalistic. Then people were just kind of being a little wild. Then some people started to group up and be like, hey, let's maybe help each other. Like, we have this common enemy. Let's band together.
But I'm not sure that's true, dude.
Maybe.
I know that's what we're taught, but I'm not sure that happened. It went down that way. I mean, you take a document like the Bible that's supposed to go back at least 6 or 7,000 years or whatever in history, and maybe you don't believe the Bible or whatever. I'm not even coming at it from a religious standpoint or anything. I'm just saying that within these documents, if the age of them is true, at the very least, they demonstrate that there's been societies and people have been together at least for the last 7,000 years now.
Long time. I totally agree with you. It could have happened different. I guess I'm just trying to put out some of the scenarios. Of course, there's still going to be backstabbers within the groups. Of course, whatever. But I guess I'm trying to say organically, there could have been people were probably, if they were wild way back, if the caveman shit, it probably was a little wild, but animals even pack together and they defend themselves against other animals. Maybe
and they don't kill each other, and they don't. Yeah, and once you have a group of anything, they've got to start having rules.
Yeah, most animals don't kill their own kind, at least. Like, for instance, like lions, they go kill lots of shit in the desert, but they don't generally go against themselves unless it's like a fight for dominance or whatever.
Plenty that do, though. There's plenty of rams that buck horns.
Dude, monkeys kill monkeys. There's lots of lions kill lions.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying generally speaking, and when it happens, it's usually over dominance, not for
over pussy. It's usually over pussy. It's not food, from what I understand. It's usually over pussy.
Well, that and territory.
It's a breeding thing, yeah.
It's also that. It's that and territory, because a group from another
territory,
a monkey from another territory, will get his ass kicked by the local troop that's trying to maintain the territory.
Right.
So,
but there's alpha
male.
Alpha. Go ahead, guys.
I was just gonna say, right or wrong, I personally don't believe we're animals in that sense, and I personally believe that's why we have difference within our society compared to animal societies.
All right, then
morals and whatnot.
2 quick points I was just going to extend. It's like it's just weird to believe that there could be some fighting, some cooperation, but also probably some fighting for territory or whatever. But then all of a sudden, the whole world and all the groups just decide we're done killing. We're going to cooperate right now, and just let's make sure this is a message we all need to understand. There's probably still a group out there that did not agree to cooperate, and if everybody else did, I could see it feasible that the group who's not cooperating, who will still lie, who will still cheat and still steal, they could play 2 faces and they could have an advantage over the rest of us and have this spell of docileness for the rest of us. And then the second point I was going to make just real quick is, like the game of life, I see with the good morality, it can produce like generations and generations and continue the beautiful realm. Whereas the evil morality kind of, I don't know, from some like simulations run on in my head, it seems like that it all leads to eventual loneliness and destruction, and everything perish because, people always going to be competing, and, it could just happen where the challenger and the champion clash and they both kill each other and there's nothing left. You know what I mean? And so therefore,
gangs sort of, like gangs like the Crips and Bloods, they count on the fact that the general society isn't going to go and rise up against them, because gangs would always get their asses kicked if the general moral people went after them.
Yeah, but that's where I would say, like, for instance, if a gang came to my house and kicked the door in, like, I'm not going to sit there and let them rape and pillage my family. I'm going to blow their heads off, right? However many comes through that
you're going to lose.
door. Yeah, whatever. Who fucking cares what you think? I'm just saying that it's not a weak position to mind your own business and try to live in peace until a time comes where you don't live in peace anymore. You have to defend your place. I don't believe that's a weak position to take in life. And gangs, you don't always lose against gangs, dude.
No, generally speaking, though, if a gang comes after you, you lose. It's, they come at you with numbers or more power. So they don't come at you one guy mano a mano.
Yeah, I get it.
So they can. I'm just saying that, like, when a gang comes to get you, they're going to get you. It's because we as society don't band together. We do it in the form of cops and stuff, but that's a reactionary force.
Well, that's a problem I have with society and government and the rules of government, is that they, especially living in Canada and the States, not so much, but at least in Canada, we've pretty much been completely stripped of the ability to legally defend ourselves in our homes, right?
So if you decided that, like, there's a gang in your neighborhood, you don't like them, and you openly start to speak out against them and rat them out to the cops, right in public, I'm going to give you pretty low chances of being successful.
Oh, there's bad houses out there that the gangs won't fucking deal with. But yeah, the general public person, I'd agree with you, Mike. I'll give you that.
We can't all be John Wick.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's all intimidating. Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
I was going to say it'd be like Scarface on a staircase.
Yeah.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, the gangs are, like, we actually have a problem with gangs where I live, and a lot of them are native gangs too. Like, if you're not home, they'll break into your house, steal a jug of milk out of the fridge, and then take your dog and shoot it out on the road just because it's the gang thing to do, right?
Always hearing about those dangerous Canadian gangs.
They're actually, dude, honestly, there are some pretty dangerous.
Hey, give me your wallet, eh? Give me your wallet, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, I know you guys think we're all friendly and cash, but yeah, it's like I say, especially the natives. And I mean, you have motorcycle clubs. They're not gangs, they're clubs, but they take care of their own business and
they'd be
other
doing gang
things.
shit.
Yeah, I mean,
some of the clubs you don't want to. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, some of the clubs do. Not all. You don't want to bunch them all up into one, but a lot of some of the motorcycle gangs definitely be doing gang shit or clubs.
Yeah, but they're motorcycle clubs. You'll never get away with going up to an HA and say, "Oh, so you're in a motorcycle gang." You'll get corrected immediately. Trust me, I promise you.
Roof Koreans, they're a good success story for thwarting gangs.
Yeah, I think we could come together. Like, that's the thing. I feel like the government strips us of the ability. In Canada, they tell you, "Oh, just let them do what they want to do. That's why you have insurance. Like, if they're stealing your vehicle, don't go out there and try to stop them. Just call the cops and let them take it, and you'll get your money back from insurance." Like, they say stupid shit like that in Canada. It's completely crazy, man.
And they're entitled to their opinion, but here in the U.S., I'd just rather protect my property because no one else will.
Too. Yeah, me too.
We actually
I'll shoot them, every one of them that looks like them.
We actually have a false sense of security in America. We think the cops are going to come, but the realization is that somebody could come in, even with the best security system in the world, they could come and go before the cops. 4 minutes. How long does it take to ruin your whole life?
Oh, cops are definitely reactionary. The odds of them being there in time to save you is low.
Yeah.
That's what I
I'd
mean.
rather have a gun in my hand than a cop on the phone. That's for sure.
Ask any cop; they'll tell you they're not there to stop crimes. They're there to clean up the mess and document it.
Yeah, they very seldom prevent crime. I mean, they do at times, but very, very seldom.
Giuliani did it in New York City back in the what was that, the 80s or the 90s or something? I think the 90s. I don't know. He cleaned up New York City nice, though. He put a cop on every corner.
Couldn't you say Joe Biden helped in California back in the 90s?
I don't know.
Because I'm an American, I'm not American. I don't know if that's a joke or serious.
I know.
I
but for real,
don't know either.
The crime bill. He got gangs under control, locked their asses up, like it wasn't a thing.
I think there's a lot of people.
I think the RICO law. Go ahead, Don.
See, these fucking so stupid. See, we all like step one. I feel like everyone's like, "Hey, we would love to be kept safe," but then it's like we allow so many other restrictions, and if people are like, "Oh, I want my privacy," but really, like, why do you
the
want
laws don't keep?
Would you not give up privacy to be safe? And a lot of people say they would, but then it's hard. I would. I totally would.
I would.
But unless they're
you deserve neither.
Yeah.
Really?
Unless they're going to set a cop outside my front door, they can't keep you safe.
No, I disagree.
Instead, they should give the law-abiding citizen the ability to defend and protect their property. See, the laws are only good for people that are law-abiding. That's the only for instance, the law don't murder, right? If a guy isn't law-abiding, does that stop him from murdering someone?
That's what I mean. The criminals don't follow the law, so you can put as many laws as you want. The criminals are still going to be the criminals, and the cops or whoever government can't keep you safe unless they put a cop on your doorstep.
Jeremy, I guess I would have to. I guess I need to agree with you, but I disagreed because I envisioned a scenario of withstanding resources. I'm like, they don't need to take one of the cops that's already supposed to be, one cop for every 1,000 people. And put what I think should be done is we should foster more of a societal philosophy that we all need to be the cops. Therefore, there would be a cop on my front doorstep. There would be a cop next door. There'd be a cop to the other side. And then, when you have 1,000 people being cops and there's one guy that wants to be bad, what chance does he have, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
So I think we all should have to, therefore you can give up some. And the statement about I can't have privacy or liberty or whatever, it's like that's where I say everything else is allowed. You can fucking buy and sell whatever you want. You can put whatever you want in your body. You just can't touch another person. You know what I mean? It's like if that was how it was, like, and everybody stood up for until you make someone sad or cry, and as long as they're whatever, as long as they're not delusionally crying or like, if the main thing is to get people to be happy, I think we could all do a lot better at it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so you're saying you're all for constitutional carry and stand your ground laws?
I'm for, like, if you ever seen Expanse, how like everybody on the Mars was all in the army, they all had to be, and they all kind of, they fought within themselves a little bit sometimes, but it was like there was everybody stood up for everybody because that's how it had to be. It's kind of like I'm responsible for myself and the whole team. Like, we're supposed to be on a team.
These are almost biblical concepts you're talking about, Don. Believe it or not. They're pretty much biblical.
But of course, think about why we don't foster this idea, because there's still, are abusive entities behind the shadows that they would not want 300 million people standing together. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they divide.
Right.
That's why they say, they're like, that's why they get the people with black skin worked up and people with white skin worked up and people that wear masks worked up against people that don't wear masks and people that get vaccinated worked up against people that don't get vaccinated. And then the list goes on and on and on ways they propagate division.
United we stand, divided we fall. That's literally the American motto, and they keep us divided every turn of the way. Black against white. The list is endless.
Yeah, I mean,
the list will go down to sports teams. New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox.
Religion.
I've seen
everything.
Fist
Class.
fights happen over that.
Yeah, everything, all of it. You drive a Ford, I drive a Dodge. No, I'd never drive a Dodge. But anyhow, you know, it's like everything's a competitions, everything's adversarial. You know, and if you're right, Don, if we could all just get together and say, you know what, we don't fucking care what they tell us on the TV. We don't care what the government says. We're just gonna be kind to each other and get along, and everything else, it would change everything.
I know when I'm being evil or weak. You know, I want as little people to see it as possible, because one, I'm ashamed, and two, it probably would hinder me from my goal. You know, so, but then therefore I realize, like, you know, to help myself be accountable or motivate myself, or to like restrict myself, like I would like maybe there should be more people watching me. You know.
Did someone address me a second ago?
Oh, I don't think so.
All right.
I was just going to say, Don, believe it or not, that's also another biblical concept that has to do with how, you know, sin's done under the cover of darkness. And once you bring it to light and you know, both forgive yourself and ask for forgiveness for it. And I'm not preaching here. I'm just saying that these concepts are there, like they're old concepts. So, like, once it's brought to light, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Like, if you're moving forward past it and people accept you, then this thing that makes you feel shameful can't have power over you anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like if a guy's cheating on his wife and he feels really bad for it, and he truly does love his wife, and he truly can't figure out in his brain, like, what the fuck happened there. And he just outright tells his wife and asks for forgiveness, and his wife is big enough to give him that forgiveness, and they work through it however they work through it. Well, then he's kind of free from it. But if he keeps that, even if he stops it, realizes what he's doing is wrong, but keeps it a secret just to himself for the rest of that relationship, it's always going to haunt him and basically lord over his mind and his feelings, and probably even get in the way of having a good relationship with his partner, right? I mean, that's what I mean. You bring this shit out to the light, get it over with, rip off the Band-Aid, whatever happens, and then it can't lord over you anymore. It's done. It's over. Or it can fucking torment you for 20 years. It's up to you, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see where, you know, the secret can eat you up, you know.
Oh, for sure. You know, I used to think it was weak to forgive people. Like, I'd hold grudge. I still can hold a grudge, to be honest, but I used to think it was like a weakness. Like, you know, I'm pissed off at someone, I don't want to forgive them. They need to come to me and apologize. And until they apologize to me, I'm not forgiving them type attitude. But that's actually, I've come to the conclusion that unforgiveness is more of a cancer to the person that's doing the act of unforgiving. You know what I mean? Like, to forgive a person doesn't mean that you have to be friends with them or like everything's back to normal or anything, but to basically get over the wrong and move past it. That's what I mean by forgiveness. And however that looks, it looks, but that to not forgive someone for stuff actually, I think, hurts the unforgiver worse than it hurts anybody.
So hopefully, even unspoken, I hope it can go, it be known we forgive each other for our dickheadery towards each other.
Dude, yeah, I don't take anything on here too serious, man. And there's nobody on here that I like hate or anything like that. If someone's good to me, I'll be good back. If someone comes at me a certain way, I just up the game to whatever till we either get kicked off the server or they stop or I stop. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty simple. I know it's not like anybody. Yeah, like you're treating me and you were treating each other good today. If you and I were butting heads like we were the other day, then I'd be exactly the same as I was the other day. But since we're not, then yeah, no big deal. It's water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. As far as who's ever like the point, like whatever point we're arguing, whether there could be a right or wrong or a person with better logic or not, us challenging each other with it, that's more like we were just standing our ground for like, yo, let's, you know what I mean? You ain't gonna talk to me, you know what I mean? Like I'll show you rude, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we just
Except like I don't know, like I don't need to really hash it out that much or whatever, but I would say that I felt like there was a lot of attacking coming from your side about character and whatnot, and I don't feel like I was reciprocating that part, but I was definitely reciprocating the aggression in my manner with that, right?
Yeah, my attitude was definitely hostile.
Yeah, well, yeah, and mine was too. I just mostly refrain from I'll be hostile, but I don't need to attack character so much. I'm just a dickhead to deal with. That's the way a person wants to go with me.
Respect.
And that's the way I am in real life, dude. Like I'm probably even worse in real life than I am on here because real life has real consequences. And if you start shit with me in real life, whatever level you want to take it to, I'll be right there to meet you.
I shoot myself in the foot a lot that in real life because I feel like we said, like keeping it in sometimes can haunt you. So I find like when dude, I will blow up. I will show them if I go, no, fuck you. Fuck that rude shit you're doing. I'm going to fucking make a scene. I'm going to call you out. I'm going to fucking call your supervisor or whatever. Like it'd be like, I need the message to be known. You know what I mean? And that fucks you up sometimes. It closes doors for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like I always start off like sheepish. Whenever I'm dealing with a conflict, I'll start off very respectful and very sheepish until I don't get any respect or whatever. And then I start giving it back. That's the way I operate.
Yeah, I agree. Like, and if people get lost on people, they'll totally forget the 7 million moments before that when you were just a nice little boy. You know what I mean? And it's, I'm not insane here, motherfucker. I tried. I failed being nice, but I'm gonna have to try something different now. You know what I mean? Like, I admit I failed, but I ain't gonna go insane. Keep trying the same thing.
Yeah. No, it's all good anyhow, man. I don't hold grudges, especially not on Discord. It was weird yesterday. I don't know if anybody was here, but I said I asked Lemon one question, and he said like I was attacking him and all this, and literally like 10 minutes before that ish, I was fucking sticking up for the guy and stopping someone from strawmanning him, and he was going on how I hate him and I'm so hard against him and all this. It didn't make any sense. It just blew my mind right out of the fucking water. I didn't get it.
I got it. I sensed it myself, and it wasn't anything you did wrong. It wasn't anything you did wrong, but I could sense in his voice that he interpreted it as what you said as though you were mocking him.
Yeah, and I actually wasn't even actually mocking him, though.
No, but I sensed it, and I knew it, and then he came right out and said, yeah. I was like, oh, shit, I knew it. He just misinterpreted.
Really yeah, it's all good. It just blew me out of the water. I was like, fine, fuck you then.
But Lemon was all worked up because he was doing 45 minutes straight of non-stop hardcore interrogation, and then all of a sudden you chimed in, made a comment, and he thought you were laughing at him.
Yeah, it blew me away. Listen, I don't mind the idea that he misinterpreted my comment. That's one thing, but he started on this rant that I basically hate his guts and I'm out to get him and all this. I'm like, what the fuck? Motherfucker, if I hated you, you'd know.
I think he just interpreted as disrespect or something like that. And like I said, he was just being worked over for 45 minutes straight hard.
Yeah, fair enough. I do often chime in at very opportune times. I realize I do that at times too, and sometimes I am sarcastic about it.
Yeah, you're just being entertaining. You're just goofing off, you know. making a joke. No big deal.
No, I actually had a point to be made at the time, but it got lost.
So Lemon was working him over. I heard Lemon making
No,
some.
everyone was working Lemon over hardcore.
Oh, okay.
And then he goes, Godscobble goes, so Lemon, so what you're saying is you're in a room full of heathens, and I don't know why he took it negative. Like,
yeah, like that's all I
mocking him
said. And he did say something along those lines, like he basically, in a nutshell, was saying anybody that doesn't agree with his position doesn't have God or the Holy Spirit or whatever the fuck he was saying. So, I mean, it was a fair thing to say. Like, so basically you're saying you're dealing with a bunch of heathens, and he just fucking stopped. It is pretty funny at times. I try not to get overly emotional about any conversation that happens on Discord.
I've had my moments too.
If nothing else, that's what Discord taught me how to do, is to keep my emotions out of a disagreement. Because before that, I would say they would be. And it's okay for people to have different opinions.
Uh-huh.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think it's possible that we could be in a transition phase where, like, early on as a species, the emotional triggers were way more necessary for successful survival. But now the way the dynamics of society and everything, that the landscape of the environment has majorly changed, and you need to be a little bit more rational, maybe, than emotional. And maybe we're gonna transition as a species away from some emotions, at least, possibly.
Well,
I certainly hope people become less sensitive to stupid shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, because I was quite heavily into Christianity, I remember, like, I always kind of refer in the back of my mind to verses in the Bible and stuff, and just to kind of piggyback off what you said, Don, the Bible does say that the heart is deceitfully wicked, meaning, like, it can lead you astray. And what I'm about to say is a little bit out of context, but to what the Bible was saying, but I think it still applies, that, like, emotions, they don't really, like, they're good, I guess, for love and shit like that, but they don't really help you much out for, in my opinion, for making sound decision making and whatnot, right?
Right. And I could see that. And really, that the first one I want, it feels natural to retain is the love one. But then you kind of think about that too, man. Love hurts. And, there are ways to, have marriage without, like, the impulsive emotion. You can intellectually calculate the love. You can be like, I know I love this person because they are beautiful. They are strong. They have characteristics that, they have good character where they're loyal to me and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? You could still qualify a love without that physical impulse.
Mm-hmm. And that's where, once again, I mean, I'm going to start sounding like I'm preaching or some shit, but I'm not. But that's where the Bible, like, kind of describes love, is some of those things that you mentioned. Like, it says love is patient, love is kind, love is this, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't talk about feelings. So sometimes I wonder, like, do we misunderstand what love is?
Right.
Is
we got
love
we got that greedy lust shit going on.
Right. Like, love is more of a choice than it is a feeling on it. Maybe that's the way I understand love. It's more of a choice and actions than it is all I get a hard on when I lay down with her, right?
Right. Yeah, I could agree. Like, I'd be impulsively being like, I feel compelled. I feel like I'm in love with this person. I'm addicted to them or whatever. But then there's also the choice. Like, love is something you give. Nobody can make you not love them. You know what I mean? They can't take it away. If you love someone, you love them. You appreciate them, you admire them. You could give to them. Like, Can't nobody
'Cause
stop?
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just gonna say, ultimately, that whole feeling that you were talking about, like I would almost call it like lust or the honeymoon stage type thing. It's always going to wear off eventually.
Yeah, hopefully, because it hurts and I hate it.
You sound like you've been hurt, Don.
Bro, I'm the biggest little tenderoni pussy ever, dude. I once dated back in 2002-ish, the great granddaughter of Jesse James. And let me tell you, if that girl didn't have me heartbroken like a motherfucker, bro.
Which Jesse James are we talking about here? The
Outlaw.
builder?
Jesse James, the outlaw.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the builder.
Girl looked like a little Pocahontas, a little white Pocahontas, bro.
Talking about Jesse Jane, the porno star?
That's yeah, sure.
I didn't know there was a porno star named that, Jeremy. How do you know that?
You mean that chick with a dick? No.
I mean, I couldn't get this girl out of my head for 15 years. I mean, halfway even through my marriage, I still would think about her,
Wow, she really had you.
Yeah. Free spirit. I'm a free spirit, man. I'm kind of a rebel. Kind of a independent person. And when I meet, females like that, it really, they're, at least from what I've seen, they're few and far between. And those are the type that'll get me when I'm like, you got all this, it feel like you got all this possibility, all this potential, all this flexibility, openness to the future. And then to not be with it, you realize, there's all the potential dreams and such. Sometimes it's, hard to stay focused on the mundane shit you're doing yourself. But I'm pretty excited still. I still travel all the time and all that. But I'm constantly trying to keep my mind busy, keep my mind off, wasting time with women and just staying working, being productive. But okay, so this is what point I was going to get at. I heard Lemon a couple days ago, I think vying for capitalism and making a point about people going into niche jobs or fields because of, it doesn't even matter the point he's making. It doesn't matter. The point is the point I'm trying to make is people do go into niches, right? And, try to survive doing what they're good at or what there's room to do in society. Like there's people are filling all the other space and you realize you're not going to be able to outcompete them, you do something else, right? And then, are you with me so far, Scalpel?
Well, kinda, but go ahead.
Right. So,
no, that would have been hilarious if you were like, "Oh, were you talking to me that whole time?"
I didn't. I honestly didn't know if who he was talking to generally or at me, but I was listening. I don't fully agree with the premise, but I don't feel the need to nitpick it either. But anyhow,
I just had to check because I get disconnected a lot, and I just want to make sure.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm still there.
So but here's the weird thing, right? Sometimes I feel like some of these industries and jobs, it's great that people do them and that society wants it, but me, right? I feel like a schmuck being like, okay, I'm gonna be an artist. Does anybody want my art? You know what I mean? Let me get some food. You know what I mean? I feel like, okay, I sat here and twiddled my thumbs or played in the dirt or made some paint and splashed it on a paper. And now I walk with this thing over to the farmer and I'm like, here, sir, would you trade me some food for this? If I was a farmer, I'd be like, bruh, I don't want that shit. Wake up and come help me on the farm. You know what I mean? And I kind of, to just generalize, the feeling is I feel like, there's so much of that going on, and I love, these things are great, but it's just weird to me that to win in the game, you'd be like, oh, well, I'm going to just I'm gonna do this crazy shit and just people are gonna throw money at me. They don't need this shit, but they're just gonna throw money at me and I'm gonna be a successful artist and all this. And it's like, on one hand, sure, it'll be great for your family, but on the other hand, it's like, it's fucking stupid. It's really, like,
You're not a fan of the arts?
I am a fan.
What is your point with all this?
I'm at a crossroad. Well, balance is the point, I guess. But, like the Mona Lisa or this and that, we don't actually need that shit.
Yeah,
like,
but why do you concern yourself about that shit, though? Like, I
you
guess
don't want art, don't buy art.
Yeah, like, why is like, you brought up the Mona Lisa, so I'm going to use that as an example. Why are you in contention with the Mona Lisa?
It's like this, I guess. Again, it's hard for me to sometimes find balance. Like, I have this obsessive personality where, like I said, I want to work and I want to stay busy, but then there'll be times where I'm like, okay, well, I want to play. Okay, well, I shouldn't just be playing around. Maybe I should go, like where they have the TV shows now, like the baking contest or maybe I should take this playful stuff and find an arena to where it can be profitable or productive, or and I want to do art. I'd be constantly like, man, I'd love to sit down and do some dot mandalas or do some more painting. But then I'm like, man, that shit's fucking lazy bullshit. Like, I don't deserve. I feel like I'm disrespecting my son and my family. You know what I mean? It's more of I play, and I play video games. I feel like a schmuck every minute of video game I play.
You're wasting your time with that bullshit. That's why I got a hobby that, earns me a few bucks.
Yeah, buying phones. Come on, you need to start doing that. No,
crypto phones. I mean, I make sure my hobbies are going to be like, try to get a few bucks in. That's like a neat little hobby for me. Try to get money.
I mean, it's good if your hobby can pay for itself, but I'm not sure. Like, I don't know, man. It sounds like you got some searching to do because.
True.
When you say you feel like a schmuck, that's you. Like, I don't know. Maybe you are a schmuck, maybe you aren't. But either way, that's something that you have to work out within yourself, right? Like, to get past whatever that is. And maybe could be secrets, could be unforgiveness, could be misunderstanding of reality, or whatever the list goes on, right? But that's something you got to work out. I'm not sure.